The Memoirs of Alexandre Dumas. Book 1. Chapter 1. I become a fully fledged employee. Bad plays, about my studies with him, where they have been of use to me, Amory and the Consumptives. My reading, Walter Scott, Cooper, Byron, The Pleasure of Eating Sauerkraut at the Parthenon. On 1 January 1824, I was promoted from being one of the supernumerary clerks at 1,200 francs per annum to the position of being a regular employee at 1,500. I considered this a most flourishing condition of affairs, and thought that it was now time to send for my mother. I had not seen her for 9 months, and the long separation began to grieve me. During these 9 months I had made a sad discovery, which it was quite as well I should make, namely, that I had not learnt anything at all that I needed to learn, in order to further my progress in the career I wished to take up. But this did not discourage me, for I felt satisfied that I was now, once for all, firmly established in Paris, and that I should not starve, thanks to my 125 francs per month. So I redoubled my zeal, and ceasing to think of the limit of time I had fixed wherein to attain my end, I resolved to use it in applying myself to study. Unfortunately, after subtracting my office hours, very little time remained to me. I had to be at the Palais Royal by 10:30 in the morning, and we did not leave until 5 in the evening. Moreover, there was a peculiar function connected with the secretary's office, which did not hold with respect to any other office. Either Ernest or I had to return, from 8 till 10 o'clock in the evening, while the Duc d'Orléans lived at Neuilly, in order to attend to what was called the porte-à-feu, and the Duc d'Orléans, being fond of a country life, spent 3/4 of the year at Neuilly. The task was not a difficult one, but it was imperative. It consisted in sending off by courier to the Duc d'Orléans the evening papers and his day's letters, and in receiving in return the orders for the next day. This meant a loss of 2 hours in the evening, and of course, made it impossible to go to any play except at the Theatre Francais, which adjoined our offices. It is but fair to say that M. Outard, who had 3 tickets a day at his disposal for any seat in the theatre, sometimes indulged us with one of them. An act of generosity hardly ever displayed, except when poor plays were on. Still, the expression poor plays must only be understood to mean the days when neither Talma nor Mademoiselle Mars was acting. But since I wanted to go to the theatre for purposes of study, those days of poor plays were often profitable exhibitions for me. Then, too, I entered into an arrangement with Ernest by which each of us had his week, and in this way we secured 15 free nights per month. I had made the acquaintance of a young doctor, named Thibaut. He had no practice at that time, although he was not without ability. One cure he brought about made his reputation, and another his fortune. He cured Felix de Villaine, the young cousin of whom I have several times spoken, and of whom I shall have occasion to speak again, of a chest complaint that had reached the last stages, by means of inducing articular rheumatism, which drew off the inflammation. And by sheer skill he managed to cure the Marquise de Lagrange, whom he accompanied to Italy, of a chronic affection which was considered incurable. When the Marquise was restored to perfect health, she was so grateful that she married him, and they both live today on their estates near Grosbois. As Thibaut has the control of a fortune of 40 to 50,000 livres income, he no longer practices the craft of medicine, except to benefit his flowers and fruits. But at this period, Thibaut, like Adolphe and myself, was penniless. We were both his patients and, pecuniarily speaking, very bad ones. How came we to be Thibaut's patients? I will explain. In 1823, and it was all the fashion to suffer from chest complaint. Everybody was consumptive, poets especially. It was good form to spit blood after each emotion that was at all inclined to be sensational, and to die before reaching the age of 30. Of course, Adolphe and I, both young, tall, and thin, considered we were fully entitled to this privilege, and many people who knew us agreed we had some right thereto. I have now lost all claim to this distinction, but to be fair towards Adolphe, he still has his, for now, at 46, he is just as tall and as thin as he was then, when he was 21. Thibaut knew everything of which I was ignorant, so he undertook my education, and it was no light task. We spent nearly all our evenings together in a tiny room in the Rue du Pelican, which looked out on the passage Vierododet. I was 100 yards off the Palais Royal, so it was the easiest thing imaginable to go from my quarters to make up my packet for the courier. In the morning, I often accompanied Thibaut to the Hôpital de la Charité, where I picked up a little knowledge of physiology and anatomy, although I have never been able to overcome my aversion towards operations and dead bodies. From these visits accrued a certain amount of medical and surgical knowledge, which has often come in very usefully in my novel writing. As, for example, in Amory, where I traced the various phases of a lung disease in my heroine, Madeline, with such accuracy that once I was paid the compliment of a visit from M. Knowles, who came to ask me to stop the run of this novel in the press. His daughter and his son-in-law, who were both in the same stage of consumption, had recognized their precise symptoms in Madeline's illness, and both waited impatiently each morning for the paper to know whether M. Davrigny's daughter was going to die or not. As M. Davrigny's daughter had been condemned to death both by fate and by her author, the feuilleton was interrupted, and to comfort the two poor invalids, I improvised in manuscript a conclusion which raised their hopes, but which, alas, did not restore them to health. The feuilleton was not resumed until after their death. The readers of the press had noticed the interruption, but were ignorant of its cause. Now they know. I have said that I went with Thibaut to the Hôpital de la Charité most mornings, from 6 to 7 o'clock. In the evening, we studied physics and chemistry in his room, and it was in his room that I made my first study of the poisons used by Madame de Villefort in Monte Cristo, a study which I followed and perfected later with Ruel's. A good-looking young neighbor named Mademoiselle Walker, who was a milliner, used to join us in our researches. Like La Fontaine's hen, she failed to set Thibaut and me at variance, although she tried all sorts of devices, but happily none was successful, and we all three managed to keep on friendly terms. I owe much to Thibaut for teaching me method in working, as well as for actual knowledge. I will relate later how Thibaut, whose name is several times quoted in L'Histoire de Dix, and by Louis Blanc, was obliged, by reason of his relationship with the family of Marechal Gerard, to play a certain part in the Revolution of July. At Lassagne's persuasion, I branched out in other directions and began a course of reading. Walter Scott came first. The first novel I read by the Scottish bard, as he was then called, was Ivanhoe. Accustomed to the mild plots of Madame Cotton, or to the eccentric pranks of the author of the Barons de Felsheim and of the Infant du Carnaval, it took me some time to get used to the rude, uncouth ways of Gurth the swineherd, and to the facetious jokes of Wamba, Cedric's jester. But when the author introduced me to the old Saxon's romantic dining hall, when I had seen the fire on the hearth, fed by a whole oak tree, with its light sparkling on the monk and on the dress of the unknown pilgrim, when I saw all the members of the family of the Thane take their places at the long oak board, from the head of the castle, the king of his territory, to the meanest servitor, when I saw the Jew Isaac in his yellow cap and his daughter Rebecca in her gold corslet, when the tourney at Ashby had given me a foretaste of the powerful sword shakes and lance thrusts that I should again come across in Froissart. Oh, then, little by little, the clouds that had veiled my sight began to lift. I saw open out before me more extended horizons than any that had appeared to me when Adolphe de Louvain worked these changes in my provincial imagination that I have already mentioned. Next followed Cooper with his big forests, his vast prairies, his boundless oceans, his pioneers, his prairie, his redskins, three masterpieces of description, wherein absence of substance is well concealed beneath wealth of style, so that one goes the whole way through a novel of his like the Apostle, upon ground ever ready to yawn open and swallow one up. And yet, nevertheless, one is upheld, not by faith but by style from the first page to the last. Then came Byron, lyric and dramatic poet, who died at Missolonghi just when I was beginning to study him in Paris. There had been a tremendous rage over Lord Byron for some time. The glory of the poet had derived fresh glamour from the Greek camp bivouacs. His name would henceforth be associated with those of the famous Greeks of old. Not only would Byron be spoken of as akin to Sir Walter Scott and Chateaubriand, but in the same breath as the names of Mavrocordato, Odysseus, and Canaris. One day, before the world even knew that the famous poet was ill, we read in the papers as follows. Missolonghi, 20 April. Our town presents a most touching spectacle. We have all gone into mourning, for our illustrious benefactor died at 6 o'clock yesterday evening, the 19th instant. Byron had died at the age of 37, like Raphael. He had died during the Easter celebrations, and 37 volleys were fired, one for each year of his life, in every town, spreading the news of his death from Thrace to the Puraux, and from Epirus to the Asiatic coasts. Courts of justice, public offices, and shops were closed for 3 days. For 3 days dancing, public amusements, and the sound of musical instruments were forbidden, and the public mourning lasted for 3 weeks. Poor Byron, he only desired to fight and to help to win a victory, or, if conquered, to die arms in hand. As a general, it would have given him great joy to lead the Soliots at the siege of Lepanto. Lepanto, the land of Don Juan and of Charles V, seemed to him a fitting name with which to link his own. It was a noble land to bleed for and to die in. but he was not to realize that happiness. He died at Missolonghi, and it was he who made an unknown land famous instead of himself receiving luster from a sacred land. People say, Byron died at Missolonghi, not Missolonghi, the place where Byron died. The great man had no notion that, in dying for the Greeks, he was only dying so that Europe, as the Duc d'Orleans once expressed it to me, might have the pleasure of eating sauerkraut at the foot of the Parthenon. Poor immortal bard, who died in the hope that the news of his death would resound through all hearts. What would he have said if he could have heard, as I rushed in, the newspaper containing the fatal notice in my hand, crying despairingly, Byron is dead? One of the assistants in our office asked, Who was Byron? Such a question caused me both pain and pleasure mixed. I had then found someone even more ignorant than myself, and he one of the chief clerks in the office. Had it been only an ordinary copying clerk, I should not have felt so consoled. This unlooked-for death of one of the greatest poets of the time made a deep impression upon me. I felt instinctively that Byron was more than a poet, that he was one of those leaders whose inspired utterances, in the silence of the night and in the obscurity in which art lives, are heard throughout all nations, whose shining rays light the whole world. Such men are usually not only prophets, but also martyrs. They create from out their own sufferings the divine thoughts which act as incentives to others. It is at the spectacle of their own tortures that they utter cries which clutch the heart. Had Prometheus or Napoleon been poets, think what verses each would have engraved on his rock of doom. We will try, then, to give an account of the sufferings of this man, who was driven from his own country, as though he were a Barabbas, to die for the Greeks as Christ did for the Jews. Death must be passed through before there can be transfiguration. Chapter 2. Byron's childhood, his grief at being lame, Mary Duff, the Malvern fortune-teller, how Byron and Robert Peel became acquainted, Miss Parker, Miss Chaworth, verses on her portrait, Mrs. Musters, Lady Morgan, English bards and Scotch reviewers, Byron's letters to his mother. He takes his seat in the House of Lords. Byron was born on 22 January 1788, of so ancient and noble a family that it could take rank with many royal families. At his birth, the child who was predestined to become so famous had his foot dislocated, and no one noticed the fact. This accident made him lame, and we shall see what an influence this infirmity had upon his life. 4 celebrated men belonging to the close of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th centuries were lame: Marechal Soult, M. de Talleyrand, Walter Scott, and Lord Byron. A woman writer has said that Byron would have given half his fame if he could but have been as proud of his feet as he was of his hands. We are assured that Juno's bird, the peacock, forgot his rich plumage and uttered a cry of distress every time he looked down at his feet. And Byron, king of poets who had a good deal of the peacock about him, was not more philosophical than that king of birds. What a beautiful child, some lady once remarked when Byron was 3 years old and she saw him, whip in hand, playing at his nurse's knee. But what a pity he is crippled. The child turned round, lifted up his whip and lashed the woman with all his might. Dinna say that, he said. His mother, strange to say, never understood how proud the child was. Byron was misunderstood by the two beings who, when they understand a man, can shed most happiness upon his life, his mother and his wife. Byron's mother, as we have said, never realized the child's pride, and used to call him my lame boy. If you would learn what this flaw in maternal love cost the lad, read what Arnold says in the first scene of The Deformed Transformed. In the forest, enter Arnold and his mother Bertha. Bert, out hunchback. Arnd, I was born so, mother. Bert, out. Thou incubus, thou nightmare, of 7 sons. The sole abortion. Arnd, would that I had been so, and never seen the light. Bert, I would so too. But as thou hast, hence, and do thy best. That back of thine may bear its burthen, tease. More high, if not so broad as that of others. Arnd, it bears its burthen, but my heart will it. Sustain that which you lay upon it, mother. I love, or at the least I loved you, nothing. Save you, in nature, can love aught like me. You nursed me, do not kill me. At the age of 5, Byron was sent to school in Aberdeen, where they paid but 5 shillings a quarter for him. I had thought no child had ever been educated more cheaply than I had. But I was mistaken, and I present my congratulations to Byron as a brother at least in poverty. Although the future poet spent a whole year in this school, one of his biographers tells us he hardly managed to learn his letters. I had this further advantage over Byron that my mother taught me to read. God gave me at least half of what Byron was denied, a good mother. From the school at Aberdeen, Byron passed to the university of the same town. Alas, he was one of the worst scholars and was always at the bottom of his class. Many of his schoolfellows can tell stories of the jokes which his masters made at his expense. In 1798, the old Lord Byron died. He had been a row of quality, who had had any number of love affairs and duels. He killed his friend Chaworth in one of his duels, an event which was to have its influence upon his son's life too. 2 years before, young Byron had paid a visit to the Scotch Highlands, from whence he derived that love of high peaks, shared by eagles and poets, which made him later sing the praises of the Alps, the Apennines, and Parnassus. It was during this tour our Dante met his Beatrice. Her name was Mary Duff, and she was only 8 years old. The old Lord Byron died at Newstead Abbey, and Byron was his heir. He left Aberdeen with his mother. They sold their furniture for £75 sterling, another point of similarity between us. I hope I may be pardoned my comparisons. I shall not have much pride in pressing them further. And they reached Newstead. There they put the young man, under the care of a quack doctor called Lavemd, to try and cure his foot. For this infirmity occupied the greatest portion of his thoughts. As it was seen that the young lord's lameness was neither better nor worse for this charlatan's treatment, he was sent to London, where he was entrusted for his physical requirements to Dr. Bailey, and for his moral equipment to Dr. Glennie. There, both doctors had a certain measure of success, for Dr. Glennie had the satisfaction, after having put him on the way, of beholding his pupil surpass all his contemporaries in letters and poetry. Dr. Bailey managed to cure his foot sufficiently to enable him to wear an ordinary boot, so that his lameness did not seem more than a slight limp. Great was the proud youth's joy, and he communicated it to his nurse, whom he greatly loved. In 1801, when he was 13, Byron followed his mother to Cheltenham, where the view of the Malvern Hills, recalling his first visit to the Highlands, made a deep impression upon him, especially as he saw them in the early morning and evening. When he and his mother were out riding together, they learnt from the country people of a celebrated sorceress of those parts, and Lady Byron took a fancy to consult her. She said nothing of the lad, and introduced herself to the witch as an unmarried woman. But the sorceress shook her head. "You are not a maid," she said. "You have been a wife and are now a widow. You have a son who will be in danger of being poisoned before he has attained his majority. He will marry twice, and the second time it will be with a foreigner. We shall see directly that, if he was not exactly poisoned, he was in fear of being so, and it is well known that, if he did not marry a second time, at all events he found a beautiful Venetian lady of rank who made up to him for his first marriage, save in the recollection of its unhappiness." From Dr. Glennie's tutelage, Byron proceeded to Harrow. Dr. Drury was then headmaster, and he was the first to detect some few faint glimpses of what the poet would one day become. "Here I made my first verses," said Byron. "They were received but coldly, but in revenge I fought glorious battles at Harrow. I only lost one fight out of every 7. It was at Harrow that he made the acquaintance of Sir Robert Peel, and the way in which they became fast friends gives some idea of the character of Byron. One of their comrades, taller and stronger than they, with whom consequently they had no dealings, was discovered by Byron thrashing poor Peel. Byron came up and said, "How many more blows do you mean to give Robert?" "What business is it of yours?" retorted the combatant. "Why do you ask such a question?" "Because, if you please, executioner, I will take half the blows you intend for him, and will return them to you later. You understand, when I am bigger." After Harrow, the young man went to finish his education at the University of Cambridge, but he was ever impatient of regular study, just as he was of ordinary modes of enjoyment. The only thing he learnt was how to swim. His only recreation was the training of a bear. In 1806, when he was 18, he joined his mother at Newstead. The relations between mother and son were not at all of a tender nature. On the contrary, the two were nearly always quarreling. One of these quarrels even went so far one day that each in turn called at a chemist's within 5 minutes of one another to inquire if he had sold the other poison, and on being told not, begged him not to do so. Besides little Mary Duff, with whom he fell in love when he was 9, Byron conceived a passion when he was 12 for his cousin, Miss Parker, for whom he composed his first verses. They were lost, and the poet never remembered what they were. Miss Parker died and gave place to Miss Chaworth, the daughter of the man whom old Lord Byron had killed. But this time it was the real passion of budding manhood, tender and deep, and it left its mark for the rest of his life. Miss Chaworth was beautiful, charming in manner, and wealthy. Alas, said Byron, our union would have wiped out the recollection of the blood shed between our fathers. It would have reunited two rich estates and two beings who would have agreed well enough together. And then, ah well, God knows what might have happened. But Byron was lame. He was obliged to avoid all kinds of exercise that could expose his deformity, and consequently dancing. Now Miss Chaworth was particularly fond of dancing, and Byron would stand, leaning against a corner by the door or against the chimney-piece, his arms crossed, frowning with his lips curled with anger, whilst the music carried far away from him the girl he loved, some dancer more lucky than he leading her through the figures of a quadrille, or guiding her in the whirl of a valse. Once someone said to Mary Chaworth, do you know that Byron seems deeply in love with you? Well, what does it matter to me? Replied Mary. What do you mean what you say? Of course I do. Do you really think I could care for that lame boy? Byron heard both questions and answers, and he said it was as though a dagger had struck him to the heart. These words were uttered at midnight, but he rushed out of the house like a madman and ran without stopping to Newstead, where, on arrival, he fell nearly fainting from exhaustion. And yet, the disdainful Miss Chaworth having one day sent her portrait to him, Byron, in exchange, sent her the following verses. To Mary, on receiving her picture, this faint resemblance of thy charms, though strong as mortal art could give, my constant heart of fear disarms, revives my hopes and bids me live. Here I can trace the locks of gold, which round thy snowy forehead wave, the cheeks which sprung from beauty's mold, the lips which made me beauty's slave. Here I can trace, ah no, that I, whose azure floats in liquid fire, must all the painter's art defy, and bid him from the task retire. Here I behold its beauteous hue, but where's the beam so sweetly straying, which gave a luster to its blue, like Luna o'er the ocean playing? Sweet copy, far more dear to me, lifeless, unfeeling as thou art, than all the living forms could be, save her who placed thee next my heart. She placed it, sad with needless fear, lest time might shake my wavering soul, unconscious that her image there held every sense in fast control. Through hours, through years, through time, 'twill cheer my hope in gloomy moments raise. In life's last conflict 'twill appear, and meet my fond expiring gaze. A year later, Miss Chaworth married. Pull out your handkerchief, my son, Lady Byron said to the lad, one day on returning home. What for, mother? Because I have bad news for you. What is it? Miss Chaworth is married. Byron drew his handkerchief out of his pocket and blew his nose, and with that expression of sarcasm which he knew so well how to assume at certain times, he said, Is that all? Isn't it enough? Asked Lady Byron, who knew well enough the real pain he was concealing beneath that apparent indifference. Enough to make me shed tears? No, indeed. And Byron put his handkerchief back into his pocket. When Lady Byron had announced to her son in this callous, mocking way his adored Mary's marriage, and Byron had put on a smiling appearance of indifference to the news, returning his handkerchief to his pocket unwet by a tear, the poor youth went to his own room heartbroken, and taking up in his hand the portrait of his unfaithful sweetheart, the poet tried to comfort the lover, inviting himself to mourn, lashing his passion into words. Hence resulted those mournful sighings of a broken heart addressed to Mrs. Musters. To a lady. Oh, had my fate been joined with thine, as once this pledge appeared a token, these follies had not then been mine, for then my peace had not been broken. To thee these early faults I owe. To thee, the wise and old reproving. They know my sins but do not know. 'Twas thine to break the bonds of loving. For once my soul, like thine, was pure, and all its rising fires could smother. But now thy vows no more endure, bestowed by thee upon another. Perhaps his peace I could destroy, and spoil the blisses that await him. Yet let my rival smile in joy. For thy dear sake I cannot hate him. Ah, since thy angel form is gone, my heart no more can rest with any. But what it sought in thee alone, attempts, alas, to find in many. Then fare thee well, deceitful maid. 'Twere vain and fruitless to regret thee, nor hope nor memory yield their aid. But pride may teach me to forget thee. Yet all this giddy waste of years, this tiresome round of palling pleasures, these varied loves, these matrons' fears, these thoughtless strains to passion's measures, if thou wert mine, had all been hushed. This cheek, now pale from early riot, with passion's hectic ne'er had flushed, but bloomed in calm domestic quiet. Yes, once the rural scene was sweet, for nature seemed to smile before thee. And once my breast abhorred deceit, for then it beat but to adore thee. But now I seek for other joys. To think would drive my soul to madness. In thoughtless throngs and empty noise, I conquer half my bosom's sadness. Yet, even in these a thought will steal, in spite of every vain endeavor. And friends might pity what I feel, to know that thou art lost forever. Alas, Miss Chaworth was not, as Mrs. Musters, to be happier in her marriage than the man she had forsaken. She married John Musters, Esquire, in the August of 1805, and lived miserably when she died in as melancholy a way as she had lived. A band of insurgents from Nottingham came and set fire to Colwick Hall, where she lived. She and her daughter took refuge in a potting shed, and, being already in poor health, she took cold and fell ill, and died practically of the same complaint that Byron had died of 8 years before. As Byron says in the second verse of his poem to Mrs. Musters, it was in consequence of the rupture of his friendship with Miss Chaworth that he flung himself exclusively into the pursuit of pleasure. He flirted, rode, gambled, kept dogs, took up swimming, fencing, and pistol shooting. But he found time to write a book called Hours of Idleness in the midst of all these revels and athletic exercises. He had just published this book when Lady Morgan, with whom I was to become acquainted 30 years afterwards, met him for the first time. This is her description of the meeting. Suddenly, my dazzled looks were arrested by an exceedingly beautiful young man. His expression was taciturn, and yet there seemed as much shyness as scorn in it. He was alone, and stood in a corner near a door, with his arms folded across his breast, and one felt that, although he was in the middle of an animated and brilliant crowd, yet he did not belong to it. "How do you do, Lord Byron?" a pretty young creature, dressed in the height of the fashion, asked him. Lord Byron? At that word all the brave Byrons that had belonged to English and French chivalry rose before my mind. But I did not know that the handsome youth, who was their descendant, was destined to give an even greater right to the name, for the admiration of posterity, than the most valiant knight of France, or than the most loyal cavalier of England who had ever borne the same name. Fame spread very slowly in our province of Tyrag, and although Lord Byron had already taken the first step in that career which was to end in the triumphant acknowledgment of his wonderful genius, and the injustice and ingratitude of his fellow countrymen, I knew nothing of this future fame then, when I heard the name of Byron, save what prompted me to say to myself, the "Go, hang thyself, Byron," of Henry Roman IV. Poor Lady Morgan, she was not happy in her historical quotations, but what matters it? She did not look too closely into them. It was Byron without the Y whose head Henry cut off, and it was of Crillon that he wrote, "Go, hang thyself." But the literary fame Byron lacked was soon to be given him by the critics. The Edinburgh Review, in an article written by Mr. Brougham, who afterwards became Lord Brougham, attacked the young poet violently. Lord Byron's life was destined to be one continuous fight. Born lame, he persevered until he became the finest swimmer, the best shot and the most dauntless horse rider of his time. The world denied his genius, so he made up his mind he would become the first poet of his age. His response to the article in the Edinburgh Review was that terrible satire hurled at his critics under the title of English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, at the head of which appeared these two epigrams from Shakespeare and Pope. I had rather be a kitten and cry mew than one of these same meter ballad mongers, Shakespeare. Such shameless bards we have, and yet 'tis true. There are as mad, abandoned critics too, Pope. When Byron had hurled this lance, he could not draw back. He had pledged himself heart and soul to poetry. He had taken upon him the mantle of Nessus which was to consume him, but also to immortalize him. And yet he hesitated for a brief period. By birth he had a right to sit in the House of Lords, and he decided he would take his seat there. If his aristocratic peers received him cordially, who knew what might happen? He might give up everything, even the idea of his journey to Persia with his friend Hobhouse, to follow his schoolfellow Robert Peel in a political career. It should all depend on a smile or a handshake. And for such an acknowledgement he would fling away the pen that had written the hours of idleness and English bards and Scotch reviewers. For a smile and a handshake he would bid farewell to games, betting, races, drunkenness, and break himself off from those youthful follies in which he had tried to drown the memory of Miss Chaworth. He would leave them all, even the woman who had followed him to Brighton dressed as a man, whose scandalous presence had roused the indignation of the prudish English aristocracy. It was at this crisis he wrote to his mother the following letter, which shows what a degree of coldness existed between mother and son. To the Honourable Lady Byron. Newstead Abbey, Notts. October 7, 1808. Dear Madam, I have no beds for the Hansons or anybody else at present. The Hansons sleep at Mansfield. I do not know that I resemble Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I have no ambition to be like so illustrious a madman, but this I know, that I shall live in my own manner, and as much alone as possible. When my rooms are ready, I shall be glad to see you. At present, it would be improper and uncomfortable to both parties. You can hardly object to my rendering my mansion habitable, notwithstanding my departure for Persia in March, or May at farthest, since you will be tenant till my return, and in case of any accident, for I have already arranged my will to be drawn up the moment I am 21, I have taken care you shall have the house and manor for life, besides a sufficient income. So you see my improvements are not entirely selfish. Adieu. Believe me, yours very truly. Byron. In another letter to his mother, date March 1809, he adds, what you say is all very true. Come what may, Newstead and I stand or fall together. I have now lived on the spot, I have fixed my heart upon it, and no pressure, present or future, shall induce me to barter the last vestige of our inheritance. I have that pride within me which will enable me to support difficulties. I can endure privations, but could I obtain in exchange for Newstead Abbey the first fortune in the country, I would reject the proposition. Set your mind at ease on that score, Mr. Hanson talks like a man of business on the subject. I feel like a man of honor, and I will not sell Newstead. I shall get my seat on the return of the affidavits from Carhise in Cornwall, and will do something in the house soon. I must dash, or it is all over. My satire must be kept secret for a month. After that you may say what you like on the subject. Lord Carlisle has used me infamously, and refused to state any particulars of my family to the Chancellor. I have lashed him in my rhymes, and perhaps his lordship may regret not being more conciliatory. They tell me it will have a sale. I hope so, for the bookseller has behaved well as far as publishing well goes. Believe me, etc. Byron. P.S. You shall have a mortgage on one of the farms. But Byron was doomed in advance. He had the greatest difficulty in obtaining the papers necessary to establish his title to the peerage, and 3 days after writing the above letter, that is to say, on 9 March 1809, 6 weeks after having attained his majority, he presented himself in the House of Lords. As we have said, upon this test his whole career was to depend. As he told his mother, his satire was to be kept a secret for a month longer, and if he were well received by his illustrious colleagues, it was to remain unpublished and the poet unknown. It was the will of Providence that these aristocrats should be unjust towards this young man, this boy, nay, more than unjust, cruel. He entered the house alone, and looked calm, although his face was deadly pale. Not one kindly glance encouraged him, not a single hand was held out towards his. He searched in vain for a single friendly look throughout that illustrious assembly, but all heads were turned away. He then made up his mind. He, Lord Byron, would make a fresh claim to nobility for his posterity, since his present title to it was slighted by his contemporaries. He published his satire, and set out with Mr. Hobhouse in the June of that same year 1809. Chapter 3. Byron at Lisbon, how he quarrelled with his own countrymen, his poem Childe Harold, his fits of mad folly and subsequent depression, his marriage, his conjugal squabbles. He again quits England, his farewell to wife and child, his life and amours at Venice. He sets out for Greece, his arrival at Missolonghi, his illness and death. The first news received from the poet-traveler was from Lisbon, and it bore the mark of that gloomy spirit of mockery which, when fully developed, becomes genius. The letter was addressed to Mr. Hodgson, and began in the following strain. I am very happy here because I loves oranges and talk bad Latin to the monks, who understand it as it is like their own, and I goes into society with my pocket pistols, and I swims in the Tagus all across at once, and I rides on an ass or a mule and swears Portuguese and have got a diarrhea and bites from the mosquitoes. But what of that? Comfort must not be expected by folks that go a-pleasuring. And yet, while he was mocking in this fashion, he could write such mournful lines as these in Childe Harold. Canto I. Chapter 9. And none did love him, though to hall and bower. He gathered revellers from far and near. He knew them flatterers of the festal hour, the heartless parasites of present cheer. Yea, none did love him, not his lemons dear. But pomp and power alone are woman's care. And where these are light, Eros finds a fear. Maidens, like moths, are ever caught by glare. And Mammon wins his way where seraphs might despair. 10. Childe Harold had a mother, not forgot. Though parting from that mother he did shun. A sister whom he loved but saw her not. Before his weary pilgrimage begun. If friends he had, he bade adieu to none. Yet deem not thence his breast a breast of steel. Ye, who have known what 'tis to dote upon, a few dear objects will in sadness feel. Such partings break the heart they fondly hope to heal. Chapter 11. His house, his home, his heritage, his lands. The laughing dames in whom he did delight, whose large blue eyes, fair locks, and snowy hands might shake the saintship of an anchorite, and long had fed his youthful appetite. His goblets brimmed with every costly wine, and all that mote to luxury invite. Without a sigh he left to cross the brine, and traverse Paynim shores, and pass Earth's central line. And it was in this spirit that he left England to begin his early travels. And if, perchance, any member of the aristocracy inquired who this young Lord Byron was who had inscribed his name on the list of peers, those who were best informed would reply, he is a young rake, grand-nephew of the old Byron who killed Chaworth in a duel. He possesses an old tumble-down abbey, and a fortune that has been cut up and squandered. When he was at college, where he never did any good, he kept a bear. Since he left college, he has associated with prostitutes and swindlers, drinking till tipsy out of a human skull, and when drunk, writing poetry. Byron left his country at war with his fellow men, and one stanza of the first canto of the poem just referred to was enough to set him at loggerheads with women too, a much more serious matter. Canto I. Chapter 58. The seal love's dimpling finger hath impressed, denotes how soft that chin which bears his touch. Her lips, whose kisses pout to leave their nest, bid man be valiant ere he merit such. Her glance how wildly beautiful, how much hath Phoebus wooed in vain to spoil her cheek, which glows yet smoother from his amorous clutch. Who round the north for paler dames would seek, how poor their forms appear, how languid, wan, and weak. Such an anathema as this, hurled by the poet at that England which Shakespeare compared to a swan's nest in the midst of a great lake, met with widespread notoriety. For Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, the first canto of which Byron wrote during his travels, had a tremendous reception. Byron visited Portugal, the south of Spain, Sardinia, and Sicily. Then he went through Albania and Illyria, traveled through the Mora, stopping at Thebes, Athens, Delphi, and Constantinople. If we are to believe his own words, he looked forward with dread to his return. Indeed, my prospects are not very pleasant. Embarrassed in my private affairs, indifferent to public, solitary without the wish to be social, with a body a little enfeebled by a succession of fevers, but a spirit, I trust, yet unbroken, I am returning home without a hope, and almost without a desire. The first thing I shall have to encounter will be a lawyer, the next a creditor, then colliers, farmers, surveyors, and all the agreeable attachments to estates out of repair, and contested coal pits. In short, I am sick and sorry, and when I have a little repaired my irreparable affairs, away I shall march, either to campaign in Spain or back again to the east, where I can at least have cloudless skies and a cessation from impertinence. The writer of the above was barely 24 years of age. He bore one of the oldest names in the British Isles. He was a peer of England and was to become the leading poet of his time. The first canto of Childe Harold was to reveal him in the latter capacity, and he sold his poem for £200 sterling. His mother died suddenly in Scotland 2 months after his return, in 1811. One day, said Lord Byron, I heard she was ill, the next I learnt that she was dead. Nor was this all. Almost at the same time his two best friends, Wingfield and Matthews, both died. Byron wrote to Mr. Davies, some curse hangs over me and mine. My mother lies a corpse in this house. One of my best friends is drowned in a ditch. What can I say, or think, or do? Come to me, I am almost desolate, left almost alone in the world. We find traces of these sorrows at the close of the second canto of Childe Harold. All thou couldst have of mine, stern death thou hast. The parent, friend, and now the more than friend. Ne'er yet for one thine arrows flew so fast. And grief with grief continuing still to blend, hath snatched the little joy that life had yet to lend. What is the worst of woes that wait on age? What stamps the wrinkle deeper on the brow? To view each loved one blotted from life's page, and be alone on earth as I am now. Before the chastener humbly let me bow. O'er hearts divided and o'er hopes destroyed. Roll on vain days, full reckless may ye flow. Since time hath reft whate'er my soul enjoyed, and with the ills of eld mine earlier years alloyed. Byron rejoiced greatly in the success that had greeted the first canto of his Childe Harold. The second was composed after his return to England, as the stanza upon his mother's death proves. Even the Edinburgh Review made amends for its mistake, in denying that the author of Hours of Idleness had a vocation for poetry. Lord Byron, the Scottish critics now remarked, has improved much since we last had his work under review. This new volume is full of originality and talent. The author herein makes amends for the literary sins of his youth, and does more, for he promises to give us better work still. Lord Byron received £600 for the first two cantos of Childe Harold, and so great was its success that, for the third part, he was paid £1,575, and for the fourth £2,100. It was said then, and with some truth, that he sold his poems at the rate of a guinea a line. With success came popularity. All the world wanted to see this poet who had appeared suddenly among them like a brilliant meteor, lighting up the darkness of the night, and to buy his works. They beheld his face and saw that he was beautiful. They uttered his name and remembered that, by his father, he came of an illustrious race, and by his mother, being descended from Jane Stuart, daughter of James Roman II. Of Scotland, he had royal blood in his veins. He had said in his poem that he had seen everything worth seeing and was bored with it all, that he had committed all kinds of sins and even crimes. He had said, a most extraordinary confession for a poet of only 25 years of age, that he could not fall in love with even the most beautiful of women London had to show. Those pale and languid flowers of the Norths, as he called them, vowed, in their turn, to make him break his oath. It was not a difficult matter for those who knew Lord Byron. Many succeeded without much effort. Lady Caroline Lamb succeeded best of all. She was the daughter of the Earl of Bamborough, and had married, in 1805, William Lamb, second son of Lord Melbourne. Byron fell madly in love with her, and offered to run away with her, but she declined. What was the cause of the bitter rupture between them that ended in Lady Lamb writing the novel called Glenarvan against her former lover, and in his treating her with great disdain throughout the remainder of his life? We should probably have found an answer to these questions in the Memoirs of Lord Byron, that Thomas More burnt. Who knows? Perhaps he burnt them on account of that episode. After this quarrel, Byron earned a reputation for being a dandy. He became the fashionable frequenter of watering places and of aristocratic assemblies. But this kind of life ended as it was sure to do, in weariness and in disgust. And on 27 February 1814 the poet wrote, "Here I am alone instead of dining at Lord H's where I was asked, but not inclined to go anywhere. Hobhouse says I am growing a loup-garou, a solitary hobgoblin. True, I am myself alone." A strange idea next took hold of the misanthrope, of the poet whose inspirations had run dry, of the man of many dissipations. He would marry and settle down. He had exhausted every pleasure youth could give. He aspired to something fresh, no matter even if it meant misery. This unknown and painful experience Lady Byron had in store for him. But the strangest thing was that he wished to marry for the sake of getting married, and not for the sake of the woman. He, who had once betted £50 with Mr. Hay that he would never marry, was in such a hurry to marry that he did not mind who the lady was. He discussed his intention with Lady Melbourne, and Lady Melbourne proposed a young lady whom Byron did not know. Byron suggested Miss Milbank. "You are wrong," said Lady Melbourne, "and for two reasons. First, because you have need of money and Miss Milbank could only bring you £10,000, and in the second place, because you want a wife who will admire you, and Miss Milbank admires no one but herself." "Well then," said Lord Byron, "what is the name of your young lady?" Lady Melbourne mentioned her name, and Byron at once wrote to her parents, who sent him a refusal. "Good," said Byron, "you now see that Miss Milbank is to be my wife." And he sat down at once and wrote to Miss Milbank to make known his wishes to her. But Lady Melbourne did not mean matters to end thus. She snatched the letter out of Byron's hands when he had finished it and took it to the window to read, while Byron remained quietly in his seat. When she had read it, she said, "Well, I must admit this is a very pretty letter. It is a pity it should not go." "Then give it me," said Byron, "and I will seal it and send it off." Lady Melbourne gave the letter back to Byron, and he sealed it and saw that it reached its address. He was married on 2 January 1815, from Sir Ralph Milbank's house. He sent the £50 to Mr. Hay the same day, without waiting till he was asked for the money. Exactly a month later, he wrote, February 2, 1815. The treacle moon is over, and I am awake and find myself married. Swift says, "No wise man ever married, but for a fool, I think it is the most ambrosial of all possible future states." The honeymoon was spent at Sir Ralph Milbank's house. After that, the young couple went to their house in Piccadilly. But here the worries of housekeeping overtook them. Miss Milbank's £10,000 dowry had only served to irritate Lord Byron's creditors. Creditors only rest quietly whilst nothing at all is given them, for then they are in despair, but partial payment rouses them to fury. Urged on by the £10,000 they had secured, the Dunns did not give the young couple a moment's peace. In proportion as these annoyances increased, the relations between the husband and wife grew colder and more distant. Then, when her husband was at his unhappiest, and only saved from imprisonment through being a peer of the realm, Lady Byron left London under cover of a visit to her father. Their farewell parting was, conventionally speaking, quite affectionate, and they agreed to meet in a month's time. During her journey, Lady Byron wrote quite a tender letter to her husband. Then, one morning, Lord Byron learnt from his father-in-law, Sir Ralph Milbank, that he must not expect ever to see his wife and his daughter again. What was the reason for this sudden separation, which, in spite of all Byron's protests, ended in a divorce? The poet put it down to the influence of an old governess of Lady Byron, Mrs. Clermont, against whom he launched that terrible satire entitled A Sketch, and this epigram and apostrophe from the Moor to Ego. "Honest, honest Ego, if that thou be'st a devil, I cannot kill thee." Which begins with these lines: "Born in the garret, in the kitchen bred, promoted thence to deck her mistress' head. Next, for some Grecian service unexpressed, and from its wages only to be guessed, raised from the toilette to the table, where her wondering betters wait behind her chair. With eye unmoved and forehead unabashed, she dines from off the plate she lately washed." Immediately a tremendous clamor arose in the papers and in society against the poet who, by force of genius, had already overcome those of his opposers, who might be termed the first coalition against him. It is ever the case with men in high places who are before the eye of the public. Tempests arise unexpectedly, the existence of which is not suspected by the victim till they burst over his head. They may be compared with waterspouts, and they pour down on the poet, be he a Schiller or a Dante, an Ovid or a Byron, utterly overwhelming him, rending his heart and body, tearing down his fame, overturning his reputation, uprooting his honor. These storms come from the enmities, hatred, and jealousies roused by his genius. They are the hyenas that dog his steps through the darkness, who dare not attack him while he can stand firm and upright, but which spring on him directly he totters and devour him as soon as he falls. Byron realized he would have to give way before his enemies, so he left England, meaning to rally his forces amidst the undisturbing surroundings of foreign lands, for some means of revenging himself upon them. He left England on 25 after he had published during his 6 years in London the first two cantos of Childe Harold, The Giaour, The Bride of Abydos, The Siege of Corinth, Lyra, and the Corsair. He departed, and his saddest regrets were for the wife who had exiled him, and for the daughter whom he had hardly seen, and whom he was never to look upon again. Fare thee well, and if forever, still forever fare thee well. Even though unforgiving, never. Gainst thee shall my heart rebel. Would that breast were bared before thee, where thy head so oft hath lain, while that placid sleep came o'er thee, which thou ne'er canst know again. Alleluia. Both shall live but every morrow wake us from a widowed bed. Alleluia. And when thou wouldst solace gather, when our child's first accents flow, wilt thou teach her to say, Father, though his care she must forgo? When her little hands shall press thee, when her lip to thine is pressed, think of him whose prayer shall bless thee. Think of him thy love had blessed. Should her lineaments resemble those thou never more mayst see, then thy heart will softly tremble, with a pulse yet true to me. This was to the mother. Then, in Childe Harold, he addresses his child. Is thy face like thy mother's, my fair child? Ada, sole daughter of my house and heart. When last I saw thy young blue eyes they smiled. And then we parted, not as now we part, but with a hope. My daughter, with thy name this song begun. My daughter, with thy name thus much shall end. I see thee not, I hear thee not, but none can be so wrapped in thee, thou art the friend to whom the shadows of far years extend. Albeit my brow thou never shouldst behold, my voice shall with thy future visions blend, and reach into thy heart when mine is cold. A token and a tone, even from thy father's mold, to aid thy mind's development, to watch thy dawn of little joys, to sit and see almost thy very growth, to view thee catch knowledge of objects, wonders yet to thee, to hold thee lightly on a gentle knee, and print on thy soft cheek a parent's kiss. This, it should seem, was not reserved for me. Yet this was in my nature, as it is. I know not what is there, yet something like to this. Yet, though dull hate as duty should be taught, I know that thou wilt love me, though my name should be shut from thee as a spell still fraught with desolation and a broken claim. Though the grave closed between us, 'twere the same. I know that thou wilt love me, though to drain my blood from out thy being were an aim, and an attainment, all would be in vain. Still thou wouldst love me, still that more than life retain. The child of love, though born in bitterness, and nurtured in convulsion, of thy sire. These were the elements, and thine no less. As yet such are around thee, but thy fire shall be more tempered, and thy hope far higher. Sweet be thy cradled slumbers, o'er the sea, and from the mountains where I now respire. Fain would I waft such blessing upon thee, as, with a sigh, I deem thou mightst have been to me. Ah, remarked Madame de Stael, the poor exile who, standing by the Lake of Geneva, sighed for the gutter that ran in the Rue du Bac. Ah, I would not mind being unhappy if I were Lady Byron, to have inspired such lines as those in my husband's brain. Maybe, but Lord Byron and Madame de Stael would have made an extraordinary couple, and no mistake. Byron was not in such a hurry to travel far afield this time. Perhaps he only wanted to stretch the double cord that bound him to England, and not to snap it altogether. He landed in Belgium, visited the field of Waterloo, still wet with the blood of three nations, sailed down the Rhine, and settled for a time on the borders of the Lake of Geneva. Here it was that he met Madame de Stael, who was almost as much of an exile under the Restoration as under the Empire. My greatest pleasure amidst the magnificent pictures round Lake Geneva was to gaze upon the author of Corinne. At Diodati, Byron renewed his swimming feat of Abydos by crossing the Lake of Geneva, where it is 4 leagues wide. And it was at Diodati that he wrote the third canto of Childe Harold, The Prisoner of Chillon and Manfred. Goethe in a German journal laid claim to the original idea of Manfred, as though Manfred did not descend as directly from Satan as Faust had from Polichinelle. O thou poor rich man! With all thy European fame and thy worldwide reputation, wouldst thou snatch back the leaf that thy brother poet so sinfully plucked from thy laurel crown? Can we not almost hear what 500 Lambert said of the author of Zaire, and of the Dictionnaire philosophique? This man is past comprehending. He has fame that would satisfy 1 million of men, and yet he wants another hapworth. Byron took his revenge by dedicating some of his poems to Goethe. Byron left for Italy in the month of October, stopping first at Milan to visit the Ambrosian Library. His next halt was at Verona, where he saw the tomb of Juliet, and finally, he took up his residence in Venice, where his name became a household word. Venice had never possessed any horses except the 4 bronze ones, which had figured for 12 years on top of Carousel's triumphal arch. But Byron never walked, and he was therefore the first person whose living horses clattered in the square of St. Mark, on the Quai des Esclavins, and on the banks of the Brenta. It was in Venice that the real romance of his life began. Here he had 3 love affairs, each in a different rank of Venetian society, with Marguerite, Marian, and, alas, the most faithless of the 3 was the great lady who shall be nameless, she whom Byron loved more than all, perhaps more than Miss Chaworth, more than Caroline Lamb. It is curious to think that this lady, even at this day, 33 years after the time of which I am writing, is still a fascinating woman. I made her acquaintance in Rome when she was in the full bloom of her beauty, when she was almost as wonderful to listen to as to look at, to hear as to see. She lived solely upon the memories of the great poet whom she had loved. It seemed as though the years of their love constituted the one bright spot in her life, and in looking back, the obscurity that formed the rest of her life was ignored by her. But if I began to speak of her, I should have to reveal her name. I should have to speak of the walks we had together by moonlight in the Forum and the Colosseum. I should have to repeat what she told me among the shadows of those great ruins, when she never spoke but of the illustrious dead, who had trodden with her the same stones that we were treading, and had sat by her side in the same places where we rested. Oh, madam, madam, why were you unfaithful to the poet's memory, when your memories of him had gone on increasing in strength, aided by his death, until you had magnified your love into a god? Why was not the honor of having been Byron's mistress quite sufficient, instead of taking any title that a husband, no matter how distinguished he might be, could give you? If I might only venture to repeat here what de Jazet once said to Georges, with reference to Napoleon. It is true that Byron, with all his fancies and eccentricities and passions, cannot have been a very pleasant lover, but she should have been faithless to him when he was alive, and not after he was dead. The world has forgiven the Empress Josephine her infidelities in the Tuileries, but it will never forgive Marie-Louise, the widow, her faithlessness at Parma. We will not say any more, madam. We will think instead of the poems Byron wrote at Venice. Here he composed Marino Faliero, the 2 Foscari, Sardanapalus, Cain, the Prophecy of Dante, and the 3rd and 4th cantos of Don Juan. When Naples rebelled in 1820, Byron wrote to the Neapolitan government and offered his purse and his sword. So, when reaction set in, and Ferdinand returned a second time from Sicily, and the lists of proscribed persons were published throughout Italy, it was feared Byron's name might be of the number of exiles. Then it happened that the poor people of Ravenna drew up a petition to the cardinal praying he might be allowed to stay among them. This man, who boldly and openly offered the Neapolitans 1,000 louis, was a never-failing source of helpfulness to the poor of Venice and its surrounding countryside. No poor man ever held out a hand towards him and drew it back empty, even if Byron himself were in the greatest straits, and more than once he had to borrow in order to give. He knew this but too well when he said, "Those who have persecuted me so long and so cruelly will triumph, and justice will only be done to me when this hand is as cold as their hearts." Thus, wherever he went, he left an impression as of fire. He dazzled, warmed, or scorched. In 1821, Byron left Venice, in whose streets no one had ever seen him on foot, the Brenta, upon whose banks no one had ever seen him take a walk, the square of St. Mark, whose beauties he had never contemplated except from a window, for fear of revealing to the beauties of Venice the slight deformity of his leg, which not even the width of his trousers could disguise. From Venice he went to Pisa. There the news of two fresh troubles awaited him: the death of his natural daughter by an English woman, and the death of his friend Shelley, who was drowned during a sailing trip from Livorno to Larissae. He sent his daughter's body to England for burial. To save the body of his friend Shelley from the attentions Italian priests would no doubt have given it, he determined to have it burnt after the custom of the ancients. Trelawney, the bold pirate, was present, and relates the strange funeral rites as he relates his lion hunt or his fight with the Malay prince. He was a companion worthy of the noble poet, and was himself a poet. His book is full of marvelous descriptions, all the more wonderful because they are always true, although sounding incredible. "We were on the seashore," said Trelawney. "In front of us lay the sea and its islands, behind us the Apennines, and by our side was the great blazing funeral pyre. The flames, fanned by the wind from the sea, took 1,000 fantastic shapes. The weather was very fine. The lazy waves from the Mediterranean gently kissed the shore. The sands were golden yellow and contrasted sharply with the deep blue of the sky. The mountains lifted their snowy crests up into the clouds, and the flames from the pyre steadily burnt higher and higher into the air." From Pisa, Byron went to Genoa. It was in this city, once the queen of the Mediterranean, that he conceived the idea of going to Greece, to do for that Niobe of the nations, as he called her, the same offices Naples had not thought fit to accept when offered to her. So far, Byron had devoted himself mainly to individuals. Now he intended to devote himself to a people. In the month of April, he entered into communication with the Greek committee, and towards the end of July he left Italy. His reputation had increased extraordinarily, not only in Italy, France, and Germany, but in England too. One fact will give some idea of the height to which his reputation had attained. An insurrection had broken out in Scotland in the county where his mother's property was situated. The rebels had to cross Lady Byron's estates to reach their destination, but on the confines of the property, they paused and decided to cross in single file, so as only to tread down a narrow path in the crops. They did not take the same precaution on other estates, which they completely devastated. Byron often related this incident with pride. "See," he said, "how the hatred of my enemies is being avenged." Before he left Italy, he wrote on the margin of a book that had been lent him, "If all that is said of me be true, I am unworthy to see England again. If all they say of me is false, England does not deserve to see me again." But he had a presentiment that he had left his native land forever, and Lady Blessington told me herself that, when she met Byron at Genoa, the day before he was to set sail, he said to her, "We have met again today, but tomorrow we shall be separated, who knows for how long? Something here," and he laid his hand on his heart, "tells me that we are meeting for the last time. I am going to Greece and shall never return from it." Towards the end of December, Byron landed in Mora, and a few days later, he made his way into the town, in spite of the Turkish flotilla that was besieging Missolonghi. He was greeted with enthusiastic shouts by the people, who led him in triumph to the house they had got ready for him. When established there, Byron's whole soul was concentrated in the one desire to see the triumph of the cause he had espoused, or to die in defending a fresh Thermopylae A. Neither of these hopes was to be granted him. He was seized by a violent attack of fever on 15 February 1824, which ran its course rapidly, caused him much suffering, and weakened him greatly. But as soon as he was sufficiently recovered, he resumed the daily rides on horseback, which were his greatest recreation. On 9 April, he got very wet when out riding, and although he changed everything on his return home, he felt ill, for he had been more than 2 hours in his wet clothes. During the night there was a slight return of the fever, although he slept well. But about 11 o'clock on the morning of the 10th, he complained of a violent pain in the head and of suffering in his arms and legs. Nevertheless, he managed to mount his horse in the afternoon. His old servant, Fletcher, from whose account we shall now borrow the final details, waited for his return. "How have you got on, my lord?" he asked. "The saddle was not dry," replied Byron, "and I am afraid the dampness has made me ill again." And indeed it was plain to see next morning that Byron's indisposition had become more serious. He had been feverish all night and seemed very depressed. Fletcher made him a cup of arrowroot. He tasted a few spoonfuls, then he handed the drink back to the old servant. "It is excellent," he said, "but I cannot drink any more of it." On the third day Fletcher grew seriously uneasy about him. During all his other rheumatic attacks his master had never been sleepless, but this time he could not sleep at all. So he went to the two doctors in the town, Doctors Bruno and Millingen, and asked them several questions as to the nature of the illness from which they thought Lord Byron was suffering. Both assured the old valet that he need not be alarmed, that his master was in no danger, but that in 2 or 3 days he would be up again, and then, they said, the attack would not return again. This was on the 13th. On the 14th, as the fever had not left his master and the invalid still had no sleep, Fletcher begged Byron, in spite of the assurance of the two doctors, to let him send for Dr. Thomas from Zante. "Consult the two doctors," the sick man replied, "and act as they direct." Fletcher obeyed, and the two doctors said that there was not any necessity for a third opinion. Fletcher brought back this answer to his master, who shook his head and said, "I am much afraid they do not know anything at all about my illness." "In that case, my lord," Fletcher insisted, "do call in another doctor." "They tell me," Byron continued, without replying directly to Fletcher, "that it is a chill such as I have had before." "But I am sure, my lord, you have never had such a serious one before," replied the valet. "I agree with you," was Byron's reply, and he fell into a reverie from which no amount of persuasion could arouse him. On the 15th, Fletcher, whose faithful devotion divined the real condition of his master, again asked permission to be allowed to fetch Dr. Thomas, but the doctors of Missolonghi still persisted there was no cause for alarm. Until now, they had treated their patient with purgatives which, as Byron had only taken a cup or two of broth during 8 days, were much too strong remedies and could not have any desirable effect. They but increased the weakness, which was already extreme because of want of sleep. On the evening of the 15th, however, the doctors began to be uneasy and talked of bleeding their patient, but he strenuously opposed this, asking Dr. Millingen if he thought the need for bleeding was urgent. The doctor replied that he believed he could put it off without danger until next day. So, on the evening of the 16th, they bled Byron in the right arm, taking 16 ounces of greatly inflamed blood out of him. Dr. Bruno shook his head as he examined the blood. "I always told him he ought to be bled," he murmured, "but he would never let it be done." Then the doctors fell into a lengthy dispute over the time lost. Again Fletcher proposed to send to Zante for Dr. Thomas, but the doctors replied, "It would be useless. Before he could get here, your master will be either out of danger or dead." In the meantime, the disease grew worse, and Dr. Bruno advised a second bleeding. Fletcher broke it to his master that the two doctors deemed another bleeding indispensable, and this time Lord Byron did not make any resistance. He held out his arm and said, "Here is my arm, they may do what they wish." Then he added, "Did I not tell you, Fletcher, that they do not understand anything at all about my illness?" Byron grew weaker and weaker. On the 17th, they bled him in the morning, and twice again in the afternoon of the same day. He fainted away after each bleeding, and from that day he himself gave up all hope. "I cannot sleep," he said to Fletcher, "and you know that I have not had any sleep for a week. Now, it is a fact that a man cannot live without sleep for any length of time. After a time he goes mad, and nothing can save him. I would rather blow my brains out 10 times than go mad. I am not afraid of death. I shall watch its approach with more composure than people would believe." On the 18th, Byron was perfectly satisfied of his approaching end. "I fear," he said to Fletcher, "that Tita and you will both fall ill with nursing me like this, day and night." Still, both refused to take any rest. Fletcher had been wise enough to take away his master's pistols and dagger out of his reach, ever since the 16th, when he saw that the fever was likely to produce delirium. On the 18th, he repeated several times that the Missolonghi doctors did not understand his case at all. "Well then," Fletcher replied for the 10th time, "let me go and fetch Dr. Thomas from Zante." "No, do not go. Send for him, Fletcher, but be quick about it." Fletcher did not lose a second in dispatching a messenger, and then he informed the two doctors that he had just sent for Dr. Thomas. "You were quite right," said they, "for we have ourselves begun to feel very anxious." On re-entering his master's room, Byron said to Fletcher, "Well, have you sent?" "Yes, my lord." "Good, I wish to know what is the matter with me." A few moments later, he was seized with a fresh attack of delirium, and when he recovered consciousness, he remarked, "I begin to believe I am seriously ill. If I am to die sooner than I expected, I desire to give you some instructions. Will you be sure to carry them out for me?" "Oh, my lord, you can be sure of my faithfulness," the valet replied, "but you will live for long enough yet, I hope, and be able to attend to your own affairs." "No," said Byron, shaking his head. "No, the end has come. I must tell you everything, Fletcher, and without a moment's loss of time." "Shall I fetch pen and ink and paper, my lord?" asked the valet. "Oh no, we should waste too much time, and we have none to lose. Pay attention." "I am listening, my lord." "Your future is assured." "Oh, my lord," cried the poor valet, bursting into tears, "I entreat you to think of more important matters." "My child," murmured the dying man, "my dear daughter, my poor Ada, if I could but have seen her. Take her my blessing, Fletcher, also to my sister Augusta and to her children. You must take it, too, to Lady Byron. Tell her everything. You stand well in her estimation." The dying man's voice failed him, and, although he made efforts to continue speaking, the valet could only make out disjointed expressions, from which, with the greatest difficulty, he gathered the following. "Fletcher, if you do not carry out the orders I have given you, I will haunt you, if God will let me." "But, my lord," cried the valet in despair, "I have not been able to hear a word of what you have been saying to me." "Oh, my God," whispered Byron, "then it is now too late. Have you really not heard me?" "No, my lord, but try again to make me understand your wishes." "Impossible, impossible," murmured the dying man. "It is too late, all is over, and yet, come close, Fletcher, I will try again." And he renewed his attempts, but all was in vain. He could only utter a few broken words, such as, "My wife, my child, my sister, you know all. You will tell them everything. You know my wishes." Nothing more was intelligible. This was at midday on the 18th. The doctors held a fresh consultation and decided to give the patient quinine in wine. He had only taken, as I have said, a little broth and 2 spoonfuls of arrowroot for 8 days. He took the quinine and showed by signs that he wanted to sleep. He did not speak again unless questioned. "Would you like me to fetch Mr. Perry?" Fletcher asked him. "Yes, go and fetch him," he replied. A moment later, the valet returned with him. Mr. Perry leant over his bed, and Byron became excited as he recognized him. "Lie quite quiet," said Mr. Perry, and the invalid shed a few tears and then seemed to fall asleep. This was the beginning of a state of coma that lasted nearly 24 hours. Then, towards 8 in the evening, he roused, and Fletcher heard him say, "And now I must go to sleep." They were the last words he uttered. His head fell back motionless on his pillow. He never moved for 24 hours. There were occasional spasms of suffocation and a raucous sound in his breathing. That was all. Fletcher called Tita to help him raise the head of the invalid, who seemed quite numbed, and the two servants raised his head every time the signs of suffocation returned. This lasted until the 19th, when, at 6 in the evening, Byron opened and closed his eyes without any sign of pain and without moving any other part of his body. "Oh, my God," cried Fletcher, "I think my lord has breathed his last." The doctors came near and felt his pulse. "You are right," said they, "he is dead." On 22 April, Byron's remains were taken to the church where Marco Bozzaris and General Norman lie buried. The body was enclosed in a rough wooden coffin. It was covered by a black mantle, and on the mantle they placed a helmet, a sword, and a wreath of laurels. Byron had expressed a wish that his body should be buried in his native land. But the Greeks asked to be allowed to keep his heart, and those who had cruelly made that heart bleed when he was alive gave it up when he was dead. His daughter Ada, whom I have since seen in Florence, was declared the adopted daughter of Greece. I do not know whether King Otho I remembered this fact when he came to the throne. Chapter 4. Usurped Celebrity, M. Lemercier and His Works. Racken's White Hare La Fisque by M. Ancelot, The Romantic Artists, Scheffer, Delacroix, Sigulin, Schnetz, Coigniet, Boulanger, Géricault, La Méduse in the Artist's Studio, Lord Byron's Funeral Obsequies in England, Sheridan's Body Claim for Debt. While Lord Byron's body was being carried from Missolonghi to England, the literary movement in France was steadily progressing. M. Liadière and M. Lemercier each did their best in grappling with Shakespeare and Rowe, each produced Jane Shore. M. Liadière at the Odeon on 2 April, and M. Lemercier at the Théâtre Francais on the 1st. M. Liadière's production just managed to pay its way, while M. Lemercier's was a failure, in spite of Talma, who played two parts in it, those of Gloucester and a beggar. Talma was wonderful in this play, poor though it was. In it he attempted what was in those days looked upon as a very extraordinary thing. He, a man of fine presence, graceful in bearing, full of poetry, lofty in mind and eloquent, played the part of the hunchbacked cripple Richard. The way he managed to make his right shoulder look higher than his left, and his arm appear paralyzed, was a miracle of skill, and the denunciatory scene was a miracle of talent. But nothing could save such a wretched piece. It is now high time some undeserved reputations, supported by fine coteries and associations of intrigue and shuffling, should be shown in their true light. For instance, there is the author of Agamemnon and of Pinto. He did not deserve a quarter of the reputation he received. Agamemnon is a dull, lifeless play, devoid of poetic feeling, sense, rhythm, and style. What is it compared with the Orestes of Aeschylus? Pinto is a drama of the school of Beaumarchais, the worst type of dramatic school I know. The play would have died a natural death at the end of 8 or 10 representations if the imperial censor had not been so stupid as to attempt to stifle it. The persecution accorded to Pinto gave it a species of celebrity, but let it be played nowadays, and one would soon see the worthlessness of the imitation of Aeschylus and Seneca, the so-called original creation. And yet these two plays were the author's principal works. Try, too, to read a number of other tragedies and dramas and poems that have fallen, buried beneath the catcalls, laughter and hootings of the public. Try to read Meleager or Lovelace or the Levite Dephraim. Then, when you have thrown these first 3 works of the same author aside, and feel sufficiently recovered and can breathe freely once more, take up the task again and try to read Offay's Plot or La Comédie Latine, Baudouin, Christophe Colomb, Charlemagne, Saint Louis, La Demence de Charles Roman VI, Fredegond and Brunihout, which Mademoiselle Rachel for some unknown purpose drew from the tomb, and galvanized 3 or 4 times without being able to bring back to life. Then what else? Stay. We should be lost on the battlefield, among the productions that did not even linger wounded but fell stark dead, Camille and Le Masque de Poix and Cahincaha and La Panhypocrisade, folly succeeding mediocrity, sheer nonsense and balderdash. And yet, although wounded by these rebuffs and completely maimed by his falls, M. Lemercier sat quietly on in his armchair in the Palais Mazarin, as did his colleagues, M. Draws, M. Briffaut, and M. Lebrun, one trying to make people forget that he had written a little volume on Ben-Hur, another that he had perpetrated a tragedy called Minus Roman II, and the third that he had missed fire in his Le Cid d'Andalousie and mangled Schiller's Maria Stuart. He need not have troubled to say anything. The world would have let him sleep as quietly in his tomb as the spectators had fain have slept at the performance of his pieces, if hissing had never been invented. But nothing of the kind happened. When M. Lemercier perceived the literary movement of 1829, he cried out at the sacrilege, want of good taste and scandal of the thing. He signed petitions to the king to have the representation of Henry Roman III, and of Marion Delorme stopped. He barred the entrance to the Academy when Lamartine and Victor Hugo endeavored to gain an entrance. He set the Archbishop of Paris against the one and produced a M. Flourens to checkmate the other. He recovered the use of his legs sufficiently to run about collecting votes against them, and the use of his right hand to turn the lock against them. Thank heaven I had very little to do with this wicked little cur, neither have I had any personal quarrel with him, as I have never had any dealings with the Academy. But since someone must rise up and speak for justice, I claim the privilege of being the first to set the example. When M. Flourens was nominated in place of Hugo, I was passing through the green room of the Théâtre Francais. I forget what the new play was, But M. Lemercier was holding forth there against the author of Notre Dame de Paris and of Marion Delorme and the Orientals, just as he had opposed him all day long, silently, in the Academy. I listened to his diatribe for a few minutes, then, shaking my head, I said to him, Monsieur Lemercier, you have refused your vote to Victor Hugo, but there is one thing you will some day be compelled to yield him, and that is your own place. Take care lest, instead of the ill-natured things you are saying against him here, he be not obliged to say a kind word for you some day to the Academy. And it happened just as I had predicted. It was no easy matter to praise Lemercier, but Hugo accomplished the matter by describing the period instead of speaking of the man, by referring to the emperor rather than to the poet. Have you read my speech? Hugo asked me the day after he had made it. Yes. Well, what do you think of it? I think you read as though you had just succeeded Bonaparte as a member of the Institute, instead of M. Lemercier as a member of the Academy. The deuce, I would much rather have seen you there than myself. How would you have got out of it? As Racan did, by saying my big white rabbit had eaten my speech. Racan, it will be remembered, once presented himself before the Academy with the scraps of a speech he had meant to read. Gentlemen, he said, I had prepared a splendid speech which could not fail to have won your suffrages, but my big white rabbit gobbled it up this morning. I have brought you the remains, and you must try to make the best you can of them. Ah, indeed, replied Hugo. I could have done that, but it never occurred to me. M. Laudier's Jane Shore did for Mademoiselle Georges what M. Lemercier's Jane Shore had done for Talma. It was, besides, the first attempt Mademoiselle Georges had made in Shakespearean drama. She led up to it in Christine and in Lucrece Borgia. It was the age of limitations. No one was strong enough to be original. They had to look for fresh things across the frontier. They sought admission to the theaters on the shoulders of Rowe or Schiller. If they were successful, they quietly put the German or English author outside. If they came a cropper, they fell on him, and it broke the shock of their fall. After M. Laudier's production of Jane Shore, the Odeon presented M. Ancelot's Fiske. But M. Ancelot was a purist. He never for one moment supposed that Schiller's Fiske could be presented complete as in the German play. Therefore he entirely and discreetly suppressed the character of the Moor. Can you imagine Fiske shorn of the Moor? Without the Moor, the main peg on which the drama is hung. Without the Moor, the character for which Schiller constructed his play. When shall we have a law which, whilst permitting translation, will forbid mutilation? The Italians have no law affecting translators, but they have a proverb as short as it is expressive, as concise as it is true, traditor traditor. Meanwhile, the Romantic school, although still shy in theatrical and literary circles, was boldly invading other branches of art. M. Thiers in history had published his Revolution Francaise and Botta his Histoire d'Italie. M. de Barante was producing his excellent Chronique des Ducs de Bourgogne, a work full of knowledge and brilliancy, which justly, this time though accidentally, opened the Academy doors to its author. But the struggle was more noticeable in painting. David dead and Girodet just dead, their successors were such men as Scheffer, Delacroix, Sigelen, Schnetz, Coignet, Boulanger, and Géricault. The works of this galaxy of bold young artists adorned the walls of the Salon of 1824. Scheffer hung his Mort de Gaston de Foix. It was one of his first pictures, and rather gaudy in coloring, but the face of the warrior kneeling at the head of Gaston stood out most remarkably. Scheffer was the painter-poet, the best translator of Goethe I know. He recreated a whole world of German characters, from Mignon to the King of Thule, from Faust to Marguerite. It was Scheffer who transferred to canvas Dante's great and exquisite story of Francesca da Rimini, a conception which all dramatic poets have failed to reproduce. Scheffer found time to join in every conspiracy going, in Dermancourts, Carons, and Lafayette's, and yet managed to become one of the finest painters France has ever produced. Then there was Delacroix, whose Massacre de Sailly roused much discussion among all schools of painters. Delacroix was doomed to be pursued by fanatical ignoramuses and determined vilifiers, just as was Hugo in literature. He had already become known though his Dante traversant le Styx, and all his life he maintained the privilege, rare among artists, of being able to arouse a storm of hatred and of admiration upon the production of each fresh work. Delacroix is an intellectual man, full of knowledge as well as imagination, but he has one idiosyncrasy. He will persist in trying to become the colleague of M. Picot and of M. Abel de Pujol, who, let us hope, will happily have none of him. Next comes Sigelen, with his rough, passionate southern nature. His picture, Locust facent sur un esclave lsi de ses poisons, had been recommended to the notice of M. Laffat, and this banker patron of art bought it, probably before he had seen it. When it was hung in his salon, it terrified the bank clientele and all the jobbers of the money market. Everyone asked the future minister why he had bought such a horrible picture, rather than one of Madame Haudeberg Lescaut's or Mademoiselle de Hervely's little gems. M. Laffat was plagued to such an extent that he sent for Sigelen and begged him to take back his locust, which threatened to send the great ladies of the commercial world into hysterics, imploring him to paint him something else in its place. Sigelen took back his locust, but I do not know what he gave in exchange. Alas, Sigelen was among the number of those destined to premature death. He was sent to Rome to copy Michelangelo's Last Judgment, and he had but just time to bequeath that great piece of work to France and to stretch out his arms towards his country before he died. Schnetz had 3 pictures in the Salon of 1824, 2 great canvases which might have been painted by anybody just as well as by himself, and one of those genre paintings in which he is inimitable. This genre painting was called Un Sixquint Enfant, the subject being a gypsy woman predicting he would become pope. The reader will guess with what fidelity Schnetz succeeded in depicting in his canvas, 6 foot high by 4 feet wide, an old fortune teller, a shepherd lad, and a young Roman girl. The 6 quint was a masterpiece. Coignet's Le Massacre des Innocents was hung opposite the door, and riveted attention directly people entered. It showed a woman crouching down, disordered in appearance by a long journey, terror in her looks and very pale, hiding herself, or rather hiding her child, in the corner of a ruined wall whilst the massacre was proceeding in the distance. It was a fine piece of work, every detail of which, well thought out, well executed, well painted, I can still recall after 25 years. Boulanger had taken the subject of his painting from the works of the famous poet who had just died. Mesba, captured, is being bound to a wild horse, which is going to bear him away, heartbroken, fainting, and dying, to those new lands where a kingdom awaited him on his awaking. The contortions of the strong young limbs as they struggled, stiffening, against the villains who were lashing him to the back of the savage beast, offered a marvelous contrast, not only in the technical presentation of the flesh, which was quite excellent, but even more so in the physical and moral suffering of Mesba, as compared with the callous strength of his executioners. Finally, there was Géricault, who, although he was not represented in that year's Salon, was talked about almost as much as those whose pictures hung on its walls. And this was because the new school, wanting a leader, felt that Géricault was the man, even although so far he had only painted a few studies. He had just finished Le Hazard and Le Cuirassier, which the Musée lately bought back on the accession of King Louis Philippe, and he was finishing his Méduse. Poor Géricault, he too was to die, and to die miserably after he had done his Méduse. I saw him a week before his death. The reader wonders how I became acquainted with Géricault, in the same way that I became acquainted with Béranger and Manuel. At my weekly dinners at M. Arnault's house, I often met Colonel Bro, a brave, excellent soldier, to whom every thought of the army was dear, and who had been friendly to me solely because I was the son of a general who served in the Revolution. Of course, Bro was opposed to the Bourbon government. He had a house in the Rue des Martyrs, number 23, and in that house there lodged various people according to their varying fortunes. Manuel the deputy who had been expelled from the chamber, Béranger the poet, and Géricault. One day when we had been speaking of Géricault, who was dying, Bro said to me, "Come and see his picture La Méduse, and the painter himself, before he dies, so that you can at least say you have seen one of the greatest painters who ever lived." I took care not to refuse, as will readily be believed, and the meeting was arranged for the following day. You ask what Géricault died of? Listen and observe how, at every turn, fate seemed to put a cross against his name. He possessed some fortune, an income of about 12,000 livres. He loved horses and painted them admirably. One day, as he was mounting a horse, he noticed that the buckle of his breeches belt had come off. He tied the 2 ends of the strap together and set off at a gallop. His horse threw him, and the knot of the strap bruised 2 vertebrae of the spinal cord as he fell. He was under treatment at the time for a disease which settled in this place. The wound never healed, and Géricault, the hope of a whole century, died of one of the longest and most painful diseases there is, decay of the spine. When we called upon him, he was busy drawing his left hand with his right. "What on earth are you after, Géricault?" asked the colonel. "You see, my dear fellow," said the dying man, "I am turning myself to account. My right hand will never find a better anatomical study than my left hand can offer it, and the egoist is taking advantage of the fact. And indeed, so thin was Jericho that one could see the bones and the muscles of his hand through the skin, as they are seen in plaster casts used for models by art students. My dear friend, asked Bro, how did you bear your operation yesterday? Very well, it was a very curious experience. Just imagine those butchers were cutting me about for 10 minutes. You must have suffered horribly. Not very much, I thought of other things. What did you think about? The picture. How was that? It was very simple. I had the head of my bed turned to the glass, so that, while the doctors were working at my back, I could see what they were doing when I raised myself on my elbows. Ah, if I could but recover, I swear I would make a noble sequel to André Vezel's study in anatomy. Only my anatomical study would be taken from a living man. This was the very scene which, 2 years later, Talma rehearsed before Adolf and me, when he was in his bath. Bro asked permission of the sick man for me to go upstairs and see his medus. Do what you like, said Jericho. You are in your own house. And he went on drawing his hand. I stood a long time before the marvelous picture, although I was at that time ignorant about art and unable to estimate it at its true worth. As I left the studio, I stepped upon an overturned canvas. I picked it up, looked at the right side of it, and saw a wonderful head of a fallen angel. I gave it to Bro. See, I said, what I have found on the floor. Bro went back to the sick man's room. Why, my dear fellow, you are mad, to leave such things as these lying about on the floor. Do you know whose head that is? Jericho asked laughingly. No. Well, my good friend, it is the head of your porter's son. He came into my studio the other day, and I was so struck with the possibilities of his face that I asked him to sit for me, and in 10 minutes I had done that study from it. Would you like to have it? Take it. But if it is a study, you did it for an object. Yes, for the object of study itself. It will perhaps come in useful to you some day. Some day, my dear Bro, is a far cry. And in the meantime, much water will have flowed under the bridges, and many dead bodies will have been taken through the gates of the cemetery Montmartre. Well, well, said Bro. Take it, my friend, and keep it, Jericho replied. If I ever want it, I shall be able to find it at your house. Then he bade us adieu, and we left him, Bro bringing away his angel's head. A week later, Jericho died, and his intimate friend and executor, Drew Dorsey, had the greatest difficulty in getting the authorities of the Beaux-Arts to purchase La Medus for 6,000 francs, a canvas which is now considered one of the most valuable possessions of the musée. Yet the government wanted it merely for the purpose of cutting out 5 or 6 of the heads as studies for its pupils to copy. Happily, Drew Dorsey stopped this sacrilege before it got beyond its inception. But I see I have forgotten to speak of Horace Vernet, of M. Ingers, and of Delaroche, each of whom deserves special mention. They shall receive notice presently, but first one word more about Lord Byron. On 5 July, the body of the noble lord reached London from Missolonghi. It lay in a perforated shell, steeped in a cask of spirits of wine. When the body was taken ashore from the Florida, in which it had been conveyed, the captain was going to throw this liquid overboard. But now that Lord Byron was dead, even his own countrymen became his worshippers, and these admirers begged the captain for the spirits of wine in which Lord Byron's body had been preserved, offering a louis a pint for it. The captain accepted the offer, and the sum thus received was at the same rate per pint as, so it was said, the poet had received per line. 2 days after the arrival of the body, a post-mortem examination was made, and the doctors, who really ought to be able to find out a few things, discovered that Lord Byron had died because he had refused to be bled. His body was laid in state, but only those who had special tickets given them by his executor were admitted. Yet, in spite of this precaution, the crowd was so great it was necessary to call in the aid of an armed force to keep order. The spirits of wine had preserved the flesh well enough for the poet to be still recognizable. His hands, especially, had kept almost lifelike in their beauty, those hands of which the eccentric nobleman had taken such good care that, even when swimming, he had worn gloves. His beautiful hair, of which he had been very proud, had become nearly gray, although he was but 37. Each white hair in the poet's head could tell a tale of sorrow. Such had been the public excitement over Byron, that the question at once arose of burying him in Westminster Abbey. But his friends were afraid the authorities might refuse the request, and the family declared that his body should be buried in the vault at Newstead Abbey, where his ancestors lay. Even his death raised the clamor of tongues that pursued him through life. On the 12th, an immense crowd collected from break of day along the route the cordage was to take. Colonel Lee, Byron's brother-in-law, was chief mourner, and in the 6 coaches that followed were the most famous opposition members of Parliament: Hobhouse, Douglas Kinnaird, Sir Francis Burdett, and O'Meara, surgeon to the Emperor. Then, in their own private carriages, followed the Duke of Sussex, brother of the King, the Marquis of Lansdowne, Earl Grey, Lord Holland, etc. 2 Greek deputies closed the procession. When it reached Hampstead Road, the pace was quickened. It was planned to spend the night at Welland and to set out early the next day, Tuesday, to reach Higham Ferrers that evening. On Wednesday it was to reach Oakham, on Thursday Nottingham, and Newstead Abbey on Friday. The arrangement was punctually carried out, and on Friday, 17 August, the body was laid in the burying place of his ancestors. Byron, who had been exiled by his wife, hunted down by his own family, and repulsed by his contemporaries, had at last earned the right to return triumphantly to his country and to his home. He was dead, and yet it might have happened to him as it happened to Sheridan's dead body. Poor Sheridan, who drank so much rum, brandy, and absinthe that Lord Byron once said to him during an orgy, "Sheridan, Sheridan, you drink enough alcohol to set fire to the very flannel vest you wear next your skin." And the prophecy was fulfilled. Sheridan drank so much that his flannel vest was scorched. Sheridan was dead, and he left both his pockets and his bottles empty. This did not prevent the highest people in the land from doing him honor, as he lay dead in his home, which had been stripped bare of everything by his creditors. Those friends who had, perhaps, refused to lend him 10 guineas the day before, gave him a royal burial. The coffin was just going to be borne to the hearse, when a gentleman clad in deep mourning from head to foot, and apparently overcome with grief, came into the room in which were assembled the most aristocratic gentlemen of the 3 kingdoms, and, advancing to the coffin, begged, as a particular favor, to be allowed to look for the last time on the features of his unfortunate friend. He was refused at first, but his entreaties were so vehement, his voice was so broken, he was so shaken with sobs, that they did not like to refuse such grief a hearing. The top of the coffin was unscrewed and the body of Sheridan uncovered. Then the expression on the face of the gentleman in mourning changed completely, and he drew out of his pocket an order for the seizure of the body and took possession of it. He was a bailiff. Mr. Canning and Lord Lidmouth took the man outside and settled the amount he claimed, namely, the sum of £480. Chapter 5. My mother comes to live with me. A Duc de Chartres born to me, Chateaubriand and M. de Villèle, epistolary brevity, re-establishment of the censorship. A king of France should never be ill, bulletins of the health of Louis Roman 18. His last moments in death, owed by Victor Hugo, M. Torbet, and Napoleon's tomb, Lafayette's voyage to America, the ovations showered upon him. My mother had been quite as lonely without me as I had been without her, so, in response to my letter, she shut up the tobacco shop, sold a portion of our shabby furniture, and wrote telling me she was coming to Paris, bringing with her her bedstead, a chest of drawers, a table, 2 armchairs, 4 chairs, and 100 louis in hard cash. 100 louis? Why, it was exactly double my year's income, and we should now have 2,400 francs a year for the next 2 years, so for that time we should feel quite safe. It was all the more important to be settled since, on 29 July 1824, whilst the Duc de Montpensier came into the world at the Palais Royal, a Duc de Chartres was born to me at No. 1 Place des Italiens. This, together with the smallness of my little yellow chamber, where there was no room for my mother, was one of the reasons that obliged me to look out for fresh lodgings. To find a new home was a serious consideration. Lodgings were very dear close to the Palais Royal, and if I were too far away from the Palais Royal, my 4 journeys a day, to and fro, meant a serious wear and tear in shoe leather. Any expense comes heavy on a man who only earns 4 francs 5 sous per day. I had, indeed, 2 or 3 plays in hand with de Leuven, but I was compelled to admit to myself that probably de Leuven, who had not managed to succeed with Soli, whom we acknowledged to be the best of us all, would not have more chance with me. His bon via had been declined at the Gymnase. His pauvre Phil had been rejected by the Vaudeville, and his Chateau de Kenilworth had not even been read. Mademoiselle Levick had politely sent word that she had not time at the moment to pay attention to a new part, and the Porte Saint Martin had received a melodrama upon the same subject. So I had to find a lodging, as I have said, that should not be too far away, and yet that was not too high a rent. I set to work and discovered rooms at No. 53 Faubourg Saint-Denis, in a house adjoining the Lion d'Argent. We had 2 rooms on the 2nd floor looking on the street, one serving for storeroom, dining room, and kitchen. We soon found out that for these apartments we paid a great deal too much. They were 350 francs. Finally, everything was settled. My mother sent her goods on by carrier, and arrived at the same time they did. We were delighted to be together again once more. My mother, however, was a trifle uneasy and unable to share and believe in all my hopes and plans, for she could look back upon a long and sad life, wherein she had experienced all kinds of disappointments and sorrows. I consoled her to the best of my power, and, in order to make the first 4 or 5 days of her life in Paris pleasant, I used all the influence I had with M. Outard, M. Arnault, and Adolphe de Leuven to get her tickets for the theater. In a week's time, we were settled in our little nest, and as accustomed to our new life as though we had never known any other. On the same landing with us, but on the opposite side, lodged a worthy fellow of 40 years of age, named Desprez, who was employed in a ministerial department. He was one of the most regular attenders at the Caveau. He composed songs after the style of Brazier and Armand Gouff, and he had had 1 or 2 pieces played at second-rate theaters. He was dying of consumption. When, after the payment of 2 terms, we found our lodgings were dearer than we could afford, he said to us, "Wait until after my death, which will not be long now. Then you can take my rooms, which are very convenient, and only 230 francs." And, as a matter of fact, he died 6 weeks after this. Died in that quiet, gentle, calm, philosophical mood that I have noticed in the case of nearly all who were born in the 18th century. And, as he had bidden us, we took his rooms when they were vacant, and found ourselves accommodated according to our means. In the meantime, political changes were taking place. M. de Villèle, whom my friend Murray was to make so celebrated, and who, in his turn, also returned the compliment, was sharing political power with M. de Chateaubriand, and for 2 years they presented the unusual spectacle of an alliance between a financier and a poet. It is easy to believe that such a connection was not likely to last long, and the 2 ministers quarreled over 2 proposed laws. M. de Chateaubriand thought to cement the monarchy by the Act of Septennial Duration. M. de Villèle thought to enrich the state by an act concerning the conversion of consols, rents. The law concerning the conversion of consols was rejected by the Chamber of Peers by a majority of 128 votes against 94. It was noticed that M. de Chateaubriand, who seemed opposed to the act, did not get up to defend it at the tribune. It was even said that he voted against it. Such opposition as this, directed against the president of the council, was punished with the callous bluntness of feeling peculiar to men of money. When M. de Chateaubriand went to Mass on Whit Sunday, he received information that a very urgent dispatch awaited him at the ministry. He immediately went there, and found a letter from the president of the council in the following terms. M. le Vicomte, I am obeying the king's command and handing you the enclosed mandate. The mandate enclosed was a dismissal. 10 minutes later, M. de Villèle, in his turn, had received M. de Chateaubriand's reply. The letter of the Minister for Foreign Affairs was just as laconic as the letter received from the Minister of Finance. M. le Comte, I have left the Foreign Office. The department is at your disposal. There were exactly 15 words in each letter. It was the fault of the words themselves, and not of M. de Chateaubriand, that the answer contained 4 letters more. This dismissal was a very bitter pill for the author of Le Génie du Christianisme, and it was in connection with this event that he gave utterance to the words which we believe we have already quoted. I hadn't even stolen a watch from the king's mantelpiece, he had said on leaving the Foreign Office. The order had been drawn up by M. de Renville, to whom we shall refer in due course. The secretary described by Murray and de Barthélemy as being sewed to M. de Villèle's coat-tails. M. de Renville, says Chateaubriand in his Memoirs, is still so good as to appear embarrassed in my presence. And, good God, who is this M. de Renville, that I should ever think of him? I meet him often enough. Does he happen to know that I am aware that the order striking my name off the list of ministers was in his handwriting? There were actually men, under the Empire, who were cowardly enough to cut off their first fingers to prevent their being made soldiers. It is a pity some men are not brave enough to cut off the whole hand before they write certain things. But at the time when M. de Chateaubriand was being ejected from the ministry, Providence was signing an order, in terms I almost as brusque for Louis Roman XVIII, to quit this life. The king was ill at the time of the feast of St. Louis, so ill that he was I advised not to entertain on account of the fatigue it would entail on him, but with his usual sententiousness, the king answered, "A king of France may die, but he ought never to be ill." As though Louis Roman XVIII wished to leave the path easy for his successor, With regard to the rejection of the appeal of the public ministry in the affair of the Aristarch, he revived the law of 31 March 1820 and July 1821. That is to say, he re-established the censorship. It is an odd coincidence that, when this happens, kings are generally either about to fall or to die. The re-establishment of the censorship produced a terrible commotion. To do justice to the literary men of that time, none of them dare accept or publicly exercise the function of censor. A secret commission had to be organized and placed under the presidency of the Conseiller d'Etat, Directeur General of the Police. M. de Chateaubriand then threw himself openly into the opposition against the measure and published his letters sur la censure. In a few days, both the liberal oppositionist and the royalist papers offered nothing but blank columns to their subscribers. 2 days after Louis Roman XVIII had said that a king of France might die, but he ought never to be ill, that is to say, on 27 in August, during his last 2 walks at Choisy, he perceived that he must seriously face the question of death. But he continued to give audiences, to preside in the council, and to direct the work of the ministers with a courage one cannot help but admire. When one remembers that he was suffering from mortification of the legs, the cellular tissue, muscles, and even bones of which were decayed. The right foot entirely and the lower part of the leg as high as the calf had become mortified. The bones of it were quite soft, and 4 toes had rotted away. It was not until after a consultation of doctors, held the night of 12 September, that it was decided that the condition of the King of France could no longer be concealed from his subjects. Up to that time, Louis Roman XVIII had been faithful to the principles enunciated by him and had refused to admit that he was ill. You do not know what it means to tell a people its king is ill. It means they must close the stock exchange and places of amusement. My sufferings will be protracted, and I do not want public interests to suffer for such a length of time. On the morning of 13 September, 2 bulletins appeared at the same time in the Moniteur, signed by the doctors and by the first gentleman of the chamber. They announced the illness of the king and made it very evident that his disease was incurable. At the end of the second bulletin came the command which Louis Roman XVIII had greatly dreaded, ordering the bourse and theaters to be closed. These were the first bulletins France had read for half a century, that is to say, since the death of Louis Roman XV, and they were to be the last they were to read. First Bulletin of the King's Health. The Tuileries, 12 September, 6 a.m. The King's chronic and long-seated infirmities have become sensibly worse for some time past. His health has been very considerably impaired, and his condition necessitates more frequent consultations. His Majesty's constitution and the care he has taken of himself had caused hope to be felt for some time that he might be restored to his usual state of health. But the fact cannot now be disguised that his strength has declined considerably, and that the hopes entertained are less likely to be realized. Signed Portal Alibert Montaigu d'Estel. Dupaitru the Venat. First Gentleman of the King's Chamber. Comte de Dames. Second Bulletin. 9 p.m. The fever has increased during the day. The lower limbs have become extremely cold. Weakness and lethargy have also increased, and the pulse has been very weak and irregular. Signed Portal Alibert Montaigu d'Estel. Dupaitru the Venat. First Gentleman of the King's Chamber. Comte de Dames. In consideration of the King's state of health, all theaters and places of public amusement, as well as the bourse, will be closed until further orders, and public prayers will be offered in every parish. On the 16th at 4 o'clock in the morning, Louis Roman XVIII breathed his last breath. He had blessed the 2 royal children of France the previous evening. Then, turning to his brother, the Comte d'Artois, who was about to change his title for that of Charles X, and pointing to the Duc de Bordeaux, he said, "Brother, look well after the crown for that child." The dying king's fears for his nephew's future were almost prophetic. He had rallied all his remaining strength to utter these last words. His breathing soon became husky and his pulse intermittent, and a crisis was reached during which the king sank into an alarmingly quiet state. At 2 in the morning, the pulse hardly beat and his voice had completely failed him, although he signified with his eyes that he understood, and could still hear, the exhortations of his confessor. Finally, at 4 o'clock in the morning, when the last sign of life ceased, and the body became still forever, M. Alibert drew one of the king's hands outside the bed covering and said, "The king is dead." At the words, the Comte d'Artois, who had not left his brother's side for 2 days, knelt down by the side of the bed and kissed his hand. Madame la Duchesse d'Angoulême and Mademoiselle followed his example. Then both flung themselves in the arms of the Comte d'Artois and remained there for some time, weeping bitterly. As the new king left the death chamber to return to his apartments, a herald at arms exclaimed 3 times, "The king is dead, gentlemen, long live the king." And from that moment, Charles X was king of France. On 23 September, we watched out of our windows the funeral procession of the last king that was to be taken to Saint-Denis. Chateaubriand wrote a poem, Le Roi est mort, Vive le Roi, about the death of the king, and it was one of the poorest productions that ever came from his pen. The same occasion inspired Victor Hugo to publish his Les Funérailles de Louis Roman XVIII, and it was one of his finest odes. I need not ask the forbearance of my readers if I quote a few stanzas. Un auteur avait dit de ma race, si grand tamo sire Laporte. J'ai vu aux rois quegirum place. Sixter jusque dans la mort. Ma depuis ice doit descender. 100 est pour faire place à ma sender. Quan de peuple ces noirs cavox. Chapter 49, Faut un nouveau maître au monde. Assis sepulchre quegi fond. Chapter 49, Faut des ossements nouveaux. G promets ma pausière a ces vouts funests. A cet in scene honorsi temple a suel destroits. Car G vu quelle ver qui ronger mis rests. 8 déjà devor des rois. Et lorsque mis neveux, dans leur fortune altière. Domineront l'Europe entière. Du Kremlin à l'Escurial. Ils viendront tour dormir dans, ces Lusombres. A fin quegissime, escort de leurs ombres. Dans mon linciole impérial. Celui qui destate ces paroles. Croyait soldat Odyssea. Voir en magnifiques symboles. Sa destinée écrite oxia. Dans ses étreintes foudroyantes. Sun aigle oxers flamboyants. Ut eduf l'aigle ramen. La victoire edate sa compagnie. Et le globe de Charlemagne. Edate trop ledger pour sa main. Et bien, des potentats si formidable maître. Dans l'espoir de sa mort par le ciel fut trompe. De ses ambitions, c'est la seule putatra. Don't le but lui soit échappe. En vain tout secondate sa marque meurtrière. En vain sa gloire incendiaire. En tous le portate sun flambeau. Tout chard de faisceaux, de sceptres de courons. Si vaste revisseur d'empires et de trons. Ni put usurper un tamo. Tom sous la main quichadi. 50 Europe le fit prisonnier. Premier roi de sa dynasty. Chapter 49, En fut aussi le dernier. Un isle au grandent les tempites. Recut si gent des conquits. Tyran que nul en osate juger. Via guerrier qui dans sa miser. Dut elable de bilisaire. A la pity de l'étranger. Loin du sacre tamo quil esseringiet negra. 100 est laque, depuis du royal appareil. Chapter 49, Dort envelopped de son manteau de guerre. Sans compagnon de son sommeil. Et tandis quil en a plus de l'empire du monde. Quan noir rocher battu de eland. Quan via sol battu du vent. Un roi longtemps banni, qui fit nos jours prospers. Descend au lit de mort, au repatient saespers. Sous la garde du dia vivant. But the poet is too generous towards Napoleon in describing him as si via sol battu du vent, old weather-beaten willow tree. For at that very moment the authorities incensed, Helena having abolished the toll that had at first been exacted from, and submitted to buy, visitors to Napoleon's tomb, M. Torbet, the owner of the ground in which the emperor was interred, when he found that he could not gain any more from the body, requested that it should be exhumed and removed elsewhere. There was a long controversy about it, and M. Torbet threatened that he himself would disinter the body of the man who had, notwithstanding what the poet had written, usurped everything, even his own grave, and that he would throw the remains out on the highway, until at last the government decided that the India Company should purchase the land from Torbet for £500 sterling. It was decided that in future, in consequence of this douceur given to M. Torbet, people should visit the tomb of Napoleon free of charge. We have already mentioned M. Torbet's name 3 times. Let us say it a fourth, in order that it may not be forgotten. If anything could make up for such a disgrace to humanity, for such deeds as M. Torbet reveled in, it would be the reception accorded 40 years afterwards to Lafayette in America, when that nation sent one of its finest ships, the Cadmus, to fetch him to America as the nation's guest. It was indeed a fine sight to see a whole nation rising up to do honor to one of the founders of its liberty. Directly the two chambers heard, on 12 January, that Lafayette was contemplating the paying of a visit to the United States, they drew up a resolution, upon the motion of Mr. Mitchell, to the following effect. Seeing that the illustrious champion of our liberty and the hero of our revolution, the friend and comrade of Washington, Marquis de Lafayette, who was a volunteer general officer during the War of our Independence, has expressed a strong desire to pay a visit to our country, to whose liberty his courage, his blood and his wealth contributed in a very large degree. It is resolved that the President be asked to convey to the Marquis de Lafayette an expression of the feelings of respect, gratitude, and affectionate attachment that the government and the American people harbor towards him, and to assure him that the fulfillment of his desire and intention to visit their country will be received by both people and government with deep pleasure and patriotic pride. It is besides resolved that the President shall inform himself as to the time that it would be most agreeable to the Marquis de Lafayette to pay his visit, so that one of the nation's vessels may be offered him as a means of transport. So, in accordance with this offer, Lafayette embarked at Havre, on board the Cadmus, 13 July, and reached New York on 15 August after a voyage of 32 days. No national fate ever did honor to a finer or a more saintly character. When he left North America, it had scarcely a population of 3 millions. Now 17 millions welcomed him. Everything was changed. Forests had become plains, plains had become towns, and millions of steamboats, the first of which had been launched in 1808 by Fulton, after having been refused by France, now plied up and down rivers as big as lakes, and on lakes as big as oceans. Nor were the towns of the artificial kind that Potemkin, built along the Catherine Road, which crosses the Crimea. Modern civilization was striding across the Atlantic as though it were a stream, to plant its foot for the first time in the New World. After 4 months of fêtes given to and honors showered upon the friend of Washington, a special committee brought in a bill on 20 December as under. That the sum of $200,000 be offered to Major General Lafayette in recognition of his valuable services, and to indemnify him for his expenses in the American Revolution. Also that a portion of land be set aside from the, as yet unappropriated lands, for the establishment of a township for Major General Lafayette, and that this act be handed him by the President of the United States. This bill was carried with enthusiasm by the Chamber of Representatives on 22 December and by the Senate on the 23rd. We must just mention before we take leave of the year 1824 that, on 2 December, M. Draws and M. de Lamartine were competitors for the Academy, and that M. Draws was elected and M. de Lamartine rejected. In Chapter 6, Talencourt and Betts, the Café Hollandaise, my Quiroga cloak, first challenge, a lesson in shooting, the eve of my duel, analysis of my sensations, my opponent fails to keep his appointment. The seconds hunt him out, the duel, Talencourt and the mad dog. On 3 January 1825, one of our friends, by name Talencourt, having, by Vatout's solicitations, been promoted from his office to the Duc d'Orléans library, he treated me and another of our friends called Betts to a dinner at the Palais Royal. Both were old soldiers. Talencourt had fought at Waterloo. After the defeat, he felt in his pockets and found that they were empty. He struck his stomach and felt that it was hollow, therefore, catching sight of a small dismounted cannon, and being endowed with Herculean strength, he lifted it upon his shoulder and sold it 2 leagues away to an iron founder for 10 francs. Thanks to these 10 francs, he managed to effect quite a comfortable retreat, and he returned to his native country of Semur, where Vatout got him a berth first in the Duc d'Orléans offices and finally in the library. After dinner, these gentlemen, who were inveterate smokers, as becomes old soldiers of 32 and 35 years of age, proposed to adjourn to the Café Hollandaise to smoke a cigar. I did not wish to desert them, in spite of my aversion to tobacco cafes, and for the first, and I hope I may say for the last time in my life, I crossed the threshold of that famous establishment which is decorated outside with the sign of a ship. I possessed a large cloak, romantically called in those days a quiroga. I had coveted such a cloak as passionately as I had the famous top boots, and I had ended by obtaining it with just as much difficulty. Apparently, my mode of dress annoyed one of the habitués who at that moment was playing billiards. He exchanged some words with his antagonist, accompanied by a glance in my direction, and a burst of laughter followed. This was quite sufficient to infuriate me, so I picked up a cue, and mixing up all the balls, I said, "Who would like to play at billiards with me?" "But," remonstrated Talancourt, "the table belongs to those gentlemen." "Well," said I, looking straight at the player I specially wished to have dealings with, "we will turn these men out, and I will tackle this gentleman," and I advanced towards him. The provocation was too gross and too pointed not to raise ire. Betts and Talancourt at once sprang to my assistance, for they knew me too well not to be aware that I should not insult anyone in this fashion without good occasion. The chief thing we cared about was that it should not be noised abroad that we had taken part in a miserable cafe quarrel. So my adversary and I exchanged cards and arranged a meeting for the next day but one, at 9 o'clock in the morning, by the cafe which adjoins the threshold of the big lonely house which stood for a long while in the middle of the Place du Carrousel, called the Hotel de Nantes. Of course, Talancourt and Betts were my seconds, although they were a little uneasy about their commission. First, because I was very young, and it was my first duel. Then, because I had just come from the provinces, and they did not know whether I knew how to handle the firearms I was about to use. They had arranged with the seconds of my adversary, M. Charles B., our meeting for the following day at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the garden of the Palais Royal, opposite the Rotund, in order to give them more time to coach me. On leaving the cafe, they asked me to tell them the cause of my quarrel, which I hastened to do. Then, as they were commissioned to deal with the question of arms, they asked me which weapon I preferred. I replied that the question of weapons was a matter of indifference to me, and that as I had confided my interests into their hands, it was their affair and not mine. My assurance somewhat eased their minds, but Talancourt nevertheless insisted I should have some practice, next morning at 9, in Gosset's shooting gallery. I had not put foot in a shooting gallery since I had come to Paris, but my familiarity with M. de Leuven's Kuchenrader cannot have been forgotten, nor my broken slates, and the frogs I shot in two, and the pieces of cardboard held in the hand as targets at Ponce's. Talancourt asked for a dozen bullets. "Does the gentleman want to shoot a la Poupée or a la Mouche?" the lad asked me. As I did not quite understand Parisian shooting habits and terms, I turned to Talancourt, who asked for a Poupée. The boy placed a metal doll on the spike, without doubt the biggest the establishment could produce. For the boy, whose name was Philippe, one recalls the minutest details connected with events of this sort, noticing my utter ignorance of shooting gallery methods, took me for a schoolboy. Talancourt, too, it was quite evident, shared the lad's opinion concerning me. I must confess this unanimity piqued me. "Tell me," I asked Talancourt, "what that metal toy costs." "4 sous," he said. "And how many bullets have you applied for?" "A dozen." "Well then, as I am not rich enough to allow myself the luxury of smashing a dozen dolls, I will make this one a present of 11 of the bullets, and I will smash it with the 12th. "What do you mean?" asked Talancourt. "You shall see how we played this game at Villers-Cotterets, my dear Talancourt." I went up to the target, I drew a circle round the doll, and I began operations. Everything went off as I had anticipated. I did what I had done a score of times with de Leuven and de la Ponce, but as Talancourt was witnessing my proceedings for the first time, he was perfectly astounded at what took place. "Well, it will be all right with pistols, I see, and I shall feel easy enough if you get in the first shot," said he. "But suppose they choose swords?" "Well, if they choose swords, we must fight with swords, my friend, that is all." "Can you defend yourself with a sword?" "I hope so." "I ask this," added Talancourt, "as I do not like pistols." "I agree with you, they are fiendish weapons." "I shall not accept unless I am compelled." "You will be quite right." "You agree with me, then?" "Absolutely." "Well, so much the better. Give the boy 24 sous and let us go to breakfast." Fortunately, it was but the fourth day of the month, so I could afford the 24 sous. We breakfasted and went to the office. Betts was already there and he took Talencourt aside, no doubt to inquire about my qualifications, but I had every ground for believing that Talencourt reassured him. At 5 o'clock, Betts and Talencourt came to tell me my adversary had chosen swords. The rendezvous was to be the same, at 9 next day, by the Hotel de Nantes. I returned home with a smiling face, although my heart beat fast enough. In matters of courage, I had made the following observations with respect to myself. I was of a sanguine temperament and readily threw myself in the way of danger. If the danger were imminent, and I could attack it instantly, my courage never failed me, for I was kept up by excitement. If, on the contrary, I had to wait some hours, my nerves gave way, and I relented having exposed myself to danger. But by degrees, after reflection, moral courage overcame physical cowardice and vigorously commanded it to conduct itself properly. When arrived on the spot, I shivered to the bottom of my back, but I never showed the slightest external signs of my feelings. I fought a duel in 1834, and Bixio was my second. He was a medical student at the time, and, feeling my pulse just after I had taken up my pistol, it only indicated 69 pulsations to the minute, 2 beats faster than normal. The longer I wait, the calmer I become. For that matter, I believe every man, especially if endowed with sensitive organizations, naturally fears danger, and if left to his own instincts, would do his best to escape it. He is kept back simply and solely by moral strength and manly pride, and exposes himself to death and suffering with a smiling face. As a proof of this theory, I may mention that a man of this temperament, who is brave in his waking hours, is a coward in his dreams. For in sleep the soul is absent, and the animal part of him alone remains, and in the absence of his strength, his willpower, and his pride, the physical part of him is afraid. Well, I returned home without saying a word of what had passed, but I stayed in with my mother the whole night. It was midwinter, so I had not to go and make up the portfolio. I rose at 8 next morning, and making some sort of excuse to my mother, I kissed her and went out with my father's sword under my cloak. Talencourt had undertaken to provide a second sword. I reached the Hotel de Nantes at 10 minutes to 9, and we found there my adversary's 2 seconds. I had not had any breakfast, for Thibaut, who accompanied us, had advised me not to eat, in case I might have to be bled. We waited. 9:30, 10, 11 struck. Betts and Talencourt were dreadfully impatient, for my adversary's delay was making them late at their office. I must admit that, so far as I was concerned, I was enchanted. I had been in hopes that the affair would conclude with excuses, and I should have liked nothing better. At 11 o'clock, my adversary's godparents gave up waiting in disgust, and suggested to my seconds that they should all go and call upon their godson, who lived, I believe, in the Rue Coquelier. As for me, they sent me back to the office, and in case we were grumbled at for our absence, I was to explain frankly to Outard what had passed and tell him the cause of our absence. But there was no need to confess anything, as I found Outard had been sent for by the Duchesse d'Orléans. Betts and Talencourt returned half an hour later. They had found my adversary in bed. When they pointed out to him that he ought to have been elsewhere than in his bed, Charles B. replied that, having been skating on the canal the whole of the previous day, at 7 that morning he felt so utterly fatigued he had not sufficient strength to get up. His own 2 seconds considered this such a feeble excuse that they told him he need not count on their services again if the quarrel were followed up. Upon which they withdrew. But Betts and Talencourt, who were much angrier than I was myself in my heart of hearts, had remained, and they had insisted on Charles B., informing them at what hour they might expect to see him take the field the next day. He promised to meet us with 2 fresh seconds at the Rochechouart barrier the following day at 9 o'clock. The fight could take place in one of the Montmartre quarries. Thus the matter was only postponed. I thanked my 2 seconds very cordially, telling them they had done quite right and that I would wait. The day passed by quietly enough, and by becoming absorbed in my work and in conversation I even managed to forget I was to fight on the morrow. Nevertheless, a slight spasm would attack my heart from time to time, to be stifled in a yawn. I returned home early, as on the previous day, and stayed in with my mother. Next day was 12th night, and someone had presented us with a bean cake. My mother was the queen. I kissed her and wished I might be able to kiss her for 30 years longer at the same hour, day, and occasion. I knew only too well what I was doing when I wished such a wish. I slept soundly for the first 4 or 5 hours of the night, badly enough for the remaining 2 or 3. I left my mother at 8:30, as on the previous morning, only I had no sword to carry this time. Talencourt had taken charge of both. At 10 minutes to 9 we reached the barrier at Rochechouart, and, as 9 struck, a cab brought our man and his two fresh seconds. They got out, bowed, silently crossed the outer boulevard and reached the ramparts of the mount. One of the seconds of my adversary, who has since become a friend of mine, in common with the majority of those who, not knowing me, began by being my enemies, came up to me and, evidently taking me for one of the witnesses, entered into conversation with me. We walked for nearly half an hour before a suitable spot could be found. It was very cold and had snowed all night. It was still snowing, so nearly all the quarries were occupied. As it is not a usual sight for 6 people to be walking across fields at 10 in the morning, in such weather, the people in the quarries became inquisitive about our tramp and followed us. We had already quite a considerable following, and it was probable that the farther we thus went the more it would increase. So it was imperative we should stop at the first place that appeared, I will not say suitable, but possible for our purpose. I confess the walk would have seemed very long had I not talked the whole way with my adversary's witness. At last they settled upon a sort of plateau, 10 paces wide by 20 long, which was as much room as we needed. Here we stopped. Talencourt drew forth the swords from under his cloak and handed them to the witnesses to be examined. The one he had brought was 2 inches longer than the other. Talencourt had not made a choice. He had taken the first that came to his hand, so he proposed to draw lots as to which should have the longest sword. I ended the debate by declaring that I would take the shortest, which was my father's. I much preferred to lose the 2 extra inches of steel, rather than to have my father's sword turned against my breast. It was only at this juncture that my opponent's second discovered that the man he had been talking with the whole way was the other duelist. There was little time to spare by the time the ground was chosen and the swords distributed. It was horribly cold, and our audience was increasing every moment. I flung off my coat and stood on guard. Then my opponent asked me to take off my waistcoat and my shirt as well as my coat. The demand seemed to me an exorbitant one, but as he insisted, I stuck my sword in the snow, and I threw down my waistcoat and my shirt on top of my coat. Then, as I did not want even to keep on my braces, and as, like poor Jericault, I had lost the buckle from my trousers, I tied the 2 straps into a knot to gird up my loins. These elaborate preparations took a minute or two, during which my sword remained fixed in the snow. Then I picked it up and stood on guard in a pretty bad temper. My opponent had delivered his commands with a great air of self-confidence, and as he had also selected swords as our weapons, I expected to find I had to deal with an experienced swordsman. So I set to work cautiously. But to my great astonishment, I found he put himself very carelessly on his guard and exposed himself to my sword. Of course, his carelessness might be just a ruse to put me off my guard when he could take advantage of my imprudence. I took a step backwards and lowered my sword. "Ready, monsieur," I said, "defend yourself." "But what if I do not choose to put myself into a position of defense?" replied my adversary. "Well, that is your affair, but your taste is peculiar, I must say." I fell back on guard, I attacked him en quarte, and without making a pass with my sword in order to feel my way with my man, I thrust out freely en tierce. He gave a leap backwards, stumbled over a vine root, and fell head over heels. "Oh, oh," exclaimed Talencourt, "have you really killed him at the first blow?" "No," I replied, "I think not. I had not even passed. I hardly touched him." In the meantime, my opponent's seconds had run up to MB, who was getting up. The point of my sword had pierced his shoulder, and as its position in the snow had frozen the steel, the sensation it had given my opponent was so startling that, lightly though he was wounded, the shock had overturned him. Luckily I had not passed first, or I should certainly have run him right through. It turned out that the poor lad had never handled a sword before. When he made this confession, and in consideration of the wound he had received, it was decided the fight should stop there. I put up my sword in its shield, I donned my shirt, waistcoat, and coat, I wrapped myself in my quiroga, and I descended the ramparts of Montmartre with a much lighter heart than I had ascended them. Such was the cause, such were the sensations, such was the issue of my first duel. What has become of the 2 men who were my seconds? I have lost sight of Betts. He obtained a post as receveur particulier in the provinces. A vague rumor has since reached me of his death. As for Talencourt, poor fellow, I saw him die most miserably, unfortunate, and unhappy. The Duc d'Orléans took a fancy to him, for he was of the type of tools the prince loved, active but not too clever. Moreover, Talencourt possessed a further qualification. Although he was sufficiently intelligent, he knew when to appear stupid. When the Duc d'Orléans became king, he sent for Talencourt, for he could not do without him. If his fortune were not exactly made, fortunes are not often made through being associated with kings. His position was, at any rate, secure. As Talincourt had not left the Duc d'Orleans during 28 in July, he knew a fair number of state secrets concerning the Revolution of 1830. When the king was at Neuilly, he would purposely send Talincourt to Paris, and the Hercules of a fellow, ill at ease in his armchair, seated at his desk in his office, would walk the distance on foot, in order to breathe the open air and distend his big lungs a bit. One day, an enormous savage dog leapt out of the ditch by the side of the high road and sprang at him. Talincourt instinctively put up his hands to save his face, and, by unheard of good luck, in so doing he seized the beast round its neck. It was useless for the dog to struggle against the powerful grip of two such fists as Talincourt's, which throttled the dog tighter and tighter. And in about 5 minutes' time, the brute was strangled, and the giant had never even received a scratch. But during these 5 minutes of struggle and mortal danger, Talincourt's brain underwent a terrible strain, and 5 or 6 months later, softening of the brain set in. For a year, poor Talincourt grew visibly feebler, both morally and physically. His strength and intellect, his power of motion, and even his voice declined, and he died by inches after 18 months of suffering. Chapter 7. The Duc d'Orleans is given the title of Royal Highness. The coronation of Charles X, account of the ceremony by Madame la Duchesse d'Orleans, death of Ferdinand of Naples, de Laval de Meyermont, Le Cid d'Andalousie, M. Pierre Lebrun, a reading at the camp at Campigny, M. Taylor appointed a royal commissioner to the Theatre Francais, the Cure Bergeron, M. Viennet, 2 of his letters, Pichet and his Leonidas. My mother never knew anything of the story of my duel. She would have died of grief had she had the faintest suspicion of it. As we did not return to the office until nearly 1 o'clock, we had to tell Outard everything, and he appeared quite content, after hearing Betts and Talincourt's account, with the way his employee had conducted himself. Besides, the Palais Royal had been in a constant state of fate since the accession of His Majesty, Charles X, to the throne. The Duc d'Orleans had just been granted the title of Royal Highness from the new king, a favor he had begged in vain from Louis Roman XVIII. As we have already mentioned, Louis Roman XVIII persistently refused everybody who asked him to grant le Duc d'Orleans this privilege. He will always be sufficiently close to the throne, he would reply. And in other ways, Charles X made himself most popular. As a pendant to his phrase, "Nothing is changed in France, there is simply one more Frenchman in it," he added another dictum, simpler still and quite as much appreciated. "My friends, let there be wider criticism." And in the midst of the general merrymaking, the preparations for his coronation went on in sumptuous style. The last few coronations had brought ill fortune in their train. It will be remembered that, at Rheims, Louis Roman XVI had quickly removed the crown from his head. "What is the matter, sire?" asked the archbishop. "That crown hurts me," replied Louis Roman XVI, and 20 years later he died upon the scaffold. Napoleon wished to be crowned by a higher official than an archbishop. He wished to have a pope, and had sent for Pius Roman VII, to come from the Vatican at Rome to Notre Dame at Paris. Il fallut presqu'un de pour consacrer cet homme. Le prêtre monarque de Rome. 20 sacre son front menacant. Car sans doubt, en secret effray de lui-même. Chapter 49. Voulut recevoir son sanglant diadème. Des mains du Lapardin descend. 15 years later, Napoleon died at St. Helena, and now it was the turn of Charles X. Every sovereign in Christendom had been informed of the solemn celebration and sent their ambassadors extraordinary. Austria was represented by Prince Esterhazy, Spain by the Duke of Villahermosa, Great Britain by the Duke of Northumberland, Prussia by General Desastro, and Russia by Prince Volkonsky. The king and the Dauphin left the Tuileries at 11:30 on the morning of 24 May and set out for Campigny. All went well as far as Fismes, but an accident augured ill to the king, whose reign was only to last 6 years and to end in his exile. As they descended at Fismes, the batteries of the Royal Guard, which were mounted in a dingle to the left of the road, fired a salute to greet the king. The detonation and its echo were terrible, and at the noise of the firing, the horses attached to the carriage containing the Ducs d'Aumont and de Damas, and the Counts de Casse and Curiel, ran away. The carriage was overturned and smashed to bits on the causeway. 2 out of the 4 occupants of the carriage were seriously injured. The Duc de Damas and Count Curiel, the latter's case was worst. He had his collarbone broken. Had it not been for the coachman's strength and presence of mind, the king himself would not have escaped a similar accident. His horses bolted, but the coachman had the sense not to try to stop them and used all his efforts to keep them in the center of the roadway, and after 10 minutes' unrestrained career they calmed down. At the village of Tinku, the king found the Duc d'Orleans and the Duc de Bourbon awaiting him. The rain, which had never stopped pouring all morning, ceased, and the sun, which had not hitherto shown itself, now shone forth brilliantly. The king, M. le Dauphin, M. le Duc d'Orleans, and M. le Duc de Bourbon entered the coronation coach, and in the language of the report of the coronation, the whole of the way to Reims was one arc de triomphe. After the coronation service, Charles X signed the amnesty granted to men who had deserted from the navy and to political offenders. It was this amnesty that brought Carol back to France. 13 years later, Charles X died at Goritz. Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans had been present at the coronation and wrote an account of it in her private diary in Italian. On her return to Paris, she desired to have it translated into French and commissioned Outard to do it. Outard was much embarrassed and handed the album over to me, giving me a couple of days' holiday to translate it for him. This album was the book in which the Duchesse d'Orléans wrote her most secret thoughts and related her private deeds. I was not forbidden to read it, so of course I read it. However, there was not a single word throughout the book that could have put an angel to the blush. Though it contained the actions and reflections of the Duchesse d'Orléans for the last 10 years, though she never intended it to leave her own hands, not even to pass into those of the Duc d'Orléans, since it was for the Duc d'Orléans that the translation was being made. One thing above all struck me as I read, and that was the profound gratitude of Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans for the favors that the new king, Charles X, had lavished on the prince her husband, and for the kindness displayed every day towards her and her family by Madame la Duchesse de Berry. Alas and alas, how many times the remembrance of that album came into my mind when I saw King Charles X at Gratz and Madame la Duchesse de Berry at Blaye, and it made me shudder as I thought of how deeply the religious-hearted Marie-Amélie must have suffered, when, because of what princes term political necessities, the honor of the one and the crown of the other were broken in her husband's hands. Another page also riveted my attention and kept me for a long time enthralled, wherein Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans related how lovingly and tactfully her husband broke to her the news of the death of her father, Ferdinand I, was the very king who had kept my father a prisoner in the dungeons of Naples for 18 months. The very same man who had allowed people to try and poison him 3 times, and once to attempt his assassination. He, the shepherd who had devoured his own flock during those terrible years of 1798-99, had just been called to render an account of his stewardship to the Lord. It was a strange coincidence that I, the son of one of the king's victims, should hold this album in my hands and read the sorrowful outpourings of the daughter's grief at the death of her father. What a strange juxtaposition of destiny and fortunes. However, he was dead, even as just men have to die. He who had watched those whom he called his friends hung before his very eyes, burnt beneath his very windows, disemboweled and torn to pieces in his very presence. The people whom a treacherous capitulation had yielded into his hands, those who, under another reign, might have been the honor of their king and the glory of the country. On 3 January 1825 he was quietly sleeping at 2 in the morning. His attendants heard him cough several times. Then, at 8 o'clock, as he had not summoned them to him according to his usual custom, the officers of his chamber, followed by the court doctors, entered his room and found him dead from a stroke of apoplexy. Ferdinand I had just reigned 65 years when he died at the age of 74. Outard got his translation, which he recopied in his own writing and handed to the Duchesse d'Orléans as his own. True, he faithfully retailed to me the compliments he had received for it, adding that for which I was far more grateful, 2 tickets for the first representation of Roman at the Theatre Francais. It was a capital 5-act comedy in verse, by de Laval de Meyermont, already known because of Folliculaire, a piece more commendable for its action than for any other quality. I knew de Laval very well. An accusation by Lemercier worried him greatly. Lemercier had accused de Laval, who had occupied the post of censor, of having suppressed his Charles Roman VI, and of having afterwards used his plot and ideas. But in the first place, de Laval plainly proved both by Folliculaire and by Roman that he did not need to borrow ideas from other people's plays. Besides, he was utterly incapable of doing such an action. There was a charming creation in Roman, a father who was friendly to, and almost a companion in the escapades of a son born to him when he was only 20. Nothing could have been more natural than this situation, which de Laval was the first to employ in a play. Owing to the kindness of Talma, I had several times seen the Cid Dandalowsi. Casimir Delavine's example was infectious. Talma having taken part in comedy, Mademoiselle Mars asked why she might not play in tragedy, hence the new reunion of the two actors in the Cid Dandalowsi. But Pierre Lebrun, author of an Ulysse which had not been played, or what is far worse, which had only run 1 or 2 nights, was not Casimir Delavine. There was nothing at the time to support him as there had been in 1820 when, in Maria Stuart, he had had the sturdy framework of Schiller to fall back upon. Reduced to drawing from Spanish romanceros, which only suggested simple scenes, he was lacking in everything: power, originality, and style, and in spite of the unusual support of both Talma and Mademoiselle Mars, who had doubled the power of a strong creator, and who could not conceal the weakness of a feeble writer, the Dandalowsi fell flat at the first representation, managed to survive the second, upheld by hired applause, dragged on miserably for 5 or 6 nights, and then finally was taken out of the bill. This failure was the beginning of the fortune of M. Pierre Lebrun, academician, peer of France and manager of the Royal Printing House. O thou venerable deity, mediocrity! Surely thou hast the secret of the precious essence given to Phaon by Venus to assure successfulness in this world of ours. Thou who for long rejected Hugo, Lamartine, and Charles Nodier. Thou who left Soli and Balzac to die without doing for them a third of what thou didst for M. Pierre Lebrun, thou who ignored Alfred de Musset, wisely, for all light of originality, all nervous strength, makes thy owl's eyes to blink. Thou whose leaden base statue ought to be 100 feet high, so that its shadow should fall on the Pont des Arts and the respectable monument to which it leads. O mediocrity, sole divinity for whom France has not a 21 January, a 29 July, or a 24 February. Thou whom I despise above everything else in the world, and would fain hate if I could ever hate anything. Look ever askance on me and be benign to my enemies, that is the sole favor I ask thee. And, on this condition, may thou remain in undisturbed possession of the future, as thou hast been of the past. Now let us note well that the failure of the Cid Dandalowsi took place in 1825. One might therefore reasonably have hoped that by 1838, 13 years later, the unlucky Cid would have been forgotten by everybody, even by its author. Nothing of the kind. At Campigny, in his country house, the Duc d'Orleans entertained his comrades with sport in the forest by day, and at night he opened his drawing rooms to those who preferred card-playing, dancing, and conversation. One evening, a fatal idea came into the unfortunate prince's head. Turning towards several poets who stood round, he said to them, "Gentlemen, let us see which of you has some poetry to read to us." Everybody kept silence, as will be readily understood, and moved a step or two backwards, except M. Pierre Lebrun, who stepped forward. "I will, monseigneur," he said, and he sat down and drew a manuscript out of his pocket. Think of it, a whole manuscript. And, in the midst of the general silence, he read the title. Gentlemen, the Cid Dandalowsi. They all stared at him, but there was no way out of it, they were trapped, and M. le Duc d'Orleans most of all. Upon my word, it was a great success. When the reading was over and compliments had been paid, the Duc d'Orleans said to me, "Dumas, can you tell me what was the reason of the noise I heard by the side of the window, which interrupted M. Lebrun, towards the beginning of the third act?" "Monseigneur," I replied, "it was A, who squatted behind the curtains where he could sleep more comfortably, but it would seem he had a nightmare. He gave a cuff to a small stand and has smashed a table full of Sevres china, for which he is excessively sorry." "He need not be unhappy about it," said the Duc d'Orleans. "Tell him he did quite right, and I will bear the cost of the china." The poor Duke was as wise a prince as Solomon, and as good as St. Louis. In other respects, too, the Theatre Francais was not very fortunate at this time. After playing the Cid Dandalowsi of M. Lebrun, it put on M. de Camaros's Judith and Bélisaire, by M. de Jowy. An important change had taken place at the theatre in the Rue de Richelieu. Baron Taylor had been appointed royal commissioner in place of M. Coron, upon the recommendation of M. Lemercier, Viennet, and Alexandre Duval. When Charles X returned to Paris after the coronation, and the Bishop of Orleans issued orders for prayers to be offered up in thanksgiving for the safe accomplishment of the ceremony just concluded, M. Bergeron, cure of the commune of Saint Sulpice, canton of Blois, after delivering from his reading desk the bishop's mandate, added these simple words: "My dearly beloved brethren, as Charles X is not a Christian, as he desires to keep the charter which is an act contrary to religion, we ought not to pray for him, any more than for Louis Roman XVIII, Who was the founder of that charter? They are both damned. Those who agree with me, please rise. And 300 listeners out of 400 rose, and by that act declared that they were entirely of the same opinion as their priest. Alas, if the Academy could have known what kind of man Baron Taylor was, whom the Order of Charles X had introduced into the sanctuary of the Comédie Francaise, if it could only have guessed that he was to open its doors to him. Alexandre Dumas, Victor Hugo, and de Vigny, it would have followed the Cure Bergeron's example and excommunicated King Charles X, but it knew nothing at all about it. The first bad turn the new commissioner of the king did to his patrons was to have M. Viennet's Sigismund de Bourgogne played, and M. Lemercier's Camille. I need hardly mention that both these plays fell flat. This did not discourage M. Lemercier. He decided to change his style of play, and began a melodrama called The Masque de Poix. This elated M. Viennet, who, instead of changing his method like his honored confer, made up his mind, on the contrary, to force his method into acceptance, and began by reading his Achille in the salons, a play which had been written 20 years before and which had been accepted 10 years ago. "Do you not think my Achille is very heroic?" he said to M. Arnault after one of these readings. "Yes," replied M. Arnault, as fierce as a turkey cock. But very few men could be more brilliant at repartee than M. Viennet. It was like watching a tilting bout in the lists to hear him, save that he never retorted when his adversary missed fire. He certainly offered a favorable target for such attacks, and people were not slow to avail themselves of their opportunities. Once, at Nodier's house, he went up to Michaud. "Tell me, Michaud," he began, in a manner that was peculiarly his own, "tell me what you think. I have just finished a poem of 30,000 lines." "It will need 15,000 men to read them," replied Michaud. On another occasion, at a dinner party, M. Viennet made an attack upon Lamartine. "He is a puppy," he said, "who thinks himself the greatest politician of his age, and who is not even the first poet." At all events, Madame Sophie Gay retorted from the other end of the table, "He is not the last, that place is already occupied." Besides everything M. Viennet wrote in verse, fables, comedies, tragedies, epistles, and epic poems, he wrote a couple of letters in prose which are perfect models. We will quote them in toto and verbatim. Extracts would not give a proper idea of their style. One was in reference to the nomination of Hugo as an officer of the Legion d'Honneur. The other was in connection with his own nomination to the peerage. For M. Viennet was both a deputy and a peer of France, besides also being a commander of the Legion d'Honneur and a member of the Academy. Here is M. Viennet's first letter. "Monsieur, GNI pas dit que je n'y voulais, plus porter la croix d'officier de la Légion d'Honneur, depuis quand elle avait donné au chef de l'école romantique. En autant mon, Ruben de la Boutonnière, au l'empereur elle avait place, j'ai suivi seulement l'exemple de la plupart des généraux de la ville armée, qui trouvient plus facile de s'y faire remarquer en paraissant dans les rues sans décoration. Il n'y s'agissait ice, ni de romantiques ni de classiques. Il est tout natural qu'un ministre romantique décore ses amis. Il serait cependant plus juste de donner la croix de chevalier à ceux qui orient eu le courage de lire jusqu'au bout les vers, ou la prose de ces messieurs. Et la croix d'officier à ceux qui les orient compris. Je désire, en autrui, qu'on en donne que douze paranox écrivains qui font des libelles contre les grands pouvoirs de l'État, les ministres et les députés, il faut de la mesure dans les encouragements. Agrees, etc., Viennet. And this is M. Viennet's letter about his nomination to the peerage of France. "Monsieur, sur la feuille d'un journal judiciaire que je n'y connais pas, vous publiez que, des vendredi dernier, je me suis empressé d'écrire à M. Vedel pour mettre opposition et la représentation des serments, et vous accompagnez cette annonce d'une fort jolie épigramme contre cette comédie. 50 épigrammes me touche fort peu, elle sort peut-être de la même plume qui avait lau à l'ouvrage, quand l'auteur avait cessé d'être un homme politique. Je n'y prétends pas à l'empêcher de continuer, mais le fait en est, pas vrai je me recry. Il n'y a eu de ma part, ni possibilité ni volonté de faire si qu'on m'impute. Je suis parti vendredi de la campagne, et je suis arrivé chez moi, à Paris vers les 7 heures, sans me doubter de si que le moniteur avait publié, le matin, de honorable pour moi. 100 est mon portier qui m'a salut du titre de père. Attendu qu'il avait expédié, le matin même, pour mon village, une lettre officielle qui portait ce titre, et comme cette lettre n'y est pas encore revenue, J ignore quel minister G sways redevable de si premier avis. Quantum volant, ellen existe point, ellen existere jamais. Sam insulter quedemi croire capable d'abjurer les travaux et les honneurs littéraires, pour un honneur politique. La charte inapplicable d'incompatibilité entre le poète dramatique et le père de France. Si elle elut fate, J ores refuse la peri. Les letters et les succès de théâtre honorant ceux qui cultivant les unes, et qui obtenant les autres sans intrigue et sans basis. Oludi renoncer, G solicite, au contraire, avec plus d'instance la représentation des serments, la messie en scène d'une de mes tragédies, et la lecture d'une comédie en 5 actes. Si vous avez quelque crédit opers de M. le directeur du théâtre francaise, vuiles el employer en ma favor. Les épigrammes don't en ma poursuivi comme depute sont bien uses. Vous devez désirer quan en renouvelle la matière, et une nouvelle comédie, une nouvelle tragédie de moi, servant de merveilleux elements pour la verve satirique de mes adversaires. Rendens nous mutuellement si service. Je vous en serai très reconnaissant pour mon compte, et je vous prie d'agréer d'avance les remerciements de votre très humble serviteur, Viennet. We will now return to Baron Taylor and the changes he brought about at the Theatre Francaise. At the Panorama Dramatique, he had produced Ismail et Mariam alone, Bertram in collaboration with Nodier, and Ali Pacha with Pichat's assistance. Pichat was a young man of 28 at that time. A play of his, Leonidas, had been received 2 or 3 years before at the Theatre Francaise. Taylor extracted Leonidas from the pandemonium he found himself in and had it put in rehearsal. Talma was cast for the role of Leonidas. Not that his supreme intellect was mistaken about the part, which, dramatically speaking, was nothing at all. But in the matter of business, it contained something fresh to do, and poor Talma, to the day of his death, was ever seeking new worlds, and less fortunate than Vasco da Gama, he never succeeded in finding them. Besides, it was a very appropriate moment for the playing of Leonidas. All Europe was looking towards the successors of the 300 Spartans. And the new piece, so it was announced in advance, was to be staged with unusual sumptuousness and unheard of effects. I well remember the first performance of the tragedy of Leonidas, wherein one felt the dawn of new ideas, wherein every historic saying which immortalized the famous defense of the Thermop aliens was felicitously adapted, and admirably rendered by Talma. One hemistich of the young Agis was substituted for the written line. Agis wounded, fell, exclaiming, Ils sont tous morts, G. Moors. The play met with a most enthusiastic reception, on account of the circumstances under which it was played. It was a splendid success for Talma. He looked like an antique statue descended from its column. After the performance, when the curtain had fallen, I saw a noisy group of rejoicing people rush along the corridor, and the foyer, anxious to convey their friendly congratulation. A fine-looking young man, with a face as radiant as a conquering Apollo, formed the center and was the hero of the group. He was the author of Leonidas. Alas, he died only 2 years later, died before he had hardly lifted the intoxicating cup of success to his lips. But Taylor had at least the happiness of holding out to him the nectar which sweetened his last moments. Without Taylor, Pichat would have died in obscurity, and even though he were but an ephemeral meteor, many people, myself among the number, recollect the brilliant light he gave during his short career. Chapter 8. Death of General Foy, his funeral, the Royal Highness, assassination of Paul Louis Courier, death of the Emperor Alexander, comparison of England and Russia, the reason why these two powers have increased during the last century, how Napoleon meant to conquer India. Since we have just uttered the word death, let us consecrate this chapter entirely to the pale daughter of Erebus and Night. On 26 June, Princess Pauline Borghese died at Florence, and with her, one of the most striking memories of my early youth passed into the regions of eternity. Then, on 28 November, I learnt news which was a more personally disastrous shock to me. As I was coming out of the office, I saw people talking together and heard them say, "You have heard that General Foy is dead." They were inclined to doubt the information, but there is a kind of news about which one is never in doubt. For who, if it were false, dare spread the news which the brazen lips of destiny alone has the right to announce? Yes, General Foy had died directly after returning from a journey among the Pyrenees, where he had been to take the waters. He died of an aneurysm, and news of his death came before the news of his illness. They had concealed the fact of the disease, in hope that it might not prove fatal, but for a week past it had made terrible strides. Attacks of suffocation, beginning at intervals of 15 minutes, succeeded one another more rapidly, and sickness occurred constantly. The general's 2 nephews were with him, never leaving his bedside for a moment, lavishing every possible care on him, and as they were both men, he did not attempt to hide from them his serious condition. "I can feel," he said, "some destroying power at work within me. I am fighting against it, but it is too strong for me and will conquer my efforts." When the final hour approached, he felt the need of more air, although it was November, and he longed for the comforting rays of the pale winter sunshine. His nephews placed him on a couch in front of the window, but he could not manage to sit up for more than a moment. "My lads," he said to his nephews, "my dear lads, carry me back to my bed, and with God be the final issue." He had scarcely spoken the words before God freed his pure and loyal spirit from the body in which it was confined. I went home to my mother utterly miserable. Obscure as I was, I felt that the great man who had just passed away had a right to have expected some return from the unknown youth whose career in life he had really started. So I wrote the piece of poetry of which I have already quoted a stanza. They were not my first lines, God pardon me the others, but they were the first in which, however old and defective the form, appeared something that resembled an idea. Of some 250 to 300 lines, only that one stanza, happily, has remained in my memory. I had this ode printed, at my own expense, of course. It cost my poor mother 200 or 300 francs. Still, neither of us regretted it. All the poems that were written on this occasion were collected under the title Courant Poétique du Général Foy, and they made a volume in themselves. The most remarkable verses in the whole volume were by a beautiful young girl of 17 or 18, called Delphine Gay, who had just become known by a volume of essays poétiques. This is the elegy which the death of General Foy inspired her to write. It was quoted in all the newspapers of the day and was immensely popular. Pleures franchise pleures, la patrie est en duel. Pleures le défenseur, que la mort vous enlève. Et vous, nobles guerriers, sur son muet circuel. Disputez vous, el honor de déposer son glaive. Vous ni el entendres plus, el orateur redoute. Don't el injure, jamais ni suila el eloquence. Celui qui, de nos rois respectant la puissance. En fidèle sujet parle de libert. Le ciel, lui discernant la sainte récompense. A commence trop tot son immortalite. Son bras liberateur, dans la tomest esclave. Son front per est glace, sous le laurier vainqueur. Et le scene sacre, set edel du brave. Ni sent plus palpiter son cœur. Hierer, quand de ses jours la source fut terri. La France, en le voyant sur sa couche étendue. Implorate un accent de cette voix chérie. Hellas, au cry plaintive jeet par la patrie. 100 est la première fois qu'il n'a pas répondu. General Foy's funeral took place on 30 November. The body was carried from his house to the church of Notre Dame de Lorette, and 30,000 persons followed it, in spite of a pouring rain which fell unceasingly from noon until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and hundreds of thousands of spectators lined the roadway. The livery of the Duc d'Orléans could be distinguished among the mourning carriages, which formed the procession. The day after the funeral, the following song, directed against the prince, who had just given a public expression of his appreciation of the talent and character of the noble general and illustrious patriot, could be heard in every street of Paris. Air tous les bourgeois de chatters. Bon dia quel cohu. Quel attroupement noir. Chapter 49, Tint tout la rue. Aussi loin quan put voir. ESDC pompe funèbre au pompe triomphale. ESD il mort quelques gros Richard. Car j aperquoi la base le char. 500 un altes real. ESDC un songe civique. ESDC un de ses héros. Quaincy la République. Mine au champ du repos. Un déluge nouveau fond sur la capitale. En ferrate rentre un canard. Dehors pourquoi voiton le char. 500 un altes real. Appuie sur sa canne. Un vil et bon bourgeois. Me regarde ricain. Et me dit à my voix. Un carbonero mort cause tout si scandale. Tout frere a son billet depart. 100 est pourquoi nous voyons le char. 500 un altes real. Le défunt Quan Revere. 100 est foi Elham de Bayenne. 100 est foi Elham de Guerra. 100 est foi Lucidian. Jamais a sa vertu, vertu ni fut egil. Moi, gnn croix rien pour ma part. Mais isa j aim avoir le char. 500 un altes real. Si foi d'après nature. Si depute famu. Fut un sold et parjure. Un franchise factia. Ox vertus de Burton, la sienne fut egale. Si en est pas elefit du hasard. Si nous voyons ise le char. 500 un altes real. Sorties de lures repairs. Au tricolor signal. Les amis et les frères. Suivant leur général. De la France, c'est la LLA libérale. Quils sont bien prise du corbia. Quils sont bien tous ador du char. 500 un altes real. Philippe de Tunpierre. Ni te souvient-il pas? Dans la même carrière. Tu marches sur ses pas. Tu crois mener, tu sois la horde libérale. El rit sous si corbia. En voyant derrière son char. Ton altes real. Although this petty insult was anonymous, the quarter whence it came was guessed, especially as 100,000 copies were printed and distributed gratis. Only government-endowed poets could produce such doggerel. Only works that cannot be sold are printed by the 100,000. Let us drop this wretched side of the affair. There was a great and noble and magnificent side to it when it was noised abroad that General Foy had died, without being able to bequeath his wife anything save his renowned name. A subscription was started which, in 3 months' time, produced 1,000,000. In the course of 1 year, a government and a people had each shown that rare article, a fine sense of gratitude. The American government had voted 1,000,000 to Lafayette, and the French people had raised 1,000,000 for the widow and children of General Foy. Towards the beginning of the year, the death had taken place of a man who had contributed as much to the emancipation of France by his pen as General Foy had by his speeches. About 10 o'clock on the morning of 11 April, Paul-Louis Courier de Mere was found, assassinated within 3/4 of a league of his country residence, in the wood of Larquet. He had been killed by a gun or pistol shot which had entered his right thigh low down. The weapon had been loaded with 3 small balls, one of which remained in the body, and the other 2 had gone through and out again. The wad was found by the side of the shot inside the body, showing that the victim had been killed at close quarters. His clothes, too, were singed round the wounded part. 3 people were arrested, Symphorien and Pierre Dubois, carters who both pleaded and proved an alibi and were discharged, and Louis Fremont, whom the jury acquitted. So Paul-Louis Courier, the famous savant, the precursor of M. de Cormenin, a preeminently intellectual man, was murdered without his assassinator being found out. The Liberal Party lost in Courier, one of their hardiest champions. He did for the pamphlet what Béranger did for the chanson. But the death that produced the profoundest and most stirring sensation was that of the Emperor Alexander, which was to influence not only the affairs of France, but the fate of the whole world. When I was a little child, I narrowly escaped being run over at Villers-Cotterets by a small kibitz, driven by a coachman who was bending over the 3 horses he was urging forward at a great pace, by the use of a short whip. This coachman wore a leather cap and a green uniform. He had a budding beard, gold rings in his ears, and his face was spotted with freckles. He was driving 2 officers dressed almost alike, wearing a star, 2 or 3 crosses, and 2 enormous epaulets. One of these 2 officers was a species of Kalmuk, hideous in countenance, rough in manner, noisy of voice. He swore in French at the top of his voice, and seemed to be particularly well acquainted with our language, so far as its coarse slang expressions were concerned. The other was a handsome man of 33 or 34, who looked as gentle and as polished, as his companion seemed vulgar and ill-bred. His hair was golden blonde, and although he looked strong and healthy, a sad, sweet smile played about his lips whenever he corrected his foul-mouthed companion. He was the Emperor Alexander, according to Napoleon, the most beautiful and the most treacherous of Greeks. His companion was the Grand Duke Constantine, and their driver was the Grand Duke Mitchell. A strange trio it was, an almost grotesque vision that passed before my eyes and impressed itself so vividly on my memory that I can see it pass before me today, 37 years after. the low carriage drawn by its 3 horses, the driver and his 2 companions. Well, the possessor of the gentle and melancholy face, who lived longest in my memory of those 3 men, was the first to die. Napoleon had done his utmost at Erfurt to make not merely an ally of this man, but a brother. They had called each other Charlemagne and Constantine, and Napoleon had offered Alexander the Empire of the East on condition he would leave him in peaceful possession of the Empire of the West. For the emperor had been impressed with one dominant idea during his reign. He had comprehended that our natural ally against our natural enemy, England, was Russia. And of a truth, I beg my readers to ponder the question well, instead of accepting hackneyed political traditions that have been handed on ready-made. Alliances between nations become firm on account of difference of interests, and not because of similarity of principles. Now, of what consequence was it that England proclaimed similar principles to those of France, if she had the same interests throughout the world? What matters it that Russia has different principles so long as her interests are different from ours? Look back over a century and see how England has increased in power, and you will find that she has robbed us, her neighboring country and ally, of all she could lay her hands on. Look back over a century of Russian growth, and you will see that she has not touched anything belonging to us. Reckon up the colonies of the one, and consider the limits of the other. England, who a century ago possessed only 5 factories in India, Bombay, Singapore, Madras, Calcutta, and Chandernagor, who possessed only Newfoundland in North America, and that strip of coastline which extends like a fringe from Arcadia to Florida, who possessed only the Lucia Isles. Among the Bahamas, the Barbados among the Lesser Antilles, and Jamaica in the Gulf of Mexico, whose only station in the equinoctial portion of the Atlantic Ocean was St. Helena, of unhappy memory. Today, like a gigantic sea spider, has stretched out her web over the 5 parts of the globe. In Europe, she possesses Ireland, Malta, Heligoland, and Gibraltar. In Asia, the town of Aden, which commands the Red Sea, as Gibraltar the Mediterranean. Ceylon, that great peninsula of India, Nepal, Lahore, the Sindh, Baluchistan, and Kabul. The Singapore Isles, Pulo Penang, and Sumatra. That is to say, a total of 122,333 square leagues of territory, supporting 723 million of men. Without counting, in Africa, Bathurst, the Isles of Leon, Sierra Leone, a portion of the coast of Guinea, Fernando Po, Ascension Isle, and St. Helena, which has already been mentioned. Cape Colony, Natal, Mauritius, Rodriguez, the Seychelles, Socotra. In America, Canada, the whole of the northern continent from the bank of Newfoundland to the mouth of the Mackenzie River. Nearly the whole of the Antilles. Trinidad, part of Guyana, Falkland Isles, Belize, Tuathan, and the Bermudas. In the Pacific, half of Australia, Van Diemen's Land, New Zealand, Norfolk Island, Hawaii, and the General Protectorate of the Polynesian Isles. She foresaw everything and is ready for everything. Perhaps one day the Isthmus of Panama will be cut through. If so, she has Belize ready on the spot. Perhaps the Isthmus of Suez will also be opened up. If so, she has Aden as sentry on guard. The passage from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean will belong to her, and the passage from the Gulf of Mexico to the immense Pacific Ocean. In her admiralty safes, she will hold the keys of India and of the Pacific, as she already does those of the Mediterranean. But this is not all. Through her title of Protectress of the Ionian Isles, she holds the entrance to and exit from the Adriatic and the Aegean seas. She has placed her foot on the territory of the ancient Epirotes and the modern Albanians. When Ireland refuses to lend her peasantry and Scotland her Highlanders, when the slave markets of men kept by German princes shall be closed to her, she will draw her recruits from warlike tribes. She will have her Arnauts, like the Viceroy of Egypt, or like the Pacha of Acre and of Tripoli. She will have a squadron at Corfu, which will be able to reach the Dardanelles in a few days. She will have at Cephalonia an army, which will be able to reach the summit of the Balkans in a week. Then, when she has destroyed our influence at Constantinople, she will do her utmost to supersede Russian influence in Greece, and she will only need a few warships to destroy the whole of Austria's commercial seaboard. That is what England has been doing, and you can see with what powerful allies she has increased her strength: Canada, India, the Antilles, and Mauritius. You can see how she has complete control of the Mediterranean, which Napoleon called a French lake and which was to have no other masters than ourselves. You can see how England has snatched from us piecemeal our protectorate over the Holy Land, Egypt, and Tunis, envying us our possession of Algiers, which we bought with blood and treasure, and which she managed to cheat us of 20 years ago. Now let us pass on to Russia, and see what a foreign country it is compared with our own. 100 years ago, Russia extended from Kiev to the island of St. Lawrence, from the great Ural Mountains to the Gulf of Yenisei, and possibly those are in the right who think that it was with a view to setting a bound to her extension that Bering discovered the straits which bear his name. Russia was not to be kept back and has not stopped there. She has broken her ancient limit of Kiev. The Scandinavian serpent, which enfolded two-thirds of the globe, has expanded. It has opened its jaws to devour Prussia. In the west, its jaws touch the Vistula on the one side, and on the other the Gulf of Bothnia. In the east, in one of its worm-like expansions, it has leapt across the Bering Straits and has come to a full stop only upon meeting the domains of England. Divided from the other extremity of the world, at the foot of Mt. St. Helias and the Blackburn Mountains, as though a barrier mounted up behind it, it bears sway today over the whole of that indented coastline which, by way of an ultimate limit to the surface of the globe, fringes the Arctic Ocean from the Pyasina River to the Bear Isles, from Lake Pyasina to Holy Cape. Thus, in a century, Russia has acquired Finland, Abo, Viborg, Estonia, Livonia, Riga, Reval, and a part of Lapland from Sweden, Kurland and Samogitia from Germany, Lithuania, Volhynia, a part of Galicia, Mohyliv, Vitebsk, Polotsk, Minsk, Bialystok, Kamenets, Tarnopol, Vilna, Grodno, Warsaw from Poland. Part of Little Tartary, the Crimea, Bessarabia, the coast of the Black Sea, the Protectorate of Servia, of Moldavia and of Wallachia from Turkey, Georgia, Tiflis, Yerevan, and a part of Circassia from Persia, the Aleutian Isles and the northwest part of the northern continent from the St. Lawrence Archipelago from America. From the other side of the Black Sea, she watches Turkey, whom she is ever ready to invade, as soon as France and England permit her. Then, if, as seems probable, she someday annexes Sweden, she can close the Straits of Sund on the west and the Dardanelles on the east, and no one can then enter without her leave the Black Sea or the Baltic, those two great mirrors in which are reflected already the towers of Odessa and of St. Petersburg. Her greatest length extends 3,800 leagues, and her greatest width is 1,400 leagues. In all that extent of territory, she has not 1 inch of land once ours. She has 70 million inhabitants, and not one single soul ever belonged to us. On 24 June 1807, Lariboisiere, general of artillery, had a raft constructed on the Niemen and placed a pavilion upon it. On the 25th at 1 in the afternoon, the Emperor Napoleon, with the Grand Duke de Bourg Muret, Marshals Berthier and Bessières, General Duroc, and Caulaincourt the Grand Equerry, crossed from the left bank of the river to visit this pavilion, prepared for him. The Emperor Alexander set out at the same time from the right bank, accompanied by the Grand Duke Constantine, Benigsen, General-in-Chief Prince Labanov, General Uvarov, and Count de Lieven, General Aide-de-Camp. The two boats both reached the raft at the same time, and thus two emperors stepped on the floating island, confronted one another, clasped hands with each other, and embraced. This meeting was the prelude to the Peace of Tilsit, and the Peace of Tilsit was meant to destroy England. First of all, by the Berlin Decree concerning the continental blockade, England had been placed in the dock before a European tribunal. In the North Seas, Russia, Denmark, and Holland, and in the Mediterranean, France and Spain, had closed their ports to her, and had solemnly engaged to hold no commerce with her. There were therefore only Portugal on the Atlantic Ocean, and Sweden on the Baltic open to her. By a treaty date October 1807, Napoleon decided that the House of Braganza had ceased to reign, and on 27 September 1808, Alexander determined to go to war against Gustavus Roman IV. But this was not all. Upon that raft, and in that pavilion on the Niemen, a much more terrible scheme was arranged. It is through India that England must be struck down, Bonaparte had said when he was inducing the Directory to begin the Egyptian campaign, and from Alexandria he had dispatched a messenger to Tipu Sahib to encourage him to take up arms. But the messenger did not get beyond Aden. The throne of Mysore had fallen and Tipu Sahib was dead. From that moment, the conquest of India, which had been one of Bonaparte's dreams, became the rooted purpose of Napoleon. Why had he made his peace with Alexander? Why had he embraced him on the Niemen? Why had he addressed him as Constantine? Why had he offered him the empire of the East? In order to gain him as a sure ally, so that, supported on the alliance, he could conquer India. What was to hinder Napoleon from doing what Alexander had done 2,200 years before his time? It would be ridiculously easy, as you will perceive. 35,000 Russians could embark on the Volga, descend the river as far as Astrakhan, sail down the Caspian Sea, and land at Astrabad. 35,000 French could descend the Danube to the Black Sea. There, they could embark, and at the extreme end of the Sea of Azov land on the banks of the Don. They could ascend the river for nearly 100 leagues, cross the 12 or 14 leagues that separated the two rivers, the Don and the Volga, at the point of their nearest approach, then sail down the latter river as far as Astrakhan, and at Astrakhan embark to join the Russians at Astrabad. 70,000 men would meet in the heart of Persia before England was aware of their movements. At Astrabad, they would be exactly 150 leagues off the Kingdom of Kabul, and it would only take them 12 days to reach India. A dozen days would be sufficient to reach Herat from Astrabad by way of the fertile valley of Hirio Rud. From Herat to Kandahar there were 100 leagues of splendid road, from Kandahar to Ghizni 50 leagues, from Ghizni to Attock 60, and the two armies would be on the Indus, a river with a flow of about a league an hour, with any number of fords, never more than 10 to 15 feet deep, between Attock and Dar Ismail Khan. Moreover, it was the route followed by all previous Indian invaders, from the year 1000 to 1729, from Mahmud de Ghizni to Nader Shah. Mahmud de Ghizni alone had invaded India 7 times between the years 1000 and in his 6th expedition. In 3 months he had penetrated from his capital at Ghizni to Chanaud, a town situated 100 miles southwest of Delhi. In the 7th, he penetrated as far as the center of Gujarat and razed the temple of Somnath. Then, in 1184, came Mahomet Ghuri, who marched upon Delhi by the same route, via Attock and Lahore, seized the town and substituted his dynasty for that of Mahmud de Ghizni. Then, in 1396, came Timur the Lame, known commonly as Tamerlane. He set forth from Samarkand, crossed the river Amu, leaving Balkh on his right, descended Kabul by the defile of Andesab, followed the river banks until he reached Attock, where he crossed it and invaded the Punjab, seizing Delhi, which he put to fire and sword, and the next year, after 14 months' campaign, returned to Tartary. Then came Babur in 1505, who again crossed the Indus, established himself at Lahore, and from Lahore attacked Delhi, which he took, founding the Mongolian dynasty there. Finally, in 1739, Nader Shah descended from Persia upon Kabul, and following the same route to Lahore, took possession of Delhi, which he pillaged for 3 days. It would probably be at Delhi that the two combined armies of Russia and France would meet the Anglo-Indian forces. When Napoleon and Alexander had demolished that army, they would march next upon Bombay, rather than on Calcutta, which is only a commercial center. The destruction of Bombay would be far more damaging to England than that of Calcutta, since it is through Bombay that England communicates with the Red Sea and Europe. If Bombay were taken, the head of the serpent would be crushed. There would only be Madras left with its poor fortification, and Calcutta with its fortress, which, without being able to support them, would need 15,000 men to defend it. England's power in India would be annihilated, and Russia would succeed her. Alexander would take as his share Turkey in Europe, Turkey in Asia, Persia and India, while we should take Holland, Italy, Spain, Portugal, the whole of the African seaboard from Tunis to Cairo, the Red Sea with its Christian colonies and Syria as far as the Persian Gulf. I need hardly add that Malta, the Ionian Isles and Greece, to the Dardanelles, would also be yielded up to us. And then the Mediterranean would be truly a French lake, by means of which we should share the commerce of India with our sister Russia. Had Alexander but kept his promise, instead of betraying his ally, this dream would have become a reality. So it will be seen that there was another reason for the war with Russia, besides the refusal of the hand of Princess Olga, which everyone persists in thinking the sole cause. Alexander conquered, he would be compelled by force to do what he had refused to do out of goodwill, but God saw otherwise. Chapter 9. The Emperor Alexander, letter from Tsar Nicholas to Karamzine, history after the style of Suetonius and Saint Simon, Catherine and Potemkin, Madame Braniska, the cost of the imperial cab drive, a ball at M. de Caulaincourt's, the man with the pipe, the emperor's boatman and coachman. We will now devote a few words to the emperor, who had failed Napoleon in his lofty mission of sharing the world, and to the Grand Duke Constantine, whom the whole of Europe, in ignorance of the family secret we are about to relate, looked upon as his successor. Russian history is less known than that of other countries, not because it is not worth being known, but because no one dare write it. One man only, Karamzine, received that mission, but he died before he had accomplished his task, on 3 June 1826, in the palace of the Taurida, where the emperor had lodged him. 3 weeks before his death, the Emperor Nicholas, who had been 6 months on the throne, wrote him the following letter, which might very well serve as an example to certain heads of governments, who flatter themselves that their ideas are more liberal than, say they, are those of the Tsar of all the Russias. Zarkazgilo, 25 May 1826. Nikolai Mikhailovich, As your failing health makes it necessary for you to leave your native country for a time to seek a warmer climate, it gives me much pleasure to express to you, on this occasion, the earnest hope that you will soon return among us with renewed strength, still to serve the interests and the honor of your country as you have hitherto done. I have much pleasure in bearing witness, on behalf of the late emperor, who is aware of your noble and disinterested devotion to his person, on my own behalf and in the name of all Russia, to our grateful recognition of your services both as citizen and author. The Emperor Alexander said to you, "The Russian people deserves to know its history, and the history you have written is worthy of the Russian people. I now fulfill the intention which my brother had not time to carry out. The accompanying paper will assure you of my goodwill. It is but an act of justice, so far as I am concerned, but I also regard it in the light of a sacred legacy deputed me by the Emperor Alexander. I trust your travels will be beneficial to you, and give you ample strength to finish the principal work of your life." This letter might have been signed by Francois I, Louis Roman XIV, or Napoleon, but it was simply signed Nicholas. With it was a ukase informing the Minister of Finance that His Imperial Majesty had granted a pension of 5,000 rubles to M. de Karamzine, to be continued to his wife and to his children. The sons were to enjoy the pension until they were old enough to enter the army, the daughters till they married. Karamzine died before he could finish his history, but had it been finished, it would only have informed us of the general facts and great events connected with the Russian Empire, and it would not have given us any details of the kind we are about to relate. There are two ways of writing history. One, after the fashion of Tacitus, the other after that of Suetonius, one like Voltaire, the other like Saint Simon. Tacitus is magnificent, but we find Suetonius more amusing. Voltaire is limpidly clear, but Saint Simon is a far more picturesque writer. We will now write a few pages of Russian history as Suetonius wrote Roman history, and as Saint Simon wrote French history. The reader, of course, knows Catherine Roman too. By name, she whom Voltaire called the Semiramis of the North, who gave pensions to our literary men when Louis Roman XV proscribed them or left them to die of hunger even when he had not proscribed them. Catherine Roman too was 33 years of age. She was beautiful, benevolent, and pious. Up to that age she had been considered faithful to her husband, Peter Roman III, when, all at once, she learnt that the emperor intended to repudiate her, in order to marry Countess Vorontsov, and as an excuse for this repudiation he proposed to declare that the birth of Paul Petrovich had been illegitimate. She quickly perceived that it was a matter of life and death for her, and of the throne for her son. There was a game to be played, and he who was first in the field would win. The tidings were announced to her at 10 one night. By 11, she had left the castle of Peterhof, where she lived, and, as she did not wish her departure to be known by ordering her carriage to be made ready, she stopped a peasant's cart and mounted beside him, the carter imagining he was merely taking up a country woman. She reached St. Petersburg just as day was beginning to dawn. Directly she arrived, she ordered out the regiments in the garrison there, without revealing for what object, got together the few friends upon whom she believed she could rely, and went on parade with them before the assembled soldiers. She rode on horseback up and down the lines, addressed the officers, invoking their chivalry as men of honor and appealing to their loyalty as soldiers. Then she seized hold of a sword, drew it from its scabbard, flung the scabbard far from her, and, fearing lest the sword might drop out of her unaccustomed hands, asked for a sword knot to tie it to her wrist. A young officer of 28 heard his sovereign's request through the din of the shouts of enthusiasm raised by the regiments, broke through the ranks, ran up to her side offering her his sword knot. Then, when Catherine had accepted his offer with the gracious smile of a woman bent on reigning as empress, a queen in quest of a throne, the young officer turned aside to fall back in his place. But his horse, which was one day to share in his master's good fortune, refused to turn aside. It reared and danced about, and, being used to cavalry maneuvers, persisted in ranging itself by the side of the empress's horse. Catherine, who was as superstitious as all are who stake their fortunes upon the cast of a die, fancied she augured from the horse's persistency that its rider would become one of her most powerful defenders, and she promoted him. A week later, after Peter Roman III, who had been made prisoner by the very person whom he thought to make captive, had resigned into Catherine's hands the crown which he had intended to snatch from her, the empress sent for the young officer from the Place du Senate, made him one of her suite and appointed him groom of the chamber in her palace. This young man's name was Potemkin. From that day, without hindering in the least the reign of the 12 Caesars, as the new regime was dubbed, Potemkin became the favorite of the empress, and her partiality for him continued to increase. Many, hoping to replace him, sought to undermine his position and ruin themselves. A young Servian, called Lovitz, himself a protege of Potemkin, imagined he had succeeded. He had been placed near the empress by his patron, and resolved to take advantage of his protector's absence to ruin him. How did he bring it about? That must remain one of the secrets of the closet, which the walls of the palace of the Hermitage has not revealed to us. It is only known that Potemkin was sent for to the palace. That, upon entering his apartments, he was told he was utterly disgraced, that he was exiled, and he was threatened with death if he did not obey. He went at once, travel-stained as he was after his journey, to the empress's rooms. A young, orderly officer tried to bar his entrance, but Potemkin took him round the hips, lifted him up, flung him across the chamber, entered the empress's room, and in 10 minutes' time came out with a paper in his hand. "Here, monsieur," he said to the young officer, who was still considerably knocked about by the treatment he had just received. "This is the brevet of a captaincy that Her Majesty has been graciously pleased to sign for you." That same day, Lovitz was exiled to the town of Shaklov, which was made into a principality for him. From time to time, Potemkin dreamt of the Duchy of Kurland and the throne of Poland. But upon further reflection, he saw that he did not want either, for whether the crown were ducal or regal, he knew he could not be more powerful nor more fortunate than he was in his present position. Did not there pass through his hands every hour, to play with as a cowboy plays with pebbles, more diamonds, rubies and emeralds than any one crown could contain? Had he not couriers at his beck and call to fetch him sturgeon from the Volga, watermelons from Astrakhan, grapes from the Crimea, and most beautiful flowers from whatever quarter they could be found? Did he not give his sovereign every New Year's Day a plate of cherries that cost him 10,000 rubles? The Prince de Ligne, grandfather of the prince of that name, with whom we are acquainted, author of the charming memoirs which bear his name, and of the most intellectually refined letters that have probably ever been penned, knew Potemkin and said of him, "That man was a compound of colossal, romantic, and barbaric ideas." The Prince de Ligne was right. For 30 years, not a single action, good or bad, was done in Russia save through his instrumentality. Angel or demon, he created or destroyed as the caprice took him. He set everything at sixes and sevens, but he inspired life into everything. Nothing went on without him. When he reappeared, everything else disappeared, and before his presence, vanished into limbo. One day, he conceived the notion of building a palace for Catherine. She had just conquered Taurida, and this palace was to be a monument in memory of that conquest. In 3 months' time, the palace was raised in Catherine's capital, without Catherine knowing anything about it. Then, one evening, Potemkin invited the empress to a night fete which he desired to give in her honor. He said, in the palace that extended along the left bank of the Neva, and there, amidst fine trees, brilliantly lighted up and shining with marble, she found the fairy palace that seemed to have sprung up at one wave of a wand, filled with statues, magnificently furnished, its lakes abounding in gold and silver and azure fishes. Everything connected with this man was mysterious, his death as well as his life, his unexpected end just as his undreamt of beginning. He had passed a year in St. Petersburg in fetes and orgies of all kinds, had succeeded in advancing Russia's boundaries as far as the Caucasus, and was thinking that, this new frontier line now made, he had done enough for his and Catherine's glory. Suddenly, he learnt that old Rupnin had taken advantage of his absence to defeat the Turks, and, forcing them to demand peace, had accomplished more in 2 months than he had in 3 years. So there was then no more rest for the favorite, but more glory ahead for the general. He was ill, but that did not matter. He would wrestle with his disease and slay it. He set out, crossed Yassy, and reached Ochakov, where he halted for a night's rest. Next day at dawn, he resumed his journey. But after traversing several versts, the atmosphere inside his carriage stifled him, and he had it stopped. His cloak was spread on the bank of a ditch, and he lay down on it, panting for breath. He died in his niece's arms before a quarter of an hour had elapsed. I knew his niece. I have heard her relate the details of her uncle's death as though it had only just happened. She was 70 when I knew her. Her name was Madame Braniska, and she lived at Odessa. She was very wealthy, being worth between 60 and 100 millions, possibly. She possessed some of the finest sapphires, pearls, rubies, and diamonds in the world. How had she begun such a collection of precious gems? She would relate, for she dearly loved talking about anything that concerned her uncle. That Potemkin, as we have said, liked nothing better than playing with precious stones which he poured in cascades from hand to hand. Those which, escaping from the main stream of the cataract, dropped to the ground, fell to the spoilt child who made a collection of them. Often, when he composed himself to rest on an ottoman, a divan, or a couch, Potemkin would push his arms under the cushion. And then, when he fell asleep, his hands would relax and a handful of pearls dropped out, which he would forget to pick up when he awoke. His niece knew this, and either during his sleep or after he awoke, she used to raise the cushion and carry off the treasures. What did it matter to Potemkin? His pockets were full of other precious stones. And when his pockets were empty, had he not casks full, like the sovereigns of Samarkand, Baghdad, and of Bassora, mentioned in the Thousand and One Nights? This Madame Braniska was a singular character, with her 60 to 100 millions. She often had fits of avarice, interspersed with bursts of generosity, very unusual traits to find combined in one person. For instance, she would send her son, who lived either at Moscow or St. Petersburg, 500,000 francs for a New Year's gift, and add a postscript to the letter enclosing it, saying, "I have a dreadful cold. Send me some jujubes, but wait till you see a convenient opportunity. The carriage from Moscow and Odessa is ruinous." Catherine nearly died when she heard of Potemkin's death. Those two great hearts and lives seemed to beat in perfect unison. She fainted away 3 times on receipt of the fatal news, mourned him for long and ever regretted him. Paul Petrovitch, for whom she had saved the crown when she took it away from Peter Roman III, became the father of that rich posterity of which I had seen a specimen in the kibbutz, driven by the Grand Duke Michael, besides the emperor reigning today. At that period, no one for a moment thought he would ever reign. Ranging over her fine and numerous company of descendants, the eyes of Catherine were most constantly fixed on the two eldest, and by their very names, one was called Alexander and the other Constantine. She seemed to have divided the world in advance between them. This idea had indeed been so firmly rooted in her mind that she had them painted, while they were both infants, one cutting the Gordian knot, the other carrying the Roman standard. She carried the idea even farther and had them educated in conformity with the same two great ideas. Constantine, whom she destined for the Empire of the East, had only Greek nurses and tutors, whilst Alexander, destined to rule the Western Empire, was surrounded by English, Germans, and French. Nothing could have been more diametrically different than the methods employed in the education of the august pupils. Whilst Alexander, aged 12, said to Graft, his professor in experimental physics, who was telling him that light was a continual emanation from the sun, "That cannot be true, or the sun would grow smaller every day," Constantine said to his special tutor, Sakin, who was endeavoring to get him to learn to read, "No, I do not want to learn to read. You are everlastingly reading, and it only makes you more and more stupid." We shall see later how mistaken the Empress's forecasts were with regard to Constantine. But first, we will devote a little attention to the Emperor Alexander. He was much beloved both by the people and the nobles, loved on account of his own character, and perhaps even more so because of the fear with which Constantine was regarded. There are hosts of anecdotes told in his praise, doing honor to his kindliness, his courage, and his ability. Once, when he was walking on foot, as was his custom, seeing threatenings of rain, he hailed a Drovsky to take him to the imperial palace. On arrival, the emperor searched in his pockets and saw he had no money. "Wait," he said to the driver, "I will have your fare sent out to you." "Oh yes, I know that tale," growled the man. "What are you saying?" demanded the emperor. "I am saying that I can't rely on your promises." "Why not?" asked Alexander. "Oh, I know what I am talking about," said the driver. "Well, let me hear all about it." "I say that there are too many persons whom I take up to houses with double doors, who go inside without paying me their fares, too many debtors whom I never see again." "What, even at the emperor's palace?" "Oh, there are more there than anywhere else. You don't know what short memories great nobles have." "But you should complain and denounce the thieves and have them taken up," said Alexander. "I have a nobleman taken up? Your Excellency surely knows that we poor devils have no power to do anything of the kind. If it were one of ourselves, it would be another matter and easy enough," added the driver, pointing to his long beard, "for they know how to get hold of us. But all you great nobles have your chins too smoothly shaven for that. Good night, there is nothing more to be said, unless your Excellency will please search your pockets once more, in case there is a trifle with which to pay me." "No," said the emperor, "it would be useless, but I have an idea." "What is it?" "You see this cloak, it is worth more than your fare, is it not?" "Certainly, and if you Excellency wishes to give it me without expecting the change." No, keep it as a pledge, and do not give it up till I send someone for it with your fare. All right, well and good. You are something like a reasonable gentleman, you are, replied the driver. 5 minutes later, the driver received a note for 100 rubles in exchange for the pledged cloak. The emperor had paid off the debts of those who came to see him as well as his own, but the driver made out he was still out of pocket. During the time in which Napoleon and Alexander were on friendly terms, when he inclined towards him and smiled at the line, 50 amity dun grand homme est un bienfait destia. The Emperor Alexander was one night at a ball, given by M. de Caulaincourt, the French ambassador, and at midnight the host was informed that the house was on fire. The remembrance of the terrible accidents that had happened in a fire at the Prince of Schwarzenberg's ball was still in everybody's mind. So Caulaincourt's first fear when he received news of the fire was that there would be a panic, and the same disastrous results would happen at his house. He therefore decided to make sure first himself how serious the danger was, so he placed an aide-de-camp at every door with directions that no one should be allowed to go out, and he made his way up to the emperor. "Sire, the house is on fire," he said in a whisper. "I am going myself to see how things are. It is important that no one should be told of the danger until we can ascertain the amount and nature of the peril. My aide-de-camp have received orders to prevent any person from going out, except your majesty and their imperial highnesses the Grand Dukes and Grand Duchesses. If your majesty therefore desires to withdraw, the way is clear. But I may, perhaps, be permitted to suggest that no one will be so ready to take fright at the fire if they see your majesty among them." "Very good," said the emperor. "Go, I will stay here." M. de Caulaincourt went out and discovered that, as he had anticipated, the danger was not so grave as he had at first been given to understand. He went back to the ballroom and found the emperor dancing a polonaise. They exchanged significant glances, and the emperor danced to the finish. When the dance was at an end, he asked Caulaincourt how matters stood. "It is all right, sire," the ambassador replied. "The fire has been extinguished, and that was all." It was not until the next day that the guests who had attended that magnificent fete learnt that, for a quarter of an hour, they had, as M. de Salvandy expressed it, been dancing upon a volcano. We have mentioned that the Emperor Alexander liked walking alone about the streets of St. Petersburg. He also indulged in the same habit when he traveled about. He was once journeying through Little Russia, when he reached a large village, and whilst the grooms were changing horses, he jumped out of his carriage and told the postilions that he meant to walk on foot for a while, therefore they need not hurry after him. Then, alone, clad simply in a military cloak and divested of all his insignia, he began his walk. When he got to the end of the village, he found there were two roads and did not know which he ought to take, so he went up to a man who was dressed in a military cloak very similar to his own. The man was sitting smoking a pipe at his front door. "My friend," inquired the emperor, "which of those two roads ought I to take to get to?" At this question, the man with the pipe eyed the interrogator from head to foot, and astounded that such an ordinary-looking traveler should dare to speak with that familiarity to a man of his importance, especially in Russia, where differences in rank place a great gulf between superiors and inferiors, he went on puffing at his pipe and snapped out, "The road to the right." The emperor understood and respected the reason for his haughty indignation. "Forgive me, monsieur," he said, touching his cap as he went up to the man with the pipe. "May I ask one more question?" "What is it?" "May I ask your rank in the army?" "Guess it." "Well, perhaps monsieur is a lieutenant." "Higher." "A captain." "Higher still." "A major." "Go on." "Commandant of a battalion." "Yes, and I didn't gain it save by hard work." The emperor bowed. "And now," said the man with the pipe, persuaded that he was talking to an inferior, "who are you, my good man?" "Guess," replied the emperor in his turn. "Lieutenant." "Higher." "A captain." "Higher still." "A major." "Go on." "Commandant of a battalion." "Try again." The questioner drew his pipe out of his mouth. "Colonel." "You haven't got it yet." The man stood up and assumed a more respectful attitude. Your Excellency is a lieutenant general, perhaps. You are getting nearer. Then your Highness must be a field marshal. Have one more guess, Commandant. His Imperial Majesty, exclaimed the stupefied questioner, letting his pipe fall and breaking it in pieces. Exactly so, Alexander replied with a smile. Ah, sire, cried the officer, clasping his hands together, I entreat your forgiveness. Oh, what the deuce is there to forgive, said Alexander. I asked you to tell me the way and you told me, thank you. And the emperor, waving his hand to the poor stupefied commandant, took the road on his right and was soon caught up by his carriage. On another occasion also, when he was traveling, for the life of Alexander, the son of Paul was spent like that of Alexander the son of Philip, in perpetual journeyings. While crossing a lake in the department of Archangel, the emperor was overtaken by a violent gale. Alexander was of a melancholy temperament, and the melancholy grew upon him, so he would oftener than not travel quite alone. He was thus alone in a boat with only the boatman, and the waves of the lake, lashed by the tempest, rose high and threatened to swamp them. My friend, said the emperor to the boatman, who was fast losing his nerve under the weight of the responsibility that rested on him, about 1800 years ago, see, a Tsar was placed in just such a position as we are, and he said with pride to his boatman, do not be afraid you are carrying see a Tsar and his good luck. I am not see a Tsar. I believe more in God and have less faith in my luck than the conqueror of Pompey, but just listen to me. Forget that I am the emperor, look upon me simply as a man like yourself, and try to save both of us. At these words, which the Russian boatman, no doubt, understood much better than the pilot opportunist understood CSR's injunctions, the brave fellow renewed his struggle, and by strenuous efforts managed to land the boat safely on the shore. Unluckily, Alexander was not so fortunate in his coachman as he was with his boatman. When he was once traveling in the provinces bordering the Don, he was violently thrown out of his drovsky, and his leg was injured. Being a slave to that discipline which he enforced on others, and which he made more efficacious by his own example, he insisted on continuing his journey in spite of his injuries, in order to arrive at his destination on the promised day. But fatigue and want of prompt attention caused blood poisoning from the wound. Erysipelas set in the leg, recurred again and again, confining the emperor to bed for weeks and leaving him lame for months. He had a violent attack of the same complaint during the winter of 1824. He was living at Zarkasgilo, his favorite retreat, to which he became more and more attached, as it enabled him to give way to the deep melancholy which preyed upon his spirits. He had been out walking until late, forgetting the cold, so absorbed was he in his melancholy reflections, and when he reached home he was frozen. He ordered his meal to be sent up to his room, and that same night he was attacked by erysipelas, accompanied by a higher temperature than in any of his previous illnesses. The fever was so sharp that he became delirious in a few hours. They took the emperor in a closed sledge to St. Petersburg, and as soon as they got him there, they put him in the hands of the cleverest physicians. All these, except his own special surgeon, Dr. Wiley, were unanimously of opinion that his leg must be amputated. But Wiley took upon himself the sole responsibility of attending to the august patient, and once more managed to save his life. The emperor returned to Zarkasgilo almost before he had recovered from his illness, for all his other residences had become distasteful to him. There he was alone with the phantom of his solitary grandeur, a phantom that necessarily terrified him. He only gave audience at special hours to those ministers who did his business for him. His life was more like a Trappist mourning over his sins than that of a great emperor with countless lives in his care. Alexander rose at 6 in winter, and at 5 in summer, dressed himself, went into his study, where he would find a fine cambric handkerchief folded and laid at the left of his desk, and a packet of 10 freshly cut quill pens at the right side of it. There the emperor would set himself to work, never using the same pen twice over if he were interrupted in his labors, though his pens were only used to sign his name. Then, when he had finished his morning's budget and signed everything, he would go out into the park, where, no matter what rumors of conspiracy were abroad, and for 2 years there had been no lack of these, he would always walk unattended, with no other guard than the palace sentinels. About 5 o'clock he would return to the palace, dine alone, and retire to bed in his private rooms to the melancholy strains of music selected by himself, lulled to sleep in the same sad frame of mind in which he had passed his waking hours. The empress accepted this physical and mental separation with a philosophy that was characteristic of her. Her gentle influence could be felt surrounding the emperor, without ever being perceived, and she seemed to watch over her beloved husband like an angel from heaven. The winter and spring of 1824 passed in this manner. But, when summer came, the physicians unanimously declared that a voyage was necessary for the restoration of the emperor's health, advising the Crimea as the best climate to hasten his convalescence. And, as though he had a prevision that he was reaching the end of his life, Alexander made no plans for the coming year. He consented with profound indifference to everything that was decided for him. The empress was more alarmed by this condition of morbid acquiescence than if he had been in a constant state of irritability. She begged and obtained leave to accompany him, and after a public service soliciting a blessing on his journey, attended by the whole of the imperial family, Alexander left St. Petersburg, driven by his faithful coachman Ivan, and followed by his surgeon Wiley, and by several orderly officers under the command of General Diebitsch. He left on 13 September at 4 in the morning, and the empress started on the 15th. Only his dead body was destined to return to the capital 4 months later. Chapter 10. Alexander leaves St. Petersburg, his presentiments of his death, the two stars seen at Taganrog, the emperor's illness, his last moments, how they learned of his death in St. Petersburg, the Grand Duke Constantine, his character and tastes, why he renounced his right to the imperial throne, Ginette Graudzenska. The departure of the emperor naturally meant an increase of work before he left, so that he was not able to write and bid his mother, the Dowager Empress, adieu until 4 o'clock on the afternoon of 12 September. At 4 o'clock it suddenly became very dark, a great cloud overshadowing the light. The emperor called his valet. "Fodor," he said, "bring me lights." The valet brought 4 candles, but it grew light again before the emperor had done writing, and the valet immediately entered to put them out. "Sire," he asked, "shall I take away the lights?" "Why so?" asked the emperor. "Because we look on it as an ill omen to write by artificial light when it is daylight." "What conclusion do you draw from that?" Sire, I do not infer anything from it." "But I do, I understand. You think that people passing by, seeing the light inside, will imagine there has been a death in the house." "Exactly so, sire." "Ah, well, take away the candles." The emperor did not seem to take any notice of his valet's observations, but the incident remained in his mind. As we have already noted, he left the city of St. Petersburg at 4 in the morning of 13 September, just as the sun began to rise. He stopped his carriage and stood looking back at the city of the Tsar Peter, plunged in deep sadness, as though warned by some inward voice that he was looking upon it for the last time. The emperor had spent the previous night in prayer, both in the convent of Saint Alexander Nevsky and in the cathedral of Kassin. In the monastery he had an interview, lasting nearly an hour, with the monks and the metropolitan Seraphin. The latter related a story to the emperor of a monk of his convent, who had voluntarily submitted himself to a life of the most scrupulous austerity by shutting himself up in a hollow place, scooped out of the thick walls of the convent, where he meant to pass all his remaining days. In spite of the lateness of the hour, the emperor asked to be taken to this monk's cell, and talked with him for nearly 20 minutes. Before leaving St. Petersburg, Alexander wished to see his beloved Zarkasgilo once more. He mounted on horseback at the palace door and rode over all his favorite haunts, as though to bid them farewell. When Fodor asked Alexander when he expected to return to the imperial palace, he pointed with his finger to an image of Christ and said, "He alone knows." The emperor reached Taganrog towards the close of September. On 5 October the empress, who could only journey by short stages on account of her state of health, also arrived there. The emperor advanced a little ahead of the empress, and together they made a solemn entry into the town. Why had the emperor taken a liking for Taganrog? It seemed inexplicable except on the grounds of that fatal destiny, which compels men towards the place in which it is foreordained they are to die. Taganrog is situated in the finest climate of the Crimea, in the midst of a fertile country and in a pleasant place at the entrance to the Sea of Azov, close to the mouths of the Don and the Volga. But the town itself contains nothing but a heap of tumble-down houses, of which about a sixth are built of brick or stone, whilst the remainder are really nothing but wooden huts smeared over with a mixture of clay and mud. The streets are certainly wide, but they are unpaved, and the soil is so powdery that, after the least shower of rain, one sinks in mud up to one's knees. Then, when the heat of the sun has dried up this damp marsh, The cattle and horses that pass by raise such clouds of dust that it is impossible in full daylight to distinguish a man from a beast of burden 10 paces away. This dust penetrates everything. It gets through closed blinds, tightly fastened shutters, and the most impenetrable curtains. It makes its way through clothing, no matter how thick it be, and fills the water with a kind of crust that can only be precipitated by boiling it with salts of tartar. The emperor alighted at the governor's house, but he went out first thing in the morning and did not return until dinner time at 2 o'clock. At 4, he took another long excursion, not returning until nightfall, neglecting all the precautions that the natives of those parts themselves take against the dangerous malarial fevers common along the entire coastline. At night, he slept on a camp bedstead, his head resting on a leather pillow. Presentiments of his approaching end never left him. The very evening of his arrival at Taganrog, just as his valet was about to leave him for the night, he said to him, "Fodor, the candles that I ordered you to take out of my study at St. Petersburg constantly recur to my mind. Before very long, they will be burning for me." During one night in the month of October, several of the inhabitants of Taganrog saw, at 2 in the morning, above the house where the emperor was living, two stars which at first were a wide distance apart from one another, then approached each other, and then again separated. This phenomenon was repeated 3 times. Then one of the stars gradually grew into a luminous ball of considerable dimensions, obliterating the other, and soon afterwards disappeared below the horizon and was no longer seen. In its fall, the bigger star left the smaller one behind in its place, but it, too, paled by degrees and soon also disappeared. The superstitious interpreted the larger and more brilliant star to be the Emperor Alexander, and the other the Empress. They augured from the portent that the emperor was soon to die, and that the empress was only to survive her husband for a few months. Besides his daily excursions, the emperor would make others that lasted for days together, either in the country round the Don, or at Tcherkask or at Donetsk. He was prepared to start for Astrakhan, when Count Voronzov, governor of Odessa, arrived to tell the emperor that discontent was increasing throughout the whole of the Crimea and would cause considerable trouble if the emperor did not quell the insubordination and calm the disquiet by his personal presence. There was a distance of some 300 leagues to be traversed, but what are 300 leagues in Russia? Alexander promised the empress he would return within a month and gave orders for his departure. He was impatient and irritable throughout the journey, an attitude of mind so at variance with his usual gentle melancholy that it surprised all around him. He complained that the horses did not go fast enough, of the badness of the roads, of the cold in the morning, the heat at noonday, the frost at night. Dr. Wiley advised the traveler to take precautions against the changes of temperature, which he seemed to feel so much. But here the emperor's wayward mood showed itself. He rejected both cloaks and capes, apparently courting the very dangers his friends advised him to guard against. Finally, one evening he caught cold, and a persistent cough developed into an intermittent fever, which, aggravated by the patient's obstinacy, had, by the time they reached Oradov, become a serious fever, which the doctor recognized as an attack of the same kind that had raged all autumn through from Taganrog to Sebastopol. They immediately turned back towards Taganrog, the emperor himself giving the order to retrace their journey. Whilst on the way back, the doctor urged upon his patient the necessity for taking prompt measures, for he knew the gravity of the nature of his illness. But the emperor objected. "Leave me alone," he said. "Surely I know myself best what I need. I want rest, solitude, and quiet. Look after my nerves, doctor. It is they that are in such a deplorable state." "Sire," replied Wiley, "kings are much more subject to nervous disorders than ordinary individuals." "True," said Alexander in reply, "specially nowadays. Ah, doctor," he continued, shaking his head, "I have ample reason for being unwell." In spite of the doctor's objections, Alexander would ride on horseback part of the way, until he felt compelled to return to his carriage, and he was so exhausted by the time he set foot in the governor's house at Taganrog that he fainted away. Although the empress was herself dying of heart disease, she forgot her own sufferings and rallied when she saw her husband's condition. When he was a little better, Alexander wrote to reassure his imperial mother, telling her that although he was ill, she need not be anxious, that he was able to take food and there was nothing serious to fear. This was on 18 November. On the 24th, the fever set in with increased vigor and the erysipelas in the leg disappeared. "See," cried the emperor when he saw what had occurred, "this is the end. I shall die as my sister died." But he still refused to take any medicines. As Dr. Wiley stood by his side that night, he exclaimed suddenly, as he turned towards the doctor. What a deed, what a deplorable act. What reminiscence was it that drew such a sorrowful exclamation from him? It can hardly be doubted that he was referring to the death of Paul, who was smothered in a room above his head, and whose last groans he heard, without daring to go to his rescue. On the 27th, the emperor at last gave himself into his doctor's hands, who at once applied leeches. This application gave him a little relief, but the fever soon returned worse than ever. They tried synepisms, but could not reduce the temperature, and the patient realized then that it was time he prepared for his end. A confessor was brought to him at 5 in the morning. "Father," Alexander said to him, as he held out his hand, "deal with me as an ordinary being and not as an emperor." The priest drew close to his bedside, received the imperial confession, and administered the sacraments to the noble invalid. Towards 2 o'clock the emperor's pains increased terribly. "Oh," he exclaimed, overcome by his sufferings, "my God, must kings suffer more when they come to die than other men?" During the night he became unconscious, and remained in a state of complete lethargy the whole of the next day. On the 29th he recovered consciousness, and faint hopes were raised. The empress watched by his bed, and noticed that he slept a little before dawn. He did not wake until 9 the next morning, just as the sun shone out from behind some clouds as brilliantly as on the finest summer day. As Alexander opened his eyes, he saw that he was flooded with sunlight. "What beautiful weather!" he exclaimed, with that fervid joy at sight of the sun so often noticed in the dying. Then, turning to the empress and kissing her hand, he said, "Madam, you must be worn out with fatigue." Then he relapsed into the same condition of torpor from which he had momentarily emerged. All hope of his recovery was given up on the 30th. Nevertheless, towards 2 o'clock in the morning, General Diebitsch mentioned an old man, named Alexandrovitch, who had, he said, saved several Tartars from the same fever that had attacked the emperor. They sent for this old man at Dr. Wiley's instigation, and he came at 8. He looked at the emperor, shook his head, and said, "It is too late, besides, those I have cured did not suffer from that complaint." And he left, taking with him the empress's last ray of hope. However, the emperor reopened his eyes towards 10:30 that morning, and all waited anxiously for him to speak. But he did not utter a word. He only took the empress's hand, kissed it, and laid it on his heart. The empress remained bent over him in the position her husband's hand caused her to take, and at 10 minutes to 11 the emperor died. The empress's face was so close to his that she felt him draw his last breath. She uttered a terrible cry and fell on her knees in prayer. Not even the doctor dared to approach the body, for she had made a sign to all around not to disturb her. Then, some minutes later, she rose in a calmer state of mind, closed the emperor's eyes, which had remained open, tied a handkerchief round his head to prevent his jaws from dropping, kissed his hands already as cold as ice, and again falling on her knees, she remained in prayer by the bedside until the doctors were obliged to ask her to withdraw into another room, while they made a post-mortem examination. Whilst this sad operation proceeded, the widowed empress wrote to the dowager empress, "Our angel is in heaven while I still linger on earth. Alas, who would ever have thought that I, weak and ill as I am, should have survived him? Mother, I entreat you not to desert me, for I am absolutely alone in this world of sorrow." The face of our beloved dead has resumed its expression of gentle kindliness. The smile upon it assures me that he is happy, and that his eyes see better things than here below. My only comfort in this irreparable loss is that I shall not long survive him. And, indeed, the empress died 6 months later. The letter was sent off by courier to St. Petersburg, where the emperor's illness was already known. He had himself written, on 17 November, to say that he had had to return to Taganrog on account of illness. On the 24th, the Empress Elizabeth had written to the Grand Duchess Helena asking her to inform the Empress Marie that the emperor was going on well. On the 27th, however, General Diebitsch had sent news that the emperor was suffering from an attack of yellow fever. And on 29 November the Empress Elizabeth again wrote to the Dowager Empress to tell her of a temporary improvement in the emperor's condition. Although this improvement was so slight, the Dowager Empress and the Grand Dukes Nicholas and Mitchell gave orders for a Te Deum to be sung on 9 December in the great metropolitan cathedral of Cassin. The people flocked there joyfully, for the good news had been exaggerated for their sake. Towards the close of the service, the Grand Duke Nicholas was advised that a messenger from Taganrog was waiting for him in the sacristy. He was the bearer of a dispatch that had to be delivered only in person. The Grand Duke rose and went into the sacristy, where he found the messenger, and received from his hands the letter we have already read. He did not even need to read the letter. Its contents were revealed to him by the Black Seal. The Grand Duke Nicholas sent for the Metropolitan and announced to him the melancholy tidings, charging him to break the news as gently as possible to the Dowager Empress, as he felt he had not the courage to fulfill the cruel mission himself. He then returned and took his place by her, who, in ignorance of the sad truth, was praying for the life of her dead son. The Grand Duke had scarcely resumed his position by her side before the Metropolitan re-entered the choir. He was a fine-looking old man, with a long white beard and hair that fell almost to his waist. At a sign from him, all the voices that were chanting hymns of thankful praise to heaven ceased, and a death-like silence followed. Then, with the eyes of all upon him, he walked slowly and solemnly towards the altar, took down the massive silver crucifix and draped it with a black veil. Then he advanced to the Dowager Empress and gave her the black draped crucifix to kiss. "My son is dead," cried the Empress, and she fell on her knees even as, 18 centuries before, at the foot of her son's cross, another mother, the Queen of Heaven, whose name she bore, had fallen. And in that way, Russia learnt she had lost her emperor. We promised we would relate the history of the strange self-sacrifice by which a man gave up an empire. A history all the more strange in that the empire was an absolute monarchy, and that he would then have succeeded to 53 millions of subjects, and to a territory which already covered a seventh part of the world, without reckoning future possibilities of expansion. This history is as follows. The reader knows what an Ukrainian bear Constantine was, forever growling, grumbling, or roaring, whose countenance was no more like a human being's than the face of Kalmuck is like that of a man. He was as rough as his brother Alexander was courteous, as ugly as his brother Nicholas was handsome, a true son of Paul when he was in a bad temper. We have learnt his reply as a lad to his own tutor, who tried to make him learn to read. "I do not want to learn to read. You are always reading, and you become more and more stupid every day." It will be readily believed that a mind built in that fashion had no inclinations in the direction of learning. But in proportion as the young prince grew to detest his mental exercises, his love of military pursuits increased. Here he took after his father, Paul, who rose at 5 in the morning after his wedding night, to control the maneuvers of a platoon of soldiers on guard nearby. His military predilection led Constantine to spend all his time in soldierly exercises, on horseback, perfecting himself in the use of the lance, maneuvering his men, all of which accomplishments seemed to him far more useful than geometry, astronomy, or botany. They only succeeded in making him learn French by means of telling him that the best books on military tactics were written in that language. Great was his delight when Paul had a rupture with France and when Suvorov was sent into Italy. The Grand Duke was placed under command of an old marshal, a chief who exactly suited Constantine, since he was one of the old Russian stock, more savage, more brutal, more uncivilized, if that be possible, than his young pupil. Constantine took part in his victories on the Mincio, and in his defeats among the Alps. He watched him dig the grave in which he wished to be buried alive. The consequence of association with such an uncouth companion was to foster the young prince's own peculiarities to such an extent that people more than once queried whether Paul, in being forced to leave the empire to Alexander, had made a special point of bequeathing his mad temperament to Constantine. After the French campaign and the Treaty of Vienna, Constantine was made Viceroy of Poland. It was just the post for him. Here, placed at the head of a warlike nation, whose whole history is one long struggle, his military tastes grew with redoubled energy. Unfortunately, he substituted lawless encounters for the bloody struggles in which he had just taken part. Summer or winter, whether living in the Palace of Bruhl or residing in the Palace of Belvedere, he was up and equipped in his general's uniform by 3 in the morning, without the assistance in his toilet of any valet. He would then seat himself before a table covered with regimental lists and military orders, in a room wherein every single panel on the walls was painted with different regimental costumes. He read the reports that had been drawn up the day before, either by Colonel Aksimilovsky or by Subovitsky, the prefect of police, signifying his approval or disapproval of them in a side note. With the exception of letter writing to some members of his family, these were the only occasions he handled a pen. This work generally took him until 9 in the morning, when he partook of the hasty breakfast of a soldier. He then went down to the parade ground to inspect a couple of regiments of infantry or a squadron of cavalry. The band saluted him as he approached, and the review immediately began. The platoons marched past the viceroy, a little way off, with mathematical precision, a sight that always filled him with childish joy and moved him as much as though the men were marching to a real battle. He would stand on foot watching them pass by, attired in the green uniform of the light infantry. His cap, which was decorated with cock's feathers, posed on his head in such a manner that one of the corners touched his left epaulette, whilst the other pointed heavenwards at an alarming angle. Below shone, like two carbuncles, eyes that seemed more like a jackal's than those of a human being, set below a narrow forehead which was furrowed with deep lines, indicating constant and anxious preoccupation, and his thick long eyebrows were crooked from habitual frowning. In his moments of extreme happiness, the strange vivaciousness of the Tsarevich's expression, coupled with the snub nose that looked like a skeleton's, and his protruding lower lip, gave a very savage appearance to his head. His neck, which he could push out and withdraw at will, came in and out of his collar just like a tortoise's from below its shell. As he listened to the music and saw the men he had trained and heard the measured tramp of their feet, his whole being expanded with delight, until he looked feverish with excitement. The flush would come into his cheeks, his arms would stiffen against his body down to his elbows, his rigid, tightly clasped fists would nervously open and close, while his restless feet beat time, and his guttural voice every now and then between his harshly uttered commands would give vent to hoarse, raucous, inhuman cries, expressive, alternately, of satisfaction or anger, according as matters pleased him or he saw something that offended his sense of discipline. For indeed his anger was a terrible sight, and his good humor was that of a rough savage. If he were pleased, he would double up in fits of laughter, rubbing his hands together noisily and hilariously, stamping on the ground first with one foot and then with the other. If he caught sight of a child at the moment, he would catch hold of it, turn it over and over like a monkey with a doll, make the child kiss him, pinch its cheeks, pull its nose, and then putting it down, he would send it away with the first piece of gold or silver in its hands that he could find in his pocket. When he was angry, he roared aloud, striking the soldier who had failed in his work, himself pushing the man towards the prison, shouting, or rather yelling imprecations after him till the man was out of sight. His severity indeed extended to all, to animals as well as to men. One day he had a monkey hung because it was too noisy. He lashed a horse again and again and again with his riding stick, because it stumbled while he had trustingly let the reins fall on its neck for a little while, and he had a dog shot one morning because it had kept him awake during the night with its howling. Between these fits of anger and moments of exultation, he was subject to hours of depression. He fell into moods of deep melancholy which ended in complete prostration. Weak as a woman, he would lie on his couch or roll about on the floor, a prey to nervous attacks. At these times, not even the most favored person dared go near him. The last valet to leave the room would open wide the window and the door, and upon the threshold would appear a fair pale woman, clothed almost always in a white dress clasped with a blue girdle, her expression as sad as a ghost's, and like a ghost, smiling. Through her melancholy, the vision had a magical influence upon Constantine. His spirits grew brighter, he first sighed and then sobbed, cried out, and after bitter and abundant tears, he rested his head on the woman's lap and would fall asleep to wake up cured. This woman was Poland's guardian angel, Ginette Graudzynska. Once, when quite a child, she was praying in the Metropolitan Church of Warsaw, before an image of the Virgin, when a crown of immortelles that had been placed at the foot of the picture fell on her head, resting upon it, until she removed it and replaced it on its nail. On her return home, Ginette related this incident to her father, who told it to an old Ukrainian Cossack. Thought to be a scene, the old Cossack replied that the falling of the holy crown on the maiden's head meant that God had intended an earthly crown for her, had she not herself renounced it by returning it to the Virgin, who would keep her a heavenly crown instead. Both father and daughter had forgotten all about this prediction, or, if not forgotten entirely, they only thought of it as a dream, when chance, or rather, shall we say, Providence, who was watching over the interests of 53 millions of men, brought Constantine and Ginette face to face. Then it came about that that hot-blooded savage, that roaring bear, became as timid as a young girl. He who broke down all opposition, who disposed of the lives of fathers and the honor of their children, came bashfully to the old father to ask for the hand of Ginette, imploring him not to refuse him the being without whose presence he could never be happy again. The old man recollected the Cossack's prediction, and, seeing in the viceroy's request the fulfillment of almighty designs, the viceroy obtained his consent and that of the daughter. Then the emperor's sanction had to be obtained. Alexander had a constant dread of what would become of the empire in Constantine's hands. More than anyone else did he feel the responsibility of having had the charge of souls committed to him from heaven. He therefore tried to utilize this love affair for the benefit of the community at large, though without much hope that he would succeed. He granted his consent on condition that Constantine would abdicate his succession, and awaited the brother's answer as anxiously as his brother waited for his. Constantine received the imperial dispatch, opened it, read it, gave a shout of delight, and renounced his rights. Yes, that strange, inexplicable man renounced his right to the throne, he, an Olympian Jove, before whose frown a whole people trembled. He gave up his twofold right to both an eastern and a western sovereignty in exchange for the heart of a young girl, an empire containing two great capitals and territory that began at the shores of the Baltic and ended at the Rocky Mountains, an empire washed by seven seas. Ginette Graudzenska received from the Emperor Alexander in exchange the title of Princess of Lovix. Nevertheless, when the news of the death of the Emperor Alexander reached St. Petersburg, the Grand Duke Nicholas ignored the fact of the renunciation, took oath of allegiance to the Grand Duke Constantine, and dispatched a messenger to him to invite him to come and take possession of the throne. But at the same time that this letter was being carried from St. Petersburg to Warsaw, the Grand Duke Mitchell was on his way from Warsaw to St. Petersburg with the following letter from Constantine to his brother. My very dear brother, it was with the most profound grief that I learnt yesterday evening the news of the death of our adored sovereign and my benefactor, the Emperor Alexander. I hasten to express to you my feelings of sorrow at this cruel misfortune, and at the same time I beg to inform you that I am sending a letter by the same hands to Her Imperial Majesty, our Royal Mother, in which I declare that, in accordance with the edict I obtained dated February 1822, sanctioning my renunciation of the throne, it is still my unalterable resolution to cede to you all my rights of succession to the throne of the Emperor of all the Russias. I therefore beg our beloved mother and those who are concerned in this matter to announce that my wishes in this respect are still unchanged, in order that matters may be settled as arranged. Having made this declaration, I look upon it as my sacred duty very humbly to beseech your Imperial Majesty to let me be the first to swear faithful allegiance and submission to you, and to allow me to assert that I do not wish for any fresh dignity or any new title. I wish simply and solely to maintain my title of Tsarevich, which my revered father condescended to confer upon me in recognition of my services. Henceforth, my only happiness will be to tender your Imperial Majesty tokens of my profoundest respect and of my unbounded devotion. I can offer in pledge thereof more than 30 years of faithful service and the unswerving zeal that I have displayed towards my imperial father and brother. Animated by these sentiments, I will not cease to serve your Imperial Majesty and your successors as long as life shall be granted me. In my present office and functions, I am, with the most profound respect, Constantine. The day after the Grand Duke Nicholas had dispatched his courier to the Tsarevich, the Council of State had informed him that they had been commissioned to keep a document for him that had been handed to their care on 15 October 1823, sealed with the seal of the Emperor Alexander and accompanied by an autograph letter from His Majesty, who had charged them to keep the document until further orders, and in case of death to open it at an extraordinary session. Now, as the Emperor had died, the Council of State had opened the package, and within a double wrapping, they found the Grand Duke Constantine's renunciation of the Empire of all the Russias. This renunciation was couched in the following terms. Sire, I am emboldened by the many proofs of your Imperial Majesty's kindness towards me to venture to crave your further indulgence, and to lay my humble petitions at your feet, as I do not think myself fitted by my mental endowments and qualifications, nor gifted with sufficient capability, should I ever be called upon to fulfill the high position my birth would entitle me to assume. I earnestly implore your Imperial Majesty to transfer my rights to my immediate successor, and thus to place the empire forever upon a stable foundation. So far as I am concerned, my renunciation will give an additional guarantee and added strength to the solemn oath I took, at the time of my divorce from my first wife. The existing condition of things establishes me more firmly in the opinion, day by day, that I am right in taking this step, and it will prove the sincerity of my sentiments to the Empire and to the whole world. May your Imperial Majesty be moved to listen favorably to my entreaties, to influence our noble mother to look upon matters in the same light, and to sanction my wishes with your imperial consent. In the sphere of a private life, I will ever strive to set a good example to your faithful subjects, and to all who are animated by a feeling of affection towards our beloved country. I remain, with the most profound respect, Constantine. To this letter, the emperor had made the following reply. My very dear brother, I have just read your letter with all the attention it deserves. I am not surprised at its contents, since I have always understood and appreciated the lofty sentiments of your heart. It has afforded me one proof more of your sincere attachment to the state and of your far-seeing care for the preservation of its best interests. I have communicated the contents of your letter to our beloved mother, as you desired me. She has read it with the same feelings as those I have expressed and gratefully recognizes the noble motives that have prompted you. After consideration of the reasons you have laid before us, the only course we feel free to take is to leave you full liberty to follow your fixed determination and to ask Almighty God to bless your single-hearted zeal and to cause it to produce a happy issue. I am ever your very affectionate brother, Alexander. Nicholas, however, waited for the Tsarevich's reply, and not unt December did he issue a manifesto accepting the throne that had devolved upon him by his elder brother's renunciation. He then fixed the following day, the 26th, for the taking of the oath of allegiance to himself and to his eldest son, the Grand Duke Alexander. And that is the strange story of these two brothers, and the refusal of one of the most splendid crowns the world has to offer, and how Constantine remained simply the Tsarevich and Nicholas became the emperor of all the Russias. Book 2, Chapter 1. Rousseau and Romeo, Conversation with the Porter, the 8 hours candle, the dew maggots, at what hour one should wind up one's watch. M. Le Sous-Prefet enjoys a joke, Henry Monnier, a paragraph of information, on suppers, on cigars. While these great events were happening in high political spheres, our humble fortunes were on the wane. The 100 louis that my mother had brought with her had come to an end. We were aghast to find we had spent nearly 4,000 francs within a year and a half, nearly 1,800 francs, that is to say, more than we ought to have done. It was therefore imperative that I should fulfill my promises and add to my salary by working out of my office hours. De Leuven and I had stuck valiantly and persistently at collaborating together, but nothing had come of it, a result that made us bitterly inveigh aloud against the injustice of managers and the want of taste of directorates, although, under my breath, I was more just in my criticism of our efforts, and frankly admitted to myself that were I a manager I would not have accepted my own work. So we made up our minds to make certain sacrifices and ask Rousseau to join us, in order that he might add those indescribable finishing touches to our works which would make all the difference in the world. These sacrifices consisted in our procuring several bottles of good old Bordeaux, some flasks of rum, and some loaf sugar. Rousseau belonged to the famous school of Favart, Radit, Call, Desaugiers, Armand Gouff and Company, who never worked save to the sound of the popping of corks, with the vision of seething fumes of punch bowls before their eyes. Rousseau had a reputation which later, he was most unwillingly obliged to share with his illustrious collaborator Romeo. At a certain period, I should not have dared to speak thus of the famous prefect of the Dordogne, for fear of injuring his political career. It will be remembered what distress was caused by the news, which happily proved to be false, of his having been devoured by bugs, and how his partisans hastened to fling back the ill-natured jest into the face of the wretched papers that had spread the report. It is, alas, so difficult for an intellectual man to be forgiven his wit, and for a funny man to pass for a serious one, that Romeo had scarcely begun to recover from this duplex reputation, unluckily but too well deserved, when, after 10 years at the Sous prefecture and prefecture, a similar fate overtook him to that of the poor Roman cobbler who taught a raven to exclaim, Vive César Auguste! The César Augustus of France fell, and all Romeo's pains and labors were lost. Opera et impensa period. Romeo retired into private life, and the fall above referred to, which, contrary to the laws of gravity, operated from the base upwards, gave us full liberty with respect to the author of the Infant Trouve and the Heir des Césars. In 1825, then, Romeo was collaborating with Rousseau. But, as in the case of Adolphe and myself, they got absolutely nothing out of it beyond a crowd of adventures, each more delightfully amusing than its predecessor, which defrayed their expenses at the Café du Roi and the Café des Variétés. Let us make it clear, for there might be some ambiguity in the matter, and it might be thought that something also came out of our collaboration. No, nothing at all came of ours. Adolphe had always been as jolly as a Trappist monk, while I, although by nature extremely light-hearted, was only able to laugh at the farces of others, without ever being able, in all the farces that were made, to be more than a simple spectator. I profoundly admired Rousseau's and Romeo's cleverness in these lines, so there were few nights when Rousseau especially, who could not carry his wine as well as Romeo, but who, it should be acknowledged, went in for excellent wines, abandoned to himself by his treacherous Pylades, had to be led home by some patrol or other, and taken to the police station for making a nocturnal uproar. But Rousseau was like those children who, as a precaution against their being lost, are taught their name and address. Rousseau had deeply engraved upon his memory the name of a certain police officer of his acquaintance, and it was so firmly embedded there that neither wine, nor brandy, nor rum nor punch was powerful enough to wash it out. Rousseau staggering, Rousseau stuttering, Rousseau tight, Rousseau drunk, Rousseau dead drunk, Rousseau forgetful of the name and address of his mother, the name and address of Romeo, his own name and his own address, could always distinctly articulate the name and address of that particular police officer. And as no one could refuse a man as drunk as he was the reasonable request to be taken to a police officer, Rousseau was taken to his friend, who delivered him a formal lecture, but always wound up by setting him free. Once, however, the lecture was more keen than usual, and Rousseau listened to it looking very penitent. Then, as the police officer upbraided him for disturbing his slumbers, thus waking him night after night, Rousseau responded, "You are quite right, and I promise you, I will henceforth have myself taken before someone else once every 3 times." He kept his word, but all police officers were not so long-suffering as good M. The first one before whom Rousseau appeared sent him to the St. Martin guardroom and kept him there for a couple of days. After this experience, he decided to go back to his old habit. Rousseau and Romeo were very fond of playing pranks on porters and grocers. Rousseau would put his head in at a porter's grill and call out, "Good day, my friend." "Good day, monsieur. May I ask what bird that is you have in your window?" "It is a blackcap, monsieur." "Ah, indeed. Why do you keep a blackcap?" "Because it sings so nicely, monsieur." "Really?" "Stop and listen." And the porter would put his hands on his hips and wag his head up and down with a smile on his face as he listened to the singing of his blackcap. "Ah, you are right, you are married." "Yes, monsieur, been married 3 times." "And where is your woman?" "My wife, monsieur means." "Yes, of course, your wife." "She is at the lodgers on the 5th floor." "Indeed, indeed. And what is she doing at the lodgers on the 5th floor?" "Charing." "Is the lodger on the 5th floor young or old?" "Between the two." "Good, and your children?" "I haven't any." "You haven't any?" "No." "Then, what have you been about during your 3 marriages?" "Excuse me, does monsieur want someone?" "No." "Monsieur wants something." "No." "Well, for the past quarter of an hour monsieur has been asking me question after question." "Yes." "What did you mean by these questions?" "Nothing at all." "What, nothing at all? But surely monsieur had some reason." "None." "Monsieur had no reason." "No." "Well then, I should much like to know why monsieur did me the honor." "Why, I was passing by. I saw the words over your lodge speak to the porter, so I spoke to you." Romeo would enter a grocer's shop. "Good morning, monsieur." "Monsieur, your very humble servant." "Have you candles 8 to the pound?" "Certainly, monsieur, plenty of them. It is an article much in demand, for there are more small purses than large ones." "Your observation, monsieur, savors of higher matters than groceries." Romeo and the grocer bowed to each other. "You flatter me, monsieur." Monsieur said that he wanted 1 candle of 8 to the pound. It's only one. Yes, at first, later I will see. The grocer took a candle out of a packet. Here it is, monsieur. Will you cut it in half? I detest fingering candles. Quite so, monsieur, they have such a strong smell. Here is your candle in 2 pieces. Ah, now will you be good enough to cut each of those halves into 4 pieces? Into 4. Yes, I need 8 pieces of candle for my purpose. Here are your 8 pieces, monsieur. Pardon me, will you oblige me by preparing the wicks for me? The whole 8. 7 rather, since one naturally has its wick ready. Quite so. That is all right, there, very good. There, thank you. Now then, place them on the counter at 3 inches distance from one another. Ah. But what on earth is that for? You will see. Now, would you have the goodness to lend me a lucifer match? Certainly, take one. Thanks. And Romeo would solemnly light the 8 candle ends. But what is that for, monsieur? I am creating a farce. A farce? Yes. And now. And now the farce is done, I am going. And Romeo would nod to the grocer and make off. What, are you going without paying for the candle? Shrieked the grocer. At least pay for the candle. Romeo would turn round. If I paid for the candle, where would be the farce? And he would go on his way, quite heedless of the grocer's objurgations. Occasionally, Romeo's ambitions would soar higher than teasing grocers, and he would play irreverent pranks in higher circles of commerce. One evening, he was passing along the Rue de Seine, at the corner of the Rue de Bussy, at 12:30 midnight, when an assistant was preparing to close the shop of Les Dieux Maggots. Generally, the establishment closed at 11, so it was unusually late. Romeo rushed inside the shop. Where is the proprietor of the establishment? Them P. Yes. He has gone to bed. Has he been gone long? It's about an hour. But he sleeps in the house. Certainly. Take me to him. But, monsieur. Without delay. But. Instantly. Is your communication, then, of so pressing a nature? It is so important that I shudder lest I be too late. Since monsieur assures me. Come, take me to him quickly. The assistant did not wait to close the shop, but took Romeo through into an anteroom, where MP was snoring like a bass viol. MP, shouted the shop. Well, what is it? Go to the devil with you, what do you want? It is not I. What do you mean by saying it is not you? No, it is a gentleman who wishes a few words with you. At this time of night. He says it is very urgent. Where is the gentleman? He is at the door. Come in, monsieur, come in. Romeo entered on tiptoe, hat in hand, with a smiling countenance. Pardon, monsieur, 1,000 pardons for disturbing you. Oh, do not mention it, monsieur, it is nothing. What is your business? I wish to speak with your partner. With my partner? Yes. But I have no partner. You haven't? No. Then why put on your sign, Aux Dieux Maggots? It deceives the public. But sometimes it happened that the hoaxer was recognized, and then he was caught in his own trap. One day Rousseau went into a watchmaker's. Monsieur, I wish to see some good watches. Monsieur, here is the very article you desire. Whose make is it? Leroy's. Who is Lyra? One of the most famous of my craft. Then you can guarantee it. I can. How many times a week does it need winding? Once. Morning or evening. Whichever you prefer, though it is really better to wind it in the morning. Why so? because one may be drunk in the evening, Monsieur Rousseau, and break the mainspring. Rousseau was caught this time. He left, promising the watchmaker his custom, a promise he never fulfilled, bearing in mind the watchmaker's retort. It will be seen that when Romeo became first a sub-prefect, and then a prefect, he could not continue this kind of pleasantry. Nevertheless, I understand that the old Adam in him would crop out from time to time, for it is very difficult to efface natural propensities, which, according to the poet of Otwell, will persist in returning full tilt. So it is related that one night the subprefect was returning home at 11 o'clock after supper. When Romeo was in Paris and took supper out, he never returned home until the following morning. But every creature knows, alas, that Paris is not the provinces, and he caught sight of 3 or 4 street lads belonging to the district, busy throwing stones at the complimentary street lamp that was always lit in front of the Suze prefecture. However, as it was not Paris, but only a provincial town, the young gutter snipes were country lubbers, and had already thrown 4 or 5 stones without being able to touch the spot. The subprefect saw them without being seen and shrugged his shoulders. Finally, being totally unable to contain himself at the sight of such clumsiness, he came up to them, took his place in the midst of the astonished urchins, picked up the first stone he saw, threw it, and behold, lo, the lamp ceased to be a lamp. "That is how it should be done, messieurs," he said, and he entered his house, muttering, "Oh, the young folk of today are a degenerate lot." Sometimes, too, M. le Prefet, in his brave braided coat of office, would condescend to be gluttonous. For who does not have his bad moments? Even the wisest sins 7 times a day, so surely the intellectual man may make a beast of himself once a year. Henry Monnier, the witty caricaturist, charming creator of proverbs and friend of all, when passing through Périgueux, went to call on his old comrade Romeo and invited himself to dinner that day. M. le Prefet gave a formal dinner party, the guests being mostly departmental officials, the stiffest and most punctilious he could find. It took a great deal to overawe Henry Monnier. He chattered away, told all sorts of tales just as freely as if he had been in his own house, or in yours or in mine. In other words, he was delightful. But he noticed that, although he persistently addressed Romeo in familiar language, Romeo was equally persistent in being formal with him. This was entirely contrary to their habits and customs. Henry Monnier made quite certain that he was not laboring under any misapprehension. Then, when he was sure he was right, he shouted from one end of the table to the other, "Look here, my dear Romeo, why ever do you address me as you while I use the familiar thou? The company here will take you for my valet." Paris really missed Romeo when he left it, although it still possessed Rousseau. As the authorities were bent on making Romeo a prefect, Paris would have liked him to be prefect of Paris, but apparently that was not possible. How could Romeo have left Rousseau behind him in Paris? Ah, Rousseau never forgave him for doing that. He wrote a very pretty song about it, which I will give my readers if I can find it. When Romeo was appointed sub-prefect, Rousseau jumped for joy. It would, he argued, be a grave omission on the part of the government to make Romeo a sub-prefect without giving Rousseau some title or other. And as Rousseau had not asked for even a sub-prefecture after the Revolution, it was but reasonable to refrain from blaming the government, and less proud than CSR, he was quite willing to play second fiddle. He went in search of Romeo. "Well done, my dear friend, I congratulate you." "Oh, you have heard." "The deuce I have." "Yes, they have made me a sub-prefect." "Well?" "Well, what?" "I hope you are thinking of me." "Thinking of you, in what way?" "You will require a secretary, I should think." "Yes, so I shall." "You have not got one yet." "No." "Very well, that is my berth then. 1,200 francs, board, lodging, and your society. I could ask for nothing better." "Indeed," said Romeo. "Come now. Return the day after tomorrow, and I will tell you if the thing be possible." "Possible? What the devil should prevent it?" Rousseau took his departure, and returned 2 days later. He found Romeo looking very serious, even anxious. "Well?" he asked. "Well, my dear friend, I am in despair." "Why?" "Impossible. Impossible to take me with you." "Yes, you see." "No, I don't see. Before I could take you with me, I had to make some inquiries." "About me?" Yes, about you, and I learnt. You learnt. I learnt that you drank. Rousseau left, but this time he did not return again. Poor Rousseau. 3 months before his death, he related this story to my son and me, with tears in his eyes. Romeo will come to a bad end, he said in tones as tragic as those of Calchas. He is an ungrateful being. May heaven preserve Romeo from Rousseau's prediction. Romeo stayed in the provinces for 3 years without coming back to Paris, and during those 3 years, his absence led to great changes in the capital, as the following distich by an unknown author appears to state. Lorsque Romeo revint du monometapa. Paris ni supait plus, et Paris rasupa. I said great changes had taken place in Paris. I should have said fatal changes. The cessation of supper parties has brought about more troublesome consequences in a civilized world than might be supposed. I attribute our present state of intellectual degeneration to the cessation of supper parties and the innovation of the cigar. God forbid I should state that our son's mental abilities are not equal to our own. I, at least, have a son who would not forgive me if I made such a statement. But they are of a different type of mind. Time alone can settle which is the better of the two. We men of 40 years and upwards still preserve something of the aristocratic spirit of the 18th century, tempered with the chivalrous spirit of the empire. Women had great influence over minds of that period, and supper parties were a real social factor. By 11 o'clock at night, all the cares of the day are cast aside, and one knows there are still from 6 to 8 hours to spend at one's ease between the night ends and day comes. When one sits at a well-filled table, face to face with a pretty girl, amid the pleasurable excitement of lights and flowers, the mind lets itself be carried away into the realm of dreams, though wide awake, and at such a time it attains its highest flights of brilliancy and exaltation. It is not only that one is more brilliant at supper time than at any other meal, and that one has more wit than at any other repast, but one's very nature seems to be different. I am sure that the greater number of the witty sayings of the 18th century were said at supper time. Let us, therefore, have more of these supper parties, and we shall not lack what made them so brilliant. Now let us turn to the cigar. Formerly, after dejeuner, men and women would proceed to the billiard room or to the garden. After dinner, they would adjourn to the drawing room, and there the conversation would continue on the same lines, whether desultory or more general. Nowadays, men have scarcely risen from table before they say to one another, "Come, let us have a cigar." Then they go out and walk up and down the pavement smoking. There they meet women also, but not at all capable of the same type of wit as those whom they have just left in the drawing room. Men's minds are raised to the level of the women with whom they associate. One cannot demean oneself before the most lovely half of creation, and this generalization is proved true every day. One does not meet the same people in the public promenades 2 days running, but though the people change, the type of conversation is pretty much the same always. Imperceptibly, the tone of mind becomes lower. If you add to this the influence of the narcotic contained in tobacco, you can judge what the state of society will be in half a century if the taste for the cigar goes on increasing incessantly. We shall have about as much intellectual activity in France in 1950 as there is in Holland at the present time. The reader will see that we have traveled far from Rousseau and Romeo. We have only Rousseau now to deal with, and let us, therefore, return to him. Chapter 2. The lantern, La Chasse et l'Amour, Rousseau's part in it, the couplet about the hare, the couplet de facture, how there may be hares and hares, reception at Lemberg, my first receipts as an author, who porcher was, why no one might say anything against Millesville. De Louvain and I went to hunt up Rousseau, who was then living in the Rue du Petit Carreau with a woman. We found him in a mad state of mind. The night before, he had been supping, and supping very well, too, at Philippe's. I may as well mention here that I can recommend Philippe as the only man left at whose place one can still have a good supper. Rousseau had left with Romeo at about 1 o'clock in the morning, just tipsy. He had not taken 2 steps before the fresh air had its usual effect, and he became drunk. After walking about 100 paces, he was dead drunk. Romeo made heroic efforts to lead him as far as he could. But when he had been dragged down to the pavement twice, he decided to place him in the safest position possible and then to leave him. Consequently, at 30 paces from his door, recognizing the impossibility of dragging him farther, Romeo laid him comfortably down outside a fruiterer's shop door, on a heap of cabbage leaves and dead carrot tops which he found there. propping his head up against a wall. Then, by the aid of his knuckles and boots, he knocked up a grocer hard by, where he bought a lantern, which he lighted and placed by Rouso's side. Then he bid adieu to his unlucky friend, addressing him in the following terms, half in satisfaction of a duty fulfilled and half in supplication to the powers above. And now, sleep peacefully, son of Epicurus, no one will trample upon you. Rouso spent the night quite quietly, thanks to the lamp which kept watch over him, and he woke up finding 2 or 3 sous in his hand. Some kind souls had given him alms, taking him for a poor wretched outcast, but as he was in his own neighborhood, when daylight broke, he was recognized by both grocer and fruiterer, and was exceedingly humiliated by the fact. We comforted him by the offer of a good breakfast at the Café des Variétés, and being Sunday, and therefore a holiday, we afterwards took him off to Adolphe's rooms. Adolphe had a very charming apartment at that time, almost as pretty as Soli's. The house that M. Arnault had built in the Rue de la Brière was a very nice one, and the de Leuven family had followed the Arnaults from the Rue Pigalle to the Rue de la Brière. We sat down and had some tea, Rousseau declaring he was dying of thirst, and then we each read in turn to our guest the whole of our literary attempts, in order that he might judge for himself which he thought worthiest of his exalted protection. By the time we had come to the second scene, Rousseau pretended that he could listen better if he lay down on Adolphe's bed, and consequently he mounted it. At the fourth scene he was snoring, which testified that, no matter how soft the bed of herbs lent him by the fruiterer, in the Rue du Petit Carreau, one never sleeps properly when one stays out all night. We respected Rousseau's sleep, and waited patiently till he awoke again. When he awoke, his head felt heavy, and he could not put 2 ideas together, so he asked to be allowed to take our MSS away with him and promised to read them carefully at home and let us know the result. We confided our treasures to him, 2 melodramas and 3 comic operas, and we arranged to dine with him at Adolphe's rooms on the following Thursday. Madame de Leuven herself undertook to see that the dinner should be good and well served, for she was conscious of the importance of the occasion, and Rousseau was invited by letter as well as verbally. At the bottom of the letter, where one puts on ball invitations dancing, we put, there will be 2 bottles of champagne, and Rousseau, of course, turned up. Neither melodramas nor vaudevilles had pleased him. The melodramas were borrowed from novels too well known, from which plenty of melodramas had already been taken. The vaudevilles were founded on ideas which were dull from beginning to end. Stronger men than we might well have been cast down at such a verdict. But Adolphe had an idea which supported our courage and soothed our self-respect. He has not read them, he whispered to me. Quite likely, I replied. This semi-conviction somewhat restored our spirits. At dessert, I told several stories, and among them a hunting tale. What do you mean? Exclaimed Rousseau. By telling such capital stories as that, and yet amusing yourself by cribbing melodramas from Florian and tales from M. Bouley? Why, in the story you have just related, there is a comedietta complete in itself, La Chasse at l'Amour. Do you think so? We both exclaimed. At that period of our friendship, we addressed Rousseau in formal parlance. The deuce I do. But suppose we were to write this comedietta. Let us do it, we repeated in chorus. Wait a moment, not so fast, said Rousseau. There is still another bottle of champagne, let us drink it. Yes, said Adolphe, and we must have a third to toast our new venture. We will begin work upon it immediately. Amen, cried Rousseau, and he raised his glass. To the success of La Chasse at l'Amour, he cried. We took good care to do full justice to the toast, which was renewed until not 1 drop of the golden liquor was left in the bottle. The third bottle, said Rousseau, as he drained the last drops of the second into his glass. Let us set to work on the draught. The third bottle shall be brought up. All right, let us start, cried Rousseau. We rang for the servant, who removed the plates, dishes, and cloth, leaving only the 3 glasses. Then pens, ink, and paper were put on the table, a pen was stuck into my hand, and the third bottle was brought up. It was emptied in a quarter of an hour's time, and by the end of an hour the plan was drawn up. Do not ask me to describe the play, I have no wish to remember it. We divided the 21 scenes which, I believe, composed the work, into 3 divisions of 7 each. My 7 were those of the beginning, Rousseau took the 7 dealing with the denouement, and de Leuven the middle 7. Then we arranged to meet again at dinner in a week's time to read the play, each undertaking to complete his part in a week. This was how plays of the old school were composed. Scribe has changed all that, after the fashion of Moliere's doctor, who had located the liver on the left and the heart on the right. That which had been undertaken before Scribe's time in a spirit of caprice and flippancy was turned by him into a serious business. My 7 scenes were written by the following night. At the appointed day, we all met. Both Adolphe and I had done our parts, but Rousseau had not written a word of his. He declared that he was so accustomed to writing in company that his ideas would not flow when he was alone, and he could not do a thing. We told Rousseau that that need certainly not stop him, for we would keep him company. It was arranged that the evening of that day should be given up to revising Adolphe's and my portions, and that the following day the sittings should begin, during which Rousseau should compose his part. My part was read, and was received with great applause, one couplet especially astonishing Rousseau. The comic role was filled by a Parisian sportsman, bespectacled, a sportsman of the plain of Saint-Denis, in fact, and he sings the following lines in explanation of his prowess. La terreur de la perdrix, et l'effroi de la bicasse. Pour mon adresse à la chasse. On me sight dans Paris. Dangereux comme la bombe. Sous mes coups rien quini tom. Le surf comme la column. A massul view and fin. Tout le gibier à la fever. Car, pour metter a has unlever. G size unfamu lapin. Adolphe read his part, and received honorable mention for his workmanship in the couplet de facture. No one nowadays has any knowledge of the couplet de facture, save the nesters of art, who have pleasant memories of the his and ter which almost always welcomed the couplet de facture. Here are Adolphe's couplets, to every man his due. Air du vaudeville des blouses. Un seul instant examines le monde. Vous n'y venez que chasserais sa basse. Auteur de moi quand on chasse la ronde. Pourquoi donc seul n'y chasserais-je pas? Dans nos salons, un fat parfume d'amber. De 20 buttes chasse la fois les cœurs. Un intrigant rampant dans l'antechambre. Chasse un cordon, un regard des faveurs. Sans consulter son, miroir ni son age. Une coquette a succente d'exans. En minaudant chasse encore el homage. Que elon adresse à ses petits enfants. Un leur journal que la haine dévore. Taugers en vain chasse des souscripteurs. Et l'opera sans en trouver encore. Depuis longtemps chasse des spectateurs. Un jeune auteur, amant de melpomanie. Chasse la gloire et parvient à son but. Un auteur croit sans prendre autant de peine. Quil lui suffit de chasser l'institut. Pendant 20 ans, les drapeaux de la France. Sur l'univers flotterant en vainqueurs. Et l'étranger sait par expérience. Si nos soldats sont tous de bons chasseurs. Un seul instant examines le monde. Vous n'y verrez que chasserais sa basse. Auteur de moi quand on chasse la ronde. Pourquoi donc seul n'y chasserais-je pas? As we have said, only Rousseau's part now remained to be done. We set to work the following evening, but, because of the making up of the mailbag, we could not begin until 9 o'clock, and we did not finish before 1 in the morning. As I lived in the Faubourg Saint-Denis, it fell to me to conduct Rousseau to the Rue Poissonnière. But when Rousseau left our hands, he was nearly always in a sound state of mind and body, so I had no occasion to go to the expense of purchasing lanterns to keep watch over him. When the play was finished, we had to consider to what theatre we would present our chef d'oeuvre. I had no preference in the matter. So long as the play was acted at all, and taken up promptly, I cared little at what house I was presented. Adolphe and Rousseau were in favor of the Gymnase, and as I had nothing to say against that house, it was agreed. Rousseau asked for a reading, and as he had had his pieces played there before, they could not refuse him a hearing. He therefore obtained a reading, though Poisson, who was the mainspring of the Gymnase, kept him waiting 3 weeks. There was nothing to be done but to wait. We had been waiting for the past 2 years. The great day arrived at last. We had arranged that the names of only 2 of the authors should appear in the matter. I generously yielded the post of honor to de Louvin, for I did not wish my name to be known until I had done some really important work. All depends in this world on a good beginning, and to make myself known by La Chasse at El Amour, remarkable though that work was, did not seem to my ambitious pride a sufficiently worthy debut. For, although my hopes had been dwindling during the past 2 years, my pride was still to the fore. It was therefore decided that I should not appear either in the matter of the reading or on the playbills, but that my name, Dumas, should be published when the play was printed. The great day arrived at last. We breakfasted together at the Café du Roi, then, at 10:30, we separated. Rousseau and Adolphe went to the gymnase, and I went to my office. Oh, I must confess I passed through a terrible strain from 11 till 3 o'clock. At 3, the door opened, and through the crack I caught a glimpse of two sorrowful faces. Rousseau came in first, followed by de Louvain. La Chasse et l'Amour had been declined unanimously. There hadn't been a single dissentient voice. Poisson seemed astounded that anyone should have dreamed of reading such a piece of work at a theatre that bore the lofty title Theatre de Madame. He was dreadfully scandalized by the passage, which ended with these 4 lines. A Monsieur vieux and fin. Tout le gibier à la fever. Car, pour metter a has unlever. G sways unfamu lapin. Rousseau pointed out to him that there had not always been, even in prohibited seasons, such a horror of game, since, in the Héritière, Scribe had made his colonel say, whilst holding up an old hare that he drew from out his game bag. Voyez ces favorous épées. Sous l'escale si cachant ses levers. 100 est le Nestor de ces forts. 100 est le patriarche des livres. 500 avoir pu la tuer vivant. G me glorify sans cesse. Car, CG tardis d'un instant. Chapter 49, Allate Murier de Villesse. But Poisson retorted that there were hares and hares, that the comparison which Scribe made of his, to a patriarch and to Nestor, elevated it in the eyes of all cultured people, whilst the horrible play of words we had allowed ourselves by opposing the word lever to Lapin was in the worst possible taste, and would not even be tolerated by a theatre de boulevard. I innocently asked if the gymnase was not a boulevard theatre, and now it was Rousseau's turn to pay me out. He was very angry with me, as he looked upon my passage as the cause of our rejection. You must learn, my dear friend, that there are boulevards and boulevards, just as there are hares and hares. I was immensely surprised. I had never made any distinction between hares, other than in dividing them into hares tender and hares tough, or, in the matter of boulevards, beyond in summer preferring those that were shadiest to those that were sunniest, and in winter those that were sunny to those in the shade. I was mistaken. Hares and boulevards had degrees of rank. We parted after arranging a meeting for that night. Lassigny noticed that I was cast down, and was most sympathetic towards me. When Ernest's back was turned, he said, "Never mind, my dear friend, we will write a play together." "Do you really mean it?" I cried, leaping for joy. "Hush," he said, "don't go dancing like that in the passages and bellowing in the office." "Oh, don't be anxious. I read your ode to General Foy. It is crude, but it contains several excellent lines and 2 or 3 good metaphors. I will help you to succeed." "Oh, thank you, thank you. But we may perhaps be obliged to call in a third person, for neither you nor I could attend the rehearsals. Besides, it must not be known that I have had anything to do with it." "Add whoever you like, but when can we begin?" "Well, try to think of a subject, and I will do the same. We will then select whichever seems the likeliest." Then Ernest came back, and Lassigny put his finger on his lips. I nodded, and the matter was settled. That night, as arranged, Adolphe, Rousseau, and I met. Can anything possibly be more melancholy than a meeting of authors whose works have been refused? Unless one is a Corneille or a M. Viennet, there is always the haunting doubt that the manager may be correct, and the author self-deceived. Rather than settle this momentous question outright, we adopted a via media, and that was to read it before some other theatre. But to which should we take it? Poisson had contemptuously condemned us to the boulevard theatres, so Rousseau offered to read it at the Ambigue. The manager, Juarez, was a friend of his, so there was a chance he could get a hearing at once, which would certainly not be the case elsewhere. We therefore sanctioned the proposal, and the reading, which Rousseau asked on the following day, was accorded for the ensuing Saturday. We awaited that day in great anxiety, I especially, for the result, miserable though it might be, was almost a matter of life or death to me. My mother and I were terrified to see how nearly we had reached the end of our resources. Although our neighbor Desprez was dead, and we had taken his rooms as he advised, since they were 100 francs cheaper than ours, and although we exercised the greatest possible economy in our expenses, our resources were lessening, little by little, but quite fast enough to give us serious uneasiness as we contemplated the time when we should be reduced to living on my income only. The eventful Saturday arrived. I went to my office, the others to the reading. At 1 o'clock, the door of my office opened, but behind it stood two faces whose expression left me no more room for doubt than I had had the first time. "Accepted," I cried. "With acclamation, my dear boy," said Rousseau. "And what about the hair passage?" "Encored." Oh, instability of human judgment, that which had revolted M. Poisson sent M. Memoirs into ecstasies. It seemed then that there were indeed hairs and hairs, boulevards and boulevards. I ascertained what the rights of the author of a vaudeville written for the Ambigue would amount to. They consisted of 12 francs for author's rights and 6 seats in the theater. That meant 4 francs each per night and 2 seats. These 2 places were valued at 40 sous. The total I should make out of my dramatic debut would be 6 francs a day. 6 francs a day, be it understood, equaled my salary and half as much again. Only when would our first representation be given? They had promised Rousseau it should be as soon as possible, and, as a matter of fact, he was summoned to read it to the actors in a week's time. That was indeed a red-letter day. When he came back after the reading, Rousseau drew me aside. "Listen," he said. "We have become intimate friends during our ups and downs of disappointment and delight, if you are hard up for a little money." "Hard up for money, I should think I am indeed." "All right, if you are in need, I will tell you of a decent fellow who will lend you some." "On what security?" "On your tickets." "On what tickets?" "Why, on your theater tickets." "On my 2 seats a day." "Yes, that is what I mean. I have sold him both my tickets and my rights. He has paid me 250 francs outright. So I said to myself, I mustn't forget my friends. I puffed you up well. I told him you were a young fellow just beginning your career, but that you showed considerable promise. I left him under the impression that you were going to surpass Scribe and Casimir de Levine altogether, and he is expecting you this evening at the Café de l'Ambigue." "What is your man's name?" "Porcher." "Good, I will go." Rousseau had already gone a little way when he came back again. "By the by, talk to him about whatever you like, but don't run down Mealsville to him." "Why ever do you suppose I should say anything against Mealsville? I think nothing but good of him." "Oh, you callow lad. Don't you know that in the literary arena, it is of those one thinks the best that one says the worst things?" "No, I did not know. But why must one not speak ill of Mealsville to Porcher?" "Some day when I have time I will tell you." And Rousseau nodded amicably to me, and, with a wave of his hand, went off jingling his 250 francs, leaving me to puzzle as to why I might not run down Mealsville to Porcher. I did not wait till the usual closing hour, but ran home gleefully with the good news to my mother. I did not, however, mention the offer Rousseau had made me. That evening, after making up my second mailbag, I went to the Café de l'Ambigue and asked for M. Porcher. He was pointed out to me playing a game of dominoes. I went up to him, and he probably knew who I was, for he got up. "I am the young man Rousseau spoke about," I said to him. "I am at your service, monsieur. Are you in a hurry, or will you allow me to finish my game of dominoes?" "By all means finish it, monsieur. I am in no hurry. I will take a walk on the boulevard." I went outside the café to wait, and Porcher came out 5 minutes later. "So you have had a play accepted at the Ambigue?" he began. "Yes, and it has been put in rehearsal today." "I know, and you want money advanced on your tickets." "Listen," I said, "this is how I am placed," and I told him in a few words the whole story of my life. "How much do you want on your tickets? You know they are only worth 2 francs per day." "Oh yes, I know that only too well." "I cannot therefore give you much." "I know that also." "For the piece may not be a success." "Well, what can you give me?" "How much? Let us see." I rallied all my courage, for I thought myself that the request was exorbitant. "Can you give me 50 francs?" "Oh yes," said Porcher. "When?" "Immediately. I haven't the amount with me, but I will get it from the café. And I will come in and give you a receipt." No need, I shall put your name down on my register, as I do M. Mellisville's and other authors. But it is an understood thing, is it not, that you will always do business with me? I agree, on my sacred honor. Porcher went in, got 50 francs from the desk, and handed them to me. I have experienced few sensations as delightful as the touch of the first money I earned by my pen. Hitherto, what I had earned had been but for my orthography. Look here, he said, be sensible, work hard, and I will introduce you to Mealsville. I looked at Porcher. This was the second time he had pronounced the name, in connection with which Rousseau had cautioned me particularly. Why should I make Mellisville's acquaintance? I ventured to ask timidly. Why, to work along with him, to be sure. If you worked with Mealsville, your future would be assured. I looked at Porcher. Listen, monsieur, I said. Lamb awfully afraid that what I am going to say to you may displease you. Oh, Porcher began. You are not going to say anything against M. Mealsville to me, are you? Heaven forbid, monsieur. No, I have only seen M. Mealsville once or twice, I believe, at the most. He is a man of about 35, is he not? Yes. Dark and thin. Yes. Always laughing. Yes. With a splendid set of teeth. That is he. Well, M. Mealsville is a man of infinite genius. He is indeed. But I have an ambition. What is it? To succeed by my own efforts in a year or two's time. At what house? At the Theatre Franchise. That would be a bad job. At the Theatre Franchise. Yes. For whom? For me. Why? You have no idea of the difficulties they make over their tickets at that deuced theatre. Never mind. Authors' rights are good, and if you manage to get in there, why, you will do very well. Only, I warn you, it won't be an easy matter. I know that well enough, but I know M. Talmus slightly. Oh, all right then. That is equivalent to the Romans saying, I know the Pope. Good, excellent, magnificent, go ahead, but don't forget that your first transactions were with Porcher. I will remember. Have a good memory. People with good memories are generally good-hearted. Monsieur, I think you are a living proof of your own statement. Why so? Because you have mentioned the name of Mealsville 3 times. Mealsville, why, monsieur, I would kill myself for his sake. I will not be so inquisitive as to inquire the reason of this devotion. Oh, it is easily explained. I was a hairdresser and used to cut M. Mellisville's hair. He was in Fortune's good books, but that didn't matter. He wrote plays. 10 or 12 years ago that was, and then authors did not sell their tickets, they gave them away. Monsieur Porcher, believe me, if I were richer I would give you mine with the greatest pleasure. You do not understand. Tickets in those times were given away, not sold. M. Mealsville then gave me his tickets. I went to see his plays with friends and I applauded. He produced so many plays and gave me so many tickets that an idea came into my head, namely, instead of taking them and giving them away for nothing, to buy them from him and sell them, so I proposed the business to him. You are a simpleton, Porcher, he said to me. What the deuce could you make out of that? Let me try. Oh, try if you like, my dear fellow. I tried it, monsieur, and it succeeded. From that time I have carried on my little business, and if I ever acquire a fortune, it will be to M. Mealsville I shall owe it. Come home with me, and I will show you his portrait along with those of my wife and children. I have been several times to Porcher's home since then, probably 100 times to ask his help, once only to give him assistance, and every time I have been there I have looked at Mellisville's portrait, raised by the gratitude of that worthy man to the level of those of his wife and children. Once, Porcher had something or other to ask of Cave, when Cave was director of the Beaux Arts. I took Porcher to Cave's house, and I said to the latter, Look here, I am bringing you a man who has done more for literature during the past 25 years than you and your predecessors and successors have done, or will do, in a century. And I only said what was true. It never enters the head of any literary struggler to apply to the Minister of the Interior or to the Director of the Beaux Arts in his pecuniary difficulties. But it does occur to him to apply to Porcher, and he will be aided. He will find a cheerful face and open bank at Porcher's, 2 things he will certainly not find at the Home Office. Tholan, Soli, and Balzac among the dead, and all authors now alive will bear me out. During the past 5 and 20 years, Porcher has probably lent to literary men 500,000 francs. I am as grateful on my own account to Porcher, as Porcher was to Mealsville, and when I visit him nowadays, I feel both proud and delighted to see my own portrait, in bust, pastel, and medallion, hanging up beside the portraits of his own children. But I am the most grateful of all for those first 50 francs he gave me, which I carried to my mother, and which revived in her heart the heavenly flower of hope that had begun to fade. And ask Madame Porcher, who has known all the finest minds in France, to let you see some of the charming letters she has received. She certainly ought to publish a selection from them. They would not yield an interest to those of Madame de Sévigné, although they would be of a somewhat different nature. We will select one at haphazard, sent her by an author of our acquaintance. It is not one of mine, though the signature is extraordinarily like mine. He had asked for the modest loan of 100 francs, and had received the reply that he must wait for a few days, after which the transaction could in all probability be carried out. This is the letter. Wait a few days, madame. Why, that is the same as telling a man whose head is to be cut off to dance a jig, or make a pun. Why, in a few days I shall be a millionaire. I shall have got 500 francs. If I apply to you, if I bother you, it is because I am reduced to such a state of wretchedness that I could even give points to Job, the most unfortunate hero of times past. If you do not send the 100 francs by my slave, I shall squander my last remaining sous in procuring a clarionet and a poodle dog, and I shall come and perform with them in front of your door, with the inscription writ large on my stomach: "Have pity on a literary man whom Madame Porcher has deserted." Would you have me come and ask you for the 100 francs on my head, or cry, "Vive la République," or "Marry Mademoiselle Morales"? Would you rather I went to Elodian, or unearthed talent Acatrity, or wore Chapok's gibus? I will do exactly what you command me, if only you will send me the 100 francs. Send it me 10 times over rather than not at all. With deepest and reiterated devotion. 10. P.S. It does not matter to me whether the 100 francs are in silver, in gold, or in notes. Send whichever is convenient to you. Chapter 3. The success of my first play, my 3 stories, M. Marie and his orthography, Madame Setier, A Bad Speculation, The Patter by Montvoisin, The Oiler, Madame Desbordes Valmore, How She Became a Poetess, Madame Aimable Tastu, The Dernier Jour de l'Année, Zephyr. La Chasse at El Amour was played at a special performance on 22 September 1825. It was an immense success. Dubertel took the principal part. I entirely forget who were the other actors. I should certainly have forgotten the title of the play as well as the names of the actors, if I had not wished to indicate the starting point of the 100 dramas I shall probably compose, as I shall presently indicate the starting point of the 600 volumes I have written. This success inspired Porcher with sufficient confidence to lend me 100 crowns, in addition to what I had already had, and on the strength of my future tickets. Now you shall hear what became of the 100 crowns. Whilst La Chasse at El Amour was in rehearsal, and whilst I was looking about me for a subject to start work upon with Lassagne, I had written a little book of tales that I wished to publish. It was the period of great successes in small matters. I have previously made the same remark with reference to Saumet's Pauvre Phil and M. Guerin's Savoyards, and I repeat it. It was the same with regard to 2 or 3 stories just published by Madame de Duras and Madame de Salm, though not with regard to mine. I did not thoroughly understand the nature of these successes, or, more correctly, of the sensation they produced. I did not realize the part played by the social position of illustrious authors, and I did not see why I should not have the same reputation and the same success with respect to my stories that Mesdames de Duras and de Salm, Aurica, etc., had had with theirs. I had written 3 tales which formed a small volume, and I offered this little volume to 6 publishers who refused it at the first glance, and to give them their due, without the least hesitation. These 3 tales were called Laurette, Blanche de Beaulieu, but I have totally forgotten the title of the third. But of Blanche de Beaulieu, I have since made the Rose Rouge. And from the third, the title of which I have forgotten, I constructed the Cocher de Cabriolet. After encountering refusal after refusal at the publishers, and being convinced that the appearance of my book would produce quite as great a sensation in the literary world as Aurica, I made up my mind to print the volume at my own expense. There lived somewhere at that time a man who put forth a most peculiar claim. He claimed to upset all the rules of orthography, and to substitute for them an orthography without any rule. According to his notion, each word ought to be written as it was pronounced, and he did not trouble his head whether it were derived from Greek or Celtic, Latin, Arabic, or Spanish. Thus he would write the adverb occupant, of which we have just made use aquanemin. It was difficult enough to read, but he considered it much easier to write. His name was M. Marl. M. Marl hunted far and wide for recruits for his orthography. He realized that he could not bring about any revolution unless, Attila-like, he could muster a force of 1 million or so of followers. Now, having doubtless made up his mind that men of letters, and vaudevillists in particular, would be the most likely of all to disregard correct orthography, he made special efforts to raise recruits among us. And worthy man, he published a journal written in the strange tongue we have above referred to. He published the journal at a printing office owned by Setier, who lived in the Cour des Fontaines. When I made M. Marie's acquaintance, I also made that of M. and Madame Setier. Madame Setier was a remarkable woman. She was English, or, at any rate, she knew the language perfectly. She offered to translate some English plays for me, which she made out I could easily get taken up on the French stage. As the Cour des Fontaines was close to my office, to which, as I have said, I was obliged to go back every evening, and also close to the passage Virodaudet where my friend Thibaut lived, to whom I went every day, I frequently called in at the establishment in the Cour des Fontaines. When my 3 stories were finished, I gave them to Madame Setier to read. Madame Setier, being a woman, had an indulgent nature. She thought my stories charming and got her husband to print them at half his usual prices. 1,000 copies of the tales, I thought we couldn't print too many, would cost 600 francs, and M. Setier agreed to print them for 300. He would stand the remaining 300 francs. After he had repaid himself the 300 francs, we were to divide the profits in equal shares between us. That was why I asked Porcher to lend me 300 francs upon my next tickets as author. I took my 300 francs to M. Setier, handed him my mise, and 2 days later I experienced the delight of correcting my first proofs. Who would have thought that what at that time gave me great joy would, in after life, become a weariness to the flesh? At the end of a month, during which La Chasse et l'Amour had a triumphant run, bringing me in 180 francs in author's royalties, and in the sale of my tickets, my volume of stories appeared under my name, with the title Nouvelles Contemporaines. 4 copies of it were sold, and an article on it was written in the Figaro. The article was by Etienne Arago. When this chapter appears, I hope he will have returned to France. In any case, should it come under his notice, in his exile, great will be his surprise, no doubt, to find that I recollect, after a lapse of 25 years, an article which he will have forgotten. The 4 copies sold brought in 10 francs to M. Setier's till. Thus, M. Setier was out of pocket to the tune of 290 francs for having printed the Nouvelles Contemporaines, and francs for having written them. It was an unlucky speculation for both of us. I then remembered the advice given me by a very shrewd publisher, M. Bossinge. Make a name for yourself, and then I will publish your works. That was just the very difficulty. To make a name for oneself, it is the condition laid down for every man who sets forth to carve his own career. When it is first put to him, he asks himself, in despair, how the condition is ever to be fulfilled, and nevertheless he fulfills it. I do not believe in the existence of ignored talent, or in genius that remains unknown. There must have been reasons why Gilbert and Hegesip Moreau died in the hospitals. There must have been reasons why Escaus and Lebras committed suicide. It is a hard thing to say, but neither of these 2 poor foolish fellows, if they had lived, would have earned by the end of 20 years' work the reputation that Beranger's epitaph gave them. So I set to work very earnestly to make a name sufficient to sell my books, in order that I should no longer have to pay half the cost of printing them. And, moreover, that name, short and humble though it was, had already begun to be known in the land. Vadout had read my Ode au General Foy and my Nouvelles Contemporaines, for it will be realized that the sale of only 4 copies had given a wide field to my generosity in the matter of presentation copies, and one day he sent me 3 or 4 lithographs, asking me to take one and compose some lines to go under it. This requires explanation. Vadout published the Galerie du Palais Royal. It was a sumptuously printed work and appeared under the patronage of the Duc d'Orléans. It was a lithographic reproduction of all the pictures in the gallery of the Palais Royal, with notices, information, or lines composed in their honor by all the literary men of the day. It would therefore seem that I was included among these literary personages, since Vadout asked me for some lines. My reasoning thus was more in the nature of sophistry than a dilemma, but, as I had no one with whom to discuss the matter, it presented itself to me as a dilemma and became an encouragement to me. Oh, there was nothing I needed then more than encouragement from all sides. I selected a print depicting a Roman shepherd lad, after a picture by Montvaison. The boy was lying down asleep in the shade of a clump of vines. I do not reproduce the verses I made on this subject for their merit, but rather as an interesting study of my progress in poetical diction. Il est une hira plus brûlante. O lachar du solil, o zenith erite. Suspend sa course dévorante. Et verse des torrents de flamme et de clarté. Alors, unseal daring peas au loin sur la terre. Les monts sont deserts, la plaine est solitaire. 50 oiseaux, en a plus de voir pour chanter ses amours. Et sur la rive de Sechi. La fleur implore en vain, immobile et penchée. Le ruisseau tari dans son curs. Chapter 49, est une place au bocage. O, asserindicent en berceau. Lilière et la vigne sauvage. Si prolongent en verts arceaux. 100 est la quetendu sous el ombrage. Un berger du prochain village. Trouve un saumil réparateur. Et prise de lui son chien fidèle. Veille attentive sentinelle. Sur les troupeaux et le pasteur. Two doors, June fils des montagnes. Et mon oil, ox debris epars adorditoy. Reconate ces vastes campagnes. O florissate le pupil roy. Two doors, et des mortals ignorant le délire. Nul souvenir de gloire, a ton cœur ni vint dire. Quetes members lasses, ont trouve le repose. Sur la pausière d'un empire. Et sur la sender des heroes. Ces grands noms, quoique siècles quiescent. Legant les siècles experience. Et qui taugers nous apparaissent. Debaut sur les debris des ans. De nos cœurs sublimes idols. Sont pour toi de vaines paroles. Don't les sons ni tiant renapris. Et si ta bouch les repeat. 100 est comme el hecho qui rejette. Des accents quil en pas compris. Conserve donc cette ignorance. Gauge d'un paisible avenir. Et qu'une mal indifference. T'épargne mime un souvenir. Que de tes jours la flotte limpide. Cool comme un ruisseau timide. Qui murmure parmi des fleurs. Et loin des palais de la terre. Voit dans son en solitaire. Le ciel refléter ses couleurs. Si du fleuve ordre des ages. Tu voulais remonter les bords. Que verrais tu sur ces rivages? Du sang des debris et des morts. Les laches clameurs de l'envie. La vertu taugers poursuivi. Aux yeux des rois indifference. Et profanant les jours antiques. Sur la sender des républiques. Des autos dresses aux tyrans. Que dirais tu lorsque l'histoire? Viendrait dérouler à tes yeux. Ces fast sanglants o la gloire. Recule les erreurs des sia. Chapter 100, Les fils de Cornelie. Quetur à tour la tyrannie. Écraise en passant sous son char. La trahi duty des bagels. Caton de current says in trails. Pour fur le pardon de César. Prise de ces illustres victims. Que pleur encore la liberte. Tu verrais puissance de leurs crimes. Les grands fonder l'impunite. Lorsque sa rage est assouvie. Un sila terminant sa vie. Tranquille au toit de ses airs. Un tiber que elon incense. Et que sa mort un pupil immense. Os placer au rang destia. Alors a set hira voili. O l'amber remplace le jour. Quand les echoes de la vallée. Redescent de du chance de mort. Sul puditre au pied des collines. 500 au Rome sort de ses ruins. Viendrais tu sans chins sans troupeau. Et regrettant ton ignorance. Furais tu les jeux et la danse. Pour supérer sur des tamo. Meanwhile, M. Marl had been obliged to give up his journal, and Adolf and I proposed to turn his 200 or 300 subscribers to account by making of these good folk a nucleus for a monthly publication. After a great deal of discussion as to whether the publication had better be in prose or verse, we decided it should be both in verse and prose and should be styled Psyche. This was an admirable way for me to publish all I had previously written both in prose and verse without having to pay half the expense. Neither prose nor poetry inserted in Psyche would bring us in anything, but at the same time it would not cost us anything. We published, at this period, some delightful verses by Madame Desbordes Valmore and by Madame Aimable Tastu. Here are those by Madame Desbordes Valmore. Cher petit Orler, duet chaussures matit. Plein de plume choicy, et blanc et fait pour moi. Quand on a pour du vent, des loops de la tempête. Cher petit Orler, que elan dort bien sur toi. Beaucoup d'enfants pauvres et nous, sans mire. Sans mason, enant jamais d'orler pour dormir. Ils ont toujours sommeil, o destiny amir. Cela douce mammon, cela me fate gemir. Et, quand j'ai pride pour tous, ces petits anges. Qui enant point d'orler moi, j'ai embrasse la mine. Et, sul en mon dunid, quates pides tu amaranges. Gt benis ma mire et j'y touche la tine. Gini m'évillerai qual à leur première. De elab au rideau bleu, c'est si beau de la voir. G vise fair, tout has, ma plus tender prior. Don encore un baiser, douce mammon, bonsoir. Prior. Dia des enfants, le cœur d'une petite fille. Plein de prior, echout, est ici dans tes mains. Hellas, on emma parle d'orphelins sans famille. Dans l'avenir, mon dia, ni fils plus d'orphelins. Laisse descendre au soir, un ange qui pardonne. Pour répondre à des voix que elan intend gemir. Metz, sous l'enfant perdu que sa mère abandonne. Un petit orsler qui le fera dormir. Madame Desbordes Valmore was born at Douai. I was my mother's last born and her only fair child, she wrote to me once, and I was christened with special honors on account of the color of my hair, which was much admired in my mother's case. She was as beautiful as a Madonna, and everybody hoped I should be like her in everything, but I only resembled her slightly, and if I have ever been loved, it has certainly been for other attractions than great beauty. My father was a heraldic painter. He also painted arms on carriages and church decorations. His house was close to the cemetery of the lowly parish of Notre Dame de Douai. I thought the dear old house very big when I quitted it at the age of 7, but I have since seen it, and it is one of the smallest and meanest in the town. All the same, I love it better than any other place in the whole world, for I have never really had such peace and happiness as there. Then, suddenly, came great and overwhelming misery, when my father could get no more carriages to paint or coats of arms to design. I was 4 when France was going through the period of its greatest troubles. My father's great-uncles, who had been previously exiled to Holland at the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, offered their immense inheritance to us if we would renounce the Catholic faith for Protestantism. These 2 uncles were centenarians and lived in Amsterdam, unmarried, where they had established a publishing house. I possess some books printed by them in my poor little library. A family council was called. My mother wept sorely. My father was in a state of vacillation and kissed us. Finally, the inheritance was declined from fear of selling our souls, and we remained in our miserable state of poverty, which grew worse and worse as the months passed by, leaving an impression of unhappiness on me which has never been obliterated. My mother was brave and daring, and she made up her mind to go to America to look for a wealthy relative there, in the hope of re-establishing the fortunes of her family. Her 4 children shuddered at the prospect of the voyage, so she only took me with her. I was willing enough to go with her, but the sacrifice cost me all my lightness of heart, for I worshipped my father as one worships God himself. That long journey, the seaports, the great ocean filled me with terror, and I sheltered against my mother's garments as my only harbor of refuge. When we reached America, my mother found her cousin a widow, driven from her estate by the Negroes. The colony had risen in revolt, and the yellow fever was raging in all its horror. Awakened thus rudely from her cherished dream, she could not bear up under the fresh blow that had overtaken us. It killed her, and she died at the age of 41. I nearly died by her side when they took me in my mourning dress from the rapidly depopulating isle and shipped me from vessel to vessel, until I was restored again to my relatives, who were now poorer than ever. Then it was that the theater offered us a harbor of refuge. I was taught to sing. I tried hard to recover my cheerfulness of disposition, but it was of no use. I managed better in melancholy or passion-fraught parts. That is practically the whole of my life story. I was taken on at the Theatre Fado, and everybody predicted a brilliant future before me. I was made a member before I was 16, without either hoping or asking for it. But at that time, my insignificant part only brought me an 80 francs per month, and the poverty with which I struggled passes description. I was obliged to sacrifice the future for the sake of the present, and for my father's sake I returned to the provinces. At 20, a great sorrow compelled me to give up singing. The very sound of my voice would set me weeping, but the music still rang in my unhappy head, and the measured rhythms unwittingly forced my thoughts to keep pace with them. I felt compelled to commit my fevered ideas to paper, and when it was done I was told I had written an elegy. A Liebert, who looked after my very frail health, recommended me to write as a curative, for he knew not else that would be of any avail. I followed his advice without any knowledge or study of my subject, and this gave me much extra trouble because I could never find the right words to express my thoughts. My first volume was published in 1822. You asked, dear friend, how I came to be a poet. I can only answer you by telling you how I came to write. Madame Tastu had had a less troublous and unhappy life, and one discerns it in the calm pulsations of her lines. She had quite simply accepted her position as a woman and given her life to her mother, to her husband, to her children. She had lived her life in the light of these three loves, desiring nothing beyond them, regretting nothing, pouring forth poetry from her heart when it became too full to contain itself, as water overflows from a too full vessel. The following example will give some idea of her gentle, melancholy style. Déjà la rapide journée. Fate place aux heures du sommeil. Et du dernier fils de l'année. Est en fui le dernier solil. Prise du foyer seul inactive. Livry aux souvenirs puissants. Ma pensière fugitive. Des jours passes aux jours présents. Ma vue au hasard ready. Longtemps de la flamme agitée. Sous les caprices éclatants. O attache à l'asir mobile. Qui comtesseur l'email fragile. Les pas silencia du temps. Encore un pas, encore une heure. Et l'année aura sans retour. Atteint sa dernière demeure. 50 aiguille aura fini son tour. Pourquoi de mon regard avide. La poursuivre ainsi tristement. Quangi ni puis d'un seul moment. Retarder sans marquer rapide. Du temps qui vient de s'écouler. Si quelques jours pouvaient renaître. Chapter 49. En est pas un seul peu de trait. Que ma voix daignait rappeler. Mais des ens la fuite émettant. Lours adieux à present mon cœur. G10 100 est encore une fleur. Que l'âge enlève ma couronne. Et liver au torrent districteur. 100 est une ombre ajouté à l'ombre. Qui déjà s'éteint sur mes jours. Un printemps retranche du nombre. Dessus dont j'y verrai le cœurs. Écoutins le timbre sonore. Lentement fremet deux fois. Chapter 49, citate, G. l'écoute encore. Et l'année expire sa voix. 100 en est fate, en vain G. l'appelle. Adieu, salut sa soeur nouvelle. Salut, quels dans chargent ta main. Quel bien nous support ton ale. Quels beaux jours dormant dans ton sein. Quedisci a mon âme tremblante. Ni révèle pas tes secrets. 500 espoirs, de jeunesse et de traits. Aujourd'hui tu paris brillante. Et ta course, insensible et lent. Peu de trait amène les regrets. Ainsi chaque solil si livre. Témoin de nos voix insenses. Et chaque jour son cœurs s'achève. En important comme un vain rêve. Nos voix decuse et disperses. Mais l'espérance fantastique. Répandant sa clarté magique. Dans la nuit du sombre avenir. Nous guide Danny and Danny. Jusque l'aurore fortuné. Du jour qui n'y doit point finir. There was still another poet at this time, a most charming poet whose very name is now, perhaps, forgotten save by myself, and I registered a vow never to forget him. He was called Den Baron. We published a poem by him called Zephyr that Prudhan's picture had inspired him to write. Here it is. Tell me if you have ever read smoother lines. Il est un demi-dia, charmant ledger volage. Chapter 49. Devance l'aurore et d'ombrage en ombrage. Chapter 49. Fuit devant le char du jour. Sur son deux éclatant, au frémissant du ailes. Est-il pour date un carquois et des fletches cruels? Vos you le prendrient pour l'amour. 100 est lui quan voit, le soir, quand les heures voiles. En trouvant du couchant les ports etalies. Glisser dans l'air petit brute. 100 est lui qui, don encore une voix aux naiades. Des soupirs à syrinx, des concerts aux dryads. Et de du parfum à la nuit. Zephyr est son du nom, sa ledger origin. Pure comme l'ether, trompa l'oil de lucine. Et en ut pour témoins que les airs. 500 un souffle du printemps, d'un soupir de l'aurore. Dans son liquide azur, le ciel vit éclore. Comme un alcyon sur les murs. Si en est point un enfant, mais il sort de l'enfance. Entre du miets verts, tantat il si balance. Tantat il jau au bord des eaux. Au glisser un lac, au promine sur l'onde. Les filets d'arachne, la fuel vagabonde. Et le nid ledger des oiseaux. Souvent sur les hauteurs du Sindh au Duraman. Sous les abris vouts d'une source écumante. Chapter 49. Lutin Diane Bain. O quand aux bras de Mars, Venus est endormi. Sur leur couche effluent un rosier d'idélie. Chapter 49. Les caches aux yeux de Vulcain. Parfois aux enters cru, palais bizarre et sombre. De la sauvage echo, du sommeil et de l'ombre. Du lion il fuit les ardeurs. Parfois dans un viachin, aux forts de Cybele. Dans la commis, des nuits il burst philomel. Sun nid, ses chants et ses malheurs. O puisses du, Zephyr, opers de ton poet. Pour sil prix de mes vers, au fond de ma retraite. Caresser un jour mes via ens. Et si la sort leviut, puis un jour ton halin. Sur les boards fortunes de mon, petit domain. Burser mes epis jonascence. Chapter 4. Talma's illness, how he would have acted Tasso, his nephews. He receives a visit from M. de Quellin. Why his children renounced his faith, his death, la noce et l'enterrement. Outard lectures me on my fondness for theatre-going. The capital reply that put the Palais Royal in a gay humor. I still keep the confidence of Lassagne and de la Ponce. I obtain a success anonymously at the Porte Saint Martin. In the midst of these first literary labors, into which we had flung ourselves with all the ardor of youth, terrible news for the cause of art spread throughout Paris. Talma was attacked with a fatal disease. He had just reached the zenith of his talent, perhaps, in his last creation of the Dements de Charles Roman VI. The reader will recollect the call Adolphe and I paid him, and how, as he was feeling better, he was hoping to return to the theater to play Tiber, and his pointing to his lean cheeks which would serve him admirably in taking upon himself the role of the aged emperor. But Talma was struck with a mortal disease. Charles Roman VI was to be his last appearance, an appearance finer than any of the creations of his youth or of his mature years, and Michelat was destined to take the part of Tiberius. We were not the only people, for that matter, to have similar recollections. Towards the close of Talma's life, he made a short stay at Enghien, where Firmin went to see him. Firmin was just going to act Tasso, which had been allotted to Talma, but which he had been obliged to renounce. Talma was very fond of Firmin, his enthusiasm enchanted him, and he had often given him advice. "Well, my dear friend," he said to him, "so you are going to play Tasso." "To my infinite regret," was Firmin's reply. "I would much rather have seen you play it. It would have been a study for me, and I should have learnt a lesson from it." "It is but a poor play," said Talma, "although there is a fine scene in the fifth act, where, in the hope of restoring reason to the poor madman, people tell him of the honors that are being prepared for him and of the crown awaiting him. And as you are aware, Furman, at the word Quran, he seems to realize what is being said to him. A crown for me, he exclaims. If that be so, Alphonse will no longer refuse me his sister. Where is this crown? Where is it? Then, when they show it him, he looks at it and says sorrowfully, It is not a golden crown, only a laurel wreath. The brother will never give his consent. Listen, Furman, said Talma, this is how I should play it. And sitting half up in his bed, he went through the scene in such telling accents, and with such pathetic and dejected expression, filled throughout with both despair and insanity, that Furman, who knew nothing but what he had just seen, felt inclined to throw up the part. Towards the beginning of October, the improvement which had somewhat restored hope disappeared, and the disease made such rapid progress that Talma himself expressed a desire to see those whom he loved best, whose occupations placed them at a distance from him. Among these was his nephew, Amdi Talma, a surgeon-dentist at Brussels. He arrived on 9 October and never left his uncle till the end. After the sick man had been prepared for this visitor, Amdi Talma entered the room and went up to his uncle's bedside. Talma held out his hand, drew him close and kissed him. It was dark, but the young man saw by the dampness of his uncle's cheek that he was weeping. The sick man, however, soon recovered himself, and, after a moment's pause, he said, You must not stay here more than 2 or 3 days. Your business will not admit of longer absence. I sent for you because you have known for a long time the disease I am suffering from, and my doctors wish to learn what you can tell them about it before they were called in. A fresh consultation was therefore held on the 12th, at which the young doctor was present. Only 2 or 3 out of the 11 medical men present thought there was any hope. Still, the new remedies suggested allayed the attacks of vomiting, and these ceased altogether towards the end. When the doctors came to his bedside, Talma said to them, Well, is it all up? I will do anything you desire. But I doubt if you can pull me through, and I have reconciled myself to the inevitable. But the thing that troubles me most, and what I want you to care for most, is my eyesight. I am afraid I am going to lose my sight. Another of Talma's nephews, named Charles Genin, arrived from Brussels on the 16th. The greatest precautions were necessary in breaking the news of this fresh visitor to Talma. Nothing that went on round him escaped his notice. Dupuytren, Biet, and Begin were standing by the fireplace talking in low voices, when Talma caught a word or two of their conversation. What are you talking about? He asked. M. Dupuytren did not answer him, but went up to Amdi Talma. I was asking these gentlemen, he said to the young man, whether Talma had been told of the Archbishop's visits. As a matter of fact, the Archbishop called almost daily, but they had not allowed him to see the patient. The Archbishop, repeated Talma. What are you saying about the Archbishop? Amdi hastened to reply. M. Dupuytren was telling these gentlemen, uncle, that the Archbishop of Paris has called every day to ask after you. Oh, what good a fellow the Archbishop is, Talma exclaimed. I am much touched by his remembering me. I used to meet him at the house of the Princess de Wagram. He is a very excellent man. Yes, Amdi reiterated. Yes, he has called nearly every day. Here, Talma asked. Here, I have spoken to him myself twice. I have even promised him that, when you are better, you will see him. Oh, no, no, said Talma quickly. But when I am better, he shall be the first on whom I will call. I remember once he was good enough to send an ecclesiastic to me to tell me that he had nothing to do with the insult put on my children in the matter of the distribution of prizes, and that the whole blame should fall on the headmaster of the school. I will give the story of what had happened. The event wounded Talma to the quick, for he adored his 2 children. The Archbishop of Paris was asked to preside at a prize distribution at the College Morin. Now it seems that the authorities did not dare to ask the ecclesiastic to reward the 2 sons of the great actor, so the names of the 2 lads were omitted, and it was not until after M. de Quellen's departure that the prizes they had earned were handed to them privately. Talma instantly caused his 2 children to renounce the Catholic faith, and from that time, they belonged to the Reformed religion. The doctors withdrew, and, as they were leaving, M. Dupuytren said to Amdi, I am going to the chateau. If I meet the Archbishop, what shall I say to him? Why, monsieur, the young man replied, I do not think you can do better than tell him what we have just heard, and my uncle's answer to what I said. If, later, my uncle asks for him, I shall have much pleasure in sending for him at once. But instead of following out these instructions, M. Dupuytren, who did not meet the Archbishop, took upon himself to write to him and tell him he could go and see Talma. The archbishop made haste to attend to the request, which he had no idea came only from M. Dupuytren, but, as on previous occasions, he was received by Amd Talma. On 18 October, M. Charles Genin was obliged to leave his uncle and return to keep an engagement in Brussels for the 20th. On 19 October, at 6 in the morning, seeing Amd by his bedside, Talma said, "What, my dear boy, have you not gone yet? There was only one vacant seat in the diligence, uncle, and I gave it up to Charles, who was urgently wanted in Brussels." "When do you go?" "Tomorrow morning." "At what time?" 6 o'clock, if I can get a seat. Talma gently shook his head. "You are deceiving me," he said. "You have not been able to save me, and you wish to stay with me to the end. If I had been a peasant from Brunn, I could have been cured, but they have bungled over me. However, my death will enable them to learn how they ought to treat someone else. So much for doctoring. Now go and fetch Nicod and Jacquet." These were his lawyers. The gardener was called and sent on this errand. Talma recognized him. "Ah, is that you, Loet?" he said. Then, turning to his nephew, he added, "I have not paid him for the last 2 months. You must tell Madame it is most essential. But, by the by, where is Caroline?" "And she is asleep." "Which means she is crying." Madame Talma heard, and she came up to the bedside. "What time is it?" Talma continued, not seeing her. 6 o'clock, uncle." "It is always 6 o'clock with you." He tried to set going the repeater of his watch. "I cannot any longer hear my watch," he said. "Would you like a timepiece?" "Yes, go and fetch me the one out of my bedroom." His nephew went, and Madame Talma was exposed to view. "Ah, there you are, Caroline," he said. "We must now put matters right for you." His nephew brought the clock and put it on the night table. "I am very unsightly, am I not, my good Amd?" Talma remarked. "My beard is so long." "You shall have it trimmed today." "Give me a looking-glass." He took it and looked at himself. "I tell you, Amd, I am losing my sight. For pity's sake, have something done for my eyes." "Oh, I shall lose them. I cannot see at all today." The lawyers arrived, and with them, M. Davaliers. But Talma tried in vain to discuss business matters. He was past all that. He could only speak in whispers, although he believed he was speaking very loudly, and his speech grew more and more indistinct. Arnault and Dejauy were announced. Talma signed for them to be brought to him. M. Arnault embraced Talma, to whom he was tenderly attached, and as he did so, the word adieu escaped from his lips. "Are you going away, then?" asked Talma. "Yes," Amd answered hastily. "These gentlemen are going to Brussels." Both men embraced him, and, to hide their sobs, rushed quickly from the room. As Talma saw them go out, he said, "Quite right, be quick and go, then I shall hope to see you again soon. The sooner you go, the sooner you will come back." When Dejauy and Arnault had gone away, his 2 children were brought him, and Talma held out his hands to them to be kissed. A few minutes later, he uttered 3 words. "Voltaire's like Voltaire." Then, immediately afterwards, he murmured, "The cruelest thing of all is to lose one's sight." The next moment, some piece of furniture cracked very loudly, and Talma turned his head in the direction of the sound. A lady who had just arrived took advantage of this movement to say, "Talma, it is I, Mademoiselle Menach." The dying man made a slight token of acknowledgement and pressed her hand. It struck 11:30. Talma took his handkerchief in both hands, lifted it up slowly to his mouth, wiped his lips, and then put it behind his head, still holding it in both hands. After the lapse of a few seconds, his hands released their hold and fell down by his sides. His nephew took hold of the hand nearest him, and felt that his pressure was returned feebly. At 11:35, without any convulsion or muscular contraction of the face, one sigh escaped his lips. It was his last breath. When Garrick died, 4 peers of England claimed it as an honor to bear the 4 corners of his pall, and to follow their English Roscius to his resting place among the tombs of kings. 100,000 persons followed Talma's funeral procession, but not a single representative from those in high places in the state were among the number. Ooh, yes. Lassagne had told me to think of a subject for a vaudeville. I had done so, and believed I had found one. It was in the Arabian Nights, one of the episodes in the travels of Sinbad the Sailor, I believe. I say I believe, for I am not quite sure, and the matter is not really worth the trouble of ransacking my desk to find out. Sinbad, the indefatigable traveler, reaches a country where they bury wives with their husbands and husbands with their wives. He imprudently marries, his wife dies, and he has a narrow escape of being buried with her. A mere trifle. But the episode suggested a vague plan, which I took to Lassagne. Lassagne read it, and, if that were possible, he was more kindly disposed towards me even than at the first, when he saw how determined I was to succeed. With the exception of a few corrections, which he undertook to make, he decided that the scheme would serve. He therefore communicated with a clever young fellow named Vulpian, a friend of his, who was also later to become one of mine. Vulpian is one more name to be marked with a cross in these recollections, for he is dead. We met together 2 or 3 times and shared the task. This time I had to do with collaborators who were more punctilious in keeping their promises than poor Rousseau had been. At the first meeting, each of us had his part ready. We joined the 3 pieces together and made them into something like a harmonious whole. Lassagne undertook to put the polishing touches to the work, which took him 3 or 4 days. When this was done, the 3 authors, pronouncing it to be perfect, decided it should be read under the title of La Noce et l'Enterrement at the Vaudeville, where Lassagne and Vulpian knew Desaugiers. Unluckily, Desaugiers, who was already affected with the disease that eventually killed him, was at home undergoing a second or third operation and could not be present at the reading. The upshot of his absence was that La Noce et l'Enterrement received almost as abrupt a refusal at the Vaudeville as La Chasse et l'Amour had at the Gymnase. It seemed I was not to be favored with good luck while I shared my work with others. I felt terribly discouraged. But I felt worse still the day after the reading, when Lassagne put in an appearance with an expression of gloom on his face. It was so rarely he was depressed that I rose from my seat feeling sure something was wrong. "What is the matter now?" I asked. "Matter enough, my poor friend, for somehow or other it has leaked out, although your name was not breathed at the reading, that I have written a play with you, and, in consequence, Outard has just sent for me." "Well?" "Well, he made out I had given you a taste for literature. He says this taste will ruin your future career, and he has made me pass my word of honor, not only to cease helping you in any other play, but also to cast aside the one already finished." "And did you promise?" I asked. "I felt obliged to do so for your sake, Dumas. You haven't General Foy any longer to uphold your interests here. I don't know who has done you a bad turn by speaking to M. de Broville, but they do not at all look upon your literary propensities with friendly eyes. I do not think my heart ever felt heavier. The 200 or 300 francs which La Chasse et l'Amour had brought in had so sensibly lightened our circumstances that I had been looking forward to the time when I should be drawing not merely 20 to 25 francs more per month, but earning 4 times that amount by literary work. Moreover, a portion of what La Noce et l'Enterrement was to bring me in was hypothecated to Porcher, who had lent me 300 francs. What Lassagne had just told me pretty well overthrew all my castles in Spain. It seemed to me most cruel to forbid me working for the drama out of office hours, and to insist that my mother, my son and I should be compelled to live on 125 francs per month. This feeling was so strong that it fired me with courage to go straight to Outard. I entered his office with tears in my eyes, but my voice under control. "Is it true, monsieur," I asked, "that you have forbidden Lassagne to work with me?" "Yes," was his reply. "Why do you ask me that?" "Because I should not have thought you would have had the courage to do so." "What do you mean by that?" "Well, it seems to me a man needs courage to condemn 3 persons to live on 125 francs a month. And it seems to me you ought to think yourself very fortunate to have the 125 francs per month, instead of despising them." "I do not despise them, monsieur. On the contrary, I am very grateful to those who give them to me. Only, I repeat that the sum is not sufficient, and that I think I ought to be allowed the right to add to it so long as it does not interfere with attention to my office work." "It may not interfere with your office work now, but it very soon will." "That will be the time, then, for you to be anxious." "It is really no affair of mine," said M. Outard. "I simply and solely convey the views of the chief director." "Of M. de Broville?" "Yes, of M. de Broville." "I thought M. de Broville pretended to foster literature." "Literature, perhaps he does. But do you call La Chasse et l'Amour and La Noce et l'Enterrement literature?" "Most surely not, monsieur. But my name was not put on the bills at the Ambigue, where La Chasse et l'Amour was played, and it will not be put on the bills of the theatre, whatever it may be, which may accept La Noce et l'Enterrement. Still, if you are ashamed to own those productions, why make them? First, monsieur, because at present I do not feel myself able to do better, and because, such as they are, they bring comfort to our poverty. Yes, monsieur, to our poverty. I do not shrink from the truth. One day you somehow learnt that I had sat up several nights to copy some stage plays which brought in 4 francs an act, and that, under the same conditions, I copied out M. Tholan's comedy, The Indiscret. Well, you complimented me then on my pluck. Quite true. How then, may I ask, am I more guilty in making my own plays than in copying out those of others? You must, of course, be aware that Adolphe also writes plays. Which Adolphe? Adolphe de Louvain. What then? Why, I heard you speak to M. de Brovel the other day, in support of Adolphe's request for a post in the offices of the Duc d'Orleans. M. Adolphe de Louvain was highly recommended to me. And I, monsieur, was not I also highly recommended to you? True, de Louvain was highly recommended to you by Benjamin Constant, General Gerard, and Madame de Valence, whilst I was only recommended to you by General Foy. And what does that mean? It means that Adolphe de Louvain's patrons are alive, while my supporter is dead. M. Dumas. Oh, do not be put out. I see I have hit the right nail on the head. Then you absolutely insist on continuing your writing. Yes, monsieur, I desire to do so both from inclination and from necessity. Very well, produce literature like Casimir de Lavigne's, and instead of blaming you, we will give you encouragement. Monsieur, I replied, I am not M. Casimir de Lavigne's age, who has been poet laureate since 1811, neither have I received the education M. Casimir de Lavigne had at one of the best colleges in Paris. No, I am only 22. I am busy educating myself every day, probably at the cost of my health for all I learn, and I assure you I am studying many subjects. I learn when other people are fast asleep or amusing themselves. So I cannot, just at this moment, produce work like M. Casimir de Lavigne's. But M. Outard, I would ask you, in conclusion, to listen carefully to what I am about to say, strange though it may sound to your ears. If I did not believe I could do different work in days to come than M. Casimir de Lavigne's, well, monsieur, I should meet you and M. de Brovel more than halfway in your wishes, and at this very instant I would give you my sacred promise, I would take a solemn oath, never to touch literature again. Outard looked at me with expressionless eyes, for my pride took his breath away. I bowed to him and went out. 5 minutes later, he went to M. de Villaine to tell him of my insane carryings on. M. de Villaine inquired if it were really in his presence, if it were really to him, that I had said such monstrous things. Yes, it was in my presence and to me, said Outard. I will tell his mother about it, said M. de Villaine, and if he continues possessed with this madness, send him to me. I will take him into my office and see that he doesn't go altogether stark staring mad. And indeed, my mother was told that very same night. When I returned from making up the portfolio, I found her in tears. M. de Villaine had sent for her, and told her of all that had passed between M. Outard and me that morning. Next day, the crime of which I had been guilty was public property throughout the offices. The 63 clerks of His Royal Highness never lost an opportunity of saying to each other as they met, "Have you heard what Dumas said to M. Outard yesterday?" And the clerk to whom the question was addressed would reply with either a yes or a no. If he replied in the negative, the story was related with corrections, embellishments, and exaggerations that did the greatest credit to the imagination of my colleagues. During the whole day and for several days to follow, Homeric laughter could be heard throughout the corridors of the Maison de la Rue Saint-Honor, number 216. There was one solitary bookkeeping clerk who had only been engaged the previous day, and whom no one as yet knew, who did not laugh. "Why," said the others to him, "you aren't laughing." "No." "Why don't you laugh?" "Because it doesn't seem to me a laughing matter." "What, don't you think it a huge joke that Dumas said he would do better things than Casimir de Lavigne?" "In the first place, he did not say he would do better, he said he would do something different." "It is all the same." "No, it is quite different." "But do you know Dumas?" "Yes, and because I know him I tell you he will do something. I don't know what it will be, but I tell you that that something will astonish everybody, save myself." This employee, who had just joined the office in the bookkeeping department, was my old German and Italian master, Amd de la Ponce. So there were two people out of the 72 persons, heads and employees, who composed His Royal Highness's official staff, who did not despair of me, Lassagne and he. From this time began the warfare of which Lassagne had warned me when I first entered the office. But no matter what the war was going to be like, or how long it was going to last, I made up my mind to fight to the end. A week later, a ray of comfort came to me. Vulpian came to tell Lassagne and me that our play had been accepted by the Theatre of the Porte Saint Martin for Serre's debut. So it will be seen I was gently drawing nearer to the Theatre Franchise, but I had learnt Italian enough to understand the one proverb, Chi va piano va sano. The author's rights were also higher. The Theatre of the Porte Saint Martin paid 18 francs for a vaudeville and allowed 12 francs worth of tickets. So this meant for me 8 francs per night instead of 6. Exactly double this time, what my office work brought me in. La Noce et l'Enterrement was played on 21 November 1826. My mother and I saw my play from the orchestra. As my name did not transpire, and as I was totally unknown, I experienced no inconvenience from allowing myself the satisfaction of being present. The play succeeded admirably. But even as the Roman emperors, in their days of triumph, were reminded by a slave that they were mortal, so, lest my success should intoxicate me, Providence placed a neighbor on my left who remarked, as he rose at the fall of the curtain, "Come, come, it isn't such stuff as this that will uphold the theater." My neighbor was right, and he knew what he was talking about all the more in that he was a fellow writer. The play was acted some 40 times, and, as Porcher generously left me half my rights, claiming only the remaining half to liquidate previous advances, the 4 francs per night that I received from the tickets helped us to get over the winter of 1826 to 1827. Chapter 5. Solely at the mechanical sawmill, his platonic love of gold. I desire to write a drama with him. I translate Fiesque, Death of Auguste Lafarge. My pay is increased and my position lowered. Felix de Villaine, condemned by the medical faculty, is saved by illness. Louisa Perron, Talma's theatrical wardrobe. The Loi de Justice et d'Amour, the disbanding of the National Guard. From that moment I made up my mind firmly. Like Ferdinand Cortez, I had burnt my boats, and I had either to succeed or to hang myself. Unfortunately, I was not staking for myself alone. My poor mother was also equally involved in the game. Although Soli had been less fortunate than we had been, in not yet having had anything of his acted, I had divined what strength of imagination lay in his work, and I had decided to attempt a work of some importance in collaboration with him. At heart, I really agreed with M. Outard's estimate of my first 2 productions, and I had shown it by not wishing my name to appear in connection with either of them, while, by some instinct that did not lead me far astray, I had signed the Ode sur la mort du General Foy, the Nouvelles Contemporaines and Pater Ramen. But I quite decided not to sign my name to any theatrical work until I could do something that would make a great sensation. Soli had moved, he lodged near La Guerre. By some means or other, he had become head of a sawmill, in which upwards of 100 workpeople were employed. In comparison with us, Soli was wealthy. He had a small allowance from his father, plus his salary as manager of this industrial establishment, so he could jingle a little gold in his pockets, which was quite out of the question in our case. Soli had a real passion for gold, and he liked to look at it and to handle it. Towards the close of his life, he was earning between 40 and 50,000 francs per annum, and when he had contracts to pay by the end of the month, he would often keep the 2 or 3,000 francs thus hypothecated in his drawer from the 15th to the 20th. Then, in order to procure the joy which the sight of gold gave him, he would change his 5 francs piece or his banknotes for Napoleons, asking that the newest and most glittering coins should be sent him, even at the expense of 4 or 5 sous per Napoleon. For Soli had not the good fortune to live in the happy period of the depreciation of gold. Then, when the end of the month came, it cost him such anguish to part from his gold, that, although the sum owing lay there in his drawer, he seldom settled his account when it was due, preferring to pay 20, 30, 50, or 100 francs extra, in order to feast his eyes upon the rich metal for a few days longer. And yet nobody could be more generous or liberal-handed or lavish than Soli. He loved gold, but do not misunderstand us. It was not after the fashion of a miser that he loved it, but as the representative of luxury, as the surest means to procure all the pleasures of life. He loved gold for the power it bestows. So he had a very special predilection for the romance of Monte Cristo. I hope I may be forgiven if I dwell at too great length on Soli. He was one of the most interesting personalities I ever met, and I say of him, as Michelet once said of me, he was one of the forces of nature. I could picture Soli poaching in the forests of America, a pirate in the Indian seas or in the Arctic Ocean, an explorer along the shores of Lake Tchad or Senegal, far better than as a romance writer or a dramatist. He was consummate, too, in the midst of his 100 workmen at the sawmill, as he directed them by a nod of the head, by a wave of the hand, giving his orders in a tone of voice at once gentle and firm, kindly yet full of power. He had just finished his imitation of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. There were some fine lines in that piece of work, well conceived, some great thoughts vigorously handled, but in the main, it was a mediocre production. He had started it 2 years too late and had not attempted anything fresh at a time when to be original was one of the conditions of success. I told Soli frankly that I had come to ask him to write a drama with me. But, as neither of us felt at all strong enough to attempt anything in the way of original creation, we decided to take a subject from Walter Scott. Walter Scott was all the rage. His Kenilworth Castle had just been played with great success at the Port St. Martin, and a version of Quentin Durward was to be acted at the Theatre Francais. Talma was allotted the part of Louisi, and he had intended it to follow his Tiberius. What a glorious thing it would have been for the drama for Talma to have personated a character from Walter Scott. We settled upon Old Mortality. There were two characters in Old Mortality, John Balfour of Burley and Bothwell, that completely fascinated Soli. When our subject was chosen, we set to work with great zest, but in vain did we put our heads together, the plan did not go well. To put it baldly, we each of us had too much individuality, and we were continually knocking against each other's angles. At the end of 2 or 3 months of fruitless labor, after 5 or 6 useless meetings, we had made no headway at all, and were scarcely farther advanced than at our first meeting. But I had gained enormously by my struggle with this rough champion. I felt all kinds of new forces springing up in me, and like a blind man whose sight has been restored, each day, little by little, my range of vision seemed to widen. Meantime, I was practicing how to handle dramatic poetry by translating Schiller's Fiske into verse. I undertook the task in order to teach myself, and not in hope of payment. And, although it was not to bring me in a penny, and we stood in the greatest need of work that would pay me, I had the courage to finish it from end to end. About this time, my poor mother, who was always in fear of my losing my place, and who, I must confess, was quite justified in her fears, had a fresh instance of deceived hopes to bring before my notice. My compatriot, Auguste Lafarge, the stylish lawyer's clerk who had momentarily revolutionized the whole town of Villers-Cotterets, and who had been obliged to sell his business to pay his debts, because he could not find a rich wife to save the situation, had flung himself into literature for want of other means of livelihood, and had just died after 2 or 3 years' struggle against horrible poverty. It was in vain I said to my mother that Lafarge never had the making of a dramatic poet in him. In vain I told her he had never struggled, but, on the contrary, had given in without a fight. In vain I urged that Lafarge never possessed a fraction of my energy and perseverance. The material fact was that he had suffered hunger and misery, and had died in consequence of his privations. Another fact that ought to have set her fears to rest only gave her fresh anxiety. Betts had been promoted. The reader will recollect that Betts was the nice lad who had been my second in the duel with M.B. He had been made chief clerk at a salary of 2,400 francs, and his post as order clerk at 2,000 francs was given to Ernest, who, in his turn, left his place of 1,800 francs vacant. As I had attended to my office work with a regularity that not even my worst enemy could have found fault with, and as, although they may have been unjust towards me, they were not really ill-intentioned, they could hardly refuse to give me Ernest's place, which I asked of Outard as though it were my due. My request was acceded to, but they changed me from the secretarial department to the relieving offices. The Bureau des Secers was really a branch of the Secretariat, but it was looked upon as a subordinate department. I should most of all have regretted leaving Lassagne, but a change had been made some time before in the arrangement of the offices, and a room had been given him to himself, in consideration of his position as deputy head clerk. So it came about that I was quite as near him in the relief office as I had been under the new arrangements at the Secretariat. I gained two things by this change. First, an increase of salary. Secondly, a greater freedom of action, since having to obtain information concerning the unfortunate people who asked for help, I spent whole days in going about from one end of Paris to the other. I should have been well pleased, as compensation for the two advantages thus gained, to have given up my portfolio making, but there was no way out of this. In spite of my increase of salary and the greater freedom I gained, my mother looked upon this change in my position as in the nature of a disgrace. She was not deceived, and if she had been, M. de Villaine would have taken care to put her right on this head. In addition to this, a very real calamity was threatening to strike at that household with which we were closely connected. For some time past, Felix de Villaine, who looked the very picture of health, had been troubled with a cough and was losing flesh. He grew uneasy at the weakness he felt to be growing on him, and one day he sought me out and begged me to take him to Thibaut, whose medical skill he had often heard me praise. I hastened to do him this service, and took him to Thibaut, begging him to examine Felix very carefully. Thibaut made him strip to the waist, tapped his chest, listened to his breathing both with his ear and with the stethoscope, and after 10 minutes' examination, told him plainly that he was suffering from a serious lung complaint, although he was in no danger. But to me he whispered, "The lad is doomed." I cannot describe the grief and dismay this curtly expressed declaration caused me. Felix had never been particularly friendly towards me. He was of a somewhat jealous disposition, and had rather repelled than drawn me in to share the enjoyments which, thanks to his father's social position, he could have obtained for me, especially with regard to shooting, which I loved above all else. But nevertheless, his was one of the tender friendships of my early days, and if this prophecy were fulfilled, it would be the first leaf that death would tear from the golden branch of my childish recollections. I did not want to announce this sad news to M. de Villaine, so I sought out Outard and told him what had transpired. Outard utterly declined to believe it, for Felix had seemed, until now, the most unlikely subject to die of pulmonary consumption. But I sent for Thibaut himself, and Thibaut repeated to him the fatal verdict he had told me. Without telling the whole truth to M. de Villaine, Outard gave him to understand that Felix required great care, and, as Felix did not wish to have any other doctor than Thibaut, it was arranged that Thibaut should pay him daily visits. It was then that I made the special study of pulmonary consumption, which I later turned to account in my romance, Amory. I have already stated that, just as Thibaut's prediction was on the point of being realized, and all hopes were given up, even in his mother's heart, that last sanctuary of hope, Felix de Villaine was miraculously saved by articular rheumatism, which drew off the inflammation, and did what no other remedies had been able to effect. Whilst these events were happening, the representation of the drama of Louise A. Perron, in which Talma was to have acted, took place at the Theatre Francais. It was a great event for all of us young writers who were aspiring to produce some novel creation. Taylor had urged its production, had seen that the costumes were accurate and the staging perfect. The play owed its success partly to the astonishment it evoked, and partly to its intrinsic worth. I did not see it at the first presentation, because I was unable to procure a ticket and was too poor to afford to buy one at the doors, but Soli joined us afterwards at the Café des Variétés and told us all about it. He was most enthusiastic over it. This inspired us with courage, and we tried to take up our Puritains decos once more. Talma's dramatic succession at the Theatre Francais had been divided. Michelot took Tiberius and Louise. Firmin took Tasso. Joanny was prepared to undertake the whole of the illustrious dead actors' repertory. Lafont had become both the one and the other. Everybody regarded Talma as an obstacle, and now that this obstacle was removed, each strove to acquire for himself the reputation of the man who had eclipsed all other reputations. In order not to lose any chance of success, they divided his costumes among themselves, as they divided his roles. A public sale of Talma's wardrobe was announced for 27 April. Here are some of the prices that the different costumes fetched. The actors who hoped to buy his talent with his clothes did not pay dear for them. Francs. Charles Roman 6, et sa perruque 205. Ladislas 230. Ile. Mithridate 100. Richard. Les Dieu Néron 412. La Couronne de Néron 132. Acello, une fois Jawa Elopra 131. Leonidas 200. Clovis 97. Joa. Nicomed 60. La Mère du Palais 115. Philoctete 40. Tiposib 96. Leicester 321. Maynau 45. Falkland, Danville 130. Le Misanthrope 400. Bayard, Le Grand Maître des Templiers 40. Jean de Bourgogne 79. Manlius 80. Scylla avec la perruque 160. Hamlet avec le poignard. 50 Ors d'Andromaque 100. 50 Ors de Clytemnestor 80. FR 3884. Two items may be noted in the above. One, Les du Néron, and the other, Othello, une fois joua à l'opéra. These two descriptions show how conscientiously Talma hunted up particulars about his costumes. Once he discovered in Suetonius that Nero had entered the Senate in a blue mantle, embroidered with gold stars. He instantly had a costume made after the same pattern, and came onto the stage in just such a blue mantle with gold stars as Nero had worn on entering the Senate. But next day, some critic, who had not bothered his head to read Suetonius, and who took this costume to be a freak of the actor, said in one of the papers that Talma looked like Night in the prologue to Amphitryon. This was quite enough to prevent Talma from wearing the star-spangled robe. On another occasion, before playing Othello at the opera for a benefit, he reflected that, as the Moor had become a Venetian general, he must necessarily have discarded his Oriental costume and adopted the Venetian dress. So he wore a very exact copy of a Venetian costume of the 15th century. But in casting aside the turban, the girdle and the baggy ornamental pantaloons, half the picturesque effect had fled, and not even all Talma's genius was able to make up for it. So, disappointed himself, and thinking that the change of costume had had a damaging effect on his play, he went back to the traditional costume for the remainder of the performances and never used the other again. The costume for the misanthrope, found in Talma's wardrobe, indicated the lifelong desire he had cherished to play the part of Alceste, but it was a wish he had never dared to satisfy. The person who bought it was not afflicted with like modesty. Whilst these events were occurring, that were of such secondary importance to France, but so vitally interesting to ourselves, the government was slyly attempting to re-establish the censorship that it had abolished. In the king's speech to the chamber, he had said, "I should have preferred, had it been possible, not to pay any attention to the press. But since the habit of publishing political articles has developed, it has produced fresh abuses which require more efficacious and extensive means of repression. It is time to put a stop to painful scandals and to preserve the liberty of the press itself from the danger of its own excesses. A project will be submitted to you with this object in view." This paragraph was nothing more nor less than a threat, which translated itself into a bill presented to the chamber under the title of Projet de loi sur la police de la presse. The reading of this act was interrupted by the opposition a score of times and ended in a scene of terrible agitation. Casimir Perier jumped up from his seat, exclaiming, "You might just as well bring forward a bill consisting of the single clause, 'Printing is suppressed in France to the benefit of Belgium.'" M. de Chateaubriand called this law a law of vandalism. And to the outcry in the capital, the whole of France responded, sending joint and separate petitions to implore the chamber to reject the bill as destructive of all public liberties, disastrous to commerce, and an attack on the sacred rights of property. In the midst of that terrible manifestation, which, in 1827, predicted the armed opposition of 1830, the Moniteur had either the cleverness or the perfidiousness. One never can quite fathom the Moniteur's real sentiments, to insert in an article in favor of the law the phrase characterizing it as a law of justice and of love. Oh, what an opportunity this gave for the weapon of sarcasm, always powerful in France. It fastened upon this phrase and used it as a weapon with which, on every possible occasion, to prick the heart of M. de Peyronnet. Everybody exclaimed against this act, even the Academy itself. It was M. de Lacretelle who ventured to take the hazardous and difficult step of attempting to awake the 40 immortals in their chairs. He read a rousing discourse to them on 4 January, on the disadvantages of the projected law and the fetters it would put upon thought. He repudiated this fresh censorship, which was to make printers judges of authors, and demanded that the Academy should make use of its prerogative and petition the king to accede to the entreaties of the 40 by withdrawing the bill. After an hour's discussion, it was decided almost unanimously that this petition should be presented to the king, and de Chateaubriand, Lacretelle, and Villemain were deputed to draw it up. On 21 January, the following notice appeared in the Moniteur. Art, I the appointment of Sieur Villemain, Mater des requests to the Council of State is revoked. Then, lower down. By order of the King, M. Michaud of the French Academy will no longer be one of His Majesty's readers. By command of His Excellency, the Minister of the Interior, dated today, M. de Lacretelle has been dismissed from the post of dramatic censor. This persecution was received by a burst of indignation against the government and with demonstrative sympathy towards the victims of ministerial cruelty. Finally, the chorus of opposition rose to such a threatening pitch that the government grew frightened and withdrew on 18 April, the act that it had introduced on 29 November. A furore of delight then broke out in Paris. Houses poured forth their inhabitants into the streets, and every face glowed with joy. Hands were held out in greeting, and journeymen printers ran through the boulevards shouting, "Vive le Roi!" Waving white flags, and a general illumination took place all over Paris that night. But the mortified government sent out troops, shots were fired and wounds received, and the withdrawal of the famous Loi de Justice et d'amour should be accredited not to the king's intelligence, but to his fear. When Charles X, poor, blind, deaf monarch, believing that the enthusiasm aroused by his accession to the throne would last forever, commanded a review of the National Guard to be held on 29 April, on the Champ de Mars, he heard, to his vast surprise, mingled with those cries of "Vive le Roi," with which sovereigns are intoxicated, and thrill on their thrones, the bitter and raucous cries of a bas les ministers and a bas les Jesuits. These cries came particularly from the ranks of the 2nd, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th legions, those, namely, belonging to the financial aristocracy and the lower middle classes. Astounded by such a reception, Charles X drew up for an instant. Then, spurring his horse to the front ranks of the legion that had uttered the bitterest of these invectives, he exclaimed, "Messieurs, I have come here to receive homage and not lectures." Alas, the kings of 1827, like those of 1848, should have known that homage blinds and lectures enlighten. By 6 o'clock next morning, every post of the National Guard was relieved by troops of the line, and by 7 o'clock, instead of a leading article in the Monitor on the review, there appeared the order to disband. From that moment there was a breach between the elder branch and the middle class. The former possessed its king, elected by divine right to reign over it and to die with it. But from that our far-seeing eyes could discern the approaching clouds that were bringing on their wings the tempest of 1830. In Chapter 6, English actors in Paris, literary importations, Trent Anne's or La Vie d'un Jour, the Hamlet of Kemble and Miss Smithson, a bas-relief of Mademoiselle de Fauveau, visit to Frederic Soli. He declines to write Christine with me. A night attack, I come across Adele Dalvin once more. I spend the night au violon. Somewhere about 1822 or 23, I believe, a company of English actors attempted to give a series of representations in the theatre of the Porte Saint Martin, but they were received with so much opposition and hooting, and so many apples and oranges had been flung at the unfortunate actors from the pit, that they were compelled to abandon the field of battle under the heavy firing of projectiles, and that was how the national spirit expressed itself in 1822. But then, in 1822, it was considered degrading for any theatre where the productions of Canes and Pixarecourt were performed, not to mention those of Corneille and Molière, to lend its boards to such a barbarian as Shakespeare, and to the train of oeuvres immondes which followed in his wake. Only 5 years had gone by since that period, and now the Second Theatre Franchise greatly astonished everybody by advertising that a company of English actors was going to act the chief plays of Shakespeare. So quickly did ideas mature in the burning sun of the 19th century that only 5 years were necessary to bring about such an enlightenment of public opinion as this. However, the example of courtesy had been set us by our neighbors across the channel. Mademoiselle Georges had just succeeded, thanks, no doubt, to the political reminiscences that surrounded her, in obtaining what Talma never obtained, in spite of his Anglo-French descent, namely, a public non-subsidized performance of a French play. On 28 June 1827, Mademoiselle Georges gave a most successful representation of Semiramis, under the patronage of the Duke of Devonshire. The receipts amounted to £800 sterling, 20,000 francs. A few days later, again with similar success, she played Merope. This twofold triumph suggested to the director of the Odeon the idea of inviting a company of English actors over, and a series of performances, announced for the beginning of September, was looked forward to eagerly. In fact, opinion had changed from complete disdain of English literature to enthusiastic admiration of it. M. Gizot, who did not then know a word of English, and who has known it but too well since, had retranslated Shakespeare with the help of Letourneur. Walter Scott, Cooper, and Byron were in everybody's hands. M. Lemercier had made a tragedy out of Richard Roman III. M. Liadier had produced another on Jane Shore. Kenilworth Castle had been played at the Port St. Martin, Louisy, a Perron at the Theatre Francais, Macbeth at the Opera. People talked of Frederic Soli's Juliet and of Alfred de Vigny's Othello. Assuredly, the wind had veered round to the west and pointed to a literary revolution. Nor was this all. A play was produced at the Port St. Martin, with a denouement borrowed from Werner's Vinquater Février, which had brought about a revolution both by its style and its execution. We should like to say a few words with reference to Trent Anne's, or La Vie d'un Jour, by Victor Ducange and Gaubox. Besides the dramatic importance of this work, it brought to light two eminent artistes, Frederick and Madame d'Orval. It is rarely one finds two actors so highly endowed, the one as good as the other. He, as a matter of fact, was the wretched tragedian who, 3 years before, had played one of the brothers Maccabee at the Odeon. She was the little girl, forgotten as soon as she had played the thankless part of Malvina in The Vampire. Popular drama had its Talma, and boulevard tragedy its Mademoiselle Mars. Everybody has become familiar with Trent Anne's. Everybody has seen it played by the two artistes I have just named. But not everybody witnessed the fever of excitement that mastered both actors and spectators during those first representations. So the English artistes found Parisian playgoers warmly enthusiastic, eagerly demanding new emotions to take the place of those they had just experienced. Such moments as these are experienced at various times and seasons when everything is quiet outside the realms of imagination. As physical life is in no danger, minds sigh after imaginary dangers. Human sympathy must exercise itself on something. 12 years of calm caused everyone to cry out for emotion. 10 years of laughter called aloud for tears. With a national spirit restless and adventurous by nature, we must ever express ourselves dramatically, whether on the stage or in real life. In 1827, the theater had things all its own way. On 7 September, the English actors gave their first performance. Abbott opened the proceedings with a short speech in very carefully pronounced French, and they played the rivals by poor Sheridan, who had just been buried amidst financial difficulties. Then Allingham's Caprice of Fortune. The comic actors of the company carried off the honors of the first night. And, although one noticed a comic actor called Liston, and a sweetheart played by Miss Smithson, we felt quite certain that the much-longed-for company had not been brought across the channel just for this exhibition of its powers. I had made up my mind to attend these English performances with some assiduity, and as Porcher had nearly got back the advances he had lent me, I asked him for 200 francs, 150 of which went towards our housekeeping expenses, and 50 were intended to initiate me into the beauties revealed in the English drama. I already nearly knew Shakespeare by heart at this period, but plays, according to the Germans, are meant to be seen and not read. So I resisted the temptation of going to the first representation and waited to see the English company in Shakespeare. They announced Hamlet. There was no fear of my missing it this time. Fortunately, it was Ernest's week to make up the portfolio. I left the office at 4 o'clock and went to take my position in the queue, rather better informed, this time, than I had been on my first visit to Paris. I knew Hamlet so well that I did not need to buy the words. I could follow the actors, translating the words as soon as they were uttered. I must admit that the impression made upon me far exceeded my expectations. Kemble was wonderful as Hamlet, and Miss Smithson made a divine Ophelia. The stage scene, the screen scene, and that of the two portraits, the mad scene and that in the graveyard electrified me. Only then did I realize what the drama could be, and from the ruins of my past feeble attempts, which the shock of this revelation brought about, I saw what was needed to create a new world. And darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters, as the Bible puts it. This was the first time that I had seen real passions on the stage, inspiring men and women of real flesh and blood. Now I understood Talma's moans over each fresh part he created. I understood that everlasting aspiration for a literature that could give him the chance of depicting a hero who should be a living being. I understood his despair at dying before he had given expression to that side of his genius, which perished unknown within him and with him. The present generation will not understand what I am saying, for its childish studies have made it as familiar with Walter Scott as with Lesage, with Shakespeare as with Molière. Our century, which has become preeminently a century of appreciation, smiles incredulously when it hears that a comedian could be hissed because he was an Englishman, or a play hooted because it was by Shakespeare. These representations continued with increasing popularity. After Hamlet came Romeo and Juliet, then Othello, then, finally, one after the other, all the masterpieces of the English stage. To Kemble and Miss Smithson belonged all the honors of these representations. It is impossible to describe the scene of Ophelia's madness, the balcony scene in Juliet, the poisoning scene in the vault among the dead, Othello's jealousy, and the death of Desdemona, as played by those two great artistes. Abbott also showed himself a graceful comedian in the parts he played. His Mercutio, among the rest, was a real masterpiece of delightful acting. And now let us notice how strange it is that events which are to influence a man's life seem to link themselves together. On the 10th, the English actors gave the last of their series of representations, leaving me palpitating with fresh impressions, and my mind flooded with fresh light. On the 4th, 6 days before, the Salon exhibition had just opened. At this salon, Mademoiselle de Fauveau exhibited two small bas-reliefs, round which all artists congregated. One of these bas-reliefs represented a scene from the Abbé, the other, the assassination of Monaldeschi. I came up to look at these bas-reliefs with the crowd, and I probably appreciated more than most of the gazers the power and delicacy of the work thus cleverly handled by a woman's fingers. I had read the Abbé, so I knew all about one of these bas-reliefs. But I was so ignorant on some portions of history that I not only did not know the incident the other piece of sculpture depicted, but I was also ignorant who were either Monaldeschi or Christine, and I left the musée without venturing to ask anyone to tell me. As it was Sunday, and as I had not seen Soli for several days, I decided to go and spend part of the evening with him at La Gare. At 9 o'clock, after telling my mother that I should probably not be home until very late, I sweetened a cup of tea in front of a capital fire, for wood is plentiful in a sawmill, and began a discussion with Soli concerning the alterations his Juliet would need to undergo since the English acting had come under notice. All at once I recollected the bas-relief of the death of Monaldeschi, and not daring to ask Soli for particulars for fear he would make fun of me because of my ignorance, I asked him if he possessed a biographie universelle. He had one, and I read the two articles on Monaldeschi and on Christine. Then, after a few moments' reflection, in the depths of which I seemed to see all sorts of tragic characters moving amid the glitter of swords, I said to Soli, as though he had been following my thoughts, "Do you know, there is a terrible drama in all that." "In what?" "In the assassination of Monaldeschi by Christine." "I should just think so. Shall we do it together?" "No," Soli replied emphatically. "I do not mean to work any more with others." "Why?" "Because David has promised me the cross, through the influence of M. Portalis, when I write my first important work alone." I looked at Soli in utter amazement. I do not think that even he himself quite realized the nature of his brusque outbursts. "Therefore," he added, "I intend to use that subject for a tragedy myself." "Oh," I said, laying the volumes down. "That need not prevent you writing your own drama, you understand, if you mean to stick to the idea. On the same subject as you. There are more theaters than one in Paris, and a dozen ways of treating a subject. But which of us will read it at the Theatre Francais? Whichever shall finish first. Would it not annoy you? What the devil do you think it would do to me? You are not very amiable tonight." "I am not in a good temper." "What is the matter with you?" "This is the matter. If only I had seen the English actors before I had constructed my Juliet, I should either not have done it at all, or done it differently. Will you take my advice?" "In what way?" "As the sincere advice of a friend, leave your Juliet on one side as I have left my Fiesque, and dream of something else. Bah, when it is finished." I saw Soli had made up his mind to go on with it, and I dropped the subject. Then, as I could not afford to buy the Biographie Universelle, I asked Soli if I might copy out the two articles, and he let me do so. It was evident my writing on the same subject did not inspire him with much terror. We separated at midnight, and as I went along the boulevard, I dreamt already of my future Christine. It was a dark, rainy night, and the boulevard was almost deserted. When I reached the gate of Saint Denis, just as I was leaving the boulevard to re-enter the street, I heard cries 30 steps ahead of me. Then, in the midst of the darkness, I could see what looked like a group of people struggling violently on the boulevard, and I ran in the direction of the cries. Two fellows were attacking a man and woman. The man attacked was trying to defend himself with a cane, the woman had been thrown down, and the thief was trying to snatch a chain that hung round her neck. I leapt on the thief, and the next moment he was on the ground in his turn, and I was kneeling on him. When the second thief saw this, he left off attacking the man and ran away. It would seem that, unwittingly, I had been squeezing the throat of my thief unmercifully, for suddenly, to my great surprise, he yelled out, "Help, help, help." This shout, together with those already uttered by the man and woman assaulted, brought several soldiers from the military station of Bonne Nouvelle. I had not loosened my hold of the thief, and the soldiers dragged him out of my hands. Then, only was I able to respond to the thanks of those whom I had rescued. The woman's voice struck me strangely. It was Adele Dalvin, whom I had not seen since I left Villers-Cotterets, and the man was her husband. There had been a special performance at the Porte Saint Martin, at which La Noce et l'Enterrement had been played, and knowing I had had a hand in that masterpiece, they had wanted to see it. The performance had not finished until late, as is usual in the case of special representations, and Adele was hungry. When they came out, they went to the theatre cafe for supper, and this had delayed them. Just as they reached Charlard's chemist's shop, they were attacked by the two ruffians of whom I had rid them, and of whom one had been arrested by the defenders of the country. Unluckily, these defenders of the country were not as intelligent as they were brave. They could not distinguish between robbers and robbed, between thieves and honest folk, and they took us all to the guardroom, informing us we must stop there till the morning. At daybreak they sent for a police officer, who separated the wheat from the tares. We tried to explain ourselves, and asked that they should examine carefully our persons, our countenances, our appearances, and compare them with those of the man whom I had arrested, and that they should not keep us till next day before rendering us the justice that was our due. But to all this the defenders of the country replied imperturbably that by night all cats look gray, and consequently one might easily be deceived, whereas on the morrow there would be daylight on the matter. The decision was neither logical nor eloquent, but we were the weaker party. They made us, assaulted and assaulter alike, go into that part of the guardhouse that is called the Violon, and there was no help for it but to await the good pleasure of le chef du poste. We all leant up one against another, as people do in a carriage, and tried to sleep. As Adele and her husband had taken one corner of the camp bed for themselves, there was one left for me. I gazed sadly at the woman for a long time. She was associated with the earliest recollections of my life, and now, apparently perfectly happy, she was falling asleep on the shoulder of another, to whom she spoke in accents of familiar intercourse. She had two children. Motherhood had consoled her for her lost love. They both fell asleep, but neither the thief nor I slept at all. Soon my eyes tore themselves away from watching Adele and her husband, my thoughts retraced their steps, and I resumed my dream where it had been interrupted. I saw, in my mind's eye, the bas-relief of Mademoiselle de Fauveau as it hung fastened against the wall, and, in the guardroom of the Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle, by the side of that woman and her husband, face to face with the thief who was to get 3 years' imprisonment at the next assizes, my imagination conjured up the first scenes of Christine. At 8 next morning, the police officer entered, took down our depositions and addresses, and then set us at liberty, whilst our friend the thief was immediately hustled off to the police station. I returned home to find my poor mother terribly upset. She, like myself, had never closed her eyes all night. I saw Adele again once or twice during her stay in Paris, but since that time, my imagination, if not my heart, has been the slave of a mistress who has supplanted all my past mistresses and even done injury to those of later years. That mistress, or rather that master, was art. Chapter 7. Future Landmarks Compliments to the Duc de Bordeaux, Vates, Cauchois-Lemaire Orleaniste Brochure, The Lake of Enghien, Colonel Bro's Parrot, Dr. Ferris, Morisel, A Tip-Top Funeral Cordage, Hunting in Full Cry, and Autopsy. Explanation of the Death of the Parrot. It is most instructive to every philosophically mind to review a past period of time, and to recall that once it was looked forward to as a future, it can then be seen how gradually changes came about. Landmarks are recognized, and it is realized that there is nothing sudden or inexplicable in the evolution of things. That which in the present we look upon as all-powerful chance, when investigated in the light of the past, is seen to be providence. Thus, Charles X, the last representative of a dying aristocracy, was destined to fall. Thus, Louis Philippe, the representative of the people at its strongest moment, was destined to ascend the throne. And froen, everything was being prepared so that people were ready for the great catastrophe of 1830. And yet no one can clearly read the signs of an immediate future. All the country's hopes seemed centered in the phenomenal child, l'enfant du miracle, as they called the Duc de Bordeaux, and on January, M. de Barbe Marbois, first president of the Cours des Comtes, addressed to him the following delightful little speech, entirely suited to the young prince's years and intelligence. Monseigneur, you will today receive the customary gifts. Mine shall be a short story. Once upon a time, the prince whose name you bear, who was then as young as you are, returned to the court of Navarre after being away. While he was still seated on his horse, he was surrounded by children of the countryside, who, delighted to see him back again, kept repeating, "Que Noster Henry," which means, "Here is our Henry," just as though the young prince belonged to them. Queen Jean, his mother, an excellent princess, who had seen and heard everything from the palace balcony, well pleased by the welcome they gave the young prince, said to him, "Those children, my son, have just given you a lesson, the sweetest you can ever receive, by calling you our Henry. They are teaching you that princes belong to their country just as much as to their own family." The prince remembered the lesson, and that is why for more than 2 centuries the French have continued to call him our Henry, and will always so speak of him. Le Duc de Bordeaux listened attentively, then replied, "I will not forget." Already the previous year it had been said to him, "And you, Monseigneur, who are yet very young and upon whose head rests the future happiness of France, always remember that this fine kingdom also needs a good king, a king who loves truth and wishes it to be spoken to him, a king who despises flattery and who will banish from his presence those who deceive him. You will remember, Monseigneur, that this advice has been given you by an aged white-haired man." Le Duc de Bordeaux had replied, "Yes." "Your yes, Monseigneur," added the first president, "shall be registered in our annals, where you will find it when you reach your majority." Alas, all these counsels were to be wasted. The white-haired veteran who had learnt so much by reflection on the past could not foresee the future. God only endows poets with the gift of clairvoyance. It was a poet, Monseigneur, who addressed these words to you. "Salut, petty cousin Germain. 500 un lieu d'exil, Jos t'écrire. La fortune tend la main. Ta naissance la fate sourire. Mon premier jour aussi fut beau. Point de franchise qui en convient. Les rois adoraient au berceau. Et cependant j'y suis à Vienne." It was a poet, sire, who addressed these words to you. "O rois veles, tâches de voir regner. Ni nous reprenez pas si quan avec gagné. Ni fates point, d'excuse d'une bride rebelle. Cabre la liberte qui vous porte avec elle. Soyez de votre temps, écoutez si quan dit. Et tâches d'être grands, car le pupil grandit. Écoutez, à el horizon immense. Si brute qui parfois, tom et soudain recommence. Si murmure confuse, si soured frémissement. Qui roule et qui essacrate de moment en moment. 100 est le pupil qui vint, c'est la haute Mary. Qui monti, incessamment par son estraterie. Chaque siècle a son tour, quil soit d'or eau de fer. Devor commet un capsur qui monti la mer. Avec ses lois, ses moeurs, les monuments quil fond. Vains obstacles qui font a peine écumer eland. Avec tout si quan vit et quan nivere plus. Disparate sus si flot qui en a pas de reflux. Le sol taugers es en va, le flot taugers es s'élève. Malheur à qui le soir, es attard sur la grive. Et ni demande, pas au pêcheur qui es enfuit. 500 au vint qua el horizon elon, intend si grand brute. Rois hates vous, rentres dans le siècle nous sommes. Quides el ancien rivage, a set mer des hommes. Fate's place, au voyez si vous voulez périr. Sur le siècle passe, que sun flot doit couvrir. Again, it was a poet who uttered these words. Mais bientot, aux regards de si nouveau minister. La nuit vint reveler au avenir sinister. Des signes éclatants au fond des sia écrits. De CES parties, vainqueurs glacerant les esprits. Et la France espera, 50 immortel dies. Qui prit son, epi aux martyrs de la Grèce. Sur le fronton, aigu du Senate plebeian. Parut, en adjutant son bonnet phrygian. Pansion, la croix d'or es s'éclipse de ton dôme. Sous les marbres sacres de la place Vendôme. La terre tressaillit, et Eloiso souverain. Es agita radia sur sa base daring. It was a poet, too, who uttered the following threat. Il est aimerait triste, a el hura au le cœur prie. Et dans l'effusion des plus secrets moments. 500 entendre à ses côtes les pleurs de la patrie. Des clameurs de colère et des gémissements. Chapter 49. Est der que taugers un destin nous entraîne. Aux civiques combats quan croyait aigs. Devoir aux passions et s'ouvrir encore l'érin. Et s'enfuir la concorde et le bonheur rêves. Rien quasi sul penser, tout si quen moi apais. Est près à essuritor, la haine me reprend. Et, pour qui vent guerrier tout haine est mauvaise. Et portant, ni puis rester indifferent. O mirant les soupkins, o dinus garde encore. De ces duels arms entre un pupil et son roi. Sous le solo deat, dont la chaleur devore. Le sang bouillon vite, et nul en est sur de soi. True, as we have stated, the action of the government really helped the public cause. Trial after trial was brought against the press unceasingly, but liberty always comes out triumphant from these encounters, no matter what happens, and by succeeding, kills those who try to suppress it. Monarchies are not overturned, they undermine themselves and begin to totter. Then someday, the people seeing them shake, shout with a loud voice and down they fall. The case of the Spectator Religia was taken from court to court, and finally brought before the Court of Orleans. M. de Senancourt, who had been sentenced by the police correctionnel to 9 months' imprisonment and 500 francs fine for his resume of traditions morales et religieuses, was acquitted on appeal. Finally, Cauchois-Lemaire was condemned to 15 months' imprisonment and to a fine of 2,000 francs for having urged a change of government and a change in the order of succession to the throne in his letter, a son Altesse Real M. le Duc d'Orléans, sur la crise actuelle. This letter contained the following incriminating passages. The author laid bare before the prince the situation of France and added, "But you will perhaps say to me, what can I do? As a peer of the realm, France knows that I submit to an ostracism which forbids me to take any part in public affairs. That, Monseigneur, is just the point at issue. Because you are suspended from your privileges, are you therefore suspended from common law? Is the country circumscribed in the higher chamber? Does parliamentary inertia condemn everybody to political lethargy? And because people do not happen to belong to the aristocracy, are they therefore of no account? Dangerous questions, some will exclaim. Unsuitable and at any rate irrelevant, others will say. Such questions, I would reply, are both natural and useful under a constitutional form of government." After that paragraph came the following. Instead of going to Gaunt, he went to England, thus saving himself from association with the system that marked the epoch of 1815 and from following in the wake of 1815. Then, passing on from politics to advice, he added, and in order not to depart from his custom of offering advice, the writer of this letter urges you to exchange your ducal arms for the civic crown. Come, Prince, pick up courage. There still remains in our monarchy a fine opening at your disposal, a position such as Lafayette might occupy in a republic, that of the first citizen of France. Your princedom is but a paltry sinecure beside that moral kingdom. Then, on the following page, the French people is like a big baby in need of teaching. Let us pray it fall not into wicked hands. Again, an eager patriotism cannot hold out against a great and noble example, an eminent position and immense wealth. 3 qualifications all united in your highness's person. With these, you have but to stoop to pick up the jewel lying at your feet, which many are striving for, but cannot obtain for one of the qualifications you have been endowed with by the grace of God. Then, furthermore, a prince who saw the state in peril would not be content to fold his arms lest the chariot, lacking direction, should overturn. We, on our part, have done all in our power. It is for you to try, and to seize hold of the wheel ere it go over the precipice. And finally, whilst we are declining, said the writer of that letter, The Duc de Bordeaux, the Duc de Chartres, and even the Duc de Reichstadt are growing up. Of the three princes specified by Cauchois-Lemaire as growing up at that period, only one survives. The Duc de Reichstadt disappeared in 1832, as a shadow vanishes with the body that has thrown it. The Duc de Chartres was violently withdrawn from society in 1842, because, by his popularity, he was a substantial obstacle in the way of plans that were developing towards their accomplishment in 1848. Finally, the Duc de Bordeaux, whom Beranger had greeted in the name of his small cousin german, the Duc de Reichstadt, was to join that duke in his exile 2 years before his death. What a melancholy yet eloquent spectacle for the populace was that of all those children, born with crowns on their heads or within their grasp, who were to cling weeping to the doorposts when the storm of revolution came to tear them away, one after the other, from the royal hostel which passes by the name of the Palace of the Tuileries. I gradually became acquainted with all the men of the opposition party, who were beginning the work of undermining the monarchy at the commencement of the 19th century, the uncompleted task of the end of the 18th century. I met Carroll at M. de Leuven's house, where he often came, as he wrote for the Courier, of which paper M. de Leuven was one of the chief editors. I met Manuel, Benjamin Constant, and Beranger at Colonel Bro's, but Beranger was the only one of the three with whom I had time to become intimately acquainted, or who had himself leisure to gauge me. The other two were to die, one before I became known, and the other when I was but little known. Bro was much attached to me. I have previously recorded how, thanks to him, I had seen Géricault upon his dying bed. He had one son, at that time a charming boy named Olivier, who became one of our bravest officers in the new army, as his father had been one of the bravest in the old Grand Army. It was his life that was so miraculously saved by General Lamoricière when a Bedouin's yataghan was already at his throat. I have not seen him since 1829, and I am going to relate a story that will bring back recollections of childhood to him, wherever he may be. Colonel Bro used to procure Adolphe and me all the enjoyments he possibly could, and among them the sport of shooting. By some means or other, I know not how, he owned, at that time, the Lake of Enghien. In 1827 and 28, the Lake of Enghien was not a pretty little smooth, trim, well-kept lake as it is now. It had then no public gardens on its banks filled with roses, dahlias, and jessamine, no Gothic chateaux, Italian villas, and Swiss chalets all round it. Nor, indeed, upon its surface had it a flotilla of swans, as now, begging for cakes from the people who hired boats at 3 francs 50 centimes the hour, furrowing the surface of its waters, which were as clear as the water in a basin, and as smooth as the glass of a mirror. No, the Lake of Enghien was, at that period, a simple, natural lake, too muddy to be called a lake, and not muddy enough to be called a pond. It was covered with reeds and water lilies, amongst which diver birds played, water-hens cackled, and wild ducks dabbled, in quite sufficient quantities to give sport to a score of guns. So Colonel Bro had arranged for a day's shooting at Adolphe's and my entreaty, and had fixed a Sunday, as on that day, Adolphe and I were free from our desks and could take part. The rendezvous was to be at Colonel Bro's house at 7 o'clock. We left the Rue des Martyrs in 3 carriages, and were at Enghien by 9. Here a breakfast, worthy of a Saxon thane, awaited the guests. At 10 o'clock we began our sport. By 5 we again found a good meal served, and by 11 at night we were all back in our various homes. I was always ready before other people if it were a question of shooting, so I turned up at Colonel Bro's house by 6:30 in the morning. I was shown into a little boudoir, where I found myself tete-a-tete with an immense blue and red Carolina paroquet. The paroquet was on its stand, and I sat down on a sofa. Now I have always felt the greatest respect for men with large noses and animals with big beaks, not because I think them pretty, but because I believe nature has her reasons when she produces a monstrosity. And on these grounds, Colonel Bro's parrot was fully entitled to my most profound respect. So I addressed a few polite words to it, as I sat down, as I have said, on a couch opposite its perch. The paroquet looked me over for a minute with that melancholy expression peculiar to paroquets. Then, with that precaution which never deserts them, it slowly climbed down each branch of its perch, by the help of its claws and beak. Then, finally, down the main pole of the perch itself, until it reached the ground. Then it came across to me, waddling, stopping, looking round it on all sides, and uttering a cry at every step it took, until it had reached the toe of my boot, when it began to try to climb my leg. Touched by this mark of confidence on the bird's part, I stretched out my hand to spare it the trouble of the climb. But whether it was under a misapprehension as to the friendliness of my intentions, or whether it disguised a premeditated attack behind a benevolent exterior, It had scarcely caught sight of my hand within reach when it seized my forefinger, and gave me a double bite above the first joint right through to the bone. The pain was all the more violent because it was unexpected. I uttered a shriek, and by a convulsive movement, my leg stiffened with the elasticity of a steel spring, and I kicked the parrot spinning with the end of my hunting boot, in the center of its breast, sending it flat against the wall. It fell to the floor and lay there without a movement. Was its death caused by the kick or by the blow that followed? Was it caused by my boot or by contact with the wall? I never found out, and I made no attempt to ascertain, for I heard footsteps in the next room. I seized hold of the bird, which was still motionless. I raised the cover of the couch. I pushed it with my foot underneath into the dark depths. I let fall the cover again, and I sat down as though nothing extraordinary had happened. Next, I bound up my finger eye with my handkerchief, and then Colonel Bro entered. We exchanged greetings, and as I kept my hand in my pocket, nothing was noticed. Everyone came, and we set out without a single cry or movement, or sign of existence from the paraquet buried under the couch. When we reached Nguyen, one of our parties seemed to have his hand bandaged up like mine, and fellow feeling opened up a current of sympathy between us. I asked him how he had met with his accident. A door had been violently shut by the wind just as he had his hand between it and the doorpost, and his fingers had been caught. As for myself, I simply told him I had cut myself with the flint of my gun, for in those days I still used a flint gun for shooting. This sportsman who was maimed in the same hand as I was turned out to be the celebrated Dr. Ferris. Directly he heard my name, he asked me if I was the son of General Alexandre Dumas, and, on my replying in the affirmative, he related the story of the lifting of the 4 muskets with 4 fingers that I gave on his authority in the early portion of these memoirs. We had with us, too, among the shooters, a friend of Telville Arnault, a man who was certainly one of the bravest, wittiest, and most original people who ever breathed, Colonel Morisel. He wore spectacles and looked anything but a colonel. He had just fought an unsuccessful duel which made more sensation than if it had come off successfully. In those days, there was a café called the Café Francaise in the Rue Lafitte, which was the rallying place of fashionable young men. The head waiter was a great billiard player named Changer, and one night he was playing with a very young man who found it necessary to take lessons at 3 francs the game, when Le Baron de B, accompanied by one of his friends, entered the establishment. Le Baron de B was somewhat of a tricky character, and notorious, besides, because of 2 or 3 lucky or unlucky duels, according to the degree of philanthropy with which the reader may be endowed, and whether he think it fortunate or unfortunate to wound or kill his neighbor. He came up to the billiard table, and without even addressing the young man, he said, "Changer, get us some coffee, and let us have the billiard table." "Excuse me, Monsieur le Baron," said Changer, in amazement pointing to the young man, "but I am engaged in a game." "Well then, you will stop the game, that's all." "Monsieur," said the young man timidly and politely, "we have only a few points more to make. In 10 minutes the billiard table will be at your service." "I am not asking for it in 10 minutes but at once. Come, Changer, come, my lad, give me your cue." Morisel, who was already old, grey, thin, feeble, mean-looking and poverty-stricken in appearance, was taking a cup of coffee in a corner. "Changer," he said, without rising, and in dulcet tones that contrasted oddly with the words he uttered. "Changer, my lad, I forbid you to give up the billiard table." "But, monsieur," replied Changer in great embarrassment, "if indeed le Baron de B wishes me to give him my cue." "If you give your cue to le Baron, Changer, I shall take it out of the hands of le Baron and break it across your head." Le Baron de B saw clearly enough that Changer was merely being used as a spark to kindle the flame. The thrust had, in fact, been aimed at him, and he returned the stroke in the direction whence it came. "It seems to me, monsieur," he said, "you are very anxious to pick a quarrel with me." "I am charmed, monsieur, that you see things so plainly." "And what is your excuse for picking a quarrel with me?" "Why, because you have abused your position with respect to that young fellow, and all misuse of power, no matter what it is, appears to me odious." "Do you know who I am, monsieur?" said the Baron de B, striding towards Morisel with a threatening air. "Yes, monsieur," replied the latter, calmly lifting his spectacles. "You are le Baron de B. You killed in one duel and wounded in another. I know that much about you. And yet, you insist I shall not have the billiard table given up to me." "I insist more pertinaciously than ever." "Very well, monsieur, but you understand that I look upon your remarks as an insult. I offer no objection, monsieur. Therefore, we shall meet tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, if you please, in the Bois de Vincennes or in the Bois de Boulogne. Monsieur, I am 25 years your senior, and I need more sleep. Besides, I am a player, and I generally play all night long, therefore I do not go to bed before 5, and I rarely rise before noon. Then, when I get up, I have my toilet to make, a habit I have maintained too long to break through now. When my toilet is finished, my servant gets ready my dejeuner. After I have had lunch, I come here for my coffee, as you perceive. I am extremely methodical. Now all this takes me till 2 o'clock. Therefore, tomorrow, if that will be convenient to you, I shall be at your disposal by 2:30, but not until 2:30. At 2:30, so be it, monsieur. Here is my card. Morrisel examined it with attention, bowed in acknowledgement, put it in his pocket, drew forth 2 cards bearing his address, presented one to M. le Baron de B., and wrapped the other in a 500-franc note. Then he called to Changer, M. le Baron de B., watching what he was doing. Changer, he said, here is a 500-franc note. Does monsieur wish to settle his account? Asked Changer. No, no, my lad. What am I to do, then, with this 500-franc note? First of all, take monsieur's measurements. Changer looked at the Baron de B., frightened out of his wits. Do you hear? Said Morrisel, and when you have taken his measure you can go with it to the undertaker's. To the undertaker? Yes, Changer, and there you can order in my name, in the name of Colonel Morrisel, you quite understand? A first-rate funeral equipage for M. le Baron de B. You understand, it is to be of the very best. I know it will come to more, but the 500 francs will do on account. You understand, Changer? It is to be a thoroughly good funeral. M. le Baron de B. tried to take it as a joke. Monsieur, he said, I should have thought you could have left my family to make these arrangements. Not so, M. le Baron, your family is ruined, so people say, and the thing would be shabbily done. Think of carrying M. le Baron de B. to the cemetery in a second-rate hearse or with a third-rate pall? Fie, I have killed 22 men in duels during my life, M. le Baron, and I have always borne the cost of their burials. Rely upon me, you shall be handsomely buried. When strangers see your cortege pass by, I mean them to ask, dear me, whose is that magnificent funeral? Then, as it passes along the boulevard, Changer will reply, it is that of M. le Baron de B., the famous duelist, you know. He rudely forced a quarrel on a young fellow who could not defend himself. Colonel Morrisel happened to be present, took up cudgels for the young man, and upon my word, if he didn't kill the Baron de B. at the first thrust, it will be an excellent example for all impertinent people and duelists. Au revoir, M. le Baron de B., that is to say, until tomorrow. You know my address, send me the names of your seconds. Yours is the choice of arms. Then, turning towards the waiter. And now, Changer, my lad, you understand, a first-class turnout, the very best that can be had. Nothing shall be too good for M. le Baron de B. And he readjusted his spectacles, took up his umbrella and went out. The quarrel had made a great commotion, and next day, from noon onwards, the Café Franchise was crowded with inquisitive people, anxious to know what had passed and still more what was going to happen. At 1 o'clock Morrisel arrived as usual, his spectacles on his nose, his umbrella in his hand. Everybody made way for him. Morrisel bowed with his accustomed politeness, went to his usual place and called for Changer, who ran to him and hastened to serve him. My coffee, Changer, said Morrisel, and he phlegmatically melted his sugar into the last atom, and then M. le Baron de B. entered the café. He advanced towards Morrisel, who raised his glasses, and returned his adversary's salute with a smile on his lips. Monsieur le Comte, said the Baron, when I insulted you yesterday, I was not sober. Today, I offer you my apologies. Will you please accept them? I have made reparation, and I can therefore address you thus without damage to my honor. That is your own concern, M. le Baron, returned Morrisel. Then he turned to Changer. Changer, go and tell the undertaker that M. le Baron's funeral is indefinitely postponed. It is unnecessary, said Changer. I took the liberty of waiting. Here is your note, Colonel. Then go and ask your master for my bill, my lad. Changer went to the desk and returned with an elaborately made-out bill. Ah, said Morrisel, lowering his glasses, 900 francs. Stop, Changer, here is another 500-franc note. The change is for the waiter. Then, having finished his coffee with his accustomed nonchalance, he lowered his spectacles, took up his umbrella, and departed amidst the applause of the customers and onlookers. If I remember rightly, Godfrey Cavaignac wrote a charming story on this anecdote. Mauriceau was also a card player, and would play as high as anybody wished. One night at a party at either Madame Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angely's or at Madame Davalier's, I forget which, we heard a little discussion being carried on at a card table, on which there were not quite 25 louis. We went closer and asked what it was about. Mauriceau held the cards. He had passed 7 times, and he had won 600,000 francs. I purposely expressed the figures in letters, from M. Hangelot. M. Hangelot took the cards and wagered to win back the 600,000 francs in a single game. Mauriceau was willing to wager 500,000 francs and party lay, running the risk of retaining only 100,000 francs of the celebrated bankers, for he looked upon himself, and rightly so, too, as a very good player. For when finally he rose from the table on making Charlemagne, he had made for himself the sum of 30,000 livres income by this throw, which was not a bad sum for a retired colonel. When the question was argued out, each had made a concession. M. Hangelot agreed to a stake of 500,000 francs, and Mauriceau renounced his party lay. 2 witnesses were appointed for each side, as in the case of a duel. Mauriceau lost. He got up with the same coolness as though it was only a question of a half Napoleon. True, he had still won 100,000 francs. In summer, Mauriceau sometimes lived at Madame Hamelin's country house at Val, near Saint-Lin-Taverny. One day, at the beginning of the shooting season, he ventured out on the lands of the commune of Freppelin, where, encountering the gamekeeper, he was vigorously threatened with legal proceedings in case of a second offense. Mauriceau was invited to dinner on the following Sunday at the chateau of Madame Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angely, situated on the other side of the forbidden territory. When Sunday arrived, so that it should not be said he had skulked across the forbidden land unperceived, Mauriceau took with him the beadle, a wind instrument and 4 chanters, formed a square of 6 with himself in the center, and crossed the Freppelin territory, shooting to the accompaniment of Gregorian chants. By the time he reached Madame Regnault de Saint-Jean d'Angely, he was followed by the whole village, whose curiosity was greatly excited by this unprecedented method of going a-hunting. Poor Mauriceau died from the effects of a painful disease. In spite of surgical assistance, in spite of nitrate of silver, in spite of Civiale, Pasquier, and Dupuytren, it came about that, being a plentiful drinker, he could not get rid of a single drop of the liquor he had drunk when it was absorbed into his system. They prolonged his life by using means to make him perspire. Finally, one day, as he did not thoroughly understand what the doctors told him about his disease, he asked if, before he himself died, they could not procure him from any hospital the body of a person who had died of the disease of which he himself was to die. The doctors told him it was possible, and set to work to find one. 3 or 4 days later, they told him they had found one. Mauriceau bought it at the usual price, 6 francs, I believe, had the body brought close to his bedside, placed it on a table, and begged one of the doctors to make a post-mortem examination. When the autopsy was finished, Mauriceau had the satisfaction of knowing the exact nature of the malady from which he was suffering, and from henceforth was content to die quietly. An act, it should be recorded, which he accomplished with wonderful courage. But to return to the parrot of the Rue des Martyrs. A fortnight later, on returning to Colonel Bro's for another shooting trip like the former, I was astounded to find it on its perch again. But after a few minutes' gaze, its stillness struck me as unusual. I went up to it. It was stuffed. "Oh," I said to the colonel, "your poor Jacquot is dead, is it?" "Ah, yes, it is," replied the colonel. They told me a curious incident in connection with it, a story I had never believed previously, namely, that certain animals hide themselves to die, and that is why their bodies are never recovered. Well, just think of it. That unlucky paraquet went and hid itself to die right underneath the sofa cover. We thought it was lost at first. We searched all over for it, and finally we found it there, the day after our shooting party. Did it ever bite people? I timidly asked General Bro. It never, was the colonel's reply. I thought of showing the colonel my finger, which was still badly marked, but I reflected that it was much better to leave the colonel in ignorance as to his paraquet's defects of character, and under the illusion that it had died, as indicated, a noble death. Now that many years have passed by since that event, and probably not a single feather of the unfortunate Jacquot remains, I humbly confess my crime, and ask for forgiveness from all whom it may concern. Chapter 8. Barthélemy and Murray, M. Alika Galley, Murray the draft player and anatomist, 50 Epiter a City Mahmoud, the Ponthieu Library, Seoul, the Villelite Barthélemy the printer, Murray the improvisator, the Voix de la Nouvelle Annie, the pastiche of Lucrece. At the beginning of the preceding chapter, we spoke of poets who were prophets. Now let us say a little about poets who fought for their craft. And among these, the most undaunted and persevering were without doubt Barthélemy and Murray, who did the roughest kind of work as sappers, and helped in the toughest assaults in the first line of fighters. Both were Marseillais, but they were hardly acquainted with one another in 1825. M. Murray had never left Marseille, and M. Barthélemy, having left it as a child, had scarcely ever been there again. Dem, Barthélemy, whom, if we may, we will call simply Barthélemy for brevity, was educated at the College of Juilly and received there an excellent education in Greek and Latin. He had already composed at Marseille, after the style of Mathurin Regnier, a satire which had been much talked of, though never printed when he published an ode to Charles X at the time of the coronation. It was lost sight of beneath the successes of more famous poetic rivals of the period, even before it became known, and Barthélemy saw his ode pass away unnoticed, although it contained some striking stanzas, among them this one addressed to Camons. Et toi, chanter famu des concurrents de l'Inde. Fear de ton indigence et des lauriers du pind. Tu n'ages sur les flots de l'abîme irate. Et du double trapez, vainqueur din d'envie. 501 main tu sauvis ta vie. De l'autre tu sauvis ton immortalite. Barthélemy had inherited a certain patrimony from his father, and he lived quietly in the Hotel Grand Balcon, 11 Rue Traversière. Murray had also made his debut at the age of 18 and paid for it by 8 months' imprisonment. His debut took the form of a pamphlet against M. Galley. When, after 25 years have flown by, one stops to look back over one's past life, one is surprised to find how many men and events are completely forgotten that in their time occasioned much stir in the world, remembrance of them being obliterated as soon as equilibrium was restored. M. Galley was inspector of the university. One day he arrived at Marseille and gave his usual discourse at the Royal College. In this speech was the phrase which follows. We give the sense of it, if not exactly the actual words. Messieurs, we are obliged to have 2 scales of weights and measures. When a pupil is loyal and religious, anything can be forgiven him, but if he be a liberal, the greatest severity must be exercised towards him. The use of these 2 scales of weight and measurement was much commented upon in the newspapers at the time, and it disgusted Murray to such an extent that he wrote a pamphlet, of a somewhat scathing nature, it would seem, against M. Galley. And this pamphlet, as we have said, cost our author 8 months' imprisonment. Murray had no means of livelihood in Marseille, he hated a commercial life, he could write poetry with the greatest facility, and he was an adept in the art of draft splaying. He would not dream of a commercial life, he could not count on poetry, so he resolved to make use of the game which, played as he played it, became an art. Murray left for Paris with the intention of making a living as a draft player. He was then 21, and he lodged at Madame Calderon's, 11 Rue des Petits Augustins, with Achille Volleybell, author of the Jew Restorations, and began an existence divided between the study of geology under Cuvier and perfecting himself at drafts by playing with the best amateurs at the Café Mannery. So he played drafts at the Café Mannery and studied geology at the Jardin des Plantes. By playing 10 sous a game, never more, Murray managed for a year to make an income of 10 francs per day. On the other hand, he never missed his lesson in comparative anatomy, and Cuvier had not a more assiduous pupil than he, showing him great friendliness and predicting that he would make a name in geology. In other ways, too, matters shaped themselves wonderfully to the advantage of the future of our friend from Marseille. Madame Calderon, who worshipped him, wanted him to marry a young dressmaker who was very much in the fashion at that time, and whose business, one of the most flourishing in Paris, brought in from 25 to 30,000 francs a year. The marriage was arranged, and Murray was gleefully looking forward to a rosy future, when his young fiancée caught a chill one cold February night in 1826, when she and Murray were obliged to walk across the Pont des Arts, as they could not get a cab anywhere, either in the Rue Jacob or on the embankment. The chill developed into pneumonia, she died in 3 days, and Murray was a widower before he had become a husband. He believed himself to be condemned to eternal lamentation, but drafts and geology are powerful consolations, and, without forgetting the poor dear girl, Murray yet found his mind free enough one day to say to Barthélemy, "My dear fellow, a man who could write satires at the present time would have a fine chance of an opening in politics and in poetry." Have you an idea? Asked Bartholomew. Yes, certainly. What is it? An epistle to Sidi Mahmoud. You have forgotten who Sidi Mahmoud was, have you not? Well then, I will refresh your memory. He was the envoy sent by our friend the Bey of Tunis, who was then on not quite such amicable terms with us as he is today, to congratulate Charles X on his accession to the throne. Sidi Mahmoud was received in state on 5 May at the Foreign Office by M. Le Baron de Damas, surrounded by peers, deputies, and general officers. When the usher announced the ambassador, everybody rose with the exception of M. de Damas, who, representing the King of France, remained seated and covered. M. de Damas saluted the ambassador with a wave of his hand and signed to him to be seated. The ambassador then delivered his letters and sat down, and it was left to an Arabian interpreter to translate them. Paris, having nothing special at that moment with which to occupy its attention, gave itself wholly and entirely to Sidi Mahmoud. His 30 years, his fine dark face, his white dolman embroidered in sky-blue silk and fastened with gold hooks, the 2 shawls that formed his turban and the cashmere robe flung over his shoulder. Murray was perfectly right. Bartholomew saw at once, as he had, that the plan was excellent. Unfortunately, he had to go to London. Compose your epistle alone, he said to Murray, and on my return we will talk again about the satire. Bartholomew left for London, and Murray composed his epistle. When the epistle was composed, the worst part of his task was not over, for the question now was how to get it published. Murray took his epistle to Ponthieu, who declared that nobody was reading poetry then. Murray naturally retorted by pointing to the 20 editions of Casimir de Lavine, to the 15 editions of Beranger, to the 12 editions of Lamartine, to the 10 editions of Victor Hugo. At each name Murray uttered, Ponthieu said, "Oh, M. Casimir de Lavine, that is a different matter. Oh, M. Beranger, that is a different matter. Oh, M. Victor Hugo, that is a different matter. Oh, M. Lamartine, that is a different matter." Or, to translate it into the language of a publisher, "My dear sir, all those gentlemen of whom you remind me are celebrated and possess talent, while you have neither of these qualifications." Murray beat a retreat, his epistle in his hand, feeling defeated, repulsed, routed. He had heard of another printer named Brand, but unfortunately, this man held views, he was a supporter of the government. Murray decided to show him his ode as a piece of poetry written in M. de Villèle's honor. The printer's business instincts would do the rest. Murray had made no mistake. The printer read the epistle to Sidi Mahmoud, quite approved of it, and offered to print it on condition he should repay his own costs out of the proceeds of the first copies sold. They printed 2,000 copies, and the 2,000 disappeared in less than a week. Meanwhile, Bartholomew had returned from London. On reaching Paris, he heard of the success of the epistle, and, taking time by the forelock, he composed another epistle entitled Adieux à Sidi Mahmoud, which was almost as popular as the first. Murray and Bartholomew had at that time an intimate friend who was one of the leading powers on the Nain John. His name was Sol, and he had just been sentenced to 2 months' imprisonment for an article on St. Domingo. Sol had no inclination to spend his 2 months in prison, and, as he and Bartholomew happened to be very much alike in looks, sufficiently so for him to be able to use Bartholomew's passport, it was lent him. He set out for London, from London took passage to the United States, and he is today the foremost lawyer in New Orleans, where he is making an income of 100,000 francs per annum. Meanwhile, Murray was writing alone his epistle to M. de Villèle. These publications, being in opposition to the government, and full of satirical humor and the spirit of the hour, caught the public taste and met with great success. 2 more poets had now inscribed their names amongst those of the votaries of the poetic muse, and, as they were running on similar lines, they decided to combine and publish their works under the joint title of Villelade. In the end it ran through 15 editions, but when the Villelade was finished there still remained, as in the case of the Epiter a Sidi Mahmoud, the great question as to what publisher would be bold enough to publish it. Publishers had 3 dangers to fear: fine, imprisonment, or withdrawal of their licenses. The monarchy of 1826 did not treat such conduct as a trifling matter any more than does the Republic of 1852. Murray and Bartholomew went round to every publisher of their acquaintance offering their poem. One and all made as though they would accept it at first, but handed the mise back after reading a verse or two, shook their heads and said, "Let who will publish your poem, it certainly shall not be I." The 2 collaborators picked up their manuscript and went forth to make a fresh attempt on another publisher, with the same result. When they had exhausted the list of well-known publishing firms, they began to approach printers with whom they had had dealings. Printers were in the same situation as publishers and were afraid of fine, imprisonment, and the withdrawal of their licenses, just in the same way they refused. It is sad work to be left with 5 or 6 thousand lines of poetry on one's hands. And such lines which, a month later, the whole of France was to know by heart. Murray proposed to make a last attempt with a totally unknown printer. It was a desperate remedy, but desperate remedies sometimes save a patient's life. They opened the Almanach de la Library to find the name of a printer which, from the succession of letters in his name, its signification, or its sound, might give some hope either to the eyes or the ears of the two poets. There was a printer called Auguste Barthélemy, who lived at No. 10 Rue des Grands Augustins. The name struck the two authors as auguring good luck to them. They took up their mise and went to M. Barthélemy's. They found a tall young man with an intelligent face, a firm but pleasing expression, and an honest, kindly air about him. They laid their difficulties before him. "Your work, then, is antagonistic to the government?" he asked. "Yes, monsieur." "Is it very strong?" "Too strong, it would seem." "And there is risk in printing it?" "So we are told." "All right, I will print your work and run the risk." The two poets both held out their hands to M. Barthélemy, who reciprocated their greeting. 10 days later, the Villeliade, for which he had advanced the cost of printing, paper, binding, etc., made its appearance, and, as we have said, ran through 15 editions. This printer, who favored the opposition in the time of the Bourbons and also under Louis Philippe, was our good and brave friend Auguste Barthélemy, since representative for Eure-et-Loire, both to the Constituante and to the Legislative. He was obliged to flee the country after 2 December, and he stayed 5 months in Brussels. Now, having returned to France, and having refused to take oath as Conseiller General, he lives in his chateau of Leeville, a league from Chartres. Let us hasten to state that it was not out of his savings as a printer that he bought this chateau. No, alas. His commercial loyalty, of which we have just had an instance, cost him, on the contrary, something like 150 to 200,000 francs. That is the history of the Villeliade. I have only to add that in the notes to the 6th song of the Aeneid Barthélemy stated that the poem was written by Murray alone. I did not know Barthélemy well. I scarcely met him more than once or twice in my life, but I knew Murray very well. He has been, he is, and he always will be probably one of my closest friends. And I can easily count the number of these friends. I have had but 2 or 3 at the most. I might perhaps say 4. You see, therefore, that however small my house, even supposing I had a house, it would never be filled. Nothing was stranger than the physical and moral differences between Murray and Barthélemy. Barthélemy was exceptionally tall, Murray of ordinary stature. Barthélemy was as cold as ice, while Murray was as hot as fire. Barthélemy was self-contained and quiet, Murray loquacious and as open as the day. Barthélemy lacked wit in conversation, while Murray poured forth a perfect cascade of smart sayings, a shower of sparks, a display of fireworks. Murray, and here I give up comparison, knew everything or almost everything it is possible for a man to know. He knew Greek like Plato, Rome like Vitruvius, India like Herodotus. He spoke Latin like Cicero, Italian like Dante, English like Lord Palmerston. Passionately fond of music, he was once arguing with Rossini, and he said to the composer of Moses and William Tell, "Stay, you need say no more, you know nothing whatever about music." "True enough," replied Rossini. Even the most highly gifted of men have their good and their bad days, their moments of heaviness and of gaiety. Murray was never tired, Murray was never barren. When, by chance, he did not talk, it was not that he was resting, but simply because he was listening. It was never because he was tired, it was simply that he held his tongue. If you wanted Murray to hold forth, you had just to put a match to his wick and set him on fire, and off he would go. And if you let him have free play and did not interfere with him, no matter whether the conversation were upon ethics, or literature, or politics, or travels, on Socrates or M. Cousin, Homer or M. Viennet, Napoleon or the President, Herodotus or M. Catu, you would have the most extraordinary improvisation you ever heard. Then, still more incredible. Added to all this, he never said anything slanderous, or bitter, or carping about a friend. If Murray had but once held the tips of a man's fingers in his clasp, the rest of the body was sacred in his eyes. And indeed, what is it that makes men wicked? Envy, but what is there for Murray to be envious about? He is as learned as Nodier, as much a poet as all the rest of us put together. He is as idle as Figaro, as witty as Murray. A very fine position, it seems to me, in the literary world. As for Murray's aptitude, it became proverbial. I will give two examples of it. One evening, it was 31 December, a group of us were discussing this facile gift, and some literary St. Thomas, whose name I forget, called it in question. Murray retorted by suggesting that he should be supplied with a certain number of bouts rhymes, which he undertook to complete instantly. We set our heads together, and by a supreme effort of imagination, we put together the following rhymes. Echou-fleur, trouble, souffleur, rouble, clairon, dune, perrin, lune, fusel, cowd, gressel, boud, nacaret, conch, baccara, quelconch, argo, jungle, camargo, ongle. In less time than it had taken us to find the rhymes, Murray composed the following verses. Voix de la nouvelle année. A tous nos courteous G sauhate unchufleur. A nos legislateurs des séances sans trouble. A electeur en defaut, un excellent souffleur. Aux franchise en russie, un grand dédain du rouble. A Bulas, le retour de Mars et de Clairon. Aux marins, le benheur de vivre sur la dune. A la Sainte-Chapelle, un gothique perrin. A el apoter journit, el amity de la lune. Au soldat citoyen, el abandon du fusil. A el écrivain public, un causen pour son cowd. A moi, el hiver sans Freud, sans Nietzsche sans Gressel. Un solo qui jamais dans, un ciel grisni boud. O juif errant, un bank de velers nacarat. A el arabo desert, des o a plain conch. O jawor, un essim de nufo baccarat. A el ham qui essenui, un douleur quelconque. A levrier, un point dans la scène d'argo. O tigre du Bengal, un anglais dans la jungle. Aux danseuses du jour, les pieds de Camargo. A el auteur quan attaque, un griffe pour angle. Another evening, at the house of Madame de Girardin, there was a heated discussion on Ponsard's Lucrece. The Academy, spiteful and driven to bay, was, just because of its malice, obliged to simulate some show of good feeling. So, although it was not acquainted with a single word of Lucrece, the Academy puffed it up, praised it, extolled it to the skies. The work became the adopted daughter of all those impotent beings who, having never begot offspring, are reduced to pet the children of others. It was, in short, a work which was going to compete with Marion Delorme and Lucrece Borgia, the Merchel Danker and Chatterton, Anthony and Mademoiselle de Belleisle. So there was mirth at the Palais Mazarin. Whilst waiting for the appearance of the chef d'oeuvre, we aired our own views on the subject. I was acquainted with and had heard Lucrece. I knew that it was an estimable tragedy of the schoolboy type, conscientiously put together by its author, who, perhaps slightly ignorant of the Roman eras, seemed to me to have confused the Rome of the kings with that of the emperors, Sextus Tarquin with Caligula, Tully with Messalina. But nevertheless, I maintained that the work, devoid though it was of imagination and dramatic power, deserved a hearing because of its style, when Murray said, I mean to write a Lucrece, and to get it played before Ponsard's Lucrece itself appears. It is advertised for the 25th of the month. It is now the 14th. It will not be played till the 30th. There is more than time enough to compose 2,000 lines, to get them read, distributed, rehearsed, and played. How long will it take you to complete your tragedy? I said to Murray. Why, 400 lines an act, 5 acts in 5 days. So, tomorrow night you can give us the first act? Tomorrow night, yes. We arranged to meet again the next evening, not in the least counting on the first act of Murray's Lucrece. Next day we were all at the appointed place, punctual to the minute. We turned ourselves into an audience to listen to his reading. A glass of water was brought to Murray. He sat down at the table, and we made a circle roundabout. He drew his manuscript from his pocket, coughed, just moistened his lips with the water, and read the following scenes. He had not finished the act because he had been interrupted, but as we entered the salle, a manger, he offered to finish what was wanting before the end of the evening. Lucrece. Tragedy. Scene première. La maison de l'Araspis Faustus, c'est dire une vaste tréamicote du Mont Quirinal. à gauche la façade d'une maison en briques rouges. Devant la porte, un autel supportant un dépannate en argel. Au pied du quirinal, dans un fond lumineux, le champ de Mars bord par le Tiber. Fostes sul à el autel de 16 dia. Diapennate d'argel, au monde domestique. Un jour tu seras d'or sous un rich portique. Telque Rome en prepara nos dia immortals. Et le sang d'estoro rogira tes autels. Mais aujourd'hui, requa avec un ol purpose. La prière et le don du pia aerospis. Ces fruits quun vestelicuilis si matin. Dans la verger du temple, au pied de elle ventin. Et si late per qui vient de la haute colline. O la nuit, on entend une voix sibylline. Quan le berger craintif suspend aux verts ramox. La flûte quan dia fit avec sept chalumeaux. 50 obs sur la sorecti annonce sa lumière. Si j apport déjà mon offrande première. 100 est qu'une grande voix a retenti dans l'air. 100 est que la fouder, à gauche, a grand sans éclair. Et que, dans cette nuit sombre et mystérieuse. A gemi eloiso noir aux branches de Elius. O dia l'air, dis-moi quel forfait odia. Doit punir aujourd'hui la colère destia. A fin que la flamme et la blanche vestale. Ouvent du temple, Saint la porte orientale. Et qual mater destia, dans les rayons nascents. Montent avec le jour la prière et l'encens. Scene 2. Faustus Brutus en tunique de couleur brune, comme un. Laboureur suburbain. Brutus. Quelles diotis soyant du via et que sibili. Jamais dans tes jardins en eight un silin rebelle. La fatigue émipresse, à l'étole du soir. Hirer G. van à la ville. Vostes. Chapter 100 to Puti Asiwar. Modest est ma mason, Detroit est son ensant. Mais J.I. venerincourt el hospitalite saint. Et J.A.P.'s taugers la fame de el indigent. Comme Simone de l'air et 8 d'oro d'argent. Brutus. G. la size. Vostes. Quel rive étranger t'avunator. Brutus. Quand les dia parleront, G. mi ferai canator. Mamir est decaping, el emacuduma. Tout enfant, a server les grands dia de numa. Du haut du quirinal, en voit ma bergerie. Sous le bois, saint aime de la nymphe edgerie. Et jamais le loup fauve, autour de ma mason. Ni swilla de ses dents, un mal toison. Vostes. Et quel secret de scene, et la ville t'aimin. Brutus. La libert, jadis Rome et son domaine. Lorsque les rois pasteurs, sur le coda voicin. Pauvres, si coronant de pamper et de raisin. Lorsque le via evander arrivait dans la plaine. Pour presider aux Jew, sous un séant de lane. Et que partout le Tiber admirate sur ses boards. Des vertus au dedans et du chamo de hor. Mais ces temps sont bien loin, tout dégénérate tom. Le puissant Romulus doit frémir dans sa tombe. En écoutant passer sur son marbre divin. Des rois ivers d'orgel, de luxuret divin. Vostes. June hum, la sages apparel par ta bouch. Ton regard est serine, ta voix rude me touche. Non, tu n'es pas de ceux qui vont à nous, rampant. Sous el herbe des jardins, comme fait le serpent. Infames dilateurs qui touchent un salaire. En revelant au roi la plainte populaire. Et livrant au burrow, sous el arbre du chemin. Tout citoyen en corfir du nom de Ramen. Brutus. Portrait echout ton fils, tu te souviens sans doubt. 500 un nom sacre, d'un nom que le tyran redoubt. 500 un nom qui flamboyait sur le front d'un mortal. Comme un feu de Sibylle allume sur el autel. De Brutus. Vostes. Sa memoir estl in Seveli. Si nam estl dessus quelleramen aubli. Chapter 49. Vivratant quan pertre en tunique de lin. Dira elhim de Rome odia capitalin. G el iconu, j vu esincliner comme el herb. Si heroes sous la fer de Tarquin la superbe. Chapter 49. Est mort, morts ossitus says nobles parents. Hecatom de gloire, immoli ox tyrans. Brutus. Pertre, il lui restait un fils. Vostes. G la size cor sans aim. Noble front quellicile apprive de sa flamme. Amber errante qui va demander sa racine. O sang liquide encore au suel de sa mason. Brutus. 100 est un faux brute, sa main à la vengeance est prête. Minerve a conserve sa racine dans sa tête. Sun pierre lui legio sun visage, sa voix. Sa vertu. Vostes essegrient. Dia givu el embresser. Brutus. Tu la voix. Vostes. Though. Serent Brutus dans ses bras. Les dia quelquefois jetant sur la paupière. Un voile comme ils font aux images de pierre. La violesse est aveugle, o gt recognize. G renter dans la vie, oui mon fils g renise. O dia l'air, pourquoi ton funèbre presage. Oui, voilà bien son pas, son regard, son visage. Son mansion de heroes, son geste triumphant. Brutus mort sous mes yeux, revit en son enfant. Mes pleurs rejuiront ma paupière riddy. Dis quel huitu distintia conduit. Brutus. Un idiot. Le temps est précia, le premier rayon d'or. Luit sur le fronton blanc de Jupiter stater. Chapter 49. Faut agir, apprends que dans Rome j.ep. Les cyniques projets de cette race impie. Et quel nous prepare un crime de l'enfer. Rivet par l'humanide en sa couche de fer. La ville de nos, dia par le crime est gardie. Le Senate dort, Tarquin fait le siege dardy. La justice si voile et marque d'un palent. Sextus regneo pale sextus, un insolent. Entour nuit et jour de ses amis infames. Braves commet ixion pour insulter les femmes. Ni lacent, sous le cham o la lambris d'or. Dans une alcove en duel, quan lit deshonor. Si matin, evil, el oblucent a pain. J.I.V. Sextus assist sous la porte caping. Chapter 49. Parlate el imprudent, et ni si doutate pas. Du fantôme éternel qui brûle tous ses pas. Donc, J.I. suquilatend que Rome tout entière. Esseve, et quan esclave port solidière. G ni puis en doubter, un obscene sauce. Avant le grand solil, doit le conduire ice. Vostes. Chapter 100. Brutus. Dans ta mason quel diajalu amin. Par si sentir desert, un dame romaine. Vostes. Un suel, el vint ox heras du matin. Brutus. Quel est son nom? Vostes. 50 hymen el unita calatin. Brutus. Lucrece, dia, la lies denator gynaci. Saint Pudor defends ta menacy. Vostes. Sun epu est absent, et quan le jour lui. El vint consulter, les augurs pour lui. Brutus. O, quadridui des dia la puissance immortelle. 50 Eckhart. Vostes. Un brute de pas. Brutus. Saint Pudor say L. Now we certainly wanted our joke, but we did not wish to commit a murder, and to have played this piece at the Theatre Francais or at the Porte Saint Martin, before M. Ponsard's Lucrece, would assuredly have killed the latter. Murray, therefore, pulled himself up halfway through the first act. One last word about 1828. At this period, Murray lived at 29 Rue du Harlay, in the same rooms with Carol. Their evening gatherings generally consisted of Rab, Raphael, and Rebel. Of these 5 friends, who were well nigh inseparable, 4 were carried off cruelly in the prime of their life. Rab, by a terrible disease that brought him to his grave as disfigured as though his features had been gnawed by a tiger. Carol and Rebel were killed in duels, the one at Saint Monde, the other at Martinique. Raphael was blown to pieces on the Acropolis by a Turkish cannonball. Chapter 9. I pass from the secretarial department to the record office, M. Bitchett, wherein I resemble Pyern, my spare time, M. Peeger and M. Parseval de Grand Mason, a scene missing in Distrait, La Pérouse, a success all to myself. It was in the Luxembourg Gardens that I first made the acquaintance of Murray. I was introduced to him there. We drew together like iron and magnet, and, although I really could not say which of us was iron and which magnet, we became inseparable. I was already well forward with my drama Christine. I repeated about 200 or 300 lines to him, and he encouraged me greatly. I stood in much need of this encouragement. I had just undergone a change of position. When Outard saw that I was incorrigible, and found out that I was working at a drama, he moved me from the secretarial department to the record offices. And this was equivalent to disgracing me. I was put there with a tiny old man of 80 years, called M. Bitchett, who since 1788 had always dressed in a pair of satin breeches, variegated stockings, a black cloth coat, and a waistcoat of flowered silk. This costume was finished off with ruffles and frills. His face, which was surrounded by a halo of snow-white hair ending in a little queue, was ruddy and honest and kindly in expression. He tried to receive me rudely, but did not manage to succeed. My extreme politeness to him disarmed him. He showed me my place and loaded my table with all the accumulated arrears of work that lack of a clerk for a month had brought about. I finished the work by the end of 3 days. I carried it to him in his office and asked him for something else. "What, something else already?" he exclaimed. "Certainly." "Why?" "Because I have done what you gave me." "Completely finished it." "Completely." Oh, gasped M. Bitchett. And he picked up my work with the air of a man who says to himself, "It must have been pretty badly scamped." M. Bitchett was mistaken. My mettle had been roused. Each report, each dispatch, each copy drew from him an exclamation of delight. "Really," he said, "really this is very good. Excellent, monsieur, excellent. Your writing is the same style as Pyron's, monsieur." "The deuce, that is a fine compliment for me." "You know Pyron's handwriting? He was a copying clerk for 5 years in this record office, monsieur." "Oh, indeed, so my handwriting is like his." "You have another point in common with him, I hear." "What is that, monsieur?" "You write poetry." "Alas." He came up to me and said roguishly, "Are the poems you compose the same style of thing as his?" "No, monsieur." "Ah, I thought not. Pyron was a gay young dog. I saw him at Madame de Montessin's. I suppose you never knew Madame de Montessin, did you?" "Yes, I did, monsieur. My father took me to her house when I was quite a child." "She was a charming woman, monsieur, a charming woman, and she entertained the best society of Paris." "Now, monsieur," I asked, "will you please give me some fresh work?" "What work?" "Why, any work." "But there is no more to do." "What, nothing else to do?" "No, since you have finished everything." "But what, then, am I to do?" "Whatever you like, monsieur." "Do you mean I am to do what I like?" "Yes, until fresh work comes, when I will put it on your desk, and you can then set to work on it." "And in my spare moments?" Young man, at your age you ought not to waste a single moment." "I am quite of your opinion, monsieur, and you will be convinced of my industry if you will let me finish." "Zob, I want to know if I may work at my tragedy in my spare time." Notice that I said tragedy instead of drama. I did not wish to frighten M. Bitchett. "Are you composing a tragedy, then?" he said. I do not know whether I ought to tell you." "Why not? I see no harm in it. My old friend Peeger has written a comedy." "Yes, monsieur, and a very striking one it is. L'École des Peurs." "You know it." "I have read it." Good, then too, another old friend of mine, Parseval de Grand Mason, writes epic poetry. Yes, Philippe Auguste, for instance. You have read it. No, I confess I have not. Well then, let me say that, although the one writes comedies and the other epic poems, they are none the less worthy men for all that. On the contrary, monsieur, they are both excellent fellows. Have you met them? Never. Hums hum. And M. Bitchett seemed to be thinking over something to himself. Good, he said after a moment's silence. Then, monsieur, you have nothing more to say to me at present. Nothing. Of course I shall be at my desk, and if you want me. Certainly you can go. I resumed my seat with delight. Except for losing Lassagne and Ernest, my disgrace resolved itself into a privilege. The office boy warned me that if I arrived before 11 o'clock, I should not find him there, and if I stayed past 4, he would lock me in when he went. So, no more portfolios to make up, all my evenings to myself, and a chief who did not prevent me from writing tragedies. And forthwith, I set to work on Christine. I cannot say how long I had been working when the office boy came to tell me that M. Bitchett wanted me in his office. I went in at once. M. Bitchett was not alone this time. On his right stood a short old man, and on his left a tall old man. As they stood there, the three judges, before whom I seemed about to be arraigned, looked not unlike Minis, Aucus, and Rhadamanthus. I bowed, feeling considerably surprised. See, there he is, said M. Bitchett. Upon my word, his handwriting is beautiful. It is exactly like Pyron's, and he has done 15 days' work in 3. What did you tell me monsieur did besides? Asked the tall old man. Why, he writes poetry. Ah, yes, quite so, poetry. A light dawned on me. Have I the honor of addressing M. Parseval de Grand Mason? I asked. Yes, monsieur, he replied. Then, turning to the other old gentleman, he said, Only think, my dear Peter, I am so absent-minded, that the most extraordinary thing happened to me the other day. What was it? Just imagine, I forgot my own name. Bah, exclaimed M. Bitchett. Your own name's not your own name, queried M. Peter. Yes, my name, my very own name. It was at the marriage contract of, what's his name? You know, who married the daughter of so-and-so. How can I assist you on such slight information as that? Oh, dear, the daughter of so-and-so, who is my colleague at the academy? Who writes comedies, who wrote, I cannot remember what it was, a play that Mercier had already done, you know well enough. Alexandre Duval. Yes, it was at the signing of the contract of what's his name, who married his daughter, an architect, who wrote a work on something that was burned in the eruption of Vesuvius where somebody or other died. Oh yes, Memoir, who wrote a work on Pompeii where Pliny died? I hazarded timidly. That is exactly it, thanks, monsieur. And he quietly stretched himself back in his armchair, after having first made me a gracious bow. Well then, said M. Bitchett, come, now finish your story, my dear friend. What story? Why, the story you were telling. Was I telling a story? Of course, said M. Peter. You were relating, my dear friend, that at the signing of the marriage contract of Memoir, who has married the daughter of Alexandre Duval, you had forgotten your name. Oh yes, true. Well then, this was it. Everybody signed, then I said to myself, now comes my turn to sign, and I prepared to do so. I began to think what my name was, and, the deuce, I couldn't remember it any longer. I thought I should be obliged to ask my neighbor what I was called and how humiliating that would be to me. It was on the ground floor, and the door opened out on the garden. I hurried into the garden, striking my forehead and saying to myself, you rascal, what is your name? Yes, indeed, if I had but had to remember my name to save myself from being hanged, I should have been hanged, right enough. Meanwhile, my turn to sign had come, and people were searching for me. Alexandre Duval caught sight of me in the garden. Well, this is fine, he said. There is that devil of a Parseval de Grand Mason overcome by a poetic seizure just when he ought to be signing. Here, Parseval de Grand Mason. That is it, I exclaimed, that is it, Parseval de Grand Mason. Parseval de Grand Mason, Parseval de Grand Mason. And I went up to the table and signed. That is just the scene needed in the distray, I said, smiling. Yes, monsieur, you are quite right, it does need it. And if you wrote poetry, I should say to you, add it. But, M. Bitchett interpolated, he does write poetry, that was the very reason why you had him called in. Ah, true, true. Well then, young man, come, recite some of your lines to us. Something out of your tragedy. Ah, you are writing a tragedy. Yes, monsieur. What is your subject? Asked M. Parseval de Grand Mason. A Christine. A good subject, somebody has written one on the same theme. Very poor, ah, very poor. Pardon me, messieurs, I would much rather recite you something other than lines out of my tragedy. The lines of my tragedy were dramatic lines, which would probably not be very much to the taste of these gentlemen. I would far rather, I added, recite you an ode. Oh, an ode, said M. Parseval de Grand Mason. Oh, an ode, said M. Peeger. Oh, an ode, said M. Bitchett. Well then, now for the ode, said M. Parseval. What is it on, young man? You may remember that, for some time past, people have been much taken up with La Perouse. The papers have even lately been announcing that traces of the shipwreck have been found. Is that so? Asked M. Bitchett. Yes, it is, said M. Peeger. I knew La Perouse well, said M. Parseval de Grand Mason. I too, said M. Peeger. I did not know her, said M. Bitchett, but I knew Pyern. That is not the same thing, said M. Parseval. Let us have your ode, young man, said M. Peeger. This is it, monsieur, since you would like to hear it. Come, don't be afraid, said old Bitchett. I rallied all my powers, and in fairly confident tones, I repeated the following lines, which I think may indicate that I had made some progress. La Pérouse. Le ciel est pur, la mer est belle. Un vaisseau, prise de fuir la porte. Tourmente sun anchor rebelle. Fixie au sable, quel mord. Chapter 49, Est impatient d'une onde. Plus agiti et plus profonde. Legent vaudrate respirer. Chapter 49, Lui faut pour air les tempests. Chapter 49, Lui faut les combats pour fêtes. Et l'ocean pour asségurer. Silencia et solitaire. Un homme est debout sur le pont. Son regard fixe vers la terre. Trouve un regard qui lui répond. Sur le rivage en vain la foule. Comme un torrent es samas et roule. Chapter 49, Why suit des yeux de l'amour. Selqui du monde exili. Doit désormais triste et voili. Attender el hura du retour. Sun oil si trouble sous ses larmes. Et portant si fils des dangers. A vous de lointains alarms. A vous des mondes étrangers. Du fois le cercle de la terre. Découvrant pour lui son mister. Desbords glaces oxbords brûlants. Sentit comme un fur qui déchira. La cairn de son navire. Cylinder ses robustes flanks. Et la fortune enchanteresse. Ni elle entraînate pas sur les flots. 50 espoir de la douce paresse. Ni burkate pas ses matelots. Dedenu des biens des humans. Chapter 49, Ni fatigut pas les ons. Pour aller ravir tour à tour. 50 or quevoit germer lapados. 50 imura de galcan de close. Et les pearls de viseper. 100 est un plus noble espérance. Qui sauchant says travox divers. Sa parole au nom de la France. Court interroger el univers. Chapter 49, Faut que el univers répond. Dans son immensite fecund. Puditrad church deal encore. Quelques desert après et sauvage. Quelques delicia rivage. Que garde un otter adamastor. Chapter 49, Le trouvera mais silence. Du canon le brute a rule. O hout du mat qui si balance. Un pavelin Saint Darrel. Que un coursier dans la carrière. Train un nuage de pausière. Quid doubles sa rapidite. Le vaisseau excellence avec grace. A sa sweet lacent pour trace. Un large cyllin argent. Bientot says matures puissance. Ni sont plus qu'un ledger roseau. Says voiles flottant, blanquissantes. Que les ailes d'un oiseau. Puis sur la mouvante surface. 100 est un nuage qui s'efface. Un point quid divinant les yeux. Qui s'élugni encore. Ainsi qu'une ombre s'évapore. Et la merci confond oxia. Alors lentement dans la foule. Muet le dernier cri du départ. Silencius ls equal. N s interrogent du regard. Puis l'ombre a sun tour descendu. Occupe suel l'étendue. Rien sur la mer, rien sur la porte. Au brute monotone de Eland. Pas un brute humain qui répond. 50 univers fatigue ascendort. Lessons passent et leur silence. En est interrompu quelquefois. Que par un long cri qui excellence. Profer par cent mille voix. On sur un lointain rivage. Trouve les debris d'un naufrage. Vaisseau vola sur cet écuelle. Les vaisseaux ont revu la France. Mais les signs de l'espérance. Sont changes en signs de duel. Hellas combien de fois trompé. La France reprit son espoir. Tantot c'est un tronc en dépit. Quoique mains d'un sauvage en crête voir. Tantot c'est un vil insulaire. Séduit par l'appet du salaire. Qui s'y souvient avec effort. Quid de strangers d'une autre race. Jadis il apricot la trace. Dans une isle, la base au nord. Que fais tu loin de ta patrie? Qui t'aimet entre ses enfants? Lorsque pour ta petite chérie. Elle a des lauriers triomphants. Pour toi la mercantile ouverte. Doors tu sur un lit d'algues verts. O par un destin plus fatal. Sens tu tes passantes journeys. Ruler sur ton front des ans. Quignore le pays natal. Et portant ti dictant ta route. Un roi théâtres ton chemin. Mais ducile le pouvoir sans doubt. As huit le pouvoir humain. Et tandis qua leur ignorance. Du retour sourit l'espérance. Dia sur les tables de la loi. Adieu difference tempites. A déjà vu les dutites. Du navigator et du roi. I had followed with the closest attention the effect produced upon my hearers. M. Parsifal blinked his eyelids and simply twirled his thumbs one round the other. M. Peeger opened his eyes very wide and smiled, his mouth also wide open. Old Bitchit, as curious as I was as to the impression I was making on his two friends, seeing that this impression was favorable, shook his head delightedly, saying under his breath, just like Pyern, just like Pyern. When I had finished, they burst out into applause, which was followed by all sorts of encouraging advice. I did not know whether I stood on my head or my heels. Imagine the feelings of Ovid, exiled among the Thracians, when he found a sun more radiant than that at Rome, and on carpets of flowers more fragrant than those of Piastum, under trees that lent a cooler shade than those by the Tiber. Listened to the applause given his Tristia and his Metamorphoses. I gave thanks to the gods who, unsolicited, had granted me this moment of peace. We shall see that it was to be of but short duration. Chapter 10. The painter Lethier, Brutus unveiled by M. Ponsard, Madame Hahnemann, Goyer, Andrea, Renaud, Disgenetz, Larry, Augereau, and the Egyptian mummy, soldiers of the new school, my dramatic education. I enter the offices of the forestry department, the cupboard full of empty bottles, 3 days away from the office. Am summoned before M. de Villaine. In the meantime, as I have stated, I had become master of my evenings as I had no longer to see after the portfolio, and I took advantage of my liberty to taste a little of life. My mother recollected an old friend of my father, and we ventured to call upon him. He belonged to the good-natured order of human beings and gave us a warm welcome. He was the famous artist Lethier, painter of Brutus Condamnat says Fils, a heroism that always seemed to me a trifle too Spartan, but which M. Ponsard's Lucrece has since made clearer to me. M. Ponsard was the first to reveal the great conjugal mystery that the sons of Brutus were not the sons of Brutus, but only the fruit of adultery. By beheading them, Brutus exhibited revenge, not his devotion to them. M. Ponsard, it will be noted, deserved not only to belong to the Academy, but also to the subscriptions and belles letters. Well, my father's old friend was the painter of the fine picture entitled Brutus Condamnat says Fils. He had painted my father's portrait, representing him just as a horse had been shot dead under him by a cannonball. My father had also sat to him for the model of his philactete in the Chamber of Deputies. We soon made ourselves known to him, and were received with open arms. He embraced both my mother and me, and invited us to look upon his house as our own, particularly on Thursdays, when places should always be laid for us at his table. We were greatly delighted with the latter offer. I have no desire to hide from my readers that we were in a position to welcome the economy affected by the gain of a dinner not at our own expense. M. Lethier possessed fine talents, a kind heart, and a winning manner. There lived with him then, as ruling spirit in his household, a young woman, fair, tall, and thin, who nearly always dressed in black. Her name was Mademoiselle de Hervely, and under that name she became known in painting and literature. She afterwards became Madame Hahnemann, and under that name became known in the medical profession. Her nature was cold and very hard, but she possessed plenty of willpower. I believe Madame Hahnemann, now a widow, is extremely wealthy. This lady, who was of a very superior character, did the honors of M. Lethier's house and entertained his old friends, several of whom had been old friends of my father. These old friends were M. Goyer, past president of the Directoire, Andrea Disgenetz, an old painter named Renaud, and several others. Disgenetz, who had known my father very intimately in Egypt, at once made friendly overtures to me and introduced me to Larry. I shall have occasion several times to refer to the latter gentleman and his son, who was one of my best friends. The siege of Anvers in 1832 gloriously enabled him to prove himself a worthy son of his father. Of all these men, Goyer struck me as the most remarkable. Contrary to the laws of perspective, there are certain persons of ordinary caliber, who having, through stress of eventful circumstance, occupied high positions, loom larger in one's view the further away they recede. Now I could not help but look upon the man who had presided over Barras, Roger Ducos, Moulin, and Sieyès as worth notice, for the time being he had been first of the 5 kings who had governed France. But I was deceived in my estimate of his greatness. M. Goyer was a solid, worthy man who knew just so much of history as one cannot help learning, who knew nothing of politics, and who possessed no depth of judgment. I cannot do better than compare him with our Boulay, de la Mueth, whom history will enroll as having been 3 years vice president of the Republic, although he may pretend to have no idea of such a thing, even on 2 December. Goyer cordially detested Bonaparte, but his hatred was neither philosophical nor political, but wholly a personal matter. He could never forgive the future first consul for the ridiculous part he had made him play on 18 Brumaire, by inviting him to lunch with Josephine, and in inviting himself to dine at his house, whilst he was changing the whole government. I need not draw the portrait of Andrea. Everybody knows that petty, old, shriveled man, with his petty voice and his petty eyes, the author of petty fables and petty comedies and petty stories, who died at the age of 80, leaving behind him a petty reputation after having raised petty hopes. Renaud was an old artist who had once painted a picture that was thought well of, the Jeunesse de Killy. He had grown old in painting the nude, and in his old age he painted nothing but the graces, naiads, and nymphs turning to the public there, blue and rosy backs. Disgenetz was an old libertine of an extremely quick-witted and very cynical turn of mind, half soldier, half doctor, very fond of the real flesh and blood goddesses that old Renaud was so fond of copying. He would relate in season and out the broadest and most immodest of stories, with great glee. There was much of the 18th century about him. Larry, on the contrary, was austerely puritanic in appearance. He wore his hair quite long, trimmed after the fashion of Merovingian princes. He spoke slowly and seriously. The emperor was said to have spoken of him as the most honest man he ever knew. Apart from the influence of sincere kindliness that he diffused among young people, Larry presented a curious study to us all. He had known every celebrated personage of the empire, and he had cut off most of the arms and legs that needed amputation. He had collected much curious information indicative of character or of the secrets of the soul by listening to the first words of the wounded and the last words of the dying. He would sometimes relate anecdotes which, without any malicious intention, gave one an idea of the ignorance of those decorated and beplumed warriors, who were in the main lion-hearted, but also, for the most part, of dull intellect and infinitely less brilliant in any drawing room than on a battlefield. When Larry returned from Egypt, he brought back a curiosity that is not thought much of nowadays, in the shape of a mummy, but which at that time raised scientific curiosity to the highest pitch. When he met Augereau, he said to him, "Ah, come now and dine with me tomorrow. I will show you a mummy I have brought back from the pyramids." "With pleasure," Augereau replied, and he went next day to dinner. "Well," he said at dessert, "why have we not seen that mummy yet?" "Because it is in my study," said Larry. "Follow me and you shall see it." Larry led the way, Augereau following full of curiosity. When they reached the study, Larry went to the box, which was leaning up against the wall, opened it, and revealed the mummy. Then Augereau approached and touched it with his finger. "I declare," he exclaimed contemptuously, "it is dead." Larry was so astonished by this exclamation that he did not even bethink himself to offer apologies to Augereau for having disturbed him to look at so uninteresting an object as a dead mummy. But throughout that period everybody was literary, not in themselves, or from choice, but from tradition. No one had yet forgotten that Bonaparte had signed his own proclamations to the army of Egypt, and that Napoleon had accosted M. de Fontaines every time he met him with the question, "Well, Monsieur de Fontaines, have you found me a poet?" But the day and the appointed hour had come for all those poets who had escaped the notice of M. de Fontaines and Napoleon's munificent offers. They were springing up, blossoming and glowing like hawthorn in the month of May, and their names had already begun to give promise of the immense sensation they were to create in the future. Their names were Lamartine, Hugo, de Vigny, Sainte-Beuve, Murray, Sully, Barbier, Alfred de Musset, Balzac. These were already filling, at the cost of their heart's blood, that great and unique stream of poetry from which France and Europe and the whole world were to drink during the 19th century. But the movement was taking place not only amidst that plate which I have just named. A whole host of others was fighting, each helping forward the general cause by separate attacks to make a breach in the walls of the old school of poetry. Dittmer and Cave were publishing the Soirées de Neuilly, Vitet, the Barricades and the Edats de Blois, Merimee, the Theatre de Clara Gazul. And note carefully that all these movements took place away from the stage, whereon the real struggle took place, and apart from its manifestations. The real struggle was that in which I, and Victor Hugo, I put myself first for chronological reasons, were to take part. I was preparing for it not only by the continuation of my Christine, but still more by studying humanity as a whole, combined with individual characterizations. I have referred to the immense service the English actors had done me. Macready, Keane, Young had in turn completed the work begun by Kemble and Miss Smithson. I had seen Hamlet, Romeo, Shylock, Othello, Richard Roman III, and Macbeth. I had read and devoured not only the whole of Shakespeare, but even the whole of the foreign dramatic output. I had recognized that in the theatrical world, everything emanated from Shakespeare, just as in the external world everything owes its existence to the sun, that nothing could be compared with him. For coming before everyone else, he was yet as supreme in tragedy as Corneille, in comedy as Molière, as original as Calderon, as full of thought as Goethe, as passionate as Schiller. I realized that his works contained as many types as the works of all the others put together. I recognized, in short, that, after the creator himself, Shakespeare had created more than any other being. As I have stated, when I saw these English artists, actors who forgot that they were on a stage, the life of the imagination became actual life through the power of art, their convincing words and gestures seeming to transform them from actors into creatures of God, with their virtues and their vices, their passions and their failings. From that moment, my career was decided. I felt I had received that special call which comes to every man. I felt a confidence in my own powers that I had lacked until then, and I boldly hurled myself upon the unknown future that had hitherto held such terrors for me. But, at the same time, I did not disguise from myself the difficulties in the way of the career to which I had devoted my life. I knew that it would require deeper and more special study than any other profession, that before I could experiment successfully on living nature, I must first perseveringly study the works of others. So I did not rest satisfied with a superficial study. One after the other, I took the works of men of genius, like Shakespeare, Molière, Corneille, Calderon, Goethe, and Schiller, laid them out as bodies on a dissecting table. And scalpel in hand, I spent whole nights in probing them to the heart in order to find the sources of life and the secret of the circulation of their blood. And after a while, I discovered with what admirable science they galvanized nerve and muscle into life, and by what skill they modeled the differing types of flesh that were destined to cover the one unchangeable human framework of bone. For man does not invent. God has given the created world into his hands and left him to apply it to his needs. Progress simply means the daily, monthly, and everlasting conquest of man over matter. Each individual, as he appears on the scene, takes possession of the knowledge of his fathers, works it up in different ways, and then dies after he has added one ray more to the sum of human knowledge which he bequeaths to his sons, one star in the Milky Way. I was then not only trying to complete my dramatic work, but also my dramatic education. But that is an error. One's work may be finished someday, but one's education never. I had just about concluded my play, after 2 months' peace and encouragement in my humble post in the archives office, when I received notice from the secretariat that, as my position was almost a sinecure, it had been done away with, and that I must hold myself ready to enter the forestry department, under M. de Villaine. So the storm that had been hanging over my head for long had burst at last. I said goodbye to old Father Bitchet with tears in my eyes, and to his two friends, Peger and Parseval de Grandmaison, who promised to follow my career with sympathetic interest wherever I might be. The reader knows M. de Villaine. During the 5 years I had been in the government offices, I had been looked upon as a bête noire, so I entered upon my new official work under no very favorable auspices. The struggle began immediately. I took up my new duties. They wanted to herd me together with 5 or 6 of my fellow clerks in one large room, and I revolted against the proceeding. My companions were good enough to explain to me in all innocence that they found it an advantageous way of killing time, that deadly enemy to employs, to sit together, for then they could talk. Now, talk was just what I most dreaded. To them it was a pleasure, to me a torture, for chattering distracted my own ever-increasing imaginative ideas. No, instead of wanting to be in this big office, strewn thick with supernumeraries, clerks and assistants, I had my eye on a sort of recess separated by a simple partition from the office boy's cubicle, and in which he kept the ink bottles that were returned. To him empty, I asked if I might take possession of this place. I might as well have asked for the Archbishopric of Cambrai, which was just vacant. A fearful clamor went up at this demand, from the office boy to the head of the department, Directeur General. The office boy asked the clerks in the big room where he could put his empty bottles henceforth. The clerks in the big room asked the assistant head clerk, the one who had never heard of Byron, whether I thought myself too good to work with them. The assistant head clerk asked the chief clerk whether I had come to the forestry department to give or to receive orders. The chief clerk asked the head of the department if it were usual for a clerk paid 1,500 francs to have an office to himself, as though he were a head clerk at 4,000. The head of the department replied that it was not only absolutely contrary to administrative customs, but that no such precedent would be allowed me, and that my claim was most presumptuous. I was trying to fit myself into the unlucky recess which, for the moment, formed the sum of my ambition, when the head clerk walked haughtily from the office of the head of the department, bearing the verbal command that the rebellious employee, who had dared for one moment to entertain the ambitious hope of leaving the ordinary ranks, should at once return to his place there. He transmitted the order immediately to the assistant head clerk, who passed it on to the ordinary clerks of the large office, who transmitted it to the office boy. There was joy throughout the department. A fellow clerk was to be humiliated, and, if he did not take his humiliation in a humble spirit, I would lose his situation. The office boy opened the door between his cubicle and mine. He had just come from making a general clearance throughout the office and had brought back all the empty bottles he could manage to unearth. "But, my dear Ferris," I said, watching him uneasily, "how do you think I can manage here with all those bottles? Or, rather, how are all those bottles going to fit in with me, unless I live in one of them, after the style of Le Diable Boitu?" "That's just it," leered Ferris, as he deposited fresh bottles by the old ones. Le Directeur General does not look upon it in that light. He wishes me to keep this room for myself, and does not intend a newcomer to lay down the law. I walked up to him, the blood mantling my face. "The newcomer, however insignificant he may be, is still your superior," I said, "so you should speak to him with your head uncovered. Take your cap off, you young cub." And at the same moment, I gave the lad a backhander that sent his hat flying against the wall and took my departure. All this happened in the absence of M. de Villaine, therefore I had not the last word in the matter. M. de Villaine would not return for 2 or 3 days, so I decided to go home to my poor mother and there await his return. But before I left the office, I went and told Outard all that had happened, who said he could not do anything in the matter, and I told M. Peter, who said that he could not do much. My mother was in a state of despair. It reminded her too much of my return home from Mater Lefever's in 1823. She rushed off to Madame de Villaine. Madame de Villaine was an excellent woman but narrow-minded, and she could not understand why a clerk should have any other ambition beyond that of ultimately becoming a first-class clerk. Why a first-class clerk should desire to become anything beyond an assistant chief clerk. Why an assistant chief clerk should have any other ambition than that of becoming chief clerk, and so forth. So she did not hold out any promises to my mother. For that matter, the poor woman had not much influence over her husband, as she well knew, and she but rarely tried to exercise what little she did possess. Meanwhile, I had begged Porcher to come to our house. I showed him my almost completed tragedy, and I asked him whether, in case of adverse circumstances, he would advance me a certain sum. "Confound it," Porcher replied, "a tragedy? If it had been a vaudeville, I do not say but that I would. However, get it received and we will see." Get it received, therein, of course, lay the whole question. My mother returned at that moment, and Porcher's answer was not of the kind to reassure her. I wrote to M. de Villaine, and begged that my letter might be given him on his return. Then I waited. We spent 3 days of suspense, but during those 3 days I stayed in bed and worked incessantly. Why did I stop in bed? That requires an explanation. Whilst I was at the Secretariat, and had to be at the office from 10 in the morning until 5 in the evening, returning there from 8 until 10 o'clock, I had to traverse the distance between the Faubourg Saint-Denis number 53 to the Rue Saint-Honoré, 216, 8 times a day, and I was so tired out that I could rarely work if I sat up. So I went to bed and slept, first putting my work on the table near my bed. I slept for 2 hours, and then at midnight my mother woke me and went to sleep in her turn. That was the reason I worked in bed. This habit of working in bed attained such hold of me that I kept it up long after I had gained freedom of action, doing all my theatrical work thus. Perhaps this revelation may satisfy those physiologists who dilated upon the kind of rude passion which has been noted in my earliest works, and with which, perhaps not unreasonably, I have been reproached. I contracted another habit, too, at that time, and that was to write my dramas in a backward style of handwriting. This habit I never lost, like the other, and to this day I have one style of handwriting for my dramas and another for my romances. During those 3 days I made immense progress with Christine. On the fourth day, I received a letter from M. de Villaine, summoning me to his office. I hurried there, and this time my heart did not beat any the faster. I had faced the worst that could happen, and I was prepared for anything. "Ah, there you are, you cursed blockhead," cried M. de Villaine when he saw me. "Yes, monsieur, here I am." So, monsieur." I made no reply. "So we are too grand a lord to work with ordinary mortals?" M. de Villaine continued. "You are mistaken, quite the contrary. I am not a sufficiently grand lord to work with the others, that is why I want to work alone. And you ask for an office to yourself, on purpose to do nothing in it but to write your dirty plays. I ask for an office to myself, so that I can have the right to think while I am working. And if I do not let you have an office to yourself, I shall try to earn my living as an author. You know I have no other resource. And if I do not immediately send you packing, you may be very sure it is for your mother's sake, and not for your own. I am fully aware of that, and I am grateful to you on my mother's account. Very well, take your office to yourself then, but I give you warning that you will give me double the work of any other clerk." "Exactly so. It will be unjust, that is all, but, since I am not the stronger, I shall submit." "Unjust, unjust," shrieked M. de Villaine. "I would have you know that I have never done an unjust thing in my life. It would seem there is a beginning for everything. Did you ever see, oh, did you ever see such a young rip?" continued M. de Villaine as he paced up and down his office. Did you ever see? Then, turning to me again, he said, "Very well, I will not treat you unjustly. No, indeed no, you shall not have more work to do than the others, but you shall have as much, and you shall be watched to see that you get through it. M. Fossier shall receive orders from me to carry out this inspection. I moved my lips. What next? Have you something now to say against M. Fossier? No, only that I think him ugly. Well, what then? Why, I would much rather he were good-looking, on his own account first and also on my own. But what does it matter to you whether M. Fossier be ugly or beautiful? If I have to meet a face 3 or 4 times in a day, I should much prefer it to be agreeable, rather than disagreeable. Well, I never met such a cursed young puppy in all my days. You will soon want me to choose my head clerks to suit your taste. Get out, go back to your office and try to make up for lost time. I will do so, but first I want to ask a promise from you, monsieur. Well, upon my word, if he isn't actually going to impose his own conditions on me. You will accept this one, I am sure. Now, what do you wish, monsieur le poet? I should like yourself each day to overlook the work I have done and see how I have done it. Well, I promise you that, and when is the first performance to take place? I can hardly tell you, but I am very sure you will be present at it. Yes, I will be there in more senses than one. You may be quite easy on that score. Now, go and behave yourself. And he made a threatening gesture, upon which I went out. M. de Villaine kept his word to me. He gave me plenty of work to do without overdoing me. But, as he had promised, M. Fossier always came and brought the work to me himself, and if, by ill luck, I was not at my desk, M. de Villaine was instantly informed of my absence. Chapter 11. Conclusion of Christine, a patron, after a fashion. Notier recommends me to Taylor, the royal commissary and the author of Hecube. Semi-official reading before Taylor, official reading before the committee. I am received with acclamation, the intoxication of success. How history is written. M. de Villaine's incredulity. Picard's opinions concerning my play. Notier's opinion. Second reading at the Theatre Franchise and definite acceptance. But none of these hindrances prevented me from finishing Christine. I had, however, scarcely written the famous last line. A bien jn ai pity mon pire, quan el achev. When I found myself in as embarrassing a situation as any poor girl, who has just given birth to a child, outside the pale of legitimate matrimony. What was I to do with this bastard child of my creation, born outside the gates of the Institute and the Academy? Was I to stifle her as I had smothered her elders? That would have been hard lines indeed. Besides, this little girl was strong and quite capable of living. It seemed good, therefore, to acknowledge her. But first it was necessary to find a theatre to receive her, actors to clothe her, and a public to adopt her. Oh, if only Talma were living! But Talma was dead, and I did not know anyone at the Theatre Franchise. Perhaps it might be possible for me to manage it through M. Arnault. But he would ask to see the work on behalf of which his services were requested, and he would not have read 10 lines before he would fling it as far from him as poor M. Drake had the rattlesnake that bit him at Rouen. I went to look for Outard. I told him that my play was completed, and I boldly asked him for a letter of introduction to the Theatre Franchise. Outard refused under pretense that he did not know anyone there. I had the courage to tell him that his introduction as head of the Secretariat of the Duc d'Orléans would be all-powerful. He replied, after the manner of Madame Mechin, when she did not incline to promote any particular end. I will never lend my influence in that direction. I had several times noticed a man with thick eyebrows and a long nose, in the secretarial department, who took his tobacco Swiss fashion. This man periodically brought the 90 theater tickets to all parts of the house that M. Outard had the prerogative of giving away every month at the rate of 3 per day. I did not know who this man was, but I asked. I was told that he was the prompter. I lay in wait for this prompter, took him by surprise in the corridor, and begged him to tell me what steps were necessary to obtain the honor of a reading before the committee of the Theatre Franchise. He told me I must first deposit my play with the examiner, but he warned me that so many other works were already deposited there that I must expect to wait at least a year, as though it were possible for me to wait a year. But, I asked, is there no short-cut through all these formalities? Oh dear me, yes, he replied, if you know Baron Taylor. I thanked him. There is nothing to thank me for, he said. And he was right, there wasn't anything to thank him for I did not know Baron Taylor in the slightest. Do you know Baron Taylor? I asked Lassigny. No, he answered, but Charles Nodier is his intimate friend. What of that? Well, did you not tell me that you once talked with Charles Nodier a whole evening at a representation of the vampire? Certainly. Write to Charles Nodier. Bah, he will have forgotten all about me. He never forgets anything, write to him. I wrote to Charles Nodier, recalling to his memory the Elzevirs, the Rotifer, the vampires, and in the name of his well-known kindliness towards young people, I entreated him to introduce me to Baron Taylor. It can be imagined with what impatience I awaited the reply. Baron Taylor himself replied, granting my request and fixing an appointment with me 5 or 6 days later. He apologized at the same time for the hour he had fixed, but his numerous engagements left him so little time that 7 o'clock in the morning was the only hour at which he could see me. Although I am probably the latest riser in Paris, I was ready at the appointed hour. True, I had kept awake all the night. Taylor then lived at number 42 Rue de Bondy, 4th floor. His suite of rooms consisted of an anteroom filled with books and busts, a dining room full of pictures and books, a drawing room full of weapons and books, and a bedroom full of manuscripts and books. I rang at the door of the antechamber, my heart beating at a terrible rate. The good or ill-natured mood of a man who knew nothing about me, who had no inducement to be kindly disposed towards me, who had received me out of pure good nature, was to decide my future life. If my play displeased him, it would stand in the way of anything I could bring him later, and I was very nearly at the end of my courage and strength. I had rung the bell, gently enough, I admit, and no one had answered it. I rang a second time, as gently as at first. Again, no one took any notice of me, and yet, putting my ear close, I seemed to hear a noise indicative of something unusual taking place inside. Confused sounds and snarls which now sounded like bursts of anger, and now, decreasing in pitch, seemed like a continuous monotonous bass accompaniment. I could not imagine what it could be. I was afraid to disturb Taylor at such a moment, and yet it was the very hour he had himself fixed for my coming. I rang louder. I heard a door open, and simultaneously the mysterious noise from inside that had greatly roused my curiosity for the last 10 minutes sounded louder than ever. At last the door was opened by an old serving woman. "Ah, monsieur," she said with a flustered manner, "your coming will do le Baron an excellent turn. He is waiting anxiously for you. Go in." "What do you mean?" Go in, do not lose a minute." I went quickly into the sitting room, where I found Taylor caught in his bathtub like a tiger in his den, a gentleman near him reading a tragedy called Hecube. This gentleman had forced his entrance, no matter what was said to him. He had surprised Taylor as Charlotte Corday had surprised Marat when she stabbed him in his bath, but the agony that the king's commissary endured was more prolonged than that of the tribune of the people. The tragedy was 2,400 lines long. When the gentleman caught sight of me, he realized that his victim was to be snatched away from him. He clutched hold of the bath, exclaiming, "There are only 2 more acts, monsieur. There are only 2 more acts. 2 sword cuts, 2 stabs with a knife, 2 thrusts with a dagger. Select from among the arms round about. There are all kinds here. Choose the one that will slice the best and kill me straight off." "Monsieur," replied the author of Hecube, "the government appointed you Commissaire du Roi on purpose to listen to my play. It is your duty to listen to my play. You shall hear my play." "Ah, that is just where the misfortune comes in," cried Taylor, wringing his hands. "Yes, monsieur, to my sorrow I am Commissaire du Royal, but you and such people as you will make me hand in my resignation. You and your like will force me to give it up and leave France. I have had an offer to go to Egypt. I will accept it. I will explore the sources of the Nile as far as Nubia, right to the mountains of the moon, and I will go at once and get my passport." "You can go to China if you like," replied the gentleman, "but you shall not go until you have heard my play." Taylor gave one long moan, like a vanquished athlete, made a sign to me to go into his bedroom, and falling back into his bathtub, he bowed his head in resignation upon his breast. The gentleman went on. Taylor's precaution of putting a door between him and his reader and me was quite useless. I heard every word of the last 2 acts of Hecube. The Almighty is great and full of compassion. May he bestow peace on that author. At last, when the play was finished, the gentleman got up and, at Taylor's earnest entreaty, consented to depart. I heard the old woman double lock the door after him. The bathwater had made good use of the time spent on the reading to grow cold, and Taylor came back into his bedroom shivering. I would have sacrificed a month's pay for him to have found a warmed bed to creep into. And the reason is not far to seek. For naturally, a man who is half frozen, after just listening to 5 acts, is not in a favorable mood to hear 5 more acts. Alas, monsieur, I said to him, I have happened upon a most unsuitable time, and I fear you will not be in the least disposed to listen to me, at least with the patience I could desire. Oh, monsieur, I will not admit that, since I do not yet know your work, Taylor replied. But you can guess what a trial it is to have to listen to such stuff as I have just heard, every blessed day of my life. Every day. Yes, indeed, and oftener. See, here is my agenda for today's committee. We are to hear an Epaminondas. I heaved a sigh. My poor Christine was caught between two crossfires of classicism. M. Le Baron, I ventured to say, would you rather I came another day? Oh, certainly not, said Taylor, now we are here. Very well, I said. I will just read you 1 act, and if that tires you or bores you, you must stop me. All right, Taylor murmured. You are more merciful than your confers, and that is a good sign. Go on, I am listening. Tremblingly, I drew my play from my pocket. It looked a terribly big volume. Taylor cast a glance on the immense bulk with such an alarmed expression that I cried out to him. Oh, monsieur, do not be afraid. The manuscript is only written on one side of the paper. He breathed again. I began. I was so nervous I could not see to read. My voice shook so that I could not hear my own voice. Taylor reassured me. He was unaccustomed to such modesty. I resumed my reading, and I managed somehow to get through my 1st act. Well, monsieur, shall I go on? I asked in a faint voice without daring to raise my eyes. Certainly, Taylor replied. Go on. Upon my word, it is excellent. Fresh life came to me, and I read my 2nd act with more confidence than the first. When I had finished, Taylor himself told me to go on with the 3rd, then the 4th, then the 5th. I felt an inexpressible desire to embrace him, but I refrained for fear of the consequences. When the reading was finished, Taylor leapt from his bed. You must come to the Theatre Francais with me, he said. But what must I do there? Why, get your turn to read your play as soon as possible. Do you really mean it? Shall I read it to the committee? Not a day later than next Saturday, and Taylor called out, Pierre. An old man-servant came in. Give me all my clothes, Pierre. Then turning to me, he said, You will excuse me. Oh, there is nothing to excuse, I replied. On the following Thursday, for Taylor would not wait until the Saturday, but had called a special committee, the committee, whether from chance or because Taylor had praised my play extravagantly, was a very large one. There were as many well-dressed men and women present as though a dance were on the way. The ladies decked out in gay hats and flowers, the gentlemen in fashionable dress, the large green carpet, the inquisitive looks which were fixed upon me, every detail down to the glass of water which Granville solemnly placed by my side, which struck me as very ludicrous. All this combined to inspire me with profound emotion. Christine was then quite different from what it is today. It was a simple play, romantic in style, but founded on classical traditions. It was confined to 5 acts. The action took place entirely at Fontainebleau, and it conformed with the unity of time, place, and action laid down by Aristotle. Stranger still, it did not contain the character of Paula, which is now the best creation in the play, and the real dramatic mainspring of the whole work. Monaldeschi betrayed Christine's ambition, but not her love. And yet I have rarely known any work to have such a successful first reading. They made me read the monologue of Sentinelli and the scene with Monaldeschi 3 times over. I was intoxicated with delight. My play was received with acclamation. Only 3 or 4 of the agenda papers contain the following cautious phrase: a second reading, or the manuscript to be submitted to an author in whom the committee has confidence. The result of the deliberations of the Comédie Francaise was that the tragedy of Christine was accepted. But, on account of the great innovations which it contained, they would not undertake to perform it until after another reading, or the manuscript had been submitted to another author, to be named by them. The whole thing had passed before my eyes like a mist. I had seen face to face for the first time the kings and queens of the tragic and comic stage. Mademoiselle Mars, Mademoiselle Leverd, Mademoiselle Bergen, Madame Valmonsy, Madame Paradol, and Mademoiselle Demerson, an engagingly clever soubrette who played Molière with great freshness and Marivox with such finished style as I never saw in anyone else. I knew I was accepted, and that was all I wished to know. The conditions I would fulfill, the difficulties I would overcome. Therefore, I did not wait until the conclusion of the conference. I thanked Taylor, and I left the theater as proud and as light-hearted as though my first mistress had said to me, "I love you." I made off for the Faubourg Saint-Denis, ogling everybody I met as much as to say, "You haven't written Christine. You haven't just come away from the Theatre Francais. You haven't been received with acclamation. You. And, in the joyful preoccupation of my thoughts, I did not take care to measure my steps across a gutter but stumbled into the middle of it. I took no notice of carriages. I jostled in and out among the horses. When I reached the Faubourg Saint-Denis, I had lost my manuscript, but that did not matter. I knew my play by heart. With one leap, I bounded into our rooms, and my mother cried out, for she never saw me back before 5 o'clock. "Received with acclamation, mother? Received with acclamation?" I shouted, and I began to dance round our rooms, which allowed but little space for such exercise. My mother thought I must have gone mad. I had not told her I was going to the reading for fear of disappointment. "And what will M. Fossier say?" my poor mother exclaimed. "Oh," I replied, suiting my words to the tune of Malbrook, "M. Fossier can say whatever he likes, and if he is not satisfied, I will send him about his business." "Take care, my dear lad," my mother replied, shaking her head. "It will be you who will be sent packing, and in good earnest, too." "All right, mother, so much the better. It will give me time to attend my rehearsals." "And suppose your play is a failure, and you have lost your situation, what will become of us?" "I will write another play that will succeed. But in the meantime, we must live." "Ah yes, it's very unfortunate that one has to live. Happily, in 7 or 8 days we shall receive something on account." "Yes, but while we are waiting for that, which you have not yet got, my lad, take my advice and return to your desk, so that no one may suspect anything, and do not boast of what has happened to a single person." "I fancy you are in the right, mother, and although I asked the whole day off from M. de Villaine, I will return to my desk. It is 2:30. Why, I shall yet have time to dispatch my day's work." And I set forth at a run to the Rue Saint-Honor. The exercise did me good, for I needed fresh air and action. I felt stifled in our tiny rooms. I found a pile of reports ready for me. I set to my task, and by 6 o'clock everything was finished. But by this time, Ferris's anger against me amounted to hatred. I had compelled him to stay till the stroke of 6 before I had finished the last lines. I had never written so fast or so well. I reread everything twice for fear I might have interpolated some lines from Christine in the reports. But, as usual, they were innocent of poetic effusions. I gave them back to Ferris, who went with them to M. Fossier's office, growling like a bear. I then went home to my dear mother, quite spent and utterly exhausted with the great events of that day. It was 30 apres I spent the evening, the night, and the morning of the next day in rewriting my manuscript afresh. By 10 o'clock, when I reached the administration, I found Ferris at the door of his office. He had been looking out for me since 8 o'clock that morning, although he knew well enough that I never came before 10. "Ah, there you are," he said. "So you have been writing a tragedy, I hear." "Who told you that?" "Why, good gracious, it is in the newspaper." "In the paper?" "Yes, read it for yourself." And he handed me a paper which did, indeed, contain the following lines. "The Theatre Francais today accepted with acclamation and unanimity a 5-act tragedy in verse, by a young man who has not yet produced anything. This young man is in the administrative offices of M. le Duc d'Orléans, who made his path easy for him and who strongly recommended him to the reading committee." You see how accurately the daily press gauged the situation? It has not lost the tradition even today. Nevertheless, although inaccurate enough in detail, the news was fundamentally true, and it circulated from corridor to corridor and from story to story. It flew from office to office, by means of people coming in and going out, just as though Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans had given birth to twins. I was congratulated by all my colleagues, some with sincerity, others mockingly. Only the chief of my office hid himself from view. But since he kept me going with 4 times my usual amount of work, it was quite evident he had seen the paper. M. de Villaine came in at 2 o'clock, and at 5 minutes past 2 he sent for me. I walked into his office with my head in the air and my hands perched jauntily on my hips. "Ah, there you are, you young blade," he said. "Yes, here I am. So you asked me for a holiday yesterday in order to play pranks? Have I neglected my work?" "That is not the question." "Excuse me, M. de Villaine, On the contrary, it is the only question. But don't you see that they have been making game of you? Who has? The comedians. Nevertheless, they have accepted my play. Yes, but they will not put it on the stage. Ah, we shall see. And if they do produce your play, yes, you will still need the approbation of the public. Why should you imagine it will not please the public since it has pleased the comedians? Come now, do you want to make me believe that you, who only had an education that cost 3 francs a month, will be successful when such people as M. Viennet and M. Lemercier and M. Lebrun fall flat? Go along with you. But instead of judging me beforehand, wouldn't it be fairer to wait? Oh yes, wait 10 years, 20 years. I sincerely hope I shall be buried before your play is acted, and then I shall never see it. At this juncture, Ferris slyly opened the door. Excuse me, M. de Villaine, he said, but there is a comedian here. He carefully emphasized the word, asking for M. Dumas. A comedian? What comedian? M. de Villaine asked. M. Furman, from the Comédie Francaise. Yes, I replied quietly. He takes the part of Monaldeschi. Furman plays in your piece. Yes, he takes Monaldeschi. Oh, it is admirably cast. Furman plays Monaldeschi, Mademoiselle Mars Christine. Mademoiselle Mars plays in your piece. Certainly. It is not true. Would you like her to tell it you herself? Do you imagine I am going to take the trouble to assure myself you are lying? No, she will come here. Mademoiselle Mars will come here. I am sure she will have the kindness to do that for me. Mademoiselle Mars. Yes, you see that, Furman. Stop, go your own way, for upon my word you are enough to turn my brain. Mademoiselle Mars. Mademoiselle Mars put herself out for you? Think of it, Mademoiselle Mars. And he raised his hands to heaven in despair that such a mad idea should ever enter the head of any member of his family. I took advantage of this theatrical display to escape. Furman was, indeed, waiting for me. He had made use of his time in looking round the office, and he had ascertained that the windows of my office looked exactly across to those of the Comédie Francaise, a circumstance that offered great facilities for my future communications. He came so that no time should be lost, to offer to take me to Picard's house, who was going to read my manuscript. Picard enjoyed the absolute confidence of the Comédie Francaise, and the Comédie Francaise would rely implicitly on his decision. I felt an intense aversion towards Picard, who, according to my views, had retarded the development of real comedy as much as Scribe had advanced the cause of the vaudeville. It was out of the question that Picard could understand Christine from the point of view either of style or of construction. I therefore fought as long as I could against having to submit to Picard's arbitrament. But Furman knew Picard very well and said that he had such a partiality for young people, and that his advice was so good that, rather than vex Furman at the outset of my career, I was persuaded to go. It was arranged that, at 4:30 that evening, Furman should call for me and take me to see Picard. At 4:30 we set off. Christine had been neatly recopied. It may be guessed that since I had taken such pains over the plays of Tholan, I took extra care of my own. The manuscript was rolled and tied up with a pretty new piece of ribbon that my mother had given me. Where did Picard live? Upon my word, I could not say, and I will not lose any time in trying to find his address. Wherever he lived, we arrived at his house. His appearance corresponded exactly with the idea that I had formed of him. He was a little deformed man with long hands, small bright eyes, and a nose as sharp as a weasel's. He received us with that polite, bantering manner peculiar to him, which many people take for intellectual good fellowship. We conversed for 10 minutes, and he pretended entire ignorance of the news he had been possessed of since morning. He laid bare the object of our visit, and he asked us to leave the manuscript with him, and to return a week later. He gave us his humble advice upon this important matter, pleading for our leniency beforehand if his judgment were more inclined to the shorter classic forms of comedy, rather than to the long romantic productions, des grands machines romantiques. This exordium foreboded no good. We saw Picard a week later. He was expecting us, and we found him seated in the same armchair, with the same smile on his lips. He bade us be seated and politely inquired after our health. Finally, he stretched his long fingers over his desk and rolled up my manuscript carefully, wrapped it, and tied it up. Then, with a winning smile, he said to me, My dear monsieur, have you any means of subsistence? Monsieur, I replied, I am a clerk at 1,500 francs a year in the offices of M. le Duc d'Orléans. Well then, my advice to you, my dear lad, is to return to your desk, to return to your desk. After such a declaration, the conversation was, of necessity, brief. Furman and I rose, bowed, and departed. Or, rather, I departed. Furman stayed behind a moment after me. He probably wished a further explanation. Through the half-open door I could see Picard shrugging his shoulders with such violence that his head seemed in danger of coming off his body. The modern Molière looked extremely repulsive thus, his expression above all being remarkably malicious. Had Picard really given us a conscientious opinion? Furman was convinced he had, but I doubted it always. It was impossible that an intellectual man, no matter how narrow his views might be, should not discern. I will not go so far as to say a remarkable work in Christine, but remarkable works belonging to the school of Christine. Next day I went to see Taylor, carrying with me my manuscript containing Picard's annotations. These annotations consisted of crosses, bracketing, and marks of exclamation, which might well be called marks of stupefaction. Certain lines especially seemed to have astounded the author of the Petite Ville and the Dieu Philibert. These had been honored by 3 exclamation marks. Christine, vous êtes francais vous, mais ces Italians. 50 idiom mielo qui de trempe leurs aims. Sembleret fate express pour un pupil de femmes. 500 energiques accents en pain à S.I. Meller. Un homme est là, elan crête quen homme il va parler. Chapter 49, Parle on si retourne et par un brusque échange. A la place d'un homme on trouve une louange. It was to the last line that the 3 wretched notes of exclamation had been affixed, which were intended to express many things. For the most part, Picard's criticisms were laconically brief. After the following lines came one huge note of interrogation. Sur le chemin des rois, elle oublie couvre ma trace. Mon nom, command vain brute, est affaiblit dans l'espace. Si en est plus qu'un echo par el echo repeat. Et j'assiste, vivante à la posterite. G crusque plus longtemps, mon erreur fut profonde. Mon abdication bruerait dans le monde. Pour le remplir encore un but est indique. J'ai vu reconquérir cet empire abdique. Comme la donne, j'ai reprends ma couronne. Et elle en dira que j'ai le caprice du trône. A point of interrogation which seemed to say, perhaps the author understands this passage. I certainly do not. After the last line, A bien jn ai pity mon pire, quan el achev, was written the word impossible. Was it the piece which was impossible, or only that line? Picard had had the delicacy to leave me the benefit of the doubt. I related my adventure to Taylor and showed him Picard's notes. All right, he said, leave the play with me and return tomorrow morning. I left the play with him, feeling very subdued in spirits. I was beginning to learn to my cost that the joys connected with the theater are the opposite of those in nature, and belong only to early days. After that brief period, one's real troubles immediately begin. I took good care to keep my engagement and was with Taylor by 8 next morning. He showed me my manuscript, across which Nodier had written in his own handwriting. Upon my soul and conscience, I declare Christine is one of the most remarkable works I have read for the last 20 years. You realize, said Taylor to me, I shall need that to back me up. You must keep yourself in readiness to reread your play on Saturday. Monsieur le Baron, I said to him, I am in an office, and there they are all the more strict with me because I go in for literary work, which bureaucratic eyes look upon as an unpardonable crime. Could I read it on Sunday, rather than Saturday? It is contrary to all custom, but I will see what I can do. 3 days later, I received my notice for the following Sunday. The assembly was even larger than the first time, and the play was even more enthusiastically applauded, if that be possible, than it had been on the previous reading. It was put to the vote and accepted unanimously, subject to some alterations which I was to arrange after consultation with M. Sampson. Fortunately, M. Sampson and I did not see eye to eye. I say fortunately, since the disagreement led to my recasting the whole play, which gained, by this rehandling, the prologue, the 2 acts at Stockholm, the epilogue at Rome, and the entire part of Paula. When we come to the proper place, we will relate how these transformations came about. They left the Metamorphoses of Ovid, of which a splendid edition had just been published by M. Villeneuve, a very long way behind. I must say a few words about M. de Villeneuve, who was one of the best informed and most original men of his day, and I must say a little about his wife, his son, his daughter, and his home, all of which personages and things had a great influence on this first part of my life. Chapter 12. Cordelier Delano, a sitting of the Athene M. Villeneuve, his family, the 132 Nantes, Cathalino, the Hunt Ox Blues Forest, a chapter of history, Sauveur, the Royalist Committee, Sauchu, the miraculous tomb carrier. During the period of the first representations of the English actors, which coincided with my evening attendance at the offices of the Secretariat, I made the acquaintance of a young fellow named Cordelier Delano. It came about very naturally. We were publishing Psyche at that time, and Delano had sent us a poem which he called Hamlet. This we inserted in our journal. He came to thank us in Adolf, and I became friendly with him, I especially. Delano was the son of one of the generals of the Revolution, who had formerly known my father. This circumstance had drawn us together, and our dramatic and political sympathies did the rest. One night Delano came to see me at the office and suggested taking me to the Athene, while the courier from the Palais Royal went to Neuilly and back. I was ignorant about many things, so it will not be any cause for astonishment, I hope, if I admit that I had never heard of the Athene. M. Villeneuve was giving a literary soiree there that evening. I did not know who M. Villeneuve was, and my ignorance in this respect was a little more excusable than my not knowing what the Athene was. However, I accepted. At that time, I had not the horror of making fresh acquaintances which beset me later. I was promised something connected with literature and literary people, and a promise such as this would have urged me on to cross the razor edge which serves as a bridge between the Mohammedan paradise and this earth. I could cross such an edge now, prone though I am to giddiness, but it would be in order to fly from the very thing I then went to seek. So far as I can recollect, the meetings of the Athene were held in a lower hall of the Palais Royal, which had its entrance from the Rue de Valois. They discussed all sorts of topics that would have been insufferable in drawing rooms, but which at the Athene were simply tedious. The people who discussed these tedious subjects had the right to a certain number of tickets to distribute among the members of their families, their friends, and their acquaintances. They could have discussed these subjects quite well alone, but, for some inexplicable reason, they preferred to have an audience. On this particular evening the hall was full. M. Villeneuve was very popular in society, and besides, these meetings had a certain celebrity. If I were condemned to be hung, I could not to save my life say what they talked of that night. It was probably some treatise on a second-rate deceased author, who served as an excuse to the writer to deliver a few raps to the living. M. Villeneuve conducted the meeting. He addressed it standing, by the aid of a couple of candelabras and a glass of eau sucré near him. He was a fine-looking old man of, perhaps at that time, some 66 or 68 years of age. He had splendid white hair, daintily curled about his temples, black eyes that flashed with quite southern fire. He was very tall but stooped a little from much bending over a desk. There was something distinguished-looking and graceful in his movements and manners. I had stopped modestly by the door for two reasons. First, because I was yet too unknown to imagine I had the right to put the speaker himself or anybody else out for my sake. Secondly, as I had to return to my office by 9:30, it was more convenient to be near the door than elsewhere, in order to escape incognito as I had entered. Delano, who was more familiar with the company than I, left me to go and joke with them, during the short intervals when the sitting broke up to give M. Villeneuve time to take breath. The usual hour for the courier having come, I was quietly escaping to return and receive him at my office, when Delano ran after me and caught me up under the peristyle. He had been deputed by the Villeneuve family to invite me to go and take tea with them at their house, after the meeting. I owed this favor to the kind things my friend Delano had said about me. I then had to inquire where the Villeneuves lived. Number 82, Rue de Vaugirard. Oh, but 53 Faubourg Saint-Denis was a fair distance from my home. Fortunately, during my 5 years' residence in Paris, I had learnt to know its streets pretty thoroughly, so I did not feel obliged, as on my first visit, to hire a conveyance to take me from the Place du Palais Royal to the Rue des Vieux Augustins. The invitation conveyed by Delano had been so courteously and warmly pressed that the least I could do was to accept it. I ran off to the office, attended to the courier, and returned. During the half-hour of my absence, the sitting had been concluded, and I returned to find M. Villeneuve in a small drawing-room that opened out of the large hall, receiving the congratulations of his friends. Delano introduced me to M. Villeneuve and to his family. The Villeneuve family consisted first of Madame Villeneuve, a very gracious little old lady, very intellectual and an experienced society entertainer, but very fond of grumbling in her home life. For she suffered, like Anne of Austria, from a cancer which ultimately killed her. Theodore Villeneuve, a tall, energetic, young fellow and author at that time of various fugitive poems and translator of Wallenstein, which was destined to make a great commotion behind the scenes of the Odeon for 3 or 4 years before it was put on the stage, where it had a fairly successful reception. Madame Melanie Waldor, the wife of a captain, in the infantry on service and in garrison, who only put in short and rare appearances at Paris, where those who knew him spoke of him as a brave and loyal soldier. Madame Waldor composed fugitive verses, like her brother, which she published in the daily paper. Like her brother, too, she afterwards wrote a play which had a successful run under the title of the École des Jeunes Filles. Last came Elissa Waldor, who at that period was only a charming little child with the head of a cherubin surrounded by lovely golden curly hair. She afterwards grew into a tall, beautiful woman and was twice married, and happily each time, I trust. The family returned home on foot, in patriarchal fashion, accompanied by 5 or 6 friends, who, like myself, were on their way to the Rue de Vaugirard, to take tea and nibble cake together there. As I was the stranger, I was allotted the position of honor, namely, to give my arm to Madame Waldor. As the distance was very long, it was a good opportunity of becoming acquainted. But, as we had never seen each other or spoken together before, the long walk would have been embarrassing to us both, had not Delano joined us and made a third in the conversation between the Place du Palais Royal and the Rue de Vaugirard. He thereby rendered us both a great service, for which both of us were profoundly grateful to him. What a strange thing these chance meetings are. How astonished I should have been had anyone told me that this family, whose very existence I had not known a couple of hours before, and who were complete strangers to me, would become for the next 2 or 3 years almost as close to me as my own, and that I should traverse the road that then seemed to me so long between the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Denis and the Rue de Vaugirard twice every day in future. But I was in haste to reach our destination, to have a talk with M. Villeneuve. I do not remember how it was, or on what occasion, but a pamphlet he had written fell into my hands, a little work he had published in 1794, entitled Relation des Noyades de Saint-Trent-Unantais, Story of the Drowning of 132 People of Nantes. Directly I saw M. Villeneuve, I remembered this pamphlet, and as soon as I thought of the pamphlet, I resolved to lead the conversation to Carrier and Nantes and the 132 Nantais. It was not a difficult matter to set M. Villeneuve talking, only his conversation was very much like a sermon. When he talked, one had to let him go on, not interrupt him, and listen to him with reverent attention. He had indeed happened to be at Nantes in 1793, at the same time as Jean-Baptiste Carrier, of bloody memory. God forbid we should make the faintest excuses for that terrible proconsul and the horrors he perpetrated. But it must be admitted that the Vendeans had themselves set him an abominable example. Wars conducted by priests are apt to be barbarous wars, and it is known, or rather, it is not known, that at the beginning the insurrection was entirely in the hands of priests. The nobles did not involve themselves in it until later, and when they did take part in it, the method of butchery became rather more humane. It changed to shooting. The first person to play a part in that bloody squabble was a sacristan named Catholino. Machiavelli says that, when it was decided to assassinate Julian de Medicis in the church of Saint Marie des Fleurs, they chose ecclesiastics to do the work of assassination, because they were less likely to be impressed by the sanctity of the place. It is a strange but indisputable fact that when men of peace and love and charity turn into executioners, they become the most refined in cruelty of all. Witness the in-pace dungeons of convents, witness the cells of the Inquisition, witness the massacres of Albi, witness the auto-da-fés of Madrid, witness Joan of Arc, witness urban grandeur. This Cathalina was what the country people between Angers and St. Laurent would term a sturdy lad gars. Only 3 months elapsed between the day of his first shot and the day when he was killed, but these 3 months sufficed to make his name renowned in history. He was neither tall, nor had he refined manners. He was but 5 feet 4 inches high, but he had well-set shoulders and the hips were splendidly poised, and he possessed the fine, cool, prudent courage of the men of the West. We have mentioned that he was a sacristan, but he was many other things beside. He was mason, carrier, linen merchant, a married man, and the father of 12 or 14 children. He had hardly gained a hearing before he set up a superior council comprised chiefly of priests. They troubled themselves but little over the nobles. The head of this council was the famous Bernier, cure dangers. Cathalina was the man for him. The simple peasant discovered a quicker method of starting an insurrection than the Pope with his bulls or the priests with their sermons. He advised the cures to shroud the crucifixes in black crape and to carry them thus in their processions. At the sight of their Christ in mourning, the peasants could no longer contain themselves. Women tore their hair, men beat their breasts, and all swore to kill the Republicans, root and branch, since they had grieved the Savior. It should be added that nothing could be less knightly and less patriotic than the proclamations of these brave folk. Down with conscription, down with the militia, let us dwell in our own countryside. People tell us the enemy may descend on us and threaten our homes. Well and good, let them first trespass on our soil, we shall be ready to meet them there. And those who talked thus were well aware that the enemy would have devastated, pillaged and burned all France and demolished Paris before it ventured between their hedges and among their furze bushes and in their sunken pathways. It was equivalent to saying, what does it matter to us what may happen to Alsace and Lorraine, Champagne and Burgundy, the Dauphiné and Provence? What does it matter to us if they extinguish Paris, the light of the world? Time enough to seize our guns when we see the Cossack leap his horse over our hedges. Now the most picturesque of writers would find great difficulty in giving a patriotic turn to such assertions as these. Personally, I much prefer the volunteers who ran in front of the Prussians as far as Valmy, to these peasants who waited quietly behind their hedgerows, and all the more so since I am not at all convinced that they were not really waiting for them on purpose to ally themselves to them. Why should they not compound with the Prussians? They entered into plenty of negotiations with the English. The war, then, began between patriots and royalists, between citizens and peasants. There were constitutional towns, manufacturing ones, as, for example, Collet, where very beautiful handkerchiefs are made, which contained numbers of workpeople who did not wish for Prussians in France or for friends of the Prussians. One day they heard that the people of Bressuire had risen in revolt. They armed themselves with pikes and rushed off to attack them. So the town of Collet was especially marked out for hatred by the peasants. On 4 March, they attacked it in their turn. A commanding officer belonging to the National Guard trusted himself among a group of royalists. He went among them to endeavor to reconcile the two parties. Soon, cries of pain issued from this group, the members of which had closed round him and were slashing at his legs with his own sword. On the 10th came the turn of Machecoul. Here, there was less to do than at Collet. Machecoul was a small town, exposed on every side and easy to capture. They first learnt the danger they were in on a Sunday. The tocsin was rung, and all the peasantry of the surrounding country made for the town. 200 patriots rallied and bravely advanced against the assailants, 200 against 2,000. The mass opened, surrounded the little band and made but one mouthful of it. Machecoul had a constitutional cure, and the priests who had not taken the oath to the Constitution bore a grudge against those who had. They protested that the latter spoilt the profession. They seized the poor man as he came to say Mass, and they killed him. But there was a preconcerted plan among them to kill him by inches by blows on the face. The torture lasted a long time. Life is sometimes very tenacious, especially in the hands of skillful executioners who do not incline to chase it too quickly out of the body. But everything has an end. The cure died a martyr, and when he was dead, they consulted an old huntsman, a clever bugle blower, and organized a hunt, searching from house to house to track down their quarry. When they unearthed a patriot, they blew the view, at the sound of which every man, woman, and child ran out. In this kind of warfare, women and children are even worse than men. When the patriot was beaten down, the halali was bugled. Then came the curie, which lasted a long time. It was carried out usually by women with the help of scissors and nails, and by children with the aid of stones. Machecoul lies on an eminence between two departments. It was judged to be a good place for establishing a court of justice, and they massacred there for 42 days, fro March to 22 April. The reader knows how the insurrection spread from the lower Vendée to the higher. It was brought about by an affair at St. Florent. An emigre had sent his servant, a Vendean named Forest, into Vendée to preach resistance and opposition to the military system. They tried to stop him, but he would not be denied a hearing. He openly preached revolt in the streets. A gendarme came to him. He drew a pistol from his pocket, fired at the gendarme, and killed him. That pistol shot woke those who were yet slumbering, and, mark well, when this unlucky shot was fired, the tocsin was already ringing in 600 parishes. Then it was carried by the wind in all directions. Nothing could be heard but the ringing of bells, as though flocks of invisible birds were flying over their brazen tongues. The vibration of those deadly knells, which were answering one another from village to village, grew in volume, clashing in the air, charging the atmosphere like a thunderstorm, with electric currents of hatred and of revenge. Meantime, what was Cathalino, the prime mover of all this, busy about? We will hear Michelet's version. He had heard of the fight at St. Florent, and the firing of guns clearly enough, nor could he be unaware by the 12th of the frightful massacre of the 10th, which had compromised the Vendian coast in the revolt past all drawing back. Even if he had not heard anything, the tocsin would have roused him hard enough. The whole country seemed in an uproar, the very earth trembled. He began to think things were growing serious, and whether from the foresight of the father of a family which he was shortly to leave, or whether from military prudence, in the matter of laying in stores of food, he began to heat his ovens and to make bread. First came his nephew with the story of the affray at St. Florent. Cathalino continued to knead his dough. Then the neighbors began dropping in a tailor, a weaver, a shoemaker, a hatter. "Well's neighbor, what shall we do?" Quite 27 of them had assembled there, bent on following his counsel implicitly. He pointed out first that a crisis had come. The leaven had done its work, the fermentation was sufficiently advanced. It was time to stop kneading, wipe his hands, and shoulder his gun. 27 went forth. At the end of the village they numbered 500. It was the whole of the population, all worthy men, sturdy, strong, steadfastly brave and honest, the very pick of the Vendian armies, intrepid leaders almost always to be found in the front ranks, facing the Republican cannon. By the time they reached Collet, they were 15,000. They had seized a piece of cannon at Jalais, which they christened the Missionnaire, and a second at some other place, which was dubbed Marie Jean. All along the route priests joined their ranks, exhorting, preaching, singing mass to them. They started on the 12th, as we have seen. After the 14th, a large band joined forces with them, headed by a man who was to share the command with Cathalino, and later to succeed him. This was Stofflet, another rough but brave peasant, a gamekeeper on M. Maulevrier's estate, whose grandson, poor lad, the last descendant of the race, was killed out hunting at the age of 16. When the Vendian army reached Collet, it sent in a flag of truce. A strange envoy he was, too, and he gives us a good idea of the times, the place, and the circumstances. His head and his feet were bare. He carried in his hand a crucifix crowned with thorns, bound round with a huge rosary. His eyes were lifted to heaven, as those of a mystic or martyr, and he cried out between his sobs, "Surrender, my dear friends, or you will all be put to fire and sword." This summons was made in the name of Commanding Officer Stofflet and Almoner Barbitin. The whole of the garrison of Collet comprised 300 patriots armed with muskets and 500 armed with pikes. They attempted to offer resistance to 15,000 men. But of course, resistance was utterly impossible. M. de Beauveau, the head of the Republicans, fell in the first attack. The patriots retired into a part of the castle which commanded the square, and from whence they could fire upon the Vendians as they entered the square. This was all the easier as there was a cavalry in the square before which every peasant knelt and prayed, heedless of the firing, not returning to the fight until his prayers were finished and the sign of the cross made. These good folk, let us lay stress on the word and call them brave folk, for they did not understand the enormity of the crimes they were committing, since their priests had ordered them. Did not plunder, but they killed not merely during battle, which was a necessity, but even afterwards, and they killed cruelly, as we shall see. We will again refer to Michelet for an account of how they killed. If I related it to you in my own words, you would say I was romancing. He, it is known, did not lie. He was, indeed, driven from his chair because he told the truth not only about the past but also about the future. Michelet says, "Directly a prisoner was confessed, the peasants no longer hesitated to kill him, as his spiritual salvation was made secure. Several escaped death by refusing confession, and by saying that they were not yet in a state of grace. One of them was spared because he was a Protestant and could not confess. They were afraid to send him into damnation. History has dealt very severely with the unfortunate patriots who slaughtered the Vendians. Many of them displayed heroic courage and died like martyrs. Those who were cut into pieces could be counted by hundreds. I will give one instance, among many, of a boy of 16 who, over the dead body of his father, shouted 'Vive la nation,' until he was pierced through by a score of bayonets. The most celebrated of these martyrs was Sauveur, a municipal officer of Roche-Bernard, rather let us say of Roche-Sauveur, for it should preserve his name. This town, which is a thoroughfare between Nantes and Vannes, was attacked on the 16th by an immense gathering of nearly 6,000 peasants. There were hardly any armed men in the town, and it was compelled to surrender. The maddened crowd began at once by butchering 22 persons on the square, on the pretext of a gun going off suddenly in the air. They rushed upon the town hall and discovered the procureur syndic, Sauveur, a fearless magistrate who had stuck to his post. He was seized and dragged off. They put him into a dungeon whence, next day, he was taken out to be barbarously massacred. They sampled all kinds of weapons on him, principally pistols. They fired at him with small shot, trying to make him cry, Vive le Roi. But he would only shout, Vive la République. Infuriated, they fired at his mouth with gunpowder and dragged him before the cavalry to beg for mercy. He lifted his eyes to heaven in adoration, but still he cried, Vive la nation. Next they shot his left eye out and kicked him on a few paces. Mangled and bleeding, he stood with hands clasped looking upward. Commend thy spirit to God, yelled his assassins. They shot him down, he fell, but rose again, clasping tightly his magisterial medal and still kissing it. Again he was fired upon. He fell on one knee, dragged himself to the edge of a trench with stoical calmness, without a single groan or cry of anger or of despair. His fortitude drove the frenzied mob to madness, for his only words were, Finish me off, my friends, and Vive la République. Do not keep me lingering on, friends, Vive la nation. He made his confession of faith to the end, and they silenced him with blows from the butt ends of their rifles. What do you think of that, you royalist gentlemen? Surely the second annid of September could not show you anything better than that. Wait a bit, this is not all, and what we are about to tell, be it clearly understood, is not written for the purpose of reviving hatred, but to make people detest civil warfare. If I once again borrow Michelet's words, it is not only because they are more eloquent than mine, but so that there may be two of us to cry, shame. Listen, and you will see how true are his words. One essential difference that we have noticed between the violence of the revolutionist and that of the fanatic, urged on by the fury of priests, is that the former, in killing, desire nothing but to be rid of their enemy. The latter, inspired with the feelings of ferocity of the times of the Inquisition, have less desire to kill than to cause suffering, to make the poor finite victim expiate in infinite misery, in protracted agony, by way of avenging God. To read the gentle idyllic accounts of royalist writers, one might think that these insurgents were saints, that, in the main, they only exacted vengeance and entered upon reprisals when forced thereto by the cruelties of the republicans. Let them tell us what were the reprisals which caused the people of Pontivy, on the 12th or 13th of March, led by a refractory cure, to murder 17 of the National Guard in the public square. Were they reprisals which were exercised at Maschkal for 6 weeks, under the organized authority of the Royalist Committee? One Sauchu, a tax-gatherer, who presided, filled and emptied the town prisons 4 times. The mob had, as we have seen, at first killed from sheer sport out of brutal delight. Sauchu put a stop to that, and took care that the executions should be long drawn out and painful. As executioners, he specially preferred children, because their clumsy hands caused more protracted suffering. Seasoned men such as sailors and soldiers could not witness these deeds without indignation, and wanted to prevent them. So the Royalist Committee did its murders by night. They did not shoot any longer, but slaughtered their victims, and then hastily covered up the dying with earth. According to authentic reports made at the convention, 542 persons perished in 1 month, and by what ghastly deaths. When they could find practically no more men to slay, they proceeded to women. Many were Republicans and not sufficiently complacent to the priests who had a spite against them. A frightful miracle took place. In one of the churches there was a tomb of some noted saint or other. They consulted it. A priest said mass over the tomb and laid hands on it. Behold, the stone moved. I can feel it rising up, exclaimed the priest. And why did it rise up? To demand a sacrifice pleasing to God, namely, that women should no longer be spared but slaughtered. Happily, indeed, the Republicans, the National Guard from Nantes, arrived. Alas, the townspeople said to them, coming to them weeping and wringing their hands, you come too late, you can but save the walls, the town itself is exterminated. And they pointed to the place where men had been buried alive. Horrified, they beheld a shriveled hand which in the fearful anguish of suffocation had seized hold of and twisted the withered grasses. Is it any good to speak about Carrier after all this? What would it serve to tell of his bateaux as soupapes, of his bagnades republicains, of his marriages revolutionaires men and women bound hands and feet together and thrown into the Loire, of his deportations verticals? It would only be to set crime against crime, which would prove nothing beyond the wickedness of man. Besides, Carrier has atoned for his crimes. I am well aware that though this may have been enough to satisfy the requirements of justice as far as the man himself was concerned, it has not been sufficient to satisfy history. It was in vain for Carrier to struggle with all his might and main against the accusation, which came upon him like a shock. In vain for him to exclaim, with somber eyes, outstretched arms, and strident voice, to his old colleagues, now become his judges. I do not understand you. You must be mad. Why blame me today for doing what you gave me orders to do yesterday? In accusing me, the convention accuses itself. My condemnation, look to it, is your condemnation also. You will find yourselves caught in the same proscription with me. If I am guilty, so is every man here. Everyone, 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 down to the very bell on the president's table. But all his cries were useless. And herein lies the horror of revolutions. They reach a pitch at which the same terror that drove them into action drives them into reaction, and in which the guillotine, sated with drinking the blood of the accused, is callously and indifferently willing to drink the blood of judges and executioners. This reaction, which set in 2 days later, saved the lives of André Chenier and M. Villeneuve, together with 131 of the Nantais, his companions. Madame Bacillard, daughter of Madame Melanie Waldor, has just died after a long and painful illness. The funeral will take place tomorrow. Any friends who may not have received an invitation to be present are invited to attend at the cemetery at 11 o'clock. Unhappily, the notice came too late for me. Amongst all her many friends, I certainly held her in the most affectionate remembrance, and I was denied the consolation either of seeing her before she died or of following her to her grave. The merry child, the beautiful young girl, the serious and intelligent wife, who should have died long after us, since we saw her grow up, has gone before us, and we still wait here. Chapter 13. M. Villeneuve's house, the master's despotic rule, the savant's coquetry, description of the sanctuary of the man of science. I am admitted, thanks to an autograph of Buonaparte, the crevice in the wall, the 8,000 folios, the pastel by Latour, voyages of discovery for an Elzevir or a Faust, the fall of the portrait and the death of the original. I meant to talk of M. Villeneuve, and behold, I have been talking about Kathleen, Stofflet, Sauveur, and Carrier. What a strange thing imagination is. The wayward inhabitant of one's house, thought to be a slave therein, but in reality its queen. I left off saying that we were going to take tea at M. Villeneuve's house. Every bird makes its own nest, whether of twigs or of different kinds of feathers, and each man makes his own home, when he possesses one at all, indicative of his character, his temperament, and his idiosyncrasy. And so M. Villeneuve's house had its own characteristics, reflecting the taste of its occupant. It was built of stones which had once been white, but which time had colored gray, and which were fast turning into black. It did not open out on the road. It was a severe and gloomy-looking house which did not lend itself to any such frivolous doings. A wall, 10 feet high, faced the street, like a kind of outwork, ornamented at the top by a formidable fringe of jagged glass. This wall had in it 2 gates, a large one and a small one. Unless carriages wanted to enter, the large one was always kept shut, its hinges rusty, its lock broken. The small door, next to the porter's lodge, opened upon and gave access to the garden. A garden trodden hard into paths without flower borders, possessing vines without grapes, and leafless trees that did not afford any shade. If, by any chance, a flower pushed its way up in some corner, it was a wild flower that had mistaken that damp enclosure for waste ground and had sprung up there unawares. A bindweed, a daisy, or a buttercup. One day the poor flower would hear a cry of surprise and see a pretty, rosy-cheeked child, with curly golden hair, running to it in breathless haste and with eager feet, her eyes fixed on it, and then furtively grasp it as carefully as though it were a butterfly. When she had picked it, she would run with joyful surprise to her mother, crying, "See, Mama, a flower." The garden, which may have been 15 meters square, was bounded on the side of the house by a pathway of paving stones, leading to a corridor tiled with square red bricks, a staircase at the end completing the vista. But before you reached this staircase, you first passed 4 doors. The one on the left belonged to the dining room, the window of which looked out upon the tidiest part of the garden. On the right, opposite it, was a small room, not much used, where a table and 3 or 4 old armchairs were left to grow damp. In several places the wallpaper was bulging out and falling off, without anybody taking any notice of it, and was becoming pitted with green and white damp spots. Then, on the left again, came the kitchen door, and on the right the larder and pantry. This dark and damp ground floor was like a catacomb, and was only descended into at meal times. The real dwelling rooms, where we were entertained, were on the first floor. This floor contained a small and a large drawing room, and the bedrooms belonging to Madame Villeneuve and Madame Waldor. We will leave the small drawing room and the 2 bedrooms and give our whole attention to the large salon, which, after the attics, let us hasten to mention these here, before we have the right of entering them, was the strangest room in the house. Its shape was a long rectangle, having at each of its angles a console table supporting a bust. One of these busts was that of the master of the house. Between the two busts at the bottom end, on a marble-topped table opposite the fireplace, was the most important piece of art and archaeology in the room. This was the bronze urn that had once contained the heart of Bayard. A little bas-relief encircled the urn depicting the Chevalier sans pour et sans reproche, leaning against a tree and kissing his sword handle. Next came four large pictures, three of them portraits and the fourth a landscape. Let us begin with the landscape. Honor to whom honor is due. The landscape was by Claude Lorraine. One of the portraits represented Anne Boleyn and was signed by Holbein. I forget by whom the two other paintings were. One was of Madame de Montespan and the other either Madame de Sévigné or de Grignan, I am not sure which. The walls were covered with one of those indefinite papers that leave no impression on the memory. The furniture was upholstered in Utrecht velvet. Large couches with thin white arms, like the arms of a hunchback, invited friends of the family to be comfortable, while there were chairs and armchairs for more formal visitors. That story had both its king and its vice-queen. The king was M. Villeneuve, the vice-queen was Madame Waldor. We purposely say vice-queen because immediately M. Villeneuve entered his salon, he became the master of it. The king, more than king, the despot. M. Villeneuve was inclined to be tyrannical in character, and exercised this tyranny over strangers as well as over his own family. Like those petty princes of Italy whose principles people are obliged to adopt as soon as they have crossed the borders of their limited territories. So with M. Villeneuve, when you had stepped across the threshold of his salon, he would not allow you to hold a different opinion from his own on any subject. You became part of the being of the man, who had seen everything and studied everything, and, in fact, knew everything. Although this tyrannical spirit was tempered by the courtesy appurtening to the master of the house, it nonetheless had a depressing effect on the company generally. Although in the presence of M. Villeneuve the conversation was, as they used to express it, by en many, i.e., skillfully managed, yet it was always less amusing, more fettered, and less brilliant than when he was not present. It was just like the difference between a minuet and the game of Puss in the Corner. It was exactly the reverse at Nodier's social evenings. Nodier liked people to make themselves as much at home as he was. This recalls to my mind that I have not mentioned Nodier since I described him as helping me to gain entrance to the Theatre Francais. Excellent and beloved Nodier. One of my dearest friends, he shall not lose, you may be sure, by the postponement. Happily, M. Villeneuve very rarely appeared in the salon, except on the Athénée nights. He spent the rest of his time on the second floor, only appearing among his family for dinner. Then, after a few minutes' chat, after lecturing his son and scolding his wife, he would stretch himself out in an armchair, have his curls attended to by his daughter, and return to his own apartments. The quarter of an hour during which the teeth of the comb gently scratched his head was the happiest time of the day to M. Villeneuve, the only rest he allowed himself from his unending absorption in scribbling. But why did he curl his hair? Someone asks. That was the question I myself put. Madame Waldor declared that it was purely an excuse for having his head scratched. M. Villeneuve must have been a parrot in one of the metamorphoses that preceded his life as a human being. Madame Villeneuve, who had known her husband longer than her daughter had, and who therefore could claim to know him better, averred that it was from vanity. And indeed, M. Villeneuve, who was a good-looking old man, must have been splendidly handsome as a young man. His strongly marked features were wonderfully set off in their frame of flowing white hair, which showed up the fiery light of his fine black eyes. In fact, although M. Villeneuve was a learned man, he was also vain, a combination of virtue and fault rarely found together, but he was only vain about his head. As for the rest of his appearance, with the exception of his cravat, which was invariably white, he left it to his tailor and his bootmaker, or rather, to his daughter's care, who looked after these matters for her father. Whether his coat were blue or black, his trousers wide or narrow, the toes of his boots round or square, so long as M. Villeneuve's hair was well dressed, it was all he cared about. We have mentioned that when his daughter had combed and curled his locks, M. Villeneuve went upstairs to his own rooms, or home, as the English say. Good gracious, what a curious place it was, too. Follow me, reader, if these minute details after the fashion of Balzac amuse you, and if you believe nature takes as much pains over the making of a hyssop as over the making of a cedar tree. Besides, we may perhaps be able to unearth some curious anecdote from out the medley concerning a charming pastel by Lador. But we have not got there yet. We shall come to it in the end, just as at last we have come to M. Villeneuve's sanctum. We have divided up the ground floor into dining room, kitchen, pantry, and on the first floor into the small and large salons and the bedrooms. There was nothing like that on the second floor. The second floor had 5 rooms full of nothing else but books and boxes. These 5 rooms must have contained 40,000 volumes and 4,000 boxes, piled up on the floor and on tables. The anteroom alone was a vast library. It had 2 entrances. That on the right led to M. Villeneuve's bedroom, a chamber to which we shall return. That on the left opened into a large room, which, in its turn, led into a much smaller one. These 2 rooms, be it understood, were nothing but 2 libraries. The 4 walls of them were tapestried with books upheld on a substratum of boxes. This was odd enough in itself, as will readily be imagined, but it was not the most original thing that caught one's notice. The most ingenious arrangement was a square construction which stood in the middle of the room like an enormous block, and formed a second library within the first, leaving only space for a pathway round the room, bordered with books on left and right, just wide enough to allow a single person to move freely. A second person would have blocked the traffic. Moreover, only M. Villeneuve's most intimate friends ever presumed to be allowed the privilege of admission to this sanctum sanctorum. The substratum of boxes contained autographs. The age of Louis Roman XIV alone needed 500 boxes. Herein were contained the result of 50 years of daily labor, concentrated on this one object, hour after hour taken up by this one passion. It was, in a word, the gentle and ardent passion of a born collector, into which he put his mind and happiness and joy and life. There were to be found a portion of the papers of Louis Roman XVI, discovered in the iron chest. There was the correspondence of Malesherbes, 200 autographs of Rousseau, and 400 of Voltaire together with autographs of all the kings of France, from Charlemagne down to our own time. There were drawings by Raphael and Jules Romain, by Leonardo da Vinci, Andrea del Sarto, Lebrun, Lesueur, Greuze, Vanloo, Watteau, Boucher, Vien, David, Girardot, etc. M. Villeneuve would not have parted with the contents of those 2 rooms for 100,000 crowns. Either now only remain the bedroom and the black cabinet behind M. Villeneuve's alcove, which was reached by a corridor, about which we shall have occasion to say a few words. Only those who saw that bedroom, wherein the bed was the least conspicuous piece of furniture, can conceive any idea of what the bedroom of a bibliomaniac is like. It was in this room that M. Villeneuve received his friends. After 4 or 5 months' intimacy in the household, I had the honor of being received in it. An old servant called, I believe, Francois conducted me to it. I had promised M. Villeneuve an autograph, not that of Napoleon, of which he possessed 5 or 6, or that of Bonaparte, of which he had 3 or 4, but one of Bonaparte. He had given orders that I was to be shown upstairs as soon as I arrived. Francois half opened the door. M. Dumas is here, she said. Generally, when anyone was announced, even were he an intimate friend who had come unexpectedly, M. Villeneuve would utter a loud cry, scold Francois, and fling up his arms in despair. Then, finally, when he had indulged his fit of despair, and moaned and sighed his fill, he would say, "Very well, Francois, as he is there, show him in." Then the intruder would be let in. My reception was quite otherwise. M. Villeneuve had hardly caught my name before he exclaimed, "Show him in, show him in." In I went. "Ah, here you are," he said. "Well, I wager you have not been able to find it." "What?" "That famous autograph you promised me yesterday." "Yes, indeed, I have found it." "And have you brought it?" "To be sure I have." "Really?" "Here it is." "Quick, let me see it." I handed it to him. M. Villeneuve rushed up to the window. "Yes, it is genuine," he said. "There is the U. Oh, there is his very own U, there is no doubt about it. Let us see. 29 Vendemiaire, year Roman 4, that is it. Stop, stop." He went to a box. "See, here is one of Frimaire in the same year, signed Bonaparte, 12 Frimaire. So it must have been between 29 Vendemiaire and Frimaire that he dropped his U. This determines a great historic question." While this monologue was being carried on, I had been glancing round the bedchamber thoroughly, and I had noticed that the only piece of furniture that was not encumbered with books was the armchair from which he had just risen. After M. Villeneuve had carefully examined the autograph, he put it into a white wrapper, wrote on the wrapper, placed it in a box, put the box in its place, and flung himself back into his armchair with a sigh of joy. "Ah, now sit down," he said. "I should like nothing better," I replied, "but what do you mean me to sit on?" "Why, on the couch." "Oh yes, on the couch." "What about it?" "Well, just look at the couch for yourself." Upon my word, you are right, it is full of books. Never mind, pull up an armchair. With great pleasure, but the armchairs. The armchairs are littered just like the couch. Ah, I have so many books. Have you noticed the great crack in the walls of the house? No. It is visible enough, nevertheless. Well, my dear monsieur, it is the books. The books are pulling down the house. The books, how? Yes, 1,200 folios, monsieur. 1,200 splendid and rare folios. I even believe there are quite unknown ones among them, so rare are they? I put all those in the garret, and I was intending to put more there, for there was room for another 1,200, when suddenly the house trembled, uttered a groan, and cracked. Why, you must have thought it was an earthquake. Exactly, but when we found the damage was limited, we sent for an architect. The architect examined the house from the cellar to the second floor and declared that the accident could only have been caused by too heavy a weight, and consequently, he asked to be allowed to look at the attics. Alas, this was what I dreaded. Oh, if it had only been a question of myself, I would never have given him the key, but one has to sacrifice oneself for the general good. He visited the attics, discovered the folios, reckoned that the weight must come to 8,000 pounds, and declared that they must be sold or he would not answer for the consequences. And they were sold, monsieur. At a loss. Number, alas, I made a profit of 5 or 6,000 francs on them, because, books increase in value from having been in the possession of a bibliophile. But the poor folios were lost to me, hounded from beneath the roof that had sheltered them. I shall never come across such a collection again, but pray take a chair. The chairs were in a similar condition to the easy chairs and couches. Not one was unoccupied. I decided to change the conversation. Oh, I said to M. Villeneuve, approaching towards his recess, at the back of which an open door leading to the corridor permitted me to see what was there. Oh, monsieur, what a beautiful pastel you have down there. Yes, yes, replied M. Villeneuve, with that old-fashioned, courtly air that I have only met with in 2 or 3 old men who were as vain as he. Yes, that is the portrait of an old friend of mine. I say old because I am no longer young, and she, if I remember correctly, was 5 or 6 years older than I. We became acquainted in the year 1784. You see, that is not yesterday. We have not seen each other again since 1802, but that has not prevented us from writing to one another every week, or from looking forward to the weekly letters with exactly the same pleasure. Yes, you are right, the pastel is charming, but if you had known the original you would have thought her still more charming. And a sweet reflection of youth, like a ray of sunlight, passed over the handsome face of the old man, making it look 40 years younger. Alas, I only entered that sacred tabernacle of the intellect twice. I have described what happened on my first visit, and I will immediately tell what happened at the second. But I ought previously to answer the question as to how M. Villeneuve managed to collect all these valuable treasures, since he had not a large fortune. It was by patience and perseverance, as La Fontaine would say. This collection had been the work of his whole life. Just as Guiberty began the gates of the baptistry at Florence when he was a young man and finished them as an old one, so M. Villeneuve had given up 50 years to this task. He never burnt a single paper or destroyed a letter. I wrote 2 or 3 times to M. Villeneuve to ask for information. Well, my unworthy epistles were put into their wrappers, classified and labeled. Why was I thus honored? Who can tell? Perhaps he thought even I might some day become a great celebrity. It will readily be imagined that, if he preserved such letters as mine, he would religiously preserve other things. Notices of meetings of learned societies, invitations to marriage ceremonies, funeral cards, all were kept, classified, and put in their place. I cannot say what M. Villeneuve's collection did not contain. I saw amongst it a collection of half-burnt volumes which had been snatched out of the fire of the Bastille on 14 July. M. Villeneuve employed 2 aides-de-camp, or rather, bloodhounds. One named Fontaine, himself the author of a book called the Manuel des Autographes, the other an employee in the War Office. Twice a week they went a-hunting. They rummaged the shops of the grocers, who, accustomed to these visits, would put aside all the papers that they thought might be rare or curiosities. From amongst these papers the 2 visitors would make a selection, paying the grocers 15 sous a pound, M. Villeneuve paying them at the rate of 30 sous. There also were what might be described as royal hunting days. On these days M. Villeneuve hunted in person. Every grocer in Paris knew him, and came up to him with his hands full of papers, far more precious to him than roses and lilies. The reader should have seen M. Villeneuve when he sallied forth to take his leisure, or, rather, when he went out to accomplish the principal work of his life. He was no vain, becurled dandy on these days. Neither did he wear the white cravat or the blue coat with gold buttons. No, he did not wish to look too well-to-do in the presence of the old second-hand booksellers, amongst whom he was going to glean. On these days he wore a rather dirty old hat, a black cravat cut away by his beard, and an unbrushed coat. Then the indefatigable bibliomaniac proceeded along the quays. Here, with both hands in his trousers pockets, his big body bent down, his fine, intelligent head lit up with desire, he would send his piercing glances right into the depths of the assemblage of wares, looking incessantly for some unknown treasure, a text of Faust or an Elzevir. Sometimes the hunter would return home empty-handed. Then he would be sullen and silent at dinner, and would grumble that his daughter was pulling his hair while she was curling it. After this, he would pick up his candlestick and go upstairs to his room without wishing anyone good night. On the other hand, if a hunting day proved to be productive, and M. Villeneuve returned with a precious volume or a scarce edition, then he would come in with his face radiant with smiles. He would toss Alyssa up and down in his arms. He would joke with his son, kiss his daughter, pay his wife compliments on the dinner. And when dinner was over, he would thank his hairdresser, purring like a contented cat. Villeneuve had but one cause for disquiet. Where was the fresh acquisition to be put? The books were squeezed into their shelves so tightly that you could not get a paper knife in between. He would walk from one side to another, turning round, tacking, complaining, lifting up his long arms to the heavens in despair, finally deciding to put the book on a couch or on one of the armchairs or chairs, saying with a sigh, "We must find a place for it later." That place would never be found, and the book would remain on the couch, the armchair, or the chair, where it had been placed, a fresh obstacle in the way of any visitor who had to find a seat. I was too well aware of M. Villeneuve's dislike to be disturbed, to have ventured on a second visit to his sanctum, until, when recasting Christine afresh, I wished to consult the autograph writing of the daughter of Gustavus Adolphus. I wanted to acquaint myself with certain oddities in her character that might possibly, I thought, be reflected in her writing. So I made up my mind to venture to disturb M. Villeneuve in those intellectual regions wherein he soared far above common humanity. It was in the month of March 1829, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when I rang the bell and the gate was opened. I asked for M. Villeneuve and was shown in. I had not gone many steps towards the house before Francois called me back. "Monsieur," she said, "monsieur." "What is it, Francois? Does monsieur want to go up to M. Villeneuve's rooms?" "Yes, Francois. I thought monsieur was visiting the ladies as usual." "You are wrong, Francois. Then monsieur will be good enough to spare my poor legs going up 2 flights of stairs, and give M. Villeneuve this letter for him that has just come." "Willingly, Francois." Francois gave me the letter and I took it and went upstairs. I knocked when I reached the door, but there was no answer. I knocked a little louder. Again, no answer. I began to feel uncomfortable. The key was in the door, and the presence of that key invariably indicated the presence of M. Villeneuve in his room. Surely some accident must have happened to him. I knocked a third time, meaning to enter if I was not answered. There was no response, and I entered. M. Villeneuve was asleep in his armchair. The noise I made in entering, and perhaps the draught that I caused, disturbed some magnetic influences, and M. Villeneuve uttered a cry, awoke, and jumped up. "Ah, pardon me," I exclaimed. "I beg 1,000 pardons, I have disturbed you." "Who are you? What is your business?" asked M. Villeneuve quickly. "Why, upon my word, do you not recognize me? Alexandre Dumas." "Oh," said M. Villeneuve with a gasp. "Really, monsieur," I said, "I am very sorry, I will withdraw." "No, no, on the contrary, come in," said M. Villeneuve as he passed his hand across his forehead. "You will render me a service." I went in. "Take a seat," he said, from customary habit. 8 or 10 folios lay tossed about on the floor. I formed a pile of them and sat down on the top. "Yes," continued M. Villeneuve, "it was a very singular thing. I fell asleep, the dusk came on, and in the meantime my fire went out. You awoke me and found me in the dark, so I could not account for the noise inside my room. It was, no doubt, the draught from the passage that touched my face, but in waking I seemed to see something white like a shroud dancing before my eyes. Curious, was it not?" Went on M. Villeneuve with a shiver as though he felt cold through and through. "But here you are, so much the better," and he held out his hand to me. I responded to his courtesy, transferring to my left hand the letter I had brought him in my right. "What have you there?" asked M. Villeneuve. "Ah, pardon, I was forgetting. It is a letter which Francois gave me for you, and that is the reason I disturbed you." "Thanks. Stop a minute, would you please feel about for a match? I am really quite bewildered still, and if I were superstitious, I should believe I had had a presentiment." He took the match I held out to him and lit it in the red embers on the hearth. Directly the match caught fire, we could distinguish objects in the room by its flickering light, faint though it was. "Oh, good gracious," I exclaimed suddenly, "what has happened to your beautiful pastel? As you see, the glass and the frame are broken. I am waiting to send it to the glaziers and picture framers." It was a most incomprehensible thing. What was? The way it fell. Did the nail come out or the ring break? Neither the one nor the other. The day before yesterday I was working all evening. When it reached 11:45, I was tired, but I still had to correct a proof of a handy little edition of my Ovid. I decided to combine rest and work by going to bed and correcting the proofs when I was in bed. So I lay down. I put my candle on the table by the bedside, and the light from it shone on the portrait of my poor friend. My glance followed the candlelight, and I said good night to the picture as usual. A half-open window, let in a little breeze which blew the flame of my candle, about so that it seemed to me as though the portrait returned my good night by bending its head as I had done. You will understand that I looked upon this movement as visionary and foolish. But whether folly or a vision, my mind persisted in dwelling upon the movement, and the more I pondered over it, the more real the incident seemed. My eyes would stray from my Ovid and fix themselves on that one point, the picture. My wandering thoughts would fly back, in spite of myself, to the days of my youth, and these early days passed before me one by one. Ah me, I think I have told you that the original of that pastel occupied a good deal of my attention in those early days. So there I was, going at full tilt over old recollections of 25 years back. I addressed the copy as though the original could hear me, and my memory answered for her. It seemed as though the lips in the pastel moved. I thought the colors of the painting began to fade, and the expression on the face grew sad and unhappy. Something like a smile of farewell passed over her lips. A tear came into her eyes, ready to moisten the glass. Midnight began to strike, and in spite of myself, I shivered. Why, I could not tell. The wind blew, and at the last stroke of midnight, while the clock was still vibrating, the half-open window opened wide violently. I heard a sigh like a groan, the eyes of the portrait closed, and the picture fell without either the nail that held it or the cord being broken. And my candle went out. I tried to light it again, but there was no fire in the grate, there were no matches on the chimney-piece. It was midnight, everybody in the house was asleep, so there was no way of obtaining a light. I shut my window again and I went back to bed. Although I was not afraid, I felt much moved, I was sad, I had a great desire to weep. I thought I heard something pass through my room like the rustle of a silk dress. I heard this noise 3 times so distinctly that I asked, "Is there anyone there?" Finally, I fell asleep very late, and the first thing I looked at when I woke again was my poor pastel, which I found in the state in which you now see it. "That is indeed a strange story," I said, "and have you received your weekly letter as usual?" "No, and that is what makes me uneasy. That is why I gave Francois orders to bring or send up any letters that might come for me the moment they arrive." "Well," said I, "perhaps the one I have just brought you. That is not her style of folding. Still, never mind, as it comes from Angers." Then, turning it over to break the envelope, he exclaimed, "Ah, my God, it is sealed in black. Poor soul, some misfortune has befallen her." And M. Villeneuve grew pale as he unsealed the letter. It enclosed a second one. His eyes filled with tears as he read the first lines of the first letter. "Look," he said, and he held it out to me, "read it." And while he silently and sadly opened the second letter, I took the first and read, "Monsieur, it is with personal grief, increased by realizing what you too will feel, that I have to inform you that Madame died on Sunday last at the last stroke of midnight. The day before, while she was writing to you, she was seized by an indisposition which we thought at first was only slight, but it grew worse until she died. I have the sad duty of sending to you the letter she had begun to write to you, unfinished as it is. This letter will assure you that her affection for you remained unchanged to the end. I remain, monsieur, in great grief, as you will readily believe, your very humble and very obedient servant, Therese Maraud." "So you see," resumed M. Villeneuve, "it was at the last stroke of midnight that the portrait fell, and it was at the last stroke of midnight that she died." I felt that his grief needed a solitude peopled only by past recollections, and uninterrupted by any poor attempts I could offer at consolation. I picked up my hat, pressed his hand, and left. This incident recalled to me the apparition of my father, on the very night of his death, which woke me up when I was a little child, and I put to myself the question that is so often asked and never answered. What are the mysterious bonds which bind the dead to the living? Later, when I lost my mother, whom I loved more than anyone else in the world, and who, on her side, loved me beyond all telling, I remembered these two visions and, kneeling down by the bed on which she had just expired with my lips on her hand, I implored her, if anything of her had survived, to appear to me just once again. Then, when night came, I lay down in a lonely room and waited with a beating heart, hoping to see the beloved vision. I counted in vain nearly all the hours of that night, and not the slightest sound or apparition came to solace my sorrowful watch. After that, I doubted all such experiences, whether my own or others. For my mother's love for me, and mine for her, were so great that I knew if she had been able to rise once more from her resting place, to bid me a last farewell, she would surely have done it. But perhaps it is only children and old people who are privileged. Children because they are nearer the cradle, old people because they are nearer the grave. Chapter 14. First representation of Soli's Romeo et Juliet, Anais and Locre. Why French actresses cannot act Juliet. The studies of the Conservatoire. A second Christine at the Theatre Francais. M. Évariste Dumoulin and Madame Valmonzi. Conspiracy against me. I give up my turn to have my play produced. How I found the subject of Henry Roman III. My opinion of that play. Meantime, we had reached the beginning of June 1828, and I was informed by Soli that the Odeon had accepted his Romeo, were rehearsing it, and were nearly ready to perform it. We had not seen each other since the night when we had agreed each to write our own version of Christine. But he had not forgotten me, and I received 2 gallery stall tickets for the first night. As my mother had often heard me talk of Soli, and as she knew that Soli was one of my friends, it was by way of preparing her for the first representation of my work that I took her to see the first representation of Soli's. Poor mother, it was a great treat to her to go out with me. Alas, I had neglected her sadly for months past. We become so accustomed to those guardian angels, our mothers, that we never dream, as we leave them to pursue all the foolish fancies of youth, that a moment will come, a terrible and unanticipated moment, when they in their turn will leave us. Then only do we recollect, with tears in our eyes and remorse at our hearts, those many thoughtless and cruel absences, and we exclaim, "Good God, why did I so often leave her for this and that, now to be separated from her by you forever?" We made our way to the Odeon. A first representation was a great affair in those days, especially when the play to be acted for the first time was by a man belonging to the new school. Nevertheless, this play of Soli was not epoch-making. Had it been produced before the visit of the English company to Paris, it would have been looked upon as extremely advanced, but coming after their representations, it was by no means up to date. There was no fear, indeed, of its being an out-and-out failure, but there was no chance, either, of its being a grand success. Observe, too, that it was to be played on the same stage, and probably with the same mise-en scene that had accompanied Kemble's and Miss Smithson's acting of Shakespeare's chef d'oeuvre. Anais and Locre were entrusted with the principal parts. It was almost Locre's first appearance. He was handsome, young, romantic, and daring, an actor of whom great things were expected, especially in this particular kind of role. But it was otherwise with regard to Anais. In comedy she was admirable and delightful, unfailing in taste, in wit, in delicacy of style and of interpretation. But in drama and tragedy she was entirely inadequate, and she was to appear on those same boards, before that same audience, in the same part of Juliet which Miss Smithson had presented with wonderful skill, and with all the qualities that go to the making of a great tragedienne. Besides, there was not a single woman in Paris in those days who could act Juliet, nor, we may add, have we anyone who could do it now. What is the reason for our lack of that charming type? The woman who combines gaiety of spirit with dramatic and poetic faculties? Why have we never produced, and probably never shall until some far distant future, anyone who will recall to both eyes and memory the personalities of Miss Smithson and Miss Fawcett? Why was Mademoiselle Mars unequal to the part of Desdemona, and Madame d'Orval herself unequal to Juliet? Because the dramatic education of our actresses is only conducted on the lines of 3 masters, without doubt of great merit, but whose genius does not include, as Shakespeare's did, that happy mixture of natural, dramatic, and poetic expression to be found in most of the works of the English poet. Moreover, at the Conservatoire, pupils are only prepared for a single branch of the art, either tragedy or comedy, never for tragedy and comedy combined. Why, again? Because in the masters studied, Molière, Corneille, and Racine, These two styles are never found intermingled. It is a fatal mistake to exclude comedy from the education of the tragedienne and tragedy from the training of the comedienne. It makes the tragedienne heavy in comedy, the comedienne affected in tragedy. Our 17th and 18th century theaters knew nothing beyond the realism of Molière's women, the boorishness of Corneille's women, the rage or the gentleness of the women of Racine, the Agnes and Celimene of Molière, Corneille's Emily and Rodogune, Racine's Hermione and Erisy. You will search in vain among them all for anything which resembles the nurse, balcony, and tomb scenes, all of which center round the single character of Juliet. To attain to the standard of the English actors, it would be necessary either not to be trained at the Conservatoire, which I, for one, should look upon as a distinct advantage, or that the Conservatoire should allow, combined with the study of the French masters, the study of foreign masters or contemporary authors, whose dramatic works contain the threefold elements of nature, dramatic art, and poetic feeling. It would be a very simple matter to arrange. It would, I am quite well aware, annoy Samson and Provost. But what would it matter to an intelligent minister of the interior to meet opposition of that kind? It would, of course, rouse Viennet, Lebrun, and Jowy, but Viennet is no longer a member of the Chamber of Deputies, and Lebrun is no longer a member of the Chamber of Peers. Jowy no longer belongs to the editorial staff of the Constitutional. So, what would their remonstrances matter to a minister of the Interior who does not care whether he belonged to the Academy or not? At first blush, it would seem to be very easy indeed to discover a clear-headed minister of the Interior who thinks lightly of belonging to the Academy. Ah, well, we are mistaken. We have been trying to find such a man for the last 30 years. We have seen 2 revolutions without finding such a minister, and we may have to live through 2 more revolutions before he appears. I have no desire to see 2 other revolutions before I die, but I should much like to find the minister. The upshot of all this is that Anais, although a charming comedienne, she was probably trained at the Conservatoire, made an inadequate Juliet, and Lockroy, who had studied his part from Kemble and Macready, and above all had thought about it himself, did marvels in the part of Romeo. One of these marvelous things was a stroke of genius. When he sees Juliet rise from her tomb and walk, he retreats backward, keeping his eyes fixed on her, for fear lest she whom he takes for a ghost should vanish, and feels in the funeral couch she has just left, refraining from uttering his cry of joy until he has assured himself that the bed is empty. The play obtained the literary success it deserved, a success that culminated in the last act, which was almost entirely borrowed from Shakespeare. I do not think I ever felt so much moved at any of my own representations as I was at this representation of Soli. I never suffered more than during these first 4 acts, when I felt that the piece dragged along lifeless and dull, realizing that this dullness and lack of life arose from the excessive good taste of the poet, who had thought it necessary to improve on Shakespeare. However, it was quite original enough to satisfy the public, and the public was content, but I am very sure that Soli himself was not. Meanwhile, the influence of Picard's criticism on Christine was making itself felt at the Comédie Francaise. Mademoiselle Mars, who was at first fired with enthusiasm over the part of Christine, cooled in her study of it. For, incomplete as it then was, she felt it beneath her powers. Firmin, inspired comedian though he was, lacked a sense of composition and was beginning to feel uneasy over the part of Monaldeschi. Finally, Ligier, who was to have acted the part of Sentinelli, left the Comédie Francaise and went to the Odeon. Something still more serious had happened. The committee of the Theatre Francaise had received a second play entitled Christine. This second Christine had been written by a M. Brault, formerly a prefect and a friend of M. Decazes, who supported him with all his might. The principal role in this new tragedy, namely, that of Christine, had been deputed to Madame Valmonsy. In case you do not know anything about Madame Valmonsy, I will tell you who she was. Madame Valmonsy was not a good actress, but she was a very good-looking woman, the mistress of M. Évariste Dumoulin, editor of the Constitutional. It may perhaps be asked why I mention this fact. I reply that it is because I must. Heaven forbid I should rake up a scandal needlessly and needlessly speak ill of the dead, but I am writing the history of art and the history of literature and the history of the theater, and in order that this history may be history, the truth must be told. This was what happened on the receipt of a second Christine at the Theatre Francaise, and in consequence of the amours of M. Évariste Dumoulin and Madame Valmonsy. M. Évariste Dumoulin let it be known that if they did not perform the play of his friend M. Brault before that of M. Alexandre Dumas, he would ruin the Theatre Francaise by means of his journal. This declaration of war greatly frightened the Theatre Francaise. Nevertheless, as it was a serious and unprecedented thing that Evariste Dumoulin demanded of the committee, they replied that they were quite ready to play Brault's Christine, but that, in order to do so, my consent to cede my turn to him would first have to be obtained. Brault, moreover, was ill of an incurable disease, from which he died some time after, and it would be a comfort to the poor dying man to see his play acted before he died. This was the way the request was put to me by his son, in a most polite and affable letter, and by the Duc de Decazes in the most friendly terms, making me also offers of help. On their side, the comedians of the Theatre Francais guaranteed, after a committee meeting, to play my piece after they had performed Brault's. Upon the first request, I should make them to do so. I have always been easily moved by appeals of this kind. But this postponement was a serious matter to my mother and to me, for we were literally looking to the production of this play for the wherewithal to live. The bonuses of which I had told my mother had been distributed, but my share was 50 francs less than those my fellow clerks received, a warning that I must behave myself better. Furthermore, I was under de Villaine, who had predicted that my piece would never be played, and who pretty well leapt for joy when he saw that his prophecy was likely to be fulfilled. Finally, this promise to play my piece as soon as I should ask for it was illusory, for after the first Christine had been performed, I could hardly ask the comedians to play a second until at least a year had passed by. But as a matter of fact, I could not do anything save yield, for I was surrounded on all sides by solicitations, even among the Villeneuve family, and besides, my own instinct fell into line with these solicitations. So I gave way and yielded place to Brault. No reward attended my sacrifice. The very next day, the papers announced that the committee of the Theatre Francais, having discerned more chances in Brault's play than in mine, had decided that Brault's piece should be performed, while mine was to be indefinitely postponed. I could have objected publicly, produced the letter of Brault's son, and revealed the engagement entered into by the Comédie Francaise. I did nothing of the kind, and from that day to this, I have never taken any notice of the petty intrigues of the papers. I can boast with pride, and without fear of contradiction, that I have never soiled my hands either to gain my own ends or to injure other people. Of course, neither Brault, the poor dying poet, nor his son, nor Decazes, had any hand in all these intriguing announcements. I even believe that Brault's son had the decency to write and tell the true version of the facts, and to thank me publicly, as he had thanked me privately. But although I treated these hardships with disdain, they had their annoyances. My mother never read the papers, but the de Villaine family read them, and everybody in the offices read them, and charitable souls took care to say to my mother, "Upon my word, your son is getting himself talked about." "What about?" my mother would ask, trembling with fright. And then they hastened to inform her, and saddened her poor heart, for I was her all in all, and she was far more anxious about me than I was about myself. The rehearsals of Brault's Christine were pushed on as fast as mine had been delayed, though everybody knows what rapidity means at the Theatre Francais. Brault had ample time in which to die before the representation of his play, which had only an indifferent success. As to Madame Valmonsy, she did not even achieve any success. All the same, my piece was delayed indefinitely. Soli had finished his Christine and got it accepted at the Odeon, with Mademoiselle Georges and Ligier to play the principal parts. And what was happening to me all this time? One of those chances which fate deals out only to those marked out by destiny gave me the subject of Henry Roman III. By just such another accident as had led me to Christine. The only cupboard I had in my office, the office, it will be remembered, that I ardently coveted, I had to share with Ferris. I put my paper in it, he put his bottles there. One day, whether by inadvertence or to play a trick on me, or to show his superior rights over mine, he took away the key of this cupboard when going an errand. During his absence, I used up all the paper lying about in my office, and, as I still had 3 or 4 reports to copy out, I went to get some more paper. A volume of Anquetil lay open, on a desk. I mechanically cast my eyes on it, and at page 95 I read the following lines. Although attached to the king, and by rank an enemy of the Duc de Guise, Saint Megrin was none the less in love with the Duchess, Catherine de Cleves, and it was said that she returned his love. The author of this anecdote gives us to understand that the husband was indifferent on the subject of his wife's actual or supposed infidelity. He opposed the entreaties of his relations that he should avenge himself, and only punished the indiscretion or the crime of the Duchess by a joke. One day he entered her room early in the morning, holding a potion in one hand and a dagger in the other. After rudely awaking his wife and reproaching her, he said in tones of fury, "Decide, madame, whether to die by dagger or poison. In vain did she ask his forgiveness. He compelled her to make her choice. She drank the concoction and flung herself on her knees, recommending her soul to God and expecting nothing short of death. She spent an hour in fear, and then the Duke came back with a serene countenance and told her that what she had taken for poison was an excellent soup. Doubtless this lesson made her more circumspect afterwards. I gained access to the biography. The biography referred me to the Memoirs de l'Estoril. I did not know what the Memoirs de l'Estoril were. I asked M. Villeneuve, who lent me them. The Memoirs de l'Estoril, volume I, page 35, contain these lines. Saint Megrin, a young gentleman of Bordeaux, handsome, wealthy, and good-hearted, was one of the curled darlings kept by the king. One night when coming away at 11 o'clock from the Louvre, where the king was, in the Rue du Louvre, near the Rue Saint-Honor, he was set upon by some 20 to 30 unknown men, with pistols, swords, and cutlasses, who left him on the pavement for dead. He died, indeed, the next day, and it was a wonder how he could have lived so long, for he had received 34 or 35 mortal wounds. The king ordered his dead body to be carried to Boisy, near the Bastille, where Quelus, his companion, had died, and buried at St. Paul with as much pomp and solemnity as his companions Modern and Quelus had been buried there before him. No inquiries were made concerning the assassination, His Majesty having been warned that it had been done through the instrumentality of the Duc de Guise, because of the reports of intimacy between the young Mignon and the Duke's wife, and that the blow had been dealt by one who bore the beard and features of his brother, the Duc du Maine. When the King of Navarre heard the news, he said, I am glad to hear that my cousin, the Duc de Guise, has not suffered himself to be cuckolded by a Mignon de Couchette such as Saint Megrin. I wish all the other gilded youths about court, who hang round the princesses ogling them, and making love to them, could receive the same treatment. Farther on, in the Memoirs de l'Estoril, came this passage, concerning the death of Bussy d'Amboise. On Wednesday, 19 August, Bussy d'Amboise, first gentleman-in-waiting of M. Le Duc, governor of Anjou, Abbe de Bourgil, who assumed very high and mighty airs, because of the partiality of his master, and who had done all kinds of evil deeds and robbed the countries of Anjou and Maine, was slain by the Seigneur de Montsoreau, together with the wicked lieutenant of Sommer, in a house belonging to the said Seigneur de Montsoreau, where, at night, the said lieutenant, who was his love messenger, had brought him to sleep that night with the wife of the said Montsoreau, to whom Bussy had for a long time made love, with whom the said lady had purposely made this false assignation in order to have him surprised by her husband, Montsoreau. When he appeared towards midnight, he was immediately surrounded and attacked by 10 or a dozen men who accompanied the Seigneur de Montsoreau, and who rushed upon him in fury to massacre him. This gentleman, seeing himself so contemptibly betrayed, and that he was alone, as on such expeditions people usually prefer to be, did not, however, cease to defend himself to the last, proving, as he had often said, that fear had never found room in his heart. For so long as an inch of sword remained in his hand, he fought on till only the handle was left him, and then he made use of tables, forms, chairs, and stools, with which he disabled 3 or 4 of his enemies, until, overpowered by numbers and bereft of all arms and means of defending himself, he was beaten down, close to a window from which he had tried to fling himself in the hope of escape. Such was the end of Captain Bussy. It was from these 2 paragraphs relating to Bussy and to Saint Megrin that I built up my drama. M. Villeneuve told me that I should find details as to manners in 2 valuable books entitled The Confession de Sancy and The Isle des Hermaphrodites. In connection with Henry Roman III, it is easy to see that the dramatic gift is born with certain people. I was 25 years of age. Henry Roman III was my second serious piece of work. Let any conscientious critic take it and submit it to the most rigorous examination, and he will find plenty to blame in the style, but nothing in the plot. I have written 50 dramas since Henry Roman III, but not one of them is more cleverly constructed. Chapter 15. The reading of Henry Roman III. At M. Villeneuve's and M. Roqueplin's, another reading at Firmin's, Beranger is present. A few words about his influence and popularity, effect produced by my drama Reception by the Comédie Française, struggle for the distribution of parts, M. de Broville's ultimatum, convicted of the crime of poetry I appeal to the Duc d'Orléans. His Royal Highness withholds my salary. M. Lafitte lends me 3,000 francs, condemnation of Beranger. The execution of Henry Roman III was, relatively speaking, rapid. As soon as the plot was completely settled in my mind, it scarcely took me 2 months to finish the work. I recollect that, in the interval between the composition of the plot and the execution of the piece, I went to Villers-Cotterets to shoot, I believe, On my return, I started before the carriage, and my young friends, Saunier, Labar, and Dews, put me on my way as far as the village of Vauchons. During our walk, I told them the whole of Henry Roman III, from beginning to end. Henry Roman III was completed directly the plot was completed. When I am busy working at one of my plays, it is a help to me to tell the story. As I tell it, I invent, and, at the conclusion of one of these recitals, some fine morning, there the play is, ready finished. But it often happens that this way of composing, namely, by not beginning the composition until I have finished the plot, is very slow. I kept Mademoiselle de Belle-Isle nearly 5 years thus in my head, and since 1832 I have had the plot of a Jewess errant in my mind, waiting till I can get a moment's leisure to finish it. It will be one of my best pieces of work. I have only one fear, and that is that I shall die before I can get it done. When I had finished Henry Roman III, I read it to a small circle of friends at Madame Waldor's. The play made a great impression, but the unanimous advice was that I ought to have Christine produced first. They said that Henry Roman III was too daring for a first production. I need hardly say that M. Villeneuve thought all these new movements in literature monstrous aberrations of the human intellect. It was the period when an entirely fresh generation was springing up around us and with us. Several journals had just been begun by men of our age, full of the new ideas then afloat, in opposition to the views of the Constitutional, the Courrier Francais, the Journal de Paris, and the Journal des Débats, which from that time reserved the whole of its praise for Victor Hugo. These journals were the Figaro and the Sylph. They were edited by Nestor Roqueplin, Alphonse Royer, Louis Desnoyers, Alphonse Carr, Vaillant, Doval, and a dozen other bold champions of the Romantic school. I invited them all to meet in Nestor Roqueplin's rooms, also asking Lassagne and Firmin to join us. In those days, Nestor Roqueplin was not magnificently lodged in his apartments at the opera. His salons were not ornamented by Boule, nor were the cornerstones from Coromandel. He had a small room on the 5th floor, with a chimney-piece ornamented with a wash-hand basin, in lieu of a clock, and dueling pistols instead of candlesticks. Nearly a score of us were packed in this room. We laid out the mattresses from the bed on the floor to form divans. We transformed the bedstead into a sofa. I stood before a table lit by plain candles. The kettle was put on the fire so that each act could be divided by a cup of tea, and I began. This time, I was dealing with men of daring opinions, and their advice was therefore exactly the opposite. They all declared with one accord that I ought to abandon Christine to her unhappy lot and to push forward Henry Roman III. Firmin was enchanted. He could understand the part of Saint Megrin much better than he had been able to enter into that of Monaldeschi. He undertook to ask for a reading for me and to hurry one forward. In the meantime, if I were willing, he would gather his fellow actors together at his own house, so that I could read my play to them before the definitive reading at the Theatre Francais. I felt beside myself with my success. I would have read it 50 times had I been asked to do so. I placed myself in his hands and told him to do whatever he wished. As I was going away, Lassagne caught me by the arm. "My friend," he said, "you were only half right in the matter of Christine. You are altogether right in Henry Roman III." Firmin fixed the reading for the following Thursday. It was necessary that Beranger should be present at it. You must understand the import of those few words. It was necessary that Beranger should be present at it. Beranger was the hero of the hour. Of him, Benjamin Constant had just said, "Good old Beranger, he thinks he is writing chansons, and really he is composing odes." This mot had gone round, it hit the mark so deliciously, and the whole of the Liberal party had pronounced Beranger to be the greatest poet of his age. This partisanship had roused some opposition, but the only effect was to carry enthusiasm to the utmost pitch. Please, let me make it clear that I do not wish to convey the impression that Beranger was overrated, but I think it was rather unjust on the others, and by the others I mean Lamartine and Hugo. They also composed odes, admirables odes, too, and no one went so far as to say that they could not also compose chansons. The explanation was that Lamartine and Hugo were both out-and-out members of the Royalist party, and the Royalist party was far from representing the opinion of the majority. Now, this popular enthusiasm was not on account of Beranger as a poet pure and simple. It was for Beranger as a national poet, for Beranger as the author of the Via Drapo, the Dia des Bons Gens, the Grandmere. Here the instincts of the masses were not at fault. They fully realized that Beranger was a fiery socialist, that each of his political chansons was the blow of a pickaxe aimed to undermine the foundations of the throne, and they applauded with hands and with voices the bold pioneer who dug the trench by which the people were, one day, to gain access to the Tuileries. Therefore, Beranger enjoyed an immense influence. All parties vied with each other as to who should gain Beranger to their side. They offered him the cross, and he refused it. They offered him a pension, and he refused it. They offered him membership in the academy and he refused it. No one became possessed of Beranger, but, on the contrary, Beranger gained the confidence of everybody in general and of Laffitte in particular. Laffitte's friendship with Beranger and Beranger's influence on Laffitte displayed itself in a singular way in 1830. France owed the reign of Louis Philippe to these two men. That is to say, the indispensable transition, as I deem it, from aristocratic royalism to democratic rule, that intermediate stage which has been termed la route bourgeoise. We shall have some strange details to relate when we reach the proper time and place, for throughout that great week we were closely associated with makers and unmakers of kings. But for the moment the Beranger that Firmin promised me was not the man of politics, but Beranger the poet, the author of Lisette, the Jew sowers de Charite and Fredolin. We were besides to have such authorities as Taylor, Michelot and Samson, Emil, Leverd and Emil, Mars. I wished my mother to have the pleasure of being present at this reading, as I felt quite certain of a successful issue, so I persuaded her to accompany me. Alas, poor mother, I might have had a presentiment that she would not be present at its performance. The reading created a great impression on everybody. Although, in the nature of things, Beranger could not thoroughly enter into the spirit of dramatic form, he, too, was moved to enthusiasm along with the rest, by the third and fifth acts, and did not hesitate to predict that I should have a great success. From that night dates a friendship between Beranger and me, a friendship which has never failed. This friendship often took a sardonic, almost bitter form of expression, for Beranger is not at all the good-humored man people imagine. He has too much genius to be genial. But this friendship was always sincere and ready to be put to the proof by deeds and tokens. The reading, as I have said, had a marked effect upon all present, but especially were the five comedians impressed by it: Firmin, Michelot, Samson, Emil, Mars and Emil, Leverd. It was settled that, when the committee met 2 days hence, a special reading should be asked for, and that, making use of the guarantee which was given me with regard to Christine, special favor should be sought on my account, so that the piece might be played as soon as possible. The play was read on 17 September 1828 and received with acclamation. After the reading, I was called into the director's office, which was vacant for the time being. There I found Taylor, Mademoiselle Mars, Michelot, and Firmin. Mademoiselle Mars began the subject with her usual frankness, I was going to say with her usual brutal frankness. I was not to allow Henry Roman III to be put aside as I had in the case of Christine. Everything must be settled at once, while the committee was in the mood: the distribution of roles, the signing of the contract. And, taking advantage of the eager enthusiasm of the committee, steps were immediately to be taken to obtain the mise en scene from the administration. Moreover, my generous patron Taylor was about to quit the theatre to travel in the East. He had kept his promise to the author of Hecube, and was setting out, not only for Alexandria and Cairo, but even as far as Luxor. Advantage might be taken of his absence to do me a bad turn. I endowed Emil, Mars, Firmin, and Michelot with plenary powers, and they undertook my affairs, constituting themselves my tutelary guardians, and declaring that I was incapable of carrying out the necessary negotiations myself. When the question of the distribution of roles was discussed, Mars met with great opposition. She wished Armand to undertake the part of Henry Roman III, and Madame Menjod to be the page. Now, I wanted Louise Despraux to be the page and Michelot to be Henry Roman III. The discussion was protracted, lasting for a week. This struggle was the beginning of a series of battles between Mars and myself which, in spite of our real friendliness, lasted first with regard to one subject and then another, until the death of that estimable actress. But I stood firm. I had profited by the reproaches of Mars and I turned the tables against her. Madame Menjod was a very talented woman, but she was neither young enough nor pretty enough for a page boy, and it was just precisely on this account that Mars could not get rid of that egoism, which is the defect of even the most eminent of artistes. Objecting to the contrast of a young and fresh face by the side of her own, she being at that time 51 years of age. I had to be satisfied with retorting that as Louise Despraux was a pupil of Firmin, I was bound to have her. My reason for declining to let Armand play the part of Henry Roman III was more difficult to divulge. Although Armand was 5 or 6 years the senior of Mars, he was still good-looking, looked quite young, and was the most presentable of the French comedians, but nobody save Armand himself would ever have dreamt of his taking the part of Henry Roman III. I was obliged to tell Armand that his acting of the part was too realistic, and that I did not wish him to take it. This answer made Armand my enemy for life, and very nearly caused me to fall out with Mars. Such were my worries at the theater. There were plenty more for me at the offices. As in the case of Christine, the papers immediately published the news of my reception, and as in the case of Christine, there was a great commotion about it in the offices. However, nothing was said to me at first, thanks to the easy means of communication between the committee and my little office. Furman called on me several times, and my subsequent absences after his calls, which had reference to various difficulties that arose about distribution of parts or the mise en scene, having been noted, an accusation was concocted against me of a sufficiently grave nature to constitute a charge of insubordination. Consequently, I received one morning, through the agency of Ferris, a request to step upstairs and appear before the Director General. M. de Broville received me with a severe look that boded a storm. I was at once reminded of M. Lefevre and his discourse on the well-organized machine, and the wheel, which, small though it was, prevented the whole from working. Alas, for the last 6 years I had not grown into a much larger wheel, and I felt as small before M. de Broville as I had done before M. Lefevre. But there was something stirring in the depths of my being that was growing, and that was a self-confidence which 6 years of work had given me, and the reception of my two plays Christine and Henry Roman III. So I awaited the tempest with a calmness that surprised and almost disconcerted M. de Broville. At length, in dulcet tones, he explained to me that literature and official work were incompatible, and that, knowing how, in spite of the natural antipathy between them, I had been endeavoring to combine them, he requested me to make my choice between the two. M. de Broville was a fine talker, for he had been a third-class clerk in the diplomatic service. On great days he wore, as I believe I have mentioned, a coat with a braided collar, and on this coat the medal of Saint Janvier, which he had received on the marriage of the Duc d'Orleans with the daughter of Ferdinand of Sicily. On ordinary days, he dressed like everybody else. One of his shoulders was higher than the other, and he had a big red nose. I was always unlucky with deformed persons. I knew that the time had come when I must stake my last throw. I let M. de Broville proceed with the rounding off of his sentences and his greatly beloved climaxes until he had finished, and then I said, Monsieur le Baron, as far as I have been able to follow your discourse, I gather you leave me the choice between my place as copying clerk and my vocation as a literary man. That is so, Dumas, the Baron replied. My place was obtained from the Duc d'Orleans by General Foy. It was accorded me by the Duc d'Orleans through his influence. Now, before I can believe that the first prince of the blood royal, a man whom everybody declares to be a patron of letters, and who justified this title by receiving into his library M. Casimir de Lavine, dismissed from his office for the crime of making poetry. Before, I say, I can credit that such a man could dismiss me from his administration for the same crime as that committed by M. Casimir de Lavine, which, in the case of M. Casimir de Lavine, was a title to favor. I must receive my exit, whether verbal or in writing, either from the lips or the hand of M. le Duc d'Orleans. I will neither resign nor accept dismissal. As for my salary, as M. le Baron has given me to understand that the 125 francs payment I draw monthly is an exorbitant tax upon His Royal Highness's budget, I am willing to renounce it on the spot. Ah, M. de Broville exclaimed in surprise, and how do you and your mother propose to live, monsieur? That is my own business, monsieur, and I bowed and prepared to take my leave. Take notice, Monsieur Dumas, said M. de Broville, from the end of next month you shall not receive any further salary. From this present one, monsieur, if you wish it. This will enable you to save 125 francs on His Highness's account, and I have no doubt that His Highness will be duly grateful to you for this economy. Whereupon I again bowed and withdrew. M. de Broville kept his word. When I returned to my office, I was officially informed that in future I could dispose of my time as I thought proper, since from that day my salary was suspended. It seems incredible, and yet it is a fact. Furthermore, the salaries in the prince's offices were, as a general rule, so poor they were not enough for us to live on. So each had recourse to some particular industry to ameliorate his constant state of penury. Some had married sempstresses who kept little shops. Others had shares in livery stables. There were even some who ran 32-sous restaurants in the Latin Quarter, who laid down the ducal pens at 5 o'clock to take up the serviette of a waiter in a cheap eating-house. Well, nothing was said to these. They were not reproached with lowering his princely dignity in the eyes of others. No, their industry was extolled, and it was looked upon as quite natural and quite ordinary. Whilst I, who felt no vocation to marry a shopkeeper, who did not possess any capital to invest in the cab trade, who was accustomed to put a serviette on my knees and not over my arm, was looked upon as a criminal because I sought a way of salvation in literature. They suspended my salary because I had a tragedy and a drama accepted by the Comédie Française. Well, I had prepared my plans beforehand, and these plans had fortified me. I had decided that I would lay my case before Beranger and ask him to obtain for me an interview with Laffat. It was just possible that Laffat might do for me what he had done for Tholan under similar circumstances. Laffat might perhaps lend me 1,000 crowns. I went and told Furman all my difficulties, and he took me to Beranger. And Beranger took me to Laffat. I should misrepresent the truth if I said that M. Laffat jumped at the opportunity of rendering me this service. But I should also misrepresent it if I did not hasten to add that he did render it me. I signed a promissory note for 3,000 francs. I deposited a copy of my manuscript of Henry Roman III with the cashier, and I pledged my word of honor to return the 3,000 francs upon the sale of the manuscript. There was no question of interest. I left Laffat's house with my 3 notes of 1,000 francs each in my pocket. I shook hands warmly with Beranger, and I ran home to my mother. I found her in despair. She had already heard what had happened. I drew the 3 notes of 1,000 francs from my pocket and put them into her hands. They represented my salary for 2 years. I explained to her how I had come by the money, but she could not realize it. Nevertheless, my poor mother began to believe that I was not altogether out of my senses for writing plays, since I could borrow 1,000 crowns on the bare manuscript of one of these plays, a sum equivalent to 2 years of my salary. That night, I related at M. Villeneuve's what had happened. M. Villeneuve blamed me, but everyone else said I had done right. A fortnight after Beranger had rendered me this service, he was sentenced by the Tribunal de Police Correctionnelle de la Seine to pay a fine of 10,000 francs and to 9 months' imprisonment, as author of the Ange Gardien, of the Gerontocratie, and of the Sacre de Charles le Simple. Beranger did not appeal against the judgment, and he was a prisoner at the beginning of the year 1829. A month after his entry into prison, M. Viennet visited him. "Well, my noble songster," began the author of the Philippide, "how many chansons have you already composed under lock and key?" "Not one yet," replied Beranger. "Do you suppose chansons are written as easily as epic poems?" Chapter 16. The Duc d'Orléans has my salary stopped, a scribbler folliculaire, Henry Roman III, and the censorship my mother is seized with paralysis, Castle Edmund Halphin, a call on the Duc d'Orléans, first night of Henry Roman III. Effect it produced on M. de Villaine, M. de Brovel's congratulations. It was under these conditions that the year 1829 broke upon me, the year in which was to take place the grand duel between my past and my future. My intimate intercourse with the Villeneuve family had been the means of opening to me several of the salons of the day, and among these that of the Princess de Salm. Here it was that I met Lady Morgan, Cooper, and Humboldt. Meanwhile, Henry Roman III was causing a great sensation. Nothing was talked of save the revolution which its representation meant. I attended the rehearsals with great assiduity, attracted, so I asserted, by my interest in the work, but according to Emile Mars, the real reason was the interest I took in an exceedingly pretty and charming lady named Emile, Virginie Berbier, who played a trifling part in my drama. Since the month of October, I had not put foot inside the office. Now, although I had worked hard for 9 months of the year and, consequently, was entitled to 3/4 of my bonus, everyone save myself seemed to have had share in the distribution of funds and in the munificence of His Royal Highness. It was not a simple oversight, as I might have hoped, although that would have been humiliating enough. No, the fact had been debated, considered, and decided, and His Royal Highness had condescended to write beside my name, in his own hand. The gratuities of M. Alexandre Dumas are to be withheld, as he is engaged in literary work. The administration was divided into 2 camps over my position. Some had bravely dared to take the side of literature against bureaucracy. Among the number of my partisans was little old Bitchet, whose head being turned by M. Peger and M. Parseval de Grandmaison, maintained that I should do great things. Not so great, of course, as Pyern, but still I should make my name known. The others were Lassagny, Lamy, secretary of Emile, Adelaide, the son of the director of the Comptabolite Jammet, whose admiration for the English actors, and specially for a charming English actress, had brought him over to the romantic school, and some others who were too dependent on their positions to dare to manifest their sympathy with me openly. Outard remained neutral. M. de Villaine wavered. All this talk there had been about me had shaken his opinion. Was I right, in spite of the whole world, and, in spite of my education at 3 francs per month, should I succeed where scores of others had failed? He expressed his doubt from time to time, nearly always winding up his hesitation by the following words: "The is crazy enough to do it." As is usual in theatrical matters, the production was postponed from day to day, but at last it was fixed to take place on 11 February. A grave anxiety, however, hovered over everybody and myself in particular, like a black cloud. The censor had not yet given his final decision upon the play. A wretched creature occupied the office at that time, who lived on scandal, making capital of others' self-esteem or their weakness, beside whom Geoffrey was honesty itself and a conscientious critic. The following lines on the folliculaire by Laval might have been written about him. Unvase de vermel, une bag de prix. Du vincertut, voilà ses cadox favoris. On assure, G. croisque, sur si fate probable. Pour le vrai, la chronique apris le vraisemblable. Quaujuro nos amis vienent du via Nestor. Nous sauhater les ens, et bien daughters in cour. Au jour o les fils aiment tant leurs marines. Jour de munificence o, sous le nom de trens. Chacun de son voisin attend quelques tributs. Et d'une honit ommonacroitses revenus. Chapter 49, Revendo rabbis o pluta de elencher. Le superflu des van et de la bonne cheer. Don't elacable les o elefri des secteurs. Et que follicula pour qui les directeurs. De châles et de chapeaux renouvelant l'emplet. Si fate pendant du mois, marchand à la toilette. The entire theatrical world paid tribute to this man. Mademoiselle Mars gave him a pension. He received subsidies from the Theatre Francaise, the Odeon, the Opera, and the Opera Comique. They came to him as to the open market. He sold eulogy to one, calumny to others. He sold everything, even his silence. Mademoiselle Mars, Furman, the company of the Comédie Francaise, and even Taylor himself had urged me to pay this man a call, but I had obstinately refused. So one morning, someone brought me his paper, which contained the following lines. In the play that has just been accepted by the Comédie Francaise, the work of an author who, we are told, possesses great merit, there appear characters who had a disgraceful connection with the subject, the court of Henry Roman III, whose new appearance on the stage may possibly serve to prove the author's talent, but whose presence, it cannot be denied, create an impropriety impossible to tolerate. History has preserved the names of these miserable heroes, those infamous personages, who took part in a debauch as dissolute as it was inexcusable. We will venture to call them by their true names, and to signify our detestation of the representatives of these roles of mignons, on account of the scandalous mischief they will do to the masses. If the information we have received upon this subject be correct, the authority which honors the theatre with its guardian vigilance will not permit an innovation of this nature, for it knows that its first duty is only to authorize those plays concerning the representation of which a son or a daughter can be innocently satisfied when they ask of their parents, "What does that mean?" I had expected this and was prepared to meet it. I had hardly read the above paragraph before I had armed myself with a substantial cane and had reappeared at the offices. "De la Ponce," I said in scriptural phrase, "take up your cloak and your hat." I set off in search of the critic with all the more satisfaction, in that I knew there were days when he was no coward. If a duel would serve his purpose, he would fight one. I sent in my name. He had been expecting me, he said, when he heard my name, but he probably did not expect me to come to him in the frame of mind in which I presented myself before him. Was I going to be lucky or unlucky? I could not tell, but the folliculaire was not in one of his brave moods. He beat about the bush, spoke of his influence with the government, tried to show us his last New Year's presents, and ended up, in short, by offering to use his influence on my behalf with M. de Martignac, who was a friend of his and owed him some money. I quote this sentence especially as an example of the man's impudence. I told him I had not come to solicit his influence, but to request him to withdraw as quickly as possible and in the fullest manner his article in that day's papers. Next day, his paper contained the following apology. "We are exceedingly sorry to find our brief article on Henry Roman III, recently accepted by the Comédie Francaise, in yesterday's issue, contained imputations which were far from our intention. We had not received the accurate information on the subject which is now in our possession, and we can satisfy our readers concerning the taste, the delicacy, and the tact with which the scenes and personages to which we referred are handled. This method of treating romance is too closely akin to classic traditions to admit of objection on our part. My readers may, perhaps, be surprised that I should have had one moment's uneasiness in connection with such a man, but I must repeat it to be believed. Despicable and despised though this man was, he had his influence. Instead of his expressions of opinion being torn up before his eyes by those to whom they referred, they received due attention in the eyes of critics, and I knew intimately one director of the Beaux Arts who paid him, for many years, a pension of 1,000 francs. For the rest, whether this apology influenced the commission of examiners or not, the day after the appearance of the apology, the piece was returned less cut about and lacerated and mauled than it would have been today. True, M. de Martignac, who had heard much about the play, desired to be its censor, and M. de Martignac, as everyone knew, was so clever a man that, while he was in the government, even Charles X showed signs of cleverness. I was at the theatre, full of delight at this unexpected escape of my play, which was now to be produced the following Saturday, when one of M. de Villain's servants came hurriedly to me, looking very scared, to tell me that my mother had fallen ill as she was going down the stairs after visiting M. de Villain, and that they could not bring her back to consciousness. M. de Villain lived on the fourth floor of the house of one Chalin, a stationer, at the corner of the Rue Saint-Honor and the Rue de Richelieu. I rushed away from the theatre, sending the property lad to tell M. Florence, the doctor belonging to the theatre, that my mother needed his assistance. In a few seconds I was with my mother. She was seated in a large armchair. Her eyes were open and she had regained consciousness, but she could hardly speak. The whole of one side of her body was quite paralyzed. She had been to call on Madame de Villain. As usual, I had been the subject of conversation. As usual, they had been telling her I was a willful blockhead, unworthy the clemency the House of Orleans had shown me, that my play would be a failure and would not even produce enough to pay back M. Laffat his 1,000 crowns, and that then I should find myself out of a berth and with no future before me. My poor mother had wept copiously, going away in great distress of mind, and as she was about to step downstairs she was seized with faintness, absolutely lost all power and fell down in a heap, her legs on the stairs and her body on the landing. A lodger found her in this position as he came upstairs. He rang M. de Villain's doorbell, and they carried her in and put her in a chair. My poor mother had somewhat regained consciousness by the time I reached her. I felt her pulse, and held up her arm, which fell inert. I pinched her to find the extent of her insensibility, and I came to the conclusion that she had just had a stroke of apoplexy, serious enough at any rate to cause paralysis of her left side. I sent for some mustard and put her feet in hot water till the doctor came. Then, as he was a long while in coming, I sent to an instrument maker, who lived nearly opposite, for a lancet, and decided to bleed her myself in the foot if Florence did not come. But he came, and performed this operation himself. A slight improvement at once manifested itself, and her tongue feeling freer, she was able to pronounce a few words. Meanwhile my sister had hastened there. Fortunately, she was in Paris, having come up to see the first performance of my play. Fortunately, too, there was an empty room in the house, on the third floor, I think, and we took it for a quarter. Madame de Villain sent a bed down to it for my mother. We carried mattresses for ourselves from the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Denis. We put the mattresses on the floor of my mother's room, and both my sister and I were determined not to leave her alone for a single moment. Unluckily, Thibaut was away from Paris. Madame de Celles, daughter of General Gerard, was suffering from consumption and had required a doctor to accompany her to Italy. Madame de Louvain had recommended Thibaut, and he had gone with her. As we only knew Florence slightly, he thoughtfully withdrew of his own accord after he had rendered first aid to our invalid. So I called in another of my friends named Cazel. He was an extremely clever fellow who, when he found that in spite of his medical skill, his practice did not increase, invented a new kind of umbrella and parasol, took out a patent for them, and made a fortune. Cazel spent the whole night with us by my mother's side, and next day, as the improvement continued, he believed he might look for her recovery if she had no relapse. How I rejoiced that the idea had come to me of applying to M. Laffat. How I rejoiced that M. Laffat had lent me the 1,000 crowns. We could at least be certain of one thing, that, no matter how things turned out, our mother would want for nothing during her illness. Furthermore, on learning this news, one of my friends, son of a celebrated diamond merchant, Edmund Halfin, not knowing I was as rich as Ali Baba, sent me a small purse containing 20 louis. I returned him the louis, but I kept the purse, in remembrance of that delicate kindness which so few have shown to me, and I recall the act with gratitude, for it touched me deeply. I have, however, sometimes met with the same spontaneous generosity elsewhere, but among my women friends, not among my men friends. Deeply troubled as I was, God alone knew how deeply this blow had struck me. I was obliged to leave my mother for a few hours. My drama was so novel, even to those who were rehearsing it, that, unless I was present, their confidence took flight. I returned and found everyone greatly concerned by the misfortune that had overtaken me in such an unexpected manner. Taylor was present to prompt in my place in case I was unable to turn up. The play was ready or all but ready, and there was no doubt it would be performed the following Saturday. When I returned home, I found the whole of the Villeneuve family awaiting me, from Theodore to Alyssa. They had missed me the night before, I who never missed going to their house a day. And, when the letter arrived that told my kind friends what had happened, they came off to see me at once. No one can have any idea of the strain of the next 2 or 3 days, the profound grief at watching my mother's dying condition, and the terrible labor of preparing a first drama for its public ordeal. The night before the representation, I took a step that I had decided upon for some time previously. I presented myself at the Palais Royal and asked to see M. le Duc d'Orléans. The request was so unusual and so audacious that, no doubt, the attendants expected I had an audience. They informed the Duc d'Orléans of my presence and of my request to speak to him. The Duc d'Orléans repeated my name over to himself twice and gave orders to admit me. Ah, is it you, M. Dumas? He said. What good wind blows you hither, or rather, blows you back again? Monseigneur, I said to him, tomorrow they play Henry Roman III. Yes, he said, I know that. Well, Monseigneur, I have come to ask a favor of you, or rather an act of justice. What is it? To give me your presence at my first representation. A year ago, your Highness was informed that I was an empty-headed, vain fool. For a year I have been working as a humble poet. Without giving me a hearing, Monseigneur, you have sided with those of your retinue who have been my accusers. Perhaps your Highness should have waited, but your Highness thought otherwise and did not wait. Tomorrow things will be put to public trial. All I come to beg of you, Monseigneur, is that you will be present at the sentence. The Duke looked at me for a moment, and, seeing how calmly I met his scrutiny, he replied, I would have granted your request with great pleasure, M. Dumas, for various people have told me that if you were not a model of industry, you were an example of perseverance. But, unfortunately, it is impossible. Your Highness probably means that a man who aspires to talk with people in high places should know better than to interrogate a prince. But, Monseigneur, I have come to you in such exceptional circumstances that I will venture to ask whence arises that impossibility, for I must confess it disappoints me greatly. You shall judge for yourself. Tomorrow I expect 20 to 30 princes and princesses to dinner. Would it not be a novel entertainment, Monseigneur, to take these princes and princesses to see Henry Roman III? How could I take them to see it when dinner begins at 6 and Henry Roman III begins at 7? Let Monseigneur advance his dinner 1 hour, and I will delay Henry Roman III. For an hour, that would allow Monseigneur 3 hours, wherein to assuage the hunger of his august guests. Well, that is not a bad idea. Do you think the Theatre Francais would consent to the delay? They would be only too delighted to accommodate your Highness. But where should I seat them? I only have 3 boxes. I asked the administration not to dispose of the first circle until I had seen your Highness. You presumed, then, to think that I should consent to see your play. I relied upon your sense of justice. You see, Monseigneur, I appealed to Philippe awakened. Very well, go and tell him Taylor that, if the Comédie Francaise consents to put back the representation an hour, I will be present at it, and in order to carry this out, I will engage the whole circle. I will hasten there immediately, Monseigneur. Are you satisfied? Enchanted, I trust also that your Highness will not have reason to repent of this kindness. I hope so too. Away with you and good luck. I bowed and left. 10 minutes later, the theater had been told. 20 minutes later, the Duc d'Orléans had received an answer in the affirmative. That very evening letters were sent to the guests informing them of the change of hour. The long-expected day came at last. On that day there was neither rehearsal nor any other meeting. I could remain by my mother's side until the evening. They had given me a certain number of theater tickets, especially tickets for the pit. The claque, i.e., hired applause, was not a recognized thing in those days as it is now, and the post of entrepreneur de succès was almost a sinecure. It was left to the care of one's friends, and to the impartiality of the public. The generosity of the theater allowed me to sign a pit ticket for each of my old office companions. Porcher and his wife had each a balcony ticket. I had a little box on the stage itself which held two persons. My sister had one of the boxes in the first row, where she entertained Boulanger, de Vigny, and Victor Hugo. I did not know either Hugo or de Vigny, and they introduced themselves to me in despair of getting a chance otherwise. I made the acquaintance of both of them that night. M. de Villaine had an orchestra ticket. The whole of the remaining seats in the house had been taken for a week past, and the exorbitant price of 20 louis was given for one box. At 7:45 I kissed my mother, who, in the clouded state of her brain, scarcely realized what a battle I was on the eve of fighting. I met M. de Villaine in the corridor. "Well, you young rip," he said, "so you have got your way at last." "What did I tell you?" "Yes, but we have yet to see what the public thinks of your prose." "You will see, since you are here." I shall see," growled M. de Villaine. "It is highly probable that I shall see." I moved away from him, not knowing what he meant by his words, and I reached my box, which, as I have said, was on the stage. I could see the whole house from my box perfectly. Those who were present at that performance will recollect what a splendid sight it was. The first circle was filled with princes smothered under the orders of 5 or 6 nations. The whole of the aristocracy crowded into the first and second rows of the boxes. Ladies sparkled with diamonds. The curtain rose. I have never experienced such a sensation as that which a breath of air from the theater caused me as it passed across my feverish brow. The first act was listened to with patience, although the narrative was long, cold, and tiresome. The curtain fell. The words of the Duc de Guise, St. Paul, "If I can only hunt out the men who assassinated Duguesne," were heartily applauded, and this warmed up both audience and actors. I ran off to see how my mother was. On my return to the theater, I met M. de Villaine in the corridor, but as soon as I appeared, he quickly retired into a small antechamber, on purpose, as I imagined, to avoid me. I did the poor dear man injustice. He had quite other intentions in his thoughts. The second act began. It was an amusing one. The scene of the pea-shooter, concerning which I was much afraid, passed without any signs of objection, and the curtain fell amidst pretty general applause. The third act was the one to decide the success of the play. In this act comes the scene between the page and the duchess, and the scene between the duchess and the duke. The scene where M. de Guise compels his wife to appoint a meeting with Saint Megrin. If the strong situations in that scene found favor with the public, the battle was won. The scene roused cries of horror, but, at the same time, peals of applause. It was the first time any dramatic scenes had been presented with great freedom, I might even call it with brutal frankness. I went out. I was very anxious to see my poor mother and to embrace her, although she was then hardly in a condition to understand who it was that was embracing her. How happy I should have been if she had been in the theater instead of on her bed. She was sleeping quite peacefully. I kissed her without waking her and returned to the theater. Under the porch I again met M. de Villaine, who was going away. "What," I said, "are you not going to stay to the end?" "How can I stay to the end, you brute?" "Why can you not stay?" "Because I am thoroughly upset, because I am turned inside out, an attack of colic." "Ah," I exclaimed, laughing, "so that was why I saw you going to the lavatory." "Yes, that was the reason, monsieur. You have already cost me 50 sous, at 2 sous each time it is. Why, you will ruin me." "Bah, you exaggerate. Whatever could you do at the 25th time?" "Nothing, you young puppy. And the last time, if I had not been stopped by the hair of my head, I should have disappeared entirely. Ah, what a business! Oh dear, I am horribly ill." And M. de Villaine laid both hands on his stomach and began running towards the Rue Saint-Honor. I went into the theater. As I had indeed foreseen, from the fourth act to the end it was more than a success, it was an increasing delirium. All hands applauded, even those of the ladies. Madame Malibran, who had only been able to find a seat on the third row, leant right out of her box, holding on to a pillar to keep herself from falling. Then, when Firmin appeared to give the name of the author, the enthusiasm was so universal that even the Duc d'Orléans himself stood up and called out the name of his employ, the success of whose work, if not the most merited, at least the most striking of the epic, had just caused him to be greeted as a poet. That very night, when I returned home, I found a letter from M. le Baron de Brovel, which I will give word for word. "I cannot sleep without first telling you, my dear young friend, how very happy I am at your splendid triumph. without congratulating you, and above all, your estimable mother most heartily. For I know you felt more anxious on her behalf than on your own. My sister and I and all at the office sympathized deeply with you. And now we rejoice at a triumph, justly deserved both on account of your very great and persevering talent and your filial devotion. I am very sure that your laurels, and the success in wait for you in the future now laid open before you, will not stand in the way of your friendships, and I assure you that my feelings towards you are very warm. Baron de Brovel, 10 February 1829. This was the man who, 5 months before, had compelled me to renounce my salary. Chapter 17. The day following my victory, Henry Roman III, is interdicted. I obtain an audience with M. de Martignac. He removes the interdiction. Les Hommes obstacles. The Duc d'Orléans sends for me into his box. His talk with Charles X on the subject of my drama. Another scribbler. Visit to Carroll. Gosset's shooting box and pistols number 5. An impossible duel. To few men has it been given to see such a rapid change take place in their lives, as took place in mine during those 4 hours of the representation of Henry Roman III. I was totally unknown until that night, and next day, whether for good or for evil, I was the talk of all Paris. From that night dated the hatreds of people whom I had never seen, hatreds roused by the unwelcome fame attached to my name. But friendships also dated from that epoch. What multitudes of people envied me that night, who had no idea that I spent it on a mattress on the floor by the side of my dying mother. Next day the room was filled with bouquets. I covered my mother's bed with them, and she touched them with the hand that was left unparalyzed, pulling them nearer to her or pushing them away, unconscious what all these flowers meant, and possibly even unconscious that they were flowers at all. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the day after the performance, my manuscript had sold for 6,000 francs. These 6,000 francs were paid me in 6 banknotes, and I went to show them to M. de Villaine. "What are those?" he asked. "They are the price of my manuscript," I replied. "You see it amounts to M. Lafitte's 3,000 francs and 3,000 francs besides." "What?" cried M. de Villaine. "Are there idiots who have bought it of you?" "You see for yourself." "Well, they are brainless idiots." Then, handing me back the notes, and shrugging his shoulders, he said, "You do not inquire how I am. I did not dare. How are you?" "A little better, happily." "Were you able to return to the theater?" "Yes, I was there for the conclusion." "Were you there when my name was given out?" "The deuce I was." "And did it not give you a little gratification?" "A little. Why, you rascal," I wept like a baby. "Come now, it cost you a lot to acknowledge that. Let us shake hands." "Ah," said M. de Villaine, "if only your poor father could have been there." "My mother could have been there, if people had not made her so unhappy." "Come, come, you're not going to tell me that it is my fault your mother is in bed, are you? Good gracious me. It tormented me sufficiently during your representation. I could not think of anything else. I believe it was that which gave me the beastly colic. By the by, what are they saying in the office?" I showed him M. de Brovel's letter. He read it through twice over. "Well, I never," he said, as he handed it me back, shrugging his shoulders. "Shall you return to the office?" Dear me, no." "Well, I think you are right. Shall you go and see M. Fossier?" "No, indeed." "He likes you, nevertheless." "Then, why did he not write me a letter of congratulation, too?" "Well, but he might have expected tickets for his daughter." "That reminds me, shall I save you a box for the second performance? You hadn't a good place for the first. You were close to the door." "You scoundrel, I was right where I was, near the door. Do you believe this mad prank you have just played is going to bring you in any more than what you have just shown me?" "Certainly I do." "About how much?" 15,000 francs. "What?" "About 15,000 francs." "And how long will it run to gain that?" "Perhaps 2 months." "So in 2 months, you will have earned the whole year's salary of 3 chief clerks, including bonuses. Call in your 3 chief clerks and tell them to do as much for themselves. Get out, I am afraid the very ceiling will fall on our heads while you are saying such monstrous things." "Tomorrow night, then." "Yes, tomorrow night, if I have nothing better to do." I was quite easy. M. de Villaine would not have anything better to do, nor would he have accepted a year of his salary to be kept away. From M. de Villain's house I ran to M. Lafitte's. I was proud to be able to pay him what I owed him so promptly. I gave him his 1,000 crowns, and he returned me my promissory note and my manuscript. But I always remembered the service rendered me, which, coming when my mother was taken ill, was of priceless value. Still, I had not reached the conclusion of my worries. When I returned to my temporary dwelling place, I found a letter from the Theatre Francais asking me to go to the office there immediately. I rushed there and found the committee in a state of consternation from Taylor downwards. They had received a letter from the Home Minister suspending Henry Roman III. This was a far more serious matter than the suspension of my salary. Luckily, Taylor had made up his mind what should be done. He proposed I should urgently demand an audience of M. de Martignac. He himself undertook to take the letter and see that it was conveyed to him. I sat down and wrote at once, asking for an audience for the next day. I received an answer 2 hours later. M. de Martignac would see me at 7 next morning. By 7 next morning I was at his house. Oh, what a blessing it is to find a minister who is both polished and cultivated like M. de Martignac, rara avis, as Juvenal would call it, and worse still, a bird of passage. We remained together for an hour, not talking of the play, but of all sorts of subjects. In 10 minutes we came to an understanding over the play, and I carried my manuscript back, saved, this time not from annihilation but from limbo. Oh, poor M. de Martignac, how well he understood art. How thoroughly well he knew that type of human being who obstructs all progress he meets with on the way, with a view rather of hindering others from advancing than of advancing himself. It was not under M. de Martignac's administration that art, wherever it turned, encountered the notice. This road is closed by order of the authorities, and to think that for 20 years the same men blocked the same avenues, that from being old men, they grew into being decrepit ones, whilst we young men grew old. That, by dint of ill will and persecution, they managed to drive both Lamartine and Hugo into politics, Sully and Balzac into their graves, that I stood almost alone in my struggle against them, that they set their mark on things, like the seal of Solomon which enclosed the genii of the 1,001 Nights in clay vases, and that all this political and literary compression will one day burst in their faces, killing and overturning all around it without injuring itself. Wrinkled dwarfs who everlastingly stir up the glowing fires of revolutions. Some things at least are very clear. That, for 20 years, these rulers were petty, paltry, contemptible. That they left behind them a sad and shameful memory amongst the Germans, Hungarians, Italians, along the banks of the Nile as well as on the shores of the Bosphorus, at Mogador even as at Montevideo, in the Old World as well as the New. That during the whole of the time which transpired between the day on which M. Sebastiani made his announcement at the Tribune that order reigned at Warsaw, and that on which M. Barrett wrote in the Moniteur that the French have entered Rome, they gave the lie not only with respect to every promise made by man, whether these promises came through M. de Lafayette or M. de Lamartine, but still more with respect to everything hoped of God, who destined France to be the pole star to other nations, who said to the peoples, "You wish to sail towards the unknown world, towards the promised land called liberty. There is your compass. Spread your sails and follow boldly." Instead of keeping faith with men and fulfilling God's will, what did you do, you poor slaves of passion and miserable servants of blindness? You made the sea rough and the winds contrary for every noble vessel that set sail under divine inspiration. You know it is so. I am not telling you anything fresh. You know that whatever is young and noble and pure, that has not been dragged through the mud of the past, and reaches forth to ethereal regions in the future, is against you. You know that those whom you allowed to be murdered by Austrian rods, those whom you left shut up in pontifical dungeons, those whom you suffered to be shot down by Neapolitan cannon, were martyrs. You are aware that, whilst people hail you, you tyrants, as you go to your places of entertainment, we shall have their devotion. You are aware, in short, that we, the torchbearers, are loved, whilst you, the workers of darkness, are detested. You know that should you ever be forgiven your deeds, it will be because of what we have said on your behalf. And hence come your persecutions, powerless, thank God, like all things that come from below and seek to harm what is above. Yes, what is above, for he who can say, I have just written this page and you could not write it, is above you. Let us return to Henry Roman III, which had nothing to do with all this, and which suddenly and unexpectedly found itself raised sky high. My return was awaited with impatience, for they dared not advertise without the minister's permission. I brought them that permission, and they advertised. Le Duc d'Orléans announced that he would be present at the second performance. When I reached the theatre that night, I was told that he had already arrived and had asked me to go to his box. I did as I was bidden, between the first and second acts. The densely packed theater bore witness to the genuine strength of my success. The Duc d'Orleans received me most graciously. "Now, M. Dumas," he said, "are you not satisfied? You have gained your case against everybody, the public and myself included. Even Brovel, de Villaine, and Outard are enchanted." I bowed. "But for all that, do you know," he continued laughingly, "you have very nearly got me into serious trouble." "You, Monseigneur?" "Yes, I." "How is that?" "The king sent for me yesterday." "The king?" "Yes, indeed." "And what about, Monseigneur?" "About your drama. About Henry Roman III. Are you aware of what I have been informed, cousin?" he said, laying emphasis upon the last word. "I have been told that you have a youth in your offices who has written a play in which both you and I figure, I as Henry Roman III, and you as the Duc de Guise." "Monseigneur, you could of course have replied that the king was mistaken, and that the young man was no longer in your employ." "No, I much preferred to reply otherwise, and not to lie, since I mean to keep you on." "Then what did your highness say?" "I said, sire, people have misinformed you, and for three reasons. First, I do not beat my wife. Secondly, Madame la Duchesse d'Orleans has not made me a cuckold. Thirdly, your majesty has not a more faithful subject than myself. Do you think my reply was equal to anything you would have advised me to make?" "Indeed, monseigneur, it is infinitely more witty." "And nearer the truth, monsieur. Ah, the curtain is rising, go about your business, mine is to listen to you." I bowed. "By the by," said the Duke, "Madame la Duchesse d'Orleans desires to see you tomorrow morning, to inquire how your mother is." I bowed and withdrew. Oh, what a power is success, with its notoriety and fuss over a name, with its calm and serene supremacy of mind over matter. M. de Brovel, M. de Villaine, and M. Outard were enchanted. The Duc d'Orleans had called me to his box to repeat a witty mot he had said to the king, and finally, Madame la Duchesse d'Orleans would see me on the morrow to ask me news of my mother. Birth, it would seem, only bestows principalities. Talent gives the dignity of princehood. Next day I paid my visit to the Duchesse d'Orleans, who was as gracious to me as could be. But alas, why did all this kindness come so late? When I returned, I found in an envelope a newspaper, the name of which I have forgotten. Some friend who was sensitive concerning my reputation had sent it me. It announced the success of Henry Roman III, and added, "That success, great though it be, is not surprising to those who know how these literary and political jobs are put up by the House of Orleans. The author is an underling in His Royal Highness's pay." The article was painful as well as untruthful. A lie, because the House of Orleans, as was well known, had not schemed to help me in any way, and painful because the writer, by the use of the word pay, gauges, had evidently intended to imply that I was only a common servant. I looked at my poor sick mother, who, unaware of what I was reading, was trying to express the first desires of returning consciousness by smiles of tender affection. And at such a moment as this I was compelled, by an individual whom I had never set eyes upon, whose very existence was unknown to me, and who had no reason for hating me, to leave her in order to demand an apology for a gross and gratuitous insult. I went to de la Ponce. I begged him to go to the office of the paper and arrange there, and then, with the writer of the article, the conditions of a duel for the following morning. Such a long time has elapsed since then, and I have so short a memory for injuries, that I have completely forgotten both the name of the paper and the name of the writer with whom I had the quarrel. I regret the latter, for he bore himself so well in the whole affair that I am still of opinion he took upon himself the responsibility for an article that was not his. As I cannot recollect his name, allow me to speak of him as M10. De la Ponce returned in about an hour's time. The duel had been accepted for the next day, but one, as M10, who acknowledged himself the author of the article, had a duel on the day between with Carroll. I went to call on Carroll, whom I had known for a long time, having met him at M. de Leuven's and also with Murray. Like myself, he, too, had been gratuitously insulted. Like me, he had demanded satisfaction, and he was to meet my future adversary in a pistol duel at 8 o'clock next morning. Carroll complimented me on my success, and promised to do his utmost so that M10 would not be able to fight with me the day after. It was a sad fact that scarcely had I begun my dramatic career before, in less than a week, I was compelled to demand satisfaction from two men, not on account of criticisms passed upon my talent, but for injury done to my personal character. A few words de la Ponce dropped led me to believe that pistols would be the weapons chosen, and Carol confirmed me in this opinion. So, when I met Adolf, I told him what had happened and begged him to come and practice shooting with me next day. Although I could not afford to squander money, I still had sufficient to permit myself a turn once a month at Gosset's. I had become a habitué there. We reached the place about 10 o'clock. Philippe, I shouted to the lad attendant as I passed in, pistols number 5 and 25 balls. Philippe came up. You can have 25 balls, he said, but not pistols number 5 unless you are going to practice alone. Why so? Because they were lent this morning to a gentleman who had a duel, and you should see the state in which he brought them back. And, indeed, the second number 5 pistol had the trigger guard broken, and the butt end blown off. What did that? Why, a bullet, said Philippe. Quite so, but what about the gentleman who held it? He had 2 of his fingers cut. Cut? Yes, cut. So he had to pay the price of 2 of his fingers. And also for the mending of the pistol. What was this gentleman's name? I do not recollect his name. He was fighting with M. Carroll. Stuff and nonsense. It's true. Are you certain? Of course I am. M. Carroll's seconds brought back the pistols. See, I said to Adolf, this will postpone my duel of tomorrow and no mistake. And then I related to him that my adversary had arranged to fight a duel with Carroll that very day, and that it was probably he who had had his 2 fingers injured. It is very easy to find out, said Adolf. Let us go and inquire. We went to M10's house and found that it was really he who had been fighting. He had had 2 fingers blown off his third and little fingers. I sent up my visiting card by his manservant and we took our departure. We had not gone more than 2 stories downstairs when we heard the man running after us. M10 begged me to go in. I found him smiling in spite of his wounds and very courteous in spite of his attack. Pray excuse me, monsieur, he said, for the liberty I took in asking you to come back and see me. I use the privilege of a wounded person. Is your injury a serious one, monsieur? I asked. No, I escaped with the loss of 2 fingers from my right hand, and since I still have 3 left with which to write and tell you how sorry I am for having made myself unpleasant towards you, I have all I need. You still have the use of your left to shake hands with me, monsieur, I said, and that would be better than tiring your right over anything imaginable. We shook hands, conversed on indifferent topics, and then, 10 minutes later, we took leave of one another. We have never seen each other since, and, as I have said, I have totally forgotten his name. I bear my memory a grudge, for I shall ever remember him with pleasure. Singular freak of chance. If this man had not had a quarrel with Carroll, and if Carroll had not deprived him of his 2 fingers, he would have fought with me, and he might have killed me or been killed by me. And for what reason, I ask you? Book 3. Chapter 1. The Arsenal Notier's House, the Master's Profile, the Congress of Bibliophiles, the 3 Candles, Deburau, Mademoiselle Mars and Merlin, Notier's family, his friends, in which houses I am at my best, the salon of the Arsenal Notier as a teller of tales, the ball and the warming pan. I promised I would return to Notier, and I will keep my word. After the service Notier rendered me by opening the doors of the Theatre Francais to me, I went to thank him. Notier did better for me on my second visit than he did on the first. He opened the doors of the arsenal to me, and, lest my readers should be frightened at the word, and think that I mean a collection of arms, a museum of artillery, let me hasten to add that the doors of the arsenal were the doors of Charles Notier's house. Everybody knows the large, gloomy-looking building called the Arsenal, in a line with the Quai des Celestins, at the back of the Rue de Morland, looking over the river. This was where Notier lived. In these unpretentious memoirs, it would take us too far afield to relate how, once upon a time, when Paris was preparing for war, this heavy building was raised upon a piece of ground called the Champeau Platter. How, when the heavy-looking building was raised, Francois I had the cannon cast there which did much unlucky work at Pavia. How, requiring a plot of ground, he borrowed a farm from his good town of Paris, promising to return it. How, having borrowed this first farm, he borrowed a second from it, and a third. How, in short, on the principle of the axiom, what is good to take is good to keep, he kept the 3 borrowed farms. We will relate these matters when, At the end of our impressions of Europe, Asia, and Africa, we set about putting down our impressions of rambles in Paris. These farms, together with the great building of which we have spoken, were used to store cannon and powder. One day, in the reign of Henry Roman II, a spark coming from nobody knew where, who knows whence terrible fires spring, set fire to the powder magazine and exploded it. Paris shook as Naples and Catania shake when Vesuvius or Etna are in a state of eruption. The fish perished in the river. At the unexpected concussion, the neighboring houses swayed and then collapsed one upon another. Melun, a dozen leagues off, shuddered at the noise of the explosion. 30 persons blown into the air by this volcano fell down in fragments. 150 were wounded, and, unacquainted with the cause of the accident, attributed it to the Protestants, against whom they were not slow to pick a grievance. It will be readily understood that the buildings erected by Francois I and the 3 farms of the city of Paris disappeared in this commotion. Charles Roman IX, who was a great hand at building, and was responsible for the sculpturing in the Louvre and the carving of the Fountain of the Innocents, paid a visit to the ruins with his architect. He designed the plan of a new building, began the fresh erection, and, as he was both a great artist and a great poet, it is probable that he would have made a good piece of work of it. But Queen Catherine of Medici, having already got rid of one son, was not sorry to be rid of Charles Roman IX, after the fashion of Francois Roman II, in order to hasten the coming of Henry Roman III. In case this accusation against Catherine de' Medici should strike our readers as rather too strong, who may prefer to look upon the death of Charles Roman IX as the judgment of God, an act which, indeed, might quite possibly go hand in hand with the poisoning of Charles Roman IX by his mother, we will here reproduce a dialogue recorded by Bassompierre. It is short but instructive. Sire, Bassompierre said to King Louis Roman XIII, who was seated in the embrasure of a window of the old Louvre, fiercely blowing a horn, "Sire, you ought not to blow with all your strength like that. You are weak in the lungs, and the same thing might happen to you as happened to King Charles Roman IX." "My dear Bassompierre," Louis Roman XIII replied, "King Charles Roman IX did not die from blowing his horn too long and too frequently. He died from being so imprudent as to become reconciled to his mother, after he had had the prudence to quarrel with Catherine of Medici. Let us return to the arsenal, and to another king who was so imprudent as to quarrel with his wife, or rather, with the house of Austria to which she belonged, to Henry Roman IV. He it was, in fact, who finished the arsenal and laid out the beautiful garden, which we can still see in pictures of the period of Louis Roman XIII. He gave it to Sully, wherein to carry on his ministry of finance, and here it was that the parsimonious minister amassed the millions with which Henry Roman III intended to carry on his war with Flanders, when the poignard of Ravaillac put an end to that strange dream of the 17th century, which was to become a reality in the 19th, namely, the union of the 7 elective republics and of the 6 hereditary monarchies under one supreme head, established under the title of the Congres de la Paix. Ah, my dear Mr. Cobden, you with whom I once spent several dull days and shared some melancholy dinners in Spain, the idea of this peace congress did not originate with you. It came from our unfortunate King Henry Roman IV. Let us render to CSR the things that are CSRs. And so all you who visit the arsenal should know that those beautiful rooms which now form the library were decorated by Sully with Henry Roman IV's money. In 1823, Charles Nodier was appointed librarian of this library, and left the Rue de Choiseul, where he lived, to establish himself in his new habitation. But the building that was often the subject of illustrations was not a very magnificent place to live in. On the first landing of a flight of steps with massive balustrades, you came upon a badly fitting door on the left which led to a bricked corridor. The dining room and the office were paved with bricks like the corridor. 3 other rooms completed the suite. 3 luxurious rooms with parquetried floors and paneled walls. One was Madame Nodier's bedroom, the other the salon, and the third the workroom, library, and bedchamber of Charles. Charles led 2 separate existences. His week's existence was that of a worker and bibliophile. His Sunday existence was that of a society man and host. Nodier was an adorable personality. I have never met nor ever known anyone so learned, so much of an artist, and yet so kindly in disposition as he, save, perhaps, Murray. And though he possessed plenty of faults, he hadn't a vice, and his winning faults sprang from the originality of the man of genius. Nodier was extravagant, careless, dilatory, but his was the delightful idleness of a Figaro. He might perhaps have been accused of being rather too worldly, but that, too, sprang from his carelessness, in not taking the trouble to examine into his feelings. It was rather the whole community of martyrs, so to speak, that Nodier loved after this fashion. He had an inner circle of privileged friends whom he loved with all his heart. Others he liked only intellectually. Nodier was par excellence a man of learning. He knew everything and a host of things besides, for he exercised the prerogative of men of genius. If he did not know a thing, he invented his knowledge of it, and it must be confessed his invention was generally far more likely, far more ingenious and romantic and specious, and I will venture to say, far nearer the truth than the reality itself. It will be readily guessed that, with this gift of invention, Nodier was a veritable mine of paradoxes. But he never tried to force you to accept these paradoxes. He created three-fourths of his paradoxes for his own diversion. One day, when I had been lunching with a minister, I was asked, "How did the luncheon pass off?" "All right," I replied, "but if I hadn't been there myself, I should have been horribly bored." And so it was with Nodier. For fear of being bored, he made up paradoxes just as I told stories. I must return to what I said about Nodier being a little too much inclined to love everybody. My sentence sounds somewhat reproachful, but it must not be taken so. Nodier was the philanthropist of Terence, the man unto whom nothing is alien. Nodier loved, as fire warms, as a torch lightens, as the sun shines. He loved because to love and make friendships were as much the fruition of his nature as grapes are the fruit of the vine. Let me be permitted to coin a mot to describe the man who himself coined so many. He was a lover, amour. I have said he loved and made friendships because, for Nodier, women existed as well as men. As he loved all men of goodwill, so, in his youth, and Nodier was never old, did he love all lovable women. How he managed this he himself would have found it impossible to explain. But in common with all eminently poetic minds, Nodier always confused the dream with the ideal, and the ideal with the material world. For Nodier, every fancy of his imagination really existed. Therese Aubert, La Fille aux Miettes, Inez de las Sierras. He lived in the midst of all these creations of his genius, and never sultan had a more magnificent harem. It is interesting to know how a writer who produced so many books, and such entertaining ones too, as he did, worked. I am going to tell you. We will take the Nodier of the weekdays, romance writer, savant and bibliophile, the writer of the Dictionnaire des Onomatopées, Trilby, the Souvenirs de Jeunesse. In the morning, after 2 or 3 hours of easy work, when he had covered a dozen or 14 pages of paper 6 inches long by 4 wide, with a regular, legible handwriting, without a single erasure, he considered his morning task done and went out. When he was out of doors, Nodier wandered about aimlessly, going up now one street of the boulevards, now another, now along this or that quay. No matter what road he took, three things preoccupied him: the stalls of the second-hand bookshops, booksellers' windows, and bookbinders' shops. For Nodier was almost as fond of fine bindings as of rare books, and I believe he really classed Denuil, Derome, Thouvenin, and the three Elzevirs in the same rank in his mind. These adventurous walks of Nodier, which were protracted by discoveries of books or by meetings with his friends, usually began at noon, and nearly always ended between 3 and 4 o'clock at Crozets or at Techener's. In these houses, at about that hour, the book lovers of Paris gathered together. The Marquis de Ganay, the Marquis de Chateaugiron, the Marquis de Chalabert, Berard the Elzevir collector, who, in his spare moments, made the Charter of 1830. Finally, the bibliophile Jacob, king of bibliographical knowledge when Nodier was not present, viceroy when Nodier came on the scenes. Here they exchanged opinions and discussed de omni risibili et quibusdam aliis. These causerie lasted till 5 o'clock. At 5 o'clock, Nodier went home by some other route than that which he had traversed in the morning. Thus, if he had come by the quays, he would return by the boulevards, and if he had gone along the boulevards, he would return by the quays. At 6 o'clock, Nodier dined with his family. After dinner came a cup of coffee sipped like a true sybarite, in little and big draughts. Then the cloth was removed with everything on it, and 3 candles were placed on the bare table. 3 tallow candles, not 3 wax ones. Nodier preferred tallow to wax. Why, no one ever knew. It was one of Nodier's caprices. These 3 candles, never more, never fewer, were placed triangularly. Then Nodier brought out the work on which he was engaged and his quill pens. He detested steel pens, and he worked until 9 or 10 o'clock at night. At that hour he went out a second time, but this time he invariably followed the course of the boulevards, and according to what might be on, he would go to the Porte Saint-Martin, to the Ambigue, or to the Funambules. It will be remembered that it was at the Porte Saint-Martin that I met him for the first time. There were 3 actors whom Nodier adored: Talma, Podier, and Deburau. When I made Nodier's acquaintance, Talma had been dead 3 years, and Podier had retired 2 years before, so there only remained to him the irresistible attraction of Deburau. He it was who first extolled the famous Pierrot. In this respect, Janin came after Nodier and was merely his imitator. Nodier saw the Beowulf enraged nearly 100 times. At the first representation of the piece, he waited for the ox until the end, and not seeing it, he went out and spoke about it to the boxkeeper. "Madame," he asked, "will you please inform me why this pantomime that I have just seen is called the Beowulf in Rage?" "Monsieur," replied the boxkeeper, "because that is its title." "Ah," exclaimed Nodier, and he withdrew satisfied with the explanation. The 6 days of the week were spent in exactly the same way. Then came Sunday. Every Sunday Nodier went out at 9 o'clock in the morning to breakfast with Gilbert de Pixarecourt, for whom at that time he had a profound admiration and the friendliest feelings. He called him the Corneille of the boulevards. Here he met the scientific gatherings of Crozet or of Techener. We have mentioned that one of these bibliomaniacs was called the Marquis de Chalabert. He died leaving a very valuable library, which he bequeathed to Mademoiselle Mars. Mademoiselle Mars read very little or, to be truthful, she did not read at all. She commissioned Merlin to classify the books left her and to arrange for their sale. Merlin was the most honest man on the face of the earth, and he set about this commission with his usual conscientiousness, and he turned and returned the leaves of each volume so carefully that one day he went to Mademoiselle Mars with 30 or 41,000 franc notes in his hand, which he laid on a table. "What is that, Merlin?" asked Mademoiselle Mars. "I do not know, madame," he replied. "What do you mean? Why, those are banknotes." "Certainly." "Where have you found them?" "In a pocketbook within the cover of a very rare Bible, and, as the Bible belongs to you, these banknotes are yours too." Mademoiselle Mars took the banknotes, which were of course hers, and she had the greatest difficulty in making Merlin accept a present of the Bible in which he had, as I understand, discovered the banknotes. Nodier would return home between 3 and 4 o'clock, and, like M. Villeneuve, would allow his daughter Marie to dress and titivate him. For we have omitted to mention that Nodier's family was composed of his wife, his daughter, his sister Madame de Turcy, and his niece. At 6 o'clock, Nodier's table would be laid. 3 or 4 spare covers would be provided in excess of the number of the family party, and these were for regular habitués. 3 or 4 more covers were put for chance comers. The habitués were Caylou, the director of the Musée, Baron Taylor, who was soon to leave his place vacant because of his journey to Egypt, Francis Way, whom Nodier loved as though he were his own child, whose old French aristocratic accent was but little less noticeable than Nodier's own, and Dauzet's. The casual diners were Bixio, the huge Saint Valery, and myself. Saint Valery was a librarian, like Nodier. He was 6 feet 1 inch in height and an extremely well-informed man, but possessed of no originality or any wit. It was of him that Murray wrote this line: "Il si baisse et ramas un oiseau dans les airs." When he was at the library, it was a very rare thing for him to need a ladder to reach down a book, so tall was he. He would stretch up one of his long arms, standing on tiptoe, and find the book that was required, even if it were close to the ceiling. He was susceptible in the extreme, and could not bear any joking references to his tall figure, no matter how harmless they were. He was angry with me for a long while because once, when he was complaining to Madame Nodier of a violent cold in his head, I asked him if he had had cold feet a year ago. When you were admitted into that charming and desirable inner circle of the Nodier family, you could dine with them as often as you liked. If 1, 2, or 3 covers were needed beyond the number already laid, they were added. If the table had to be enlarged, it was made longer. But unlucky was the man who happened to be the 13th. He was pitilessly placed at a little table to dine by himself, unless a 14th guest, still less expected than he, should turn up to relieve him of his penance. I was very soon among the number of the more intimate friends of whom I have just spoken, and my place at the table was settled once for all, between Madame Nodier and Marie Nodier. When I appeared at the door, I was greeted with exclamations of joy. They all rushed at me, from Nodier downwards, who stretched out his 2 great arms to embrace me or shake me by the hand. At the end of a year, from being an accepted fact, my place became recognized as mine by right. It remained vacant for me until after the soup course. Then they ventured to fill it, but if I happened to arrive, either 10 minutes or a quarter of an hour or half an hour late, even if I did not arrive until dessert, the interloper got up or was made to do so, and my place given up to me. Nodier used to make out that I was as good as a fortune to him, because I saved him from doing the talking, But what may have been a pleasure, in this respect, to the idle master of the house, was a source of sorrow to his guests. To relieve the most fascinating talker imaginable from conversing was tantamount to a crime. Nevertheless, when I was charged with being viceroy of the conversation, I was on my mettle to fill my position to the best of my abilities. There are certain houses wherein one is spontaneously brilliant, others where one is dull, no matter how one tries to be the reverse. There were three houses where I was at my best, three houses in which my spirits ever rose and scintillated with youthful exuberance. These houses were Nodier's, Madame Guyot Desfontaine's, and Zimmerman's. At all other places I could still be entertaining, but merely in the ordinary way of social intercourse. However, no matter whether Nodier himself was the talker. And when this was the case, grown-up people and small children all held their peace to listen. Whether his silence left the conversation to Dossetts, to Bixio, or to me, the time flew by unheeded until the close of dinner was reached. A dinner that might have been envied by the most powerful prince of the earth, provided his tastes were intellectually inclined. Dinner over, coffee was handed round, while we were still at table. Nodier was far too much of a sybarite to rise from the table to take his mocha standing uncomfortably in a half-warmed salon, when he could take it lolling back in his chair, in a warm dining room, well scented with the aroma of fruits and liqueurs. During this last act, or rather this epilogue to the dinner, Madame Nodier and Marie rose to go and light up the salon, and I, who took neither coffee nor liqueurs, accompanied them to help in their task, my tall figure being very useful to them in lighting the lustres and candelabras without the necessity of standing on chairs. I need hardly say that if M. Saint Valery, who was a foot taller than I, were there, the charge of lighting up fell to him by right. When, thanks to us, the salon was lit up, a ceremony that only took place on Sundays, for on weekdays the receptions were held in Madame Nodier's room. The light illuminated white paneled walls with Louis Roman 15 moldings and furniture of extreme simplicity, comprising a dozen chairs or easy chairs and a sofa covered with red cashmere, the hangings being of the same color. A bust of Hugo, a statue of Henry Roman 4. As a child, a portrait of Nodier and a landscape of a view in the Alps by Regnier. On the left, as you entered, was Marie's piano, in a recess almost like a room in itself. This recess was large enough, like the spaces between bedsteads in the time of Louis Roman 14, for the friends of the household to stand round and talk with Marie, as she played quadrilles and valse with her clever, agile fingers. But quadrilles and valse did not begin before the given moment. 2 hours, from 8 to 10, were invariably devoted to conversation. Then we danced from 10 to 1 in the morning. 5 minutes after Madame Nodier, Marie and I had lighted up the salon. Taylor and Caillou were the first to come in. They were far more at home in the house than was Nodier himself. Then came Nodier with his arm through that of Dossetts or Francis Way or Bixio, for, although Nodier was only 38 or 40 at that time, he was like a tall climbing plant that covers walls with leaves and flowers, but already needs something to lean on. Behind Nodier entered the rest of the guests, with his little daughter dancing and skipping. 10 minutes later, the usual callers began to drop in, Fontenay and Alfred Johannot, with their two impassive faces, always melancholy in the midst of our laughter and gaiety, as though they were under some vague presentiment of death. Tony Johannot, who never came without a fresh drawing or an engraving to enrich Marie's album or collection. Barai, who looked lonely in the midst of the tumult, for it always seemed as though his mind were far away from his body in quest of something wonderful. Louis Boulanger, with his variable moods, today sad, tomorrow gay, ever the same great artist, great poet, and faithful friend. Francis Mitchell, a seeker of old manuscripts, often so preoccupied with his researches of the day that he would forget he had come in an ancient hat of the period of Louis Roman 13, and yellow slippers, de Vigny, who, in ignorance of his future transfiguration, still deigned to mix with mortals, de Musset, almost a boy, dreaming over his Comtes d'Espagny et d'Italie, and bringing up the rear, Hugo and Lamartine, the two kings of poetry, the peaceful Ediocles and Paulinuses of art, one bearing the scepter of the ode and the other the crown of elegy. Alas and alas, what has become of all those who gathered there? Fontenay and Alfred Johannot are dead, de Vigny has made himself invisible, Taylor is given over to his travels, Lamartine, with his provisional government, has let France slip through his fingers. Hugo is a deputy and strives to hold the country together, a task that proved too difficult for his colleagues' hands, and the rest of us are all scattered, each following his own laborious career, hampered with spiteful enemies, harassing laws, and petty ministerial hatreds. We struggle on, blindfold and weary, towards that new world which Providence is preserving for our sons and our grandsons, which we shall not see, but towards which at least our tombs, like milestones, will point the way. Let us go back to our salon, into which those of whom I have just been speaking were now entering, hailed with effusive greetings of delight. If Nodier, when he left the dinner table, went and stretched himself out in his armchair by the fireside, it was because he liked, after the fashion of the egoistic sybarite he was, to enjoy at his ease some chance play of his imagination, during that blissful moment which follows in the wake of coffee. If, on the other hand, making an effort to remain standing, he leant against the chimney-piece, his calves to the fire and his back to the mirror, it meant he was going to tell some of his stories. We were then all on the qui vive to smile at the anecdotes which were to drop from those finely modeled, satirical, and witty lips. Everybody kept silence, and he would pour forth one of the delightful stories of his youth, which sounded like a romance of Longus or an idyll of Theocritus. He seemed like Walter Scott and Perrault, the savant grappling with the poet, memory battling with imagination. Nodier was not merely amusing to listen to, but in addition he was delightful to watch. His tall, lean body, his long, thin arms, his white tapering hands, his long face, full of a serene melancholy, all harmonized and fitted in with his rather languid voice, and with the aforementioned aristocratic accent. And whether Nodier were reciting a love story, or describing a fight on the plains of La Vendée, or some drama that happened in the Place de la Révolution, a conspiracy of Cadoudal or of Audit, his hearers would hold their breath to listen. So wonderfully did the storyteller know how to get at the heart of everything he described. Those who came in the middle bowed silently and sat down in an armchair or leant against the wainscoting. The recital always came to an end too soon. Why he ever concluded was a mystery, for we knew that Nodier could draw eternally on that purse of Fortunatus which we call imagination. We did not applaud. Do we applaud the murmur of a stream, the song of a bird, the perfume of a flower? But when the murmur ceased, the song died away, the perfume evaporated, we listened, we waited, we longed for more. Then Nodier would slide back quietly from his position at the fireplace into his big armchair, would smile and turn to Lamartine or Hugo with, "Enough of such prose as that, now let us have poetry." And without a second bidding, one of the two poets would, from where he was, with hands leant on the back of an armchair, or shoulders propped up against the paneled walls, give birth to the harmonious and eager flow of his poetic fancy. Then every head would turn in the fresh direction, every intellect would follow the flight of a thought which soared above them on eagle's wings to play now in the mist of clouds among the lightnings of the tempest, now in the rays of the sun. On these occasions applause followed. Then, when the applause had ceased, Marie would go to her piano, and a brilliant rush of notes would burst upon the air. This was the signal for a quadrille. Armchairs and chairs were put away, card players took refuge in corners, and those who, instead of dancing, preferred to talk with Marie, would slip into her alcove. Nodier was one of the earliest at the card tables. For a long time he would only play at battle, at which he claimed to be very expert. But finally, he was induced to make a concession to the taste of the century and played écarté. When the ball had begun, Nodier, who was usually very unlucky, would call for cards. From the moment he began, Nodier effaced himself, disappeared, and was utterly forgotten. He was one of those old-fashioned hosts who obliterated themselves in order to give precedence to their guests, who, when made welcome, become masters of the house themselves. Moreover, after Nodier had disappeared for a time, he would disappear entirely. He went to bed in good time, or, to speak more correctly, he was put to bed early. To Madame Nodier belonged the care of putting this great child to bed. She would therefore leave the salon first in order to get his bed ready. If it were winter, and very cold, and the kitchen fire had perchance gone out, a warming pan would be seen to thread its way amidst the dancers to the salon fireplace, its wide jaws would open to receive the glowing coals, and then it would be taken away to Nodier's bedroom. Nodier followed the warming pan, and we saw him no more that night. Such was Nodier, such was the life of that excellent man. Once we came upon him in a mood of humiliation and shame and embarrassment. The author of the Rot de Bohème et ses Sept Chateaux had just been nominated an academician. He made very humble apologies to Hugo and to me, and we forgave him. After having been rejected 5 times, Hugo was nominated in his turn. He offered me no excuses, which was as well, since I should certainly not have forgiven him. Chapter 2. Outard transmits to me the desires of the Duc d'Orléans. I am appointed assistant librarian. How this saved His Highness 400 francs. Rivalry with Casimir de Lavine. Petition of the classical school against romantic productions. Letter of support from Mademoiselle Duchess Noir. A fantastic dance. The person who called Racine a blackguard. Fine indignation of the constitutional. first representation of Marino Faliro. It will be remembered that, during the brief conversation which I had the honor of holding with M. Le Duc d'Orléans in his private box, he had expressed the desire to keep me near him. I had no motive, now I had gained my liberty of action, for leaving the man who, at any rate, had assured me a living for 6 years and had allowed me to continue my studies and to become what I was. Moreover, at that time M. Le Duc d'Orléans was a typical representative of that opposition party to which I belonged by rights as the son of a Republican general. M. Le Duc d'Orléans, son of a regicide, member of the Jacobin Club, defender of Marat and indebted to Collot de Herbois, seemed indeed to me, I must admit if he had not greatly degenerated since 1793, to be far more advanced in 1829 than I was myself. He acted well up to the mot he uttered the day I was writing to his dictation. Monsieur Dumas, bear in mind that, if one is descended from Louis Roman XIV, if only by means of one of his bastards, it is still a sufficient honor to be proud of. I had, of course, called forth this mot by my ignorant hesitation. Besides, one could be proud of being descended from Louis Roman XIV, while still blaming the turpitude of Louis Roman XV, and the faults of Louis Roman XVI. Furthermore, where had even our republican fathers come from? The Parcock serfs and the petty Trianon. So then the Duc d'Orléans, if not precisely a republican prince, as he had been styled in 1792, was at least a citizen prince, as he was called in 1829. In short, it was good for my position, and in harmony with my sympathies, to remain attached to M. Le Duc d'Orléans. All these reflections had had sufficient time to ripen in my mind before I received a letter from Outard asking me to call on him at his office. Formerly, such an invitation would have made me very uneasy. Now, it only made me smile, and I presented myself. Rollot bowed nearly to the ground before me. He opened the door and announced, M. Alexandre Dumas. Outard came to meet me with a laughing face. Well, my dear poet, he said, it seems you have had an undoubted success. Yes. First, let me congratulate you heartily, but who could have foreseen it? Those who suppressed my bonus money and kept back my salary. For I presume that if they had foreseen a failure, they would not have had the cruelty to expose my mother and me to die of starvation. Did not M. de Brovel write to you the night of the representation? Outard asked in some confusion. Yes, indeed, here is his letter. I showed him the letter the reader has seen. And I am keeping it as a model, I continued, putting it back into my pocket again. As a model of what? Of diplomatic lying and of stupid sycophancy. Come, that is strong language. True, but one ought to call a spade a spade. However that may be, let us drop the subject and speak of your position here. That is equivalent to discussing castles in the air. I do not refer to your past position, for I am well aware that you would decline to remain in the household under the old conditions. Neither do we desire you to do so. You must have leisure for your work. Continue, my Lord Amacinas, speak in the name of Augustus, I am listening. No, on the contrary, it is for you to speak. What do you desire? I desired success and I have had it. I do not want anything else. But what can we do that will be agreeable to you? Not a great deal. Nevertheless, there must be some position in the house you would like. There is none I covet, but there is one post that would suit my convenience. Which is that? To be M. Casimir de Lavigne's colleague at the library. Outard's facial muscles twitched with an expression indicative of, you are indeed ambitious, my friend. Oh, indeed I quite understand the difficulties, I said. You see, Outard continued, we already have Vatout and Casimir, a librarian and assistant librarian. Of course, and that is ample, is it not, when there is no library? For, as a matter of fact, the library of the Duc d'Orléans, at that time especially, was very inferior. What do you mean by no library? Outard exclaimed, for, like the servant of a cure, he could not bear to have his master's house depreciated. We have 3,000 volumes. You are mistaken, my dear Outard. There are 3,004. For I saw the Memoirs de Dumas, which had just come from London, in the house of M. Le Duc d'Orléans, the day before yesterday. I gave the thrust good-humoredly, and so Outard took it. He could not ward it off without acknowledging himself hit, he continued. Well, well, you are wonderfully clever, my friend. I will convey to Monseigneur your desire to become attached to the household as librarian. I stopped him. Stay, let us quite understand one another, outered. I do not wish for anything better. Did you not ask me to come to you? Certainly. It was not I who came on my own initiative. No. I should not have come if you had not written to me. That would have been very remiss on your part. Possibly, but all the same, I did not come. Now you talk of a desire, I have not expressed any. It is not I who desire to remain attached to the household. If they want to keep me, they must make me librarian. As to salary, they need not give me any. You see, I am making things exceedingly easy for His Royal Highness. Ah, are you always going to be willful? No, but I remember what M. le Duc d'Orléans condescended to write, by the side of my name, in his own handwriting, a month ago. Suppress his bonuses, etc., etc. Come, I will tell you something that will restore the prince in your estimation. Ah, my dear Outard, I am indeed far too insignificant an individual to lay claim to the right of quarreling with him. Well then, I fancy he would accept the dedication of your drama. The dedication of my play, my dear Outard, belongs to the man who got it acted. My drama Henry Roman III will be dedicated to Taylor. You are making a mistake, my dear friend. No, I am repaying a debt. All right, we will not continue the subject. So, a librarian like Casimir de Levine. Or like Vadout, if the comparison seems to you to be simpler. Are you aware how epigrammatic you have become since your success? No, it is only that I can now say aloud what I formerly thought unspoken. Well, I see clearly that you mean to have the last word. Of course, try and find a word to which I cannot fit an answer. Au revoir. Adieu. 2 days later, Outard called me in again. He had discovered a post that would suit me much better than being librarian, namely, to be reader to Madame la Duchesse d'Orléans. I thanked Outard, but I assured him that I still held to my first idea of being librarian or nothing at all. We parted rather more coldly than at first. 2 days later, I received a third letter. This time, he had found something that would suit me best of all. They would make me Chevalier d'Honneur to Madame Adelaide. I persisted obstinately that I wanted to be librarian. Finally, I received a fourth invitation, and I paid a fourth visit. They had decided to grant my request, and I was appointed assistant librarian at a salary of 1,200 francs. As I had announced beforehand that the question of money was not of any consequence, they had taken advantage of it to suggest to Monseigneur to pay me 300 francs less as librarian than they had paid me as a clerk. That didn't matter. But listen, and may Harpagon and Grandit hang themselves for not having invented what the people devised who arranged the affairs of M. le Duc d'Orléans and myself. As they had not paid me any salary for 6 months, they antedated my nomination by 6 months. Consequently, as I had a salary of 1,500 francs as clerk and francs as librarian, they saved, by paying me for these 6 months as a librarian, the sum of 150 francs, which, added to my unpaid-up bonuses of 1829, saved the francs. And the 350 francs, added to the 50 francs cut off my bonus of 1828, amounted to a net total of 400 francs more into the princely coffers. It will be admitted, will it not, that the Duc d'Orléans was surrounded by men of large views. Unfortunately, these were the very same men who, later, surrounded the king. When I was installed at the library, I became acquainted with Vadout and Casimir de Levine, who, as Outard had warned me, did not welcome my advent with much warmth. Casimir de Levine in particular, who, although he made it up with me afterwards, at first could not forgive me the success I had had with Henry Roman III. Indeed, my success with Henry Roman III continued throughout the year, and, as there is a proverb to the effect that two successes on the stage never come together, the success of Henry Roman III prevented the success of Marino Faliero, which was awaiting its turn, and in which Mademoiselle Mars was to play Helena. But Mademoiselle Mars was engaged for 3 long months in Henry Roman III. Then came her 2 months' holiday, so Marino Faliero was put off until the coming winter. This did not in the least suit Casimir de Levine. I have related how Casimir de Levine's dramatic affairs were conducted. A family council was called on account of Marino Faliero, and it was decided that the Doge of Venice should migrate to the Port Saint Martin, that Madame d'Orval, whose reputation had begun to spread, should replace Mademoiselle Mars, and that Ligier should be seduced from the Odeon to play Marino Faliero. This migration made a great sensation. Casimir at the Port St. Martin? It was Coriolanus among the Volscians. All the papers wailed aloud and made moan over this exile of the national bard, and people began to look on me as a usurper who had risen up to drive out a crowned and anointed king from his legitimate throne. The situation was complicated by an event as novel as it was unexpected. A petition to the king appeared, entreating his majesty to do for Corneille, Molière, and Racine, who stood on their marble pedestals in the foyer unmoved by this agitation, what his majesty's august predecessor had done for King Ferdinand Roman VII, when he was expelled by the Cortes, to re-establish them on their thrones. Alas, no one was ever less ambitious to snatch other people's thrones than I. I was willing enough to take a seat or a comfortable armchair, an elevated one, well in view, by all means, but a throne. The word and the position were too classic, and I never aspired thereto. It is inconceivable, is it not, that there could be found 7 men of letters sufficiently intolerant, silly and ridiculous to appeal to a king to proscribe a method of art, an invisible, indefinable, and intangible conception, and boldly to say to him, "Sire, we are the representatives of art. We alone know what is beautiful. We alone possess knowledge, taste, and genius. True, the public hisses at us as soon as we appear. True, our tragedies do not attract anyone when they are acted. The comedians play our pieces with marked aversion. It is true, since they do not draw the same profits from them, although expenses are the same. But what does all that matter? It is hard for us to die and to be forgotten. We would rather be hooted at than buried. Sire, issue your commands that our plays and ours alone be played, for we are the sole descendants of Corneille and Molière and Racine, whilst these newcomers are but the bastards of Shakespeare and Goethe and Schiller." How very logical. I was a bastard of Shakespeare, of Goethe, and of Schiller because I had just composed Henry Roman III, a play so preeminently French that, if it were open to any reproach, it would be that I had represented the manners of the end of the 16th century too faithfully. And as the thing really sounds incredible, we will place before our readers' own eyes the petition of these gentlemen. Sire, the glory of letters is not the least brilliant among French glories, and the glory of our theater is not the least brilliant of our literary glories. So thought your ancestors when they honored the Theatre Franchise with a special protection. So thought Louis Roman XIV, to whom it owed its first organization. That regal protector of letters, persuaded that the chefs d'oeuvre which his reign had produced could not be represented too perfectly, decreed that the best actors who were scattered about in the various companies which the capital then possessed should be united into one company, to be called the comedians in ordinary to the king. He gave rules to this select company, granted them rights, and, among others, the exclusive privilege of representing tragedy and high comedy, and he added to these favors that of endowment. His object in doing this, sire, as you are aware, was not solely to reward those actors who had the good fortune to please him, but also to encourage them in the exercise of an art which by its elevation should be in harmony with his royal spirit, also to perpetuate the prosperity of that art, and to establish a model theater on a solid foundation, for both actors and authors. For a long while, the intentions of Louis Roman XIV were fulfilled by his successors, in whom there was no falling off, either in good taste or in generosity. The two arts that he loved, and to which the French stage owed its dignity and its superiority, have reigned there in almost undisputed sway. Such was the condition of things at the time of the decease of your august brother. Why must it be confessed that it is no longer the same today? The death of the actor whose talents vied with those of the most perfect artist of any epoch has brought about more than one injury to the noble art which he upheld. Whether from depravity of taste or from consciousness of their inability to take his place, certain associates of the Theatre Franchise have pretended that the method of art in which Talma excelled could no longer be beneficially carried on. They are seeking to exclude tragedy from the stage, and to substitute for it plays composed in imitation of the most eccentric dramas that foreign literature affords, dramas which no one had ever dared before to reproduce except in our lowest theaters. It is quite conceivable that third-rate actors should pursue these tactics, which are in accordance with their indifferent performances, and that, since they are incapable of rising to the height of tragedy, they should wish to lower art to the level of their talent. But it is almost inconceivable, sire, that this attitude should be encouraged by those who should combat it. They not only violate the privileges granted them in order to advance, on every possible occasion, the particular method of art to which they have become attached, but in order to satisfy the exigencies of this method, which seeks less to elevate the soul, entice the heart, and occupy the mind, than to dazzle the eyes by material means, by the distraction of vain show and by stage effect, they are exhausting the capital of the theatre. increasing its debt and bringing about its ruin. And, in addition, as tragedy still struggles, and struggles with some success, against its ignoble rival, in spite of all that is done to prevent it, the authorities, not satisfied with refusing to undertake necessary expenses and supply the apparatus needed, are doing their best to discourage tragic representations altogether, and only give subsidies to the principal actors in subjects of which the public disapproves. Far worse still, in order to make all tragic acting henceforth impossible, in anticipation of the time when the two leading exponents of tragedy, Mademoiselle Duchess Noir and M. Lafond, shall have retired from the stage, they have compelled them to submit to an exile of a year, under cover of a holiday, during which time they promised themselves to complete the absolute ruin of the theatre of Racine, Corneille, and Voltaire. Sire, are the agents in whom you have placed confidence, to watch over and control the theatre, responding properly to your beneficent designs? Was it intended that the liberty with which they were entrusted was to be used to advance the cause of melodrama to the detriment of tragedy? Ought the funds placed, by your liberality, at their disposal, in order to advance the cause of good taste, to be squandered over their own particular fancies, which tend to make the greatest names in art subservient to the melpomene of the boulevards, and to reduce their sublime art to the condition of a vile trade? We are convinced, sire, that the glory of your reign is concerned in the preservation of all sources of French glory, and we therefore consider it our duty to call your attention to the degradation by which the foremost of our theaters is threatened. Sire, the evil is already grave. In a few months' time it will be past redress. In a few months' time, the theatre founded by Louis le Grand will be entirely closed to works which have been the delight of the most polite of courts, the most enlightened of nations. It will have fallen below the level of the meanest of stages, or, rather, the Theatre Franchise will have ceased to exist. Signed A.V. Arnault and Le Mercier Viennet. Jowie Andrea J. O'Lear. This curious epistle was capped by another quite as strange, or, more correctly speaking, it was preceded by it. The letter of Mademoiselle Duchess Noir, which we shall produce in its entirety, in the same way that we have produced the petition of these gentlemen, was the rocket which warned the public that a great pyrotechnic display was about to take place. My readers will recall the visit M. Lafond paid me in my office, to ask me if I had a smart, well-groomed fellow in my play who could say to Queen Christine, "Sacrebleu, your Majesty has not the right to assassinate this poor devil." It will be remembered that I told him I had not. Whereupon M. Lafond had turned daintily upon his heels, remarking that his visit was, therefore, fruitless. After the reading of Henry Roman III, M. Lafond had said to himself that the part of that extremely well set-up courtier, the Duc de Guise, would be his by right. But alack, he had seen the role given to Joanny, who played it strikingly well, although he was not irreproachable. It had been just as bad for poor Mademoiselle Duchess Noir. She had seen successively the role of Christine and that of the Duchesse de Guise pass over her. She had done me the honor of wishing to act them both, and each time, with infinite trouble, I had had to explain to her how impossible it was for her to undertake either role. Consequently, she was furious. Now, anger is a bad counselor, so it came about that Mademoiselle Duchess Noir wrote the following letter under its sway. Monsieur, I should have preferred to keep out of the quarrel which is engaging the attention of the newspapers concerning the Theatre Franchise. But, inasmuch as the defense of a system, which is compromising our social existence, is based upon erroneous facts, I have thought it my duty to the public to offer certain explanations which will show the question in its true light. Unquestionably, the first duty of the French comedians should be to retain the favor of the public, and we cannot be reproached with respect to this, since, during the past 3 years, we have successively produced, at a very heavy expense, all the works of the new school. In consequence, our shares have fallen from 16,000 to 7,000 francs, and we have contracted, in the interim, a debt estimated at 100,000 francs. However, the old repertoire and works based on those of the old masters, such as Tartuffe, Feder, Zaire, Germanicus, Scylla, Pierre de Portugal, Marie Stuart, L'École des Villas, Blanche, Le Roman, while they no longer glorify the stage, still bring some money to our pockets, and help to provide for the terrible expenses of the scenery and properties required for the dramas. In spite of the ruin of our prosperity and the increase of our liabilities, I should have kept silence if the rumor had not spread abroad that we were about to dissolve our association in order to prepare ourselves for a new management, and to raise a so-called romantic theater on our ruins. These reports have gained enough strength to be repeated by several papers, and it has been noticed that the usual supporters of the Commissary Royal have gone out of their way to point out the advantages of such an absurd proposition, instead of denying it. The tragic actors who, since the arrival of M. Taylor, have been the object of an animadversion for which, until recently, they have not been able to find a cause, were attacked in these same papers with unheard of bitterness. And with the catchword of the moment, the public does not want any more tragedies. There is no denying that tragedy no longer brings in the enormous sums of the prosperous days of Talma and of the first 15 years of my theatrical career. But without dwelling upon its importance and its necessity, it can be seen by the receipts, not those obtained from the Commissary Royal, but the actual receipts entered on the Register des Pauvres, which I am having looked out at this very moment in order to their publication. That tragedy would again see prosperous days if the government would grant it the protection that is its due, rather than persecute the actors and authors who are still its supporters. It would be a difficult task to enumerate all the instances of M. Taylor's ill will. Here are one or two which will be enough to convince you. 3 young actors who were taken away from the Odeon showed some interest and aptitude for tragedy. M. Taylor tried to drive them away from the Comédie Francaise. He succeeded with regard to Ligier and Victor, and if M. David has been saved to us, it was because a decision of the court overruled the Commissary Royal. M. Beauvalet, a young man who roused high hopes among the friends of dramatic art, has been obliged to take an engagement at a secondary theater. Nor is this all. My presence and that of M. Lafond were obstacles in the way of carrying out the plans of the Romantic School. So we received, this winter, an intimation, almost tantamount to a command, to leave Paris for a year, without having solicited anything of the kind, as certain wrongly informed journals have announced. It is under these circumstances, monsieur, that distinguished literary men who, by their connection with actors, are much better acquainted with the situation at the Theatre Francaise than are the writers of many articles, have felt it their duty to present a memorial to the king, not in order to exclude the new style of drama, a pleasantry invented by M. Taylor's friends to hold up to ridicule a perfectly justifiable proceeding, but to claim a protection for authors who belong to the classical school, and for the actors who support them, at least equal to that given to the Romantic School. I beg you, monsieur, to have the goodness to announce that I have just cited M. Taylor and the Vicomte de la Rochefoucauld before the courts to answer for their violation of the rules of our company, by means of which they have prorogued a committee for the past 4 years, a third part of which, according to the terms of our statutes, ought to have been renewed annually. I beg you also to be so good as to announce, in my name, that the article contained in the Journal de Paris of this morning is incorrect in all its statements and in all its calculations, and that I shall hasten to put the proofs of this statement before the public with the least possible delay. Allow me at the same time to contradict the false statement that any one of those who signed the petition wished to withdraw or to disown his signature. On the contrary, I know that several of our most distinguished authors are preparing to make public their adhesion to the memorial to the king. I am, etc. J. Duchess Noir. We said before that under a clever ministry everybody, even the king, has his wits sharpened. The king made answer to his petitioners as follows. Gentlemen, I cannot do anything in the matter you desire. I only occupy one seat in the theatre, like every other Frenchman. Now I shall be asked how it was that M. Arnault reconciled this demand directed against me with his friendliness towards me. How could he receive me intimately at his house and table every Sunday, while he was doing his best to have me driven away from the theatre? Oh, be quite easy on that score. M. Arnault had a more logical mind than that. On the Sunday following the production of Henry Roman III, namely, the very next day, I found Madame Arnault quite alone in the house, and she said to me, in course of conversation, Dumas, when you intend dining with us, tell us beforehand, for otherwise you will run the risk of dining tete-a-tete with me, as today, which is not very entertaining for you. I took the hint, and I never returned there again. The success of Henry Roman III, therefore, it will be seen, brought in its train all the advantages and all the drawbacks of great successes. I was the fashionable author for the rest of the winter of 1829. I received invitations innumerable, and M. Sosthene de la Rochefoucauld, minister of the king's household, wrote me a letter, giving me free entry to all the royal theatres, being shrewd enough to see that, if he did not give me the privilege, I was just the sort of man to take it. De Viria made a lithograph of me, David Dangers a medallion. It will be seen that nothing was wanting to complete my triumph, not even the ridiculous side which always accompanies a rising reputation. Then a crowd of anecdotes were related about me, each more absurd than the last. It was said that, after the representation of Henry Roman III. When the lights in the house had all been put out, a sabbatical dance took place round the bust of Racine. It is set against the wall, by the light of the dying fires in the green room, similar to Boulanger's magnificent dance, that the spectral dancers were heard to utter the sacrilegious refrain, Racine is fallen, and that even shouts for blood were raised by a young fanatic of the name of Amory Duval, who demanded the heads of the academicians. A parricidal cry, since this unfortunate creature was the son of M. Amory Duval of the Institut and nephew of M. Alexandre Duval of the Académie Française. Further, a rabid romantic, to whom God had sent one of the 7 plagues of Egypt in punishment for his sins, was accused, and this story might well be true, of saying in a burst of frenzied scratching, Racine was a regular scoundrel. This fanatic was called Gentle. Stories like these, told by the fireside, were enough, it may well be imagined, to make the hair of all respectable people stand on end. And the Constitutional, which has always been the literary and political representative of respectable people, was particularly shocked. It was from this period that every worthy man gave himself up to hatred of all ideas which did not date back a half-century, and of every author who was not at least 60 years of age, a style of writing which lasted fro to 1850, the vigorous style of hatred to which Alceste refers, and which, we think, eats far more readily into the hearts of weak-minded, wicked, and jealous people than into the hearts of men of goodwill. People waited in daily expectation of a new St. Bartholomew's Eve, and poor M. Augur, who had just killed himself under such sad circumstances, was congratulated on having escaped a general massacre by means of suicide. So great was the consternation that the whole of the classical party only produced one play, which was a failure. This was Elizabeth d'Angleterre by M. Ancelot. For we do not call Casimir de Levin's Marino Faliero, pompously christened a melodrama in verse, a classical production. The very choice of subject, Marino Faliero, and the imitation of Byron's principal scenes formed a twofold concession to foreign genius and to modern taste. Casimir de Levin, as we have remarked elsewhere, was born 15 years too soon to take part wholeheartedly in the new school. His style seemed ever hampered, and incessantly vacillating between Voltaire and Byron, Chenier and Shakespeare, never succeeding in clothing his ideas in a definite manner. Still, nothing had been neglected to make Marino Faliero a success. The papers had made much of the ingratitude of the members of the Comédie Française and of the transfer of M. Ligier to the Porte Saint Martin. It was announced that the music of the overture was by Rossini and the costumes by M. Delaroche. Now M. Delaroche was the exact analogy in painting of what Casimir de Levin was in literature. Both at that time enjoyed far too great a reputation to last, and were destined to see it pale and decrease and almost expire during their lifetime. However, Rossini had composed the music, and Delaroche had designed the costumes. The play was produced on 30 May and was very successful, but strange to relate, the author's most elaborately conceived role was not the most applauded one, nor did the actor's chief success fall to the share of Ligier or of Madame d'Orval. It fell to Gobert, who played the role of Israel Bertuccio. The work was mounted with great sumptuousness and scrupulous care, especially with regard to the costumes. M. Delaroche, having deemed it desirable, in order to lend a more picturesque effect to his designs, that they should be wafted by the wind, the theatrical costumer devised the ingenious notion of sewing air into the mantles. I have elsewhere given my opinion of this play. Chapter 3. Mesmerism, experiment during a trance. I submit to being mesmerized. My observation upon it, I myself start to mesmerize. Experiment made in a diligence. Another experiment in the house of the Procureur de la République of Joigny, little Marie 500. Her political predictions, I cure her of fear. Between the representation of my play and Casimir de Levin's, the scientific world was much taken up with an important event which established the power of magnetism, that had been under dispute since Mesmer's day.